Wei Jun, the main character of this story, is actually the Celestial Emperor, one of the strongest beings in all realms. To seek a breakthrough, he chose to undergo countless rebirths and reincarnations, a whopping 10,000 times, finally ending up as the Wei Jun we know now. Only when Wei Jun dies at the hands of another can he complete the final transformation of the Celestial Emperor and become the strongest in the universe. To die by someone else's hand, our Wei Jun goes to great lengths to seek death, insulting the Emperor like a dog, smashing the face of the most notorious playboy in the capital, flirting outrageously with the princess. Will our main character finally fulfill his wish for a breakthrough? Stay tuned. In Central Continent, the capital of Chidian Kingdom. This is the famous pleasure district of the capital, the Myriad Sounds Pavilion. Everyone is enjoying the music and the spring breeze, when suddenly someone shouts, "Get Meng Jiyu Niang out here for this young master." Young master Shangguan, Meng Jiyu Niang, is tired today. She said she isn't seeing any guests today. No guests is fine, but she can't refuse this young master, honey. Be good, and get Meng Jiyu Niang out here to play a couple of tunes for this young master, or you'll know what kind of ending you'll face. It's Shangguan Xingfeng. That guy's causing trouble at the Myriad Sounds Pavilion again, damn it. That playboy never learns. Keep your voices down, or you're dead if he hears you. Don't forget, he's not just any playboy. Besides his sky-high family background, he's also a seriously powerful cultivator. Young Master Shangguan, how about you choose another girl? I'm just a little servant girl, please don't make things difficult for me. As soon as she finished speaking, Xingfeng slapped the little girl across the face. This scene makes everyone's blood boil. He's hitting a girl again, damn it. This guy's really going too far, Wei bro, you seeing this? Under the Emperor's nose, there's someone acting this lawlessly. Wait bro. Look, such an evil person really makes one's blood boil, doesn't it? I see it, so what, Wei bro? Seeing someone doing evil like this, doesn't it make you angry? None of my business, WTF. Are we reading books or what? Why are we so indifferent? Then why don't you guys go and stop him? Well, we're not mentally prepared yet. What the heck, Kong Dae, Chi Lin, you two drag me to a brothel, and then this happens. Since we're not hearing any songs anyway, let's go home. But, that playboy, chill, the Myriad Sounds Pavilion operates right under the Emperor's nose. Standing tall and unyielding, it definitely has a background too. Daring to be so arrogant here, he's practically asking for death. Someone will probably deal with that playboy soon enough. Wait bro, you only know one thing and not the other. The Myriad Sounds Pavilion does indeed have a background, but Shangguan Xingfeng's is even stronger. If his background is so strong, how did it produce such a useless, degenerate son? Wait bro, you're too focused on your studies. You've never heard of Shangguan Xingfeng's notorious name. He's the leader of the 4 great evildoers of the capital. More importantly, his father is the current Prime Minister Shangguan Yun, and his younger sister is a direct disciple of the Heavenly Sounds sect, one of the 10 great righteous sects of the cultivation world. Rumor has it that someone was once dissatisfied with his evil deeds and cursed him a few times. The next day, that person was found dead outside, their ass blooming in a tragic way. Blooming ass translates to their butt was exploded. Hearing this, Wei Jun looks terrified. Holy crap, dead Wei bro, why are you trembling? Don't be afraid, as long as you don't provoke him, he won't bother you. Did you hear what I said, Shangguan young master? Quickly call Meng Jiyu Niang out here for me, or this young master will strangle you. As he's barking mad, suddenly a strange object flies into his mouth. This scene shocks everyone speechless. This guy, the son of some big shot, who dares to do this? Who the hell ambushed this young master? Whoa there, you tired of living or what? It's your dad here, Wei bro, why are you? Oh, it's him. The one who threw the wine cup is none other than the newly appointed top scholar, Wei Jun. I heard that after the imperial exam the students are given 3 days to have fun. Could it be that the top scholar has arrived too? Yeah. That's him. I saw him riding a horse on the road yesterday. So damn cool. That's living life to the fullest. What else is there besides joining the world of cultivation? Studying could eventually give that top scholar the same power as a cultivator, but too bad he just pissed off Prime Minister Shangguan's son. His future's toast. Fresh-faced top scholar Wei Jun. Who the heck are you? You dare throw a wine cup at me? Do you even know who my dad is? Trying to be a hero when you ain't got the skills for it? You think you're worthy? Whether I'm worthy isn't up to you. Who you are doesn't matter either. No one, no matter who they are, has the right to act like they're above the law. Status and position shouldn't stop anyone from doing what's right, and anyone with a conscience should stand up to you. Your status means jack squat to me. All you do is bully the weak, and rely on your family to do evil. In my eyes, you're nothing but a beastly, perverted, and sick animal. Even if it means death, I can't just stand by and let a beast like you do evil. Wei Jun, huh? Interesting, Wei bro, he's really speaking his mind. Didn't expect him to have that kind of backbone. He's putting his life on the line. I'm truly ashamed. Wei Jun is a righteous man who scorns death. This new top scholar is truly not afraid of death. No, you guys are wrong. It's not that I'm not afraid of death, but that I, as the Heavenly Emperor, one of the strongest beings in all the realms, in order to seek a breakthrough, chose to experience tribulation through reincarnation and rebirth 10,000 times, and finally reincarnated as Wei Jun, dying at the hands of another, is how I can complete the Heavenly Emperor's final transformation. So I really want to die. Wei Jun, oh Wei Jun, looks like you really want to die? With my status, killing you is easier than killing a chicken. I'll grant you your wish. My words weren't good enough. But everything's going so smoothly. This time, I'm definitely gonna die. Death is right before my eyes. As long as I'm killed, I can immediately become the invincible Heavenly Emperor of the Heavens. Hurry up and make your move, Shangguan Xingfeng. I'll be thanking you. The hell, he's smiling. He's about to die, and he's still smiling. What, did you get so scared that you lost your mind? Scared my ass. What's so scary about dying? You're just a beast who bullies others with your power. I'm standing right here, you dare kill me. Bro Wei, don't say any more. You'll really die going up against young Master Shangguan. Young Master Shangguan, Bro Wei just had a little too much to drink. Please don't take it to heart. Haha, see how understanding your friends are. You think being a new top scholar means you can just play the hero. In their hearts, you're no different from an idiot. Haha. How about this? If you kneel down and apologize to me, I might spare your dog life. After a moment's thought, Wei Jun blurted out, I was wrong. Disappointing Shangguan, who thought he'd met a hero. Looks like it was just a moment of impulsive courage. Sure enough, he still had to submit to pervert Shangguan in the end. But our main character really wants to die, so he says, comparing you to a beast is an insult to beasts. You're even worse than animals. What the FCK? This guy's crazy. Wei Jun, do you have a death wish? My two bros don't have any power or influence. Scared of you is a given. If they get implicated because of standing up for me, it's my fault in the first place. They've studied hard for 20 years, inheriting the hopes of their entire families. Even if they cut ties with me, it wouldn't be unreasonable. I still consider them friends. Moreover, this matter really doesn't concern them. If you want to do anything, come at me alone. Hearing this, main character's two bros were so touched they peed their pants. Champ is so righteous. Well said. Truly an honorable man. Wei Gongzi speaks the truth. Truly a man of great loyalty. Put today's expenses on my tab, even though I'm not afraid of nobles, but I'm not as good as him. This is the true style of Wei Junzi. The hell, shut your mouths. You look down on death, huh? This young master will grant your wish. Seize him from— Yes, sir. Good, hurry up and make your move. Don't hold back. Suddenly, a woman came down from upstairs. Shangguan Gongzi, I'm out now. Please don't make things difficult for others. Oh my god, it's Meng Gunyang, so gorgeous. Truly worthy of being the celebrity of Miaoyin brothel. Like a fairy descending to earth. Shangguan Gongzi, I'm willing to sing for you. Please spare Wei Gongzi, huh? What's with this, lil sis? You don't look bad, so why are you so cruel? Meng Gunyang doesn't need to worry, and definitely doesn't need to suck up to this evil young master. If Meng Gunyang gets sullied by this evil thing because of helping me, would Wei Jun still have the face to live in this world? Wei Gongzi, if you keep persisting like this, you'll really die. Wei Jun laughed heartily upon hearing this. Haha, what's so scary about dying? If I really run away today, that's what you call really dying. He really wants to do that. Run away, Meng Gunyang. People simply don't want your help. That suits me just fine. What I like most is seeing heroes begging for mercy. Take him away. I want to slowly torment him to death. Today I'll make his butt bloom. Mian was secretly happy. Yes, I'm dying today. Suddenly, a group of people stood in front of Wei Jun. Shangguan Gongzi, please show mercy. Shangguan Gongzi, please think it over. Shangguan Gongzi, please spare Champ this once. Shangguan Gongzi, a great man shouldn't bother with small fries. Although the crowd spoke valiantly, their faces looked like they were about to piss themselves. Mian saw this, and tears and snot were flowing. Probably touched, but nah. In Mian's head, he's thinking, what exactly do you guys want from me? Please spare Wei Jun. Shangguan Gongzi. Shangguan Gongzi, Wei Qiang, was just momentarily muddle-headed. Please forgive him this once. Shangguan Gongzi, please think it over carefully. The crowd stepped forward to block, preventing the two attendants from taking Wei Jun away. Young master. Look, everyone has passion in their hearts, I can understand, and am very moved, but why do you all want to ruin my plans? What if he doesn't kill me? Wouldn't I have spoken in vain then? A bunch of damn scholars, thinking they can do anything to this young master just because there are many of them. Uncle Wu, go and capture him. Let's see who can stop me today. Yes, young master. The old man squinted his eyes, emitting ki. He's no ordinary person. Holy crap, he's a cultivator. This is bad. I can't move my body anymore. The old man rushed towards Wei Jun, just like that. No one could stop him. Milan is delighted. Success. Today I can die in peace. A moment later. Wah. Wei Qiang died so tragically. You're still a virgin. Cut the crap. Wei Qiang was just captured. He's not dead yet. Stop jinxing him, will you? But if he's captured by Shangguan, Wei Xiang's chances aren't good. Poor Wei Xiang. Such an upright man. Compared to Wei Gongzi, we really feel ashamed. Wei Gongzi is truly a respectable man. The more the crowd thought, the sadder they became. But that Miss Mew up there wasn't worried at all. Senior sister, what should we do? Spread the news of what happened today at Miaoyin brothel. Spread it as wide as possible. A man with such integrity will probably be known by many people. Is Wei Gongzi in mortal danger? After all, he did it to save me. Hearing that, Ms. Mura said nonchalantly. Danger? Relax. He's safer now than anyone else. At this moment, in Shangguan Xingfeng's prison, that perverted third brother is quite something. Hundreds of tortures. Each one of them can take my life. Shangguan Xingfeng is quite twisted. So Wei Jun, I've prepared a room for you. Are you satisfied? Tell me how you want to die. Hearing this, Mikian remained unconcerned. If you want to kill, then kill. Don't waste words. So you really have no fear at all. Why is this Milian so talkative? Hurry up and do it. I, Wei Jun, will never bow my head before power. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry to be reincarnated. He really isn't moved at all. Hee hee. Fortunately, great, I can die right after awakening my memories. Well done. Shangguan will reward you with the position of chief eunuch in the future. I am indeed a tolerant person. Shangguan reached out, preparing to act. Something seems wrong, Weixiong. You are indeed the person I'm looking for. What the hell? Please come to my room, Weixiong, DMN it. I'm not gay. What the heck are you doing? Something's not right here, Weixiong. This is just a misunderstanding. No, I really have no bad intentions. Get lost. You pervert. Don't do weird things. Weixiong, please let me explain. This is what happened, senior sister. The news has been spread. Very good. Right, senior sister. Now Wei Jun is definitely safe. Well then, starting a few days ago, Miss Moon, I have a favor to ask. I hope you can help me. You and I have been good friends for many years. Just speak your mind. I want to ask you to cooperate with me in a play, to see the character of the new top scholar, Wei Jun. So you spent so much time just to test me. Yes, and Miss Mu has cooperated as well. Are you sick in the head or something? A playboy like you isn't out there killing people and setting fires, so why the hell are you testing me? Are you just bored out of your mind? Got too much free time or something? Wait, bro, don't get worked up. Hear me out. I'm used to seeing yes men all the time, so I like making friends with heroes who have your kind of spirit. But given my position, for you to get close to me too much, so I have to test you this way. Hope you can forgive me. But the rumors outside say you kill anyone who offends you. That's just an act for others to see. All the good deeds before were arranged by me. I don't get it. Why ruin your own reputation like that? What do you want? What do I want, huh? Do I want a life of luxury and endless fun? Do I want power over everyone? Or to be remembered forever in the history books? No, I don't want any of that. What I want is for the common people to live in peace and prosperity, for our nation to be strong, and for foreign enemies to fear invading us. I want a sovereign who values the nation and its people. Those in high positions should serve the country and think of the people. I want everyone to be proud to live in a country like this. If I can fulfill this wish, who cares if Shangguan Xingfeng's name is ruined? And Wei Bro is the like-minded comrade I've been searching for. With a man like you joining us, we can definitely change this sick country. Am I trippin'? A depraved young master, who puts on an act of doing all kinds of evil deeds, but secretly he's a patriotic youth. I've really fallen into a trap. To win me over, he put on such a show, even sacrificing his own reputation. Young Master Shangguan, you are seriously ill. Damn it, I got all worked up for nothing. I never expected to meet a fake. But I can't give up like this. After all, he's the Prime Minister's son. If I humiliate him too much, he might just kill me. Shangguan sighs, then laughs heartily. Wei Bro is indeed a righteous man, not one for flattery. Even after learning my identity and how I operate, you haven't changed your attitude at all. Why does he look so relaxed? Does this guy enjoy being abused? Is he an M? I won't waste words on you. If you don't want to kill me, you still won't let me live in obscurity, will you? Wei Bro is overthinking it. You're the newly appointed #1 scholar. With great talent, my father admires your writing, so he asked me to check you out. With your talent, which can be used to govern the country and bring peace to the world, how can you live in obscurity? So don't worry about what arrangements are made later, Wei Bro. It's all according to plan. Suddenly, many voices shouted loudly from outside. Release Wei Jun, Shangguan Xingfeng. Release Wei Gongzi, champion scholar. Hang in there, we're here to save you. This is me arranging for people to blow things up in the back, so that I can put pressure to let you go. The way to live will not be seen by others. We are acting to send people to create a good reputation for me, and break the image of Shangguan Gongzi is really a talent. How can it be? Thank you for the kind words, Wei Bro. I'm not praising you. Listen closely. What the people outside are shouting at you is a bit harsh. Shangguan Xingfeng, watch out. What goes around comes around. Shangguan Xingfeng, you traitor, insect, pervert, psycho. The son of heaven commits the same crime as the common people. Shangguan Xingfeng, you'll get your retribution. Shangguan Xingfeng, I hope you never have children. Shangguan Xingfeng, you bastard. Get out here, shameless scoundrel. Release Wei Gongzi. Hearing the insults, Shangguan gritted his teeth. This is great. Everyone cursing me so hard is kind of getting me excited. This guy's a psycho. He definitely enjoys being abused. Wei Bro. About half of what the people outside are yelling is genuine, and half is arranged by me. Do you think the Daiqian dynasty has hope now? After hearing that, the three of them froze for 5 seconds, but men said, does Daiqian have hope? I don't know. You're definitely hopeless. If you go out now, you're gonna get your ass beat. Wei Bro, you know why I wanted to test you? Cause you're batshit crazy, duh. Wei Bro, my personal issues are small potatoes. What's really sick is this whole country, this Daiqian of ours. The emperor is hooked on cultivation, neglecting the court. Cultivators with crazy power are squeezing the common folk, and those with ambition can't do a damn thing. That Qian is beyond saving. So why did I want to test you, Wei bro? Why go to such great lengths to get you famous? Got any guesses, Wei bro? That Shangguan chancellor's got a thing for me. Nope. A #1 scholar's worth something, sure, but for a chancellor who's basically the top dog, it's not worth this much effort to get me on his side. So the only explanation is that the chancellor needs this scholar's help with something. Hey, Wei bro, you're sharp as a tack. What's the scoop? Spill the beans. All this effort, sounds like it's no simple matter. If there's some danger involved, You ever think about your future, Wei bro? If nothing goes sideways, I'll probably get stuck in the Hanlin Academy, right? Bingo. The Hanlin Academy. It's like the rookie zone for newly minted #1 scholars. It's packed with the top eggheads in the whole country. They mostly write drafts for the court, act as exam graders, and read books with the princes. If you play your cards right, you might even become the emperor's study buddy. Top-tier overtime gig. The chancellor's basically the CEO. Sure, getting into the Hanlin Academy would help the chancellor out, but isn't investing in me a bit premature? I'd need at least 5 to 10 years to help him out with the political infighting. Nah, that ain't it, Wei bro. My dad's hoping that after you get into the Hanlin Academy, you'll snag the chance to write the historical records, history books. Why would Chancellor Shangguan come to me, a newbie like me? It's not like I'd be the first in line at the Hanlin Academy, right? The Hanlin Academy is full of scholars who all have their own jobs, and the one who drafts the history has to be a Hanlin academic who cultivates integrity. Integrity, one of the transcendent power from ancient times of this world. Confucianism, become a human leaded 3,000 disciples, surrendered the world, and created the rule. Cowards will never able to have integrity. The historical records must be written by someone with integrity to guarantee fairness and truth. In Shangguan's father and son eyes, Wei Jun has a super potential of being righteous, the best seed of writing the true history. With my dad's help, plus your skills and character, Wei bro, developing that integrity is just a matter of time. They're trying to help me reach the pinnacle of scholarship. Such a big favor. How dangerous and difficult is the thing they want me to do? But hey, I dig danger. Just what the heck does the Hanlin Academy do? Why is the chancellor so obsessed? The National Defense War, a chapter of history that's not talked about, a chapter full of blood and betrayal, a chapter that, if you're not careful, the writer will be killed. Is it truth or conspiracy of history? Awkward to agreeing with the current emperor. Cover the truth and worship Shangguan's merit. The chancellor wants me to agree with the emperor. No. My dad hopes you can resist pressure from all sides and write the truth, Wei bro. Of course, there's a huge risk in doing this. You could die any second. If you don't wanna, just pretend I didn't say anything. Before Shangguan could finish, Wei Jun suddenly cuts him off. Sounds good. Which confused Shangguan. What sounds good? You could die for real. But little did he know, Wei Jun was seriously itching to die. Wei Jun said with a straight face, I'll take the job. 10 years ago, the Daqian Empire almost got wiped out by a powerful enemy from the west. To resist the invasion, countless heroic generals and warriors went into battle to save the country. History calls it the National Defense War. But as victory approached, a series of unbelievable things happened. The pro-righteousness Qian emperor died, and the smart, kind, and insightful prince disappeared. Aside from the crown prince, the emperor has a son and a daughter. The throne would likely be passed to them, but in a strange turn of events, the emperor passed it to his younger brother, who is now the Qian emperor. If I could investigate these matters and record them in history, I would surely die. Facing such danger, Wei bro can still laugh. Truly the pillar of the great Qian. I thank Wei bro. On behalf of the common people, if you ever need me, just say the word. No need for thanks. Just let me die, and we'll still be good bros. Whatever you agree to, I agree to as well. What do you plan to do with the people outside? No need to rush, Wei bro. We still have to act like enemies later, or we'll arouse suspicion. Also, I have a few words to say before we go outside. Wei bro, you're about to become an official. But the capital is a land of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. You absolutely must not offend the people I'm about to mention, or you'll easily attract disaster. What? There's such a good thing. Gotta write this down quick. At this moment, the crowd outside is still shouting, Shangguan Jingfeng, release Wei Jun. Young master, there are more and more people outside. What do we do? Finally, Wei Jun and Shangguan walked out, and the scene before them surprised everyone. Haha, what are you guys yelling about? This young master just wanted to invite Wei Jun for a drink, but his cultivator lackey used illusion magic to make himself look like this. This guy's thinking is airtight. If we're gonna act, we gotta go all the way. We're all pros. Seeing Wei Jun's tattered clothes, the crowd was furious. You can drink like this. What kind of logic is that? You dare to use your own private punishments, Shangguan Xingfeng. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Retribution? What the hell is retribution? This young master only believes in fists and strength. Dude, this guy's clearly enjoying being scolded, young master Shangguan. We don't mean to oppose you. Now that you've released Wei Jun, we'll take him away. Fine, everyone disperse. Wei Jun and I had a great chat today. Consider this scar removal cream a farewell gift. It's to restore myself to my original state and hide the existence of illusion magic. I even thought of this. The two bros helped Wei Jun walk away. But Shangguan stopped them before they could take a step. Wei Jun, this young master kindly invited you for a drink. Aren't you going to say thank you before you leave? He's a murderer who is used to it. Wei Jun still wants him to thank him. This is a very rude humiliation, so much. This rich playboy's acting is so dedicated, but it's completely soulless, and doesn't move this judge at all. Suddenly, Wei Jun's hand moved involuntarily, turned around, and gave Shangguan a painful blow. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? I didn't want to move. Shangguan suddenly smiled triumphantly. Wei bro, did I control your arm to hit me using telepathy? If we're gonna act, we gotta act. This rich dude is kinda interesting. Soon after, this matter spread throughout the capital, and more people knew about the great name of Wei Jun, who disregarded death. Young master, Wei Jun, is now considered famous. But is it really necessary for you to sacrifice yourself like this? What sacrifice am I making? Wei bro is the one who's really sacrificing. As long as Wei Jun can become more famous, I don't mind taking a little humiliation. Besides, getting hit is kinda lit. The old man was speechless. At this moment, Old Slave really wanted to hit someone too. A few days later at the Hanlon Academy, yesterday they announced that the people on the list should gather at the Hanlon Academy, so I really was assigned here. The #1 scholar probably gets to be a compiler at the academy directly, at least a rank 6 official, right? For a lot of people, this position might be the end of the line for their efforts. Heard that the #1 scholar would be ostracized, but suddenly everyone's full of admiration. I've long heard of Wei Xiong's reputation. If you're free, I'll treat you to drinks. Has Shangguan Xingfeng been giving you trouble? If he has, we'll definitely team up and teach him a lesson. WTF. What's going on here? Guess Shangguan Xingfeng's meddling really worked. Gentlemen, I'm a bit excitable when I work, so don't you dare copy me, or you'll regret it. Wei Xiong truly has a benevolent heart. No wonder he could ace the exam. His level is just different from ours. It's an honor to have a friend like Wei Xiong. Am I some kind of goddess now? Why are there so many simps suddenly? Shangguan Xingfeng, how much did you spend on publicity? Oh, sorry to keep you scholars waiting. Have you all finished writing your thank you notes? Then hand them over to this eunuch. His Majesty is waiting in the palace. The current Qian Emperor has been obsessed with cultivating immortality for 5 years straight, neglecting state affairs, although he doesn't care about the big stuff. The Qian Emperor loves hearing people praise him, so the newly promoted scholars have to present memorials, thanking him for his grace and flattering him at the same time. These are the thank you notes. Great. This way, not only will the Emperor see my memorial, but based on my writing alone, I definitely can't escape being #1. Cut to the Imperial Palace, Your Majesty. The thank you letters from the newly appointed Hanlon scholars have all been collected. Bring them here. This lecherous old geezer is the Qian Emperor. Qian Emperor. This is the memorial from this year's new #1 scholar. Let the princes and princesses see the others. These Hanlon scholars will be their teachers in the future anyway, so it's good to get acquainted with their teachers' writing styles beforehand. Yes. Cut to Wei Jun, who inexplicably breaks out in a sinister grin. Wei Xiong, seeing you smile so confidently, could it be you've written a masterpiece? Yeah, I'm curious what Wei Xiong wrote. Oh, is everyone interested? This is a copy of my thank you note. Please feel free to give me pointers. Awesome. Well then, let me read it first. Hee. Preparing a copy beforehand really pays off. The more people who read it, the better for me. Gentlemen, the moment you open this note is the moment the Qian Emperor reads Wei Jun's note. As soon as they open it, their faces turn green like frogs' butts. On the other side, the Qian Emperor's veins are popping out all over his face. What the hell did Wei Xiong write? You're really gutsy. How dare you write like this? Wei Xiong is truly a hero among men. But this honesty isn't just about your future. Wei Xiong might even be risking your life. Is Wei Xiong risking it all to uphold justice? Please accept my bow. Everyone, please rise. As long as it benefits the country, I wouldn't hesitate to give my life. I'm just doing my bit for the nation. You don't need to give me such a grand bow. But Wei Xiong, you really shouldn't play around with your life like that. Even if you want to advise His Majesty, you shouldn't insult him like that. You goddamn immortal dreaming bastard. Act like a human being for once, you cultivation-obsessed freak. Cultivate my ass. After reading it, the Qin Emperor is also red-faced with fury. Wei Xiong really went all out this time. Wei Xiong is completely thinking about the country. He's not thinking about himself at all. HMPH, what do you guys know? I'm doing this all for myself. Shangguan told me yesterday that the one person you absolutely can't mess with in the capital is the Qian Emperor. Daring to advise him to stop cultivating and neglecting state affairs won't end well. The Emperor definitely won't let me off after seeing my thank you note. Scene change to the palace again. Gotta look at Qian Emperor's mug again. Must be fuming after reading it. Suddenly does a 180 on his expression. Truly worthy of being the top scholar. This is the best thank you note this one has ever seen. Haha. Your Majesty. Might the humble consort also broaden her horizons? Of course, Empress. Take a look. Many thanks, Your Majesty. After reading, the Empress couldn't help but exclaim, holy moly. Another outburst. Even with her years of palace scheming experience, she can't handle it. This Wei Jun is truly outrageously disrespectful. Haha. What's wrong, Empress? Are you amazed by Scholar Weiss' writing? Stay calm. Need to stay calm right now. It truly has amazed me. Never expected that Scholar Wei could write such prose. With a talent like Wei Jun in our court, our dynasty will surely prosper. Haha. Your Majesty is right. Wei Jun is the top scholar from our great Qian's highest institution, the Imperial Academy, right? It's not strange he can write such an essay. WTF, this damn card is cursing the Emperor like crazy. What kind of assessment is this? Can't keep it in my hands? Gotta pass it on to someone else, but who to give it to? At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up. If that's the case, then Jun is also considered my junior. When I was young, I also studied at the Imperial Academy. Your Majesty, might you allow me to see my junior's writing? This is the late Emperor's daughter, Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu is taking the initiative to ask for it. Although this lass is a princess, His Majesty is only her uncle. Her real father was the late Emperor of Great Qi. There have always been rumors outside that the late Emperor's death was not unrelated, so passing this trouble to her is truly the most suitable. Very well. Someone hand it to Princess Mingzhu. Princess Mingzhu couldn't help but be surprised after reading it. Although she was also very surprised, her face didn't reveal the slightest bit, which made the Emperor sigh in admiration. Tresk, her expression is so calm. This lass has been studying with a bunch of adults at the Imperial Academy since she was little. Years of experience in the Wei Kingdom's wars have forged her mature personality. Elder brother truly had a talented daughter. If I compare her to this son of mine, he's still a bit lacking. The Qian Emperor's son, second Prince Gan Zishen. Damn, his name sounds like Death God. Setting aside everything else, just talking about his literary talent, Wei Jun is indeed worthy of the title of top scholar. HMPH. Dodging the main issue in the assessment is truly amazing. Zishen, would you like to take a look? Of course I want to see it. I was just about to ask Father Emperor to let me see it. Holy crap, what the heck? What is this SHT? It's over. I've been tricked. Is this big sis Mingzhu playing me? Praising Wei Jun is equivalent to smearing Father Emperor? If I curse Wei Jun, everyone will know about this note. What to do now? Continue to let others see it? No way. Mingzhu big sis can do this, because she has Father Emperor backing her up. Since ascending the throne, the court looks calm on the surface, but in reality, conspiracies are brewing. Some people want to make Mingzhu big sis the crown princess as a woman, and then ascend the throne as a female emperor. Moreover, because Mingzhu big sis has the identity of a woman, she has a lot of support from cultivators behind her. But the only person I can rely on is Father Emperor. I can't follow Mingzhu big sis and pass the note to others, otherwise Father Emperor will see me as an incompetent person who only knows how to push responsibility. It seems like I have no choice but to do this. Father Emperor, your son is bold. Can I have Wei Jun's thank you note? HMPH? You want this thank you note? Yes. After reading this thank you note, I felt something. I felt a vague sign of breaking through and helping to advance my cultivation. Just looking at this note made me shoot everywhere, so I want to ask Father Emperor for a reward. Seeing this, the Qian Emperor seemed very happy and said, Okay, alright, you've all eaten, so there's nothing else to do. Dismissed. Zishen, stay and talk with me. A moment later, Zishen, tell me, why do I say Wei Jun's thank you note is well written? I also guessed Father Emperor's intention. I feel that Father Emperor doesn't want to use his reputation to help the reputation of this Confucian scholar Wei Jun. Hearing this, the Chilean Emperor laughed even harder. That's right, so do you know how to handle it? People only know that Wei Jun wrote a thank you note and received praise from your father. But the specifics, people absolutely cannot know. I will personally take a trip to see Wei Jun, so please rest assured, Father. Alright, I'm a bit tired. Go do your work. Yes, your son will go immediately. Just as Qian Zishen was about to leave, he suddenly sensed the Qian Emperor's killing intent. Did Wei Jun speak your mind? You were happy to see Wei Jun angering me, weren't you? Qian Zishen was terrified and knelt down. Your son wouldn't dare. The Qian Emperor looked deeply at Qian Zishen and then told him to leave. Go, Wei Jun. You don't learn the good, but instead learn from that woman. If this essay gets out, you will be a Zhengshen, righteous god, named in the history books, while I will forever be branded with this shame in history. I absolutely cannot let such a thing happen. You want to trade your death for fame? I will definitely not agree. Scene changes to Wei Jun's location. Wei Jun suddenly felt a tickle. Acho, Wei Xiong. What's wrong? Did you catch a cold? I wonder what's happening. I suddenly feel a cold wind down my back. Could this be an omen of death? Hee, fantastic. At this time, someone approached Wei Jun and gave Wei Jun a smack right in the face. Huh. Who is this? Where am I? What the heck, you dare ask? What kind of crap did you write in your thank you note? Are you tired of living? This person is Zhu Fenfen, Wei Jun's former teacher. Before Wei Jun passed the imperial examination with the highest score, she studied at the Imperial Academy. And Zhu Fenfen is the headmaster of the Imperial Academy. The headmaster's position is also a sacrificial priest, so she is also called Zhu Jiju. According to his memories from his previous life, this woman is the #1 overbearing person in the world. Zhu Fenfen. Zhu Fenfen is no ordinary woman. Her title wasn't originally the #1 overbearing person in the world, but the #1 doctor in the world. After the Patriotic War began, she became a military doctor. From the late emperor to the little soldiers, the people she saved were countless. After saving people, she suddenly said, Studying medicine cannot save the people of Qian country. From then on, she abandoned studying medicine and studied literature, taking overbearingness as the right path, publishing magnificent essays to be overbearing with the whole world, including the late emperor and the Qian emperor. Afterwards, she naturally cultivated a character of integrity, achieving the great Confucian realm in Confucianism in the shortest amount of time. Becoming a sage is the highest realm, but this era has not surpassed becoming a sage. Great Confucian is already the peak that people spend their whole lives trying to reach. Plus, countless people she had saved were willing to become her henchmen, so Zhu Fenfen could scold others without fearing revenge. Also, it is said that she likes to protect shortcomings, so it's necessary to stay away from this woman a bit. Being with her is really too safe. Zhu Jiju arrives. What's wrong, teacher? Please save Wei Qiang. Wei Qiang is seeking death. His Majesty will definitely sentence him to death. Teacher, it seems you already knew. HMPH. I thought I was the #1 overbearing person, but I didn't expect you to be an even better student. The student is still far behind the teacher. Your masterpiece has changed the fate of countless confused people, and your present life has even reversed the outcome of the war. The student still has much to learn. You, brat. You want to compare to me? I dare to scold the whole world, because I know no one dares to kill me. What about you? A scholar who hasn't even cultivated a character of integrity? Zhu Jiju has started her overbearing mode again, automatically opening sarcasm mode. This speed, this wording, truly worthy of being the #1 overbearing person in the world. Do less of such things for this old lady in the future, got it? You don't have the ability, yet you try hard to stand out. Are you not afraid of death? Teacher is absolutely right, Wei Jun said with a cold face. This student is not afraid of death. Causing Zhu Fenfen to be extremely surprised, ordinary people cannot lie in front of a great Confucian. So this brat is really not afraid of death. Wait, could it be because of that time? Zhu Fenfen recalled a time before. Fenfen, why won't you accept me? I've been pursuing you for 5 years. Can you tell me, what kind of man do you like? Unlike you, he's not a freaking useless scrub. Get your head out of the clouds. This queen only digs heroes who laugh in the face of death. Only someone fearless in the face of the Grim Reaper is worthy of me. I was just running my mouth back then, but did he secretly take it to heart? Did he risk his life just to subtly confess his feelings for me? It has to be. So many people in this world are crushing on me. It's normal for Wei Jun to be secretly in love. Damn it! Even if someone's into fearless peeps, they can't just gamble with their lives like that. This old lady is tripping balls. But Wei Jun was actually buried in his books, not paying attention to anything around him. Don't worry about the students. Teacher, how do you know about the gratitude letter? Has it already spread outside? If that's the case, the emperor will definitely kill me. Hee. We went and told Grand Tutor Zhu. Since she's your teacher, she should know about this. Huh. Weren't we supposed to leave together? Why are you guys only arriving now? Second prince, Princess Ming Zhu. Zhu Jiju cares about her students, so of course she's faster than us. The prince and princess are here. What, are they here to announce my death sentence? Are you Wei Jun? Yep, this daddy right here, just announce it already, announce it. Imperial Edict. Wei Jun is full of talent. We are very pleased. A special reward is hereby bestowed. Haha, many thanks for the imperial grace. But this humble servant would rather accept death. Wait, give me like 5 seconds, something's not right. Reward. A reward. I trash-talked him like a dog, and he's giving me a reward. Something just shattered inside Wei Jun's heart. A reward. Why a reward? I dissed him so hard, not giving him any face. Is this emperor for real? Is he some kind of masochist? A crazy masochist. How dare you spout nonsense after barely escaping death? You want to die that badly, Princess Mingzhu? Wait, isn't she one of the untouchables Shangguan warned me about last time? If I don't die this time, maybe I can make a move on her instead. Princess Mingzhu, no need to scare him. If he was afraid of death, he wouldn't have written the gratitude letter like that. The emperor obviously isn't into getting dissed. He just doesn't want to be labeled a lousy ruler over one piece of writing, so he'll let it slide this time. But don't write stuff like that again. The current emperor holds grudges. He might find a way to mess with you later. Zhu Jiji, you should watch your words. He's still the emperor after all. Father Emperor is tolerant and generous. He definitely wouldn't hold a grudge. I saved his life once, so what if I badmouth him a little? That thing, tolerant and generous? What about wiping out the family who protected the nation? We were wrong. Please stop talking. Luckily, I thought about this possibility beforehand and had people show him the gratitude letter first. As long as they spread the contents of the gratitude letter outside, Qiandi won't be able to hold back even if he wants to, haha. As expected, what I do leaves no openings. Leaving myself an out is my style. Father Emperor doesn't want this matter to spread, so please Grand Tutor Zhu erase all the related memories from the remaining students. It's nothing. This Grandma Zhu Fenfen channels her ultimate skill into her fingers, snaps them once, and the crowd forgets everything that just happened. What the hell? I remember watching a super awesome comic on Vitamin Comic Channel, Why Am I Here? It's like temporary amnesia. Seeing this, Wei Jun's eyes widened like grapes, crying inside. Seriously. Gotta be this thorough? You bet. Or you're gonna die. Dying is hard for yours truly. Damn it, my bad. In a world with supernatural powers, suppressing news is a piece of cake. If I go around spreading the word myself, it's just plain suicide. Definitely doesn't fit the criteria of being killed by someone hateful. Another failure, whatever, gotta take it slow, keep trying. Zhu Fenfen pats Wei Jun on the shoulder. Hey kid, why the long face all of a sudden? Worried about your future? Even though you offended the emperor, don't sweat it. Considering you didn't do too bad today, I'll vouch for you from now on. Jeju Darren actually wants to protect Wei Jun. Is this for the sake of his majesty? Even though Zhu Jiji is famous for being bossy, this is the first time she's publicly offered to protect someone. This chick's all smug. She's thinking, hee hee, I was so cool just now. Damn this charisma of mine. But Wei Jun's thinking the opposite. How can this woman be so ruthless? Who needs her protection? No way. Can't let her ruin my grand plan to seek death. Teacher. Da Zhengfu. One man does it, one man pays. Student. No, I don't need your protection. Oh, this little brat's got some pride. Little May. May is pretty brave, calling me small. If you knew how old I really am, it would blow your mind. Wait, this isn't the time to argue about this, Lao Shi once said. A sharp sword comes from honing, fragrant plum blossoms from bitter cold. People need to be tempered to achieve greatness. A student who always hides behind their teacher will never become a true man. A sharp sword comes from honing, fragrant plum blossoms from bitter cold. What a great couplet. Jeju Darren truly deserves to be called the most learned scholar under heaven, spouting poetry effortlessly. Zhu Jiji's talent is truly unmatched. I can't even keep up. Zhu Jiju is indeed the most talented and virtuous scholar, #1 in the world. Do you guys have to brown nose so hard? Did I really say that? Nah, of course you didn't. It's a couplet from Fan Xiang's Canon of the Era. Such sophisticated words, you'd know it was me who said it, and I forgot. Wei Jun. Not bad. You really respect this one-sided master-disciple relationship. It's been so long I just blurted something out, and he remembers it. In her heart she can't see that little Mei has no shame left. Alright, it's getting late. Let's get back to the main topic. You've probably all received the notice, right? Today, besides submitting the thank you letter, there's something very important at the Hanlin Academy, and that is... Saying that, old lady Zhu Fenfen snaps her fingers, and everyone vanishes, teleported to a place with tons of books, hazy dusts, and towering steps. This is Deng Shushan. You can automatically cultivate the aura of righteous qi just by reaching a certain height. This is where the sages stayed every year in the past. This is Deng Shushan, really Shushan, just a snap of the fingers. And you brought us here, Jeju Darren. You wield the power of spatial teleportation. What? Are you trying to win me over? Then kill my father and older siblings, plot to seize the throne? Jeju Darren, don't joke around like that. What? Your father could have become emperor if he wanted to. You don't even dare to think about it, you whip. Jeju Darren. I was wrong. I shouldn't have opened my mouth. Just stop talking. This woman is the total package. Beauty, brains, and a medical genius. Too bad she's got that mouth. Jujiji, don't scare Zishan Didi like that. He's still a kid. Besides, how do you know he wouldn't dare? Huang Jiji. What the actual FCK? You're so flat, humph. You think I can't see through these little tricks? My taste in men is impeccable. If it wasn't, some random dude would have already tricked me into running off with. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. Are you sure you have the right idea about yourself? Ever since you ditched medicine for literature, 90% of your admirers have bailed. Alright, if no one has any more questions, let's get ready to head to Deng Shushan, Lao Shi. I have a question. How tall is Deng Shushan? How high do you have to climb on Deng Shushan to cultivate righteous qi? I don't know exactly how tall Deng Shushan is, because I haven't reached the summit myself. But if you keep following the path of books forward, you'll keep encountering steps. Each step is a Chongtian, and it gets harder the higher you go. If you can reach the 4th step, it means you have a chance to become a great scholar. If you can successfully reach the 6th step, a great scholar will directly take you as their personal disciple. And after you ascend step 6, you can nurture righteous qi in your body. Step 6 is all it takes. That's so low. What? Are you serious? Zhuang Yuangong? Since Deng Shushan appeared in the world, the achievements of the first people to climb Deng Shushan are recorded on the Dengshan ranking list. 90% of the people on that list stopped below step 6. Being able to get to step 6 already puts you in the genius among geniuses category. The #1 on the Dengshan ranking is Zhu Jiju. Master Jiju abandoned medicine for literature. With a single moment of enlightenment in the realm of the great scholar, he continuously ascended 21 steps. Haha. My talent is naturally beyond the comprehension of us mere mortals. This little sister's talent is truly extraordinary. I sense she already has 1/10,000th of my style. Should I break her record? Wait, what if I accidentally show off my talent and she tries to protect me again? Since we're on the subject, let me remind you of something. Reaching step 6 might not be a good thing. Once you cultivate righteous qi, you'll become the one who takes on the job to write the historical records for the National Defense War. This is related to the succession of the imperial throne. If you become the person who writes the record, then you're guaranteed a 99% chance of death, so please know your limits. Hearing this, Wei Jun was overjoyed. A 99% chance of death. Awesome. Then I don't need to hold back this time. I'm definitely gonna cultivate righteous qi and conquer this Deng Shushan. Laoshi, if no one can reach step 6, does that mean no one needs to become the writer? Fatty, what are you suggesting? I remember you now, dream on. It's only your turn because the old Hanlon refused. If none of you can reach step 6, then the court will directly help the person in the first place to cultivate righteous qi. The court didn't think about this loophole. I really underestimated the people of this world. They're cautious to a fault. Shengguan Jingfang is hiding his masochistic tendencies. The Qian Emperor, the Ninja Turtle God, even has a backup plan for who to hand the brush to this time. Their methods are much more sophisticated than I imagined. Good, that means my chances of becoming the writer and getting killed are even higher. Then I don't need to hide anything on this Deng Shushan. Wei Jun suddenly shouted. Sorry everyone, first place this time will belong to me. You guys can fight for second place. These words surprised everyone. Wei Xiong, you clearly know that first place is so dangerous. Why are you doing this? Wei Xiong. Why are you choosing death, standing in front of us? He's saying that to protect others. What a friggin' ice-cold Chad. Wei Jun is truly a pillar of the nation. Above, he can directly advise the king without fear of death, and below, he can take care of his colleagues. Facing danger himself, the great Qian needs someone like him. If there's a chance to help him in the future, I'll definitely lend a hand. Such an outstanding young hero deserves to live longer. Wei Jun suddenly felt a chill. What's going on? Why is my back suddenly so cold? I've said everything that needs to be said. Next. Zhu Fenfen then used her magic to teleport these people away, each to their own place, each to their own step. You immediately fall into an illusion when you enter Deng Shushan, right? Ji Judarin. Who do you think is most likely to reach above step 6? Does that even need to be said? It's definitely Wei Jun. I also feel it's Wei Jun, but let's see if he can get through the first level smoothly. Yeah, the first level of Deng Shushan is an illusion. I got stuck on the first level the first time because I wasn't prepared. The second time, I was a bit more cautious and made it to the 7th level. Deng Shushan will seal your memories. Amplify your obsessions and desires. If you can't withstand the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and don't have the determination and courage to go all in, you can't escape the illusion. Hey look, Wei Jun is moving. Wait, something's weird. This speed, this back strength, it's really powerful. Is he gonna break the bed? Something's not right. Zhu Jiju, Huangji, royal sister princess. What's wrong with Wei Jun? This is so embarrassing. How would I know what he's doing? I don't know anything. Don't ask me. Why does his face look so spaced out? This is really strange. How did Wei Jun even enter the illusion? Right now, inside Wei Jun's illusion? Damn, this illusion is seriously awesome. No wonder he's swaying so hard. He's swinging like crazy, haha. Scene change to outside Wei Jun is still swinging non-stop, and everyone is speechless seeing how much he's shaking. Zhu Fenfen. Seriously, Wei Jun. Why is he writhing so skillfully? With this kind of performance, I'm afraid the illusion of beauty at Deng Shushan will create an illusion based on a person's weaknesses or obsessions. I'm curious to see what's going on in this kid's head. After thinking, this auntie uses her skill, sense illusion. Come on, Wei Jun, why are you just standing there? Am I, as teacher, not pretty enough? Why did my teacher turn into that? But I like whoever I want, so what? Then the dude immediately shed his skin like a cicada, stripped off all his clothes. Doesn't matter if it's beautiful or not. What matters is, I can't say no, come to daddy. After seeing the illusion, this auntie's eyes were completely ruined. Zhu Fen. What's wrong? I'm fine. It's normal for Wei Jun to encounter this kind of illusion at his age, as long as he doesn't get too caught up in it. Zhu Jiju. Don't worry too much about this old lady's beauty. I hope he doesn't get addicted. HMPH. I'm not worried about this brat at all. He definitely likes me. You little punk, if you can't even pass the first level, I'll castrate you. Scene change to inside Wei Jun's illusion. Wei Jun, you bastard. You must explain yourself to me today. Huh? What the hell? What's going on? Wasn't I just with my teacher? Why did it turn into Princess Mingzhu now? What happened to her blank face? What's with this outfit? So cute, Princess Mingzhu? What are you talking about? You still dare to play dumb? Don't think I don't know about you and Zhu Fen. So she knows about the teacher, so it's this kind of situation. Mingzhu, I was just acting with her. The person I truly love is you. Hurry up and hold me in your arms. This heart only beats for you. Don't even think about deceiving me. Zhu Fen and me, choose one. Why make the person you like choose like this? A real man? It's normal to have 2 wives and a happy family. We can all live together. Yeah, that shameless thing. Having multiple wives and concubines is garbage that has been swept into history. 1 husband, 1 wife is my principle. If you want to be with me, you can only choose one person. That's right. Princess Mingzhu is the pioneer of the 1 husband, 1 wife reform of Daqian, which is why she is supported by other women. Okay, I understand. From now on, my heart will only be for you. From now on, I will only love you. Wei Lang. I knew I didn't choose the wrong person. From now on, we belong to each other. Damn, so easy to fool? No wonder there are so many good single moms these days. Then let's quickly do the next step. Come here, baby. At this moment, Princess Mingzhu suddenly felt a tingle. What's wrong, Huangji? Why did she suddenly sneeze? It's nothing. Just a sudden itch in my nose. Weird. I suddenly feel like slapping that face. Switching back to Wei Jun's fantasy, someone suddenly kicks the door open and barges in. Wei Jun, you scumbag. Why would you do this to her? I demand an explanation. What? Don't tell me you have something going on with Mingzhu. You better explain yourself today. That's right, we're settling this today. Seeing this, Mian starts sweating bullets. Choose me or her. Can't I choose both? Dream on, you two-timing jerk. Why do you have to make me choose something so difficult? I'm actually sincere with both of you. You're both the women I love the most, the women I've been intimate with. You both love me and care about me so much, I'm so touched. But from now on, please don't say anything. Don't make me choose between you two anymore. I can't accept losing either of you. Absolutely, don't fight over me like this. It only makes me unhappy. For the good of both of you, I'll bear the grievance a little bit. Later, your children will all carry my surname. And also, if something like this happens again in the future, absolutely, don't be angry. After all, I'm just making the mistake that every man in the world makes. After listening to Mian's nonsense, the two wives immediately take action. Die, you womanizer. Wei Jun is about to die, but he's not afraid at all. Instead, he smiles smugly. And that's the end of Wei Jun's first illusion. Wei Jun is awake. He came out and even greeted us. As expected, it's an illusion. It seems my body of perception as the Heavenly Emperor has recovered a bit. My feeling was right. As long as you're killed in the illusion, you can leave immediately. You can't automatically seek death in reality. Seeking death in the illusion is just a small matter. Just like what that Chad said to two women in his past life. If I don't die, who will? Anyway, that Chad is definitely going to die. It seems like Wei Jun isn't interested in this aspect. If he can get out of the beauty illusion so quickly, it proves that he's not a person who indulges in beauty. What does he mean by not indulging in this old lady's beauty? I've remembered this debt. Sishan will become more difficult as he goes higher. This is only the first level. You don't need to praise him so quickly. Only by possessing a noble character, firm determination, and courage to fight to the death can one continue to move forward. How far can this kid go? We'll wait and see. Wei Jun's second illusion is being an emperor, with loyal subjects below shouting in unison, "Long live the emperor, long live, long live." Mipian's head spins for a few seconds. What's going on this time? Am I supposed to be the emperor of this country? Looking at this grand hall, these civil and military officials, this illusion is too real. If I weren't a celestial emperor, I'd definitely fall for it. I already proved in the first trial that as long as I embrace the determination to die, I can pass. So this time, it's still better for me to seek death myself. If I'm the emperor, doesn't that mean I can do whatever I want? Suddenly, Melian's face looks very dangerous. Someone, draft an edict. I want to announce a new policy. A servant says, Your Majesty, what kind of edict do you want to write? The national treasury is empty right now. There have been many droughts. The lives of the common people are very difficult. Some people also need to put out some capital. I don't know what Wei Jun wants, but the faces of everyone here are pale and green. On this side, Zhu Fenfen is equally surprised. Zhu, older sister. What's wrong with you again? This Wei Jun really knows how to think, and has a talent for seeking death. That's right, you can see Wei Jun's illusion. What unexpected things has he done in the illusion? He's currently undergoing a test of power. He obtained supreme power as the emperor, holding the fate of an entire nation. And the first policy he issued was to collect taxes from the cultivation sects. Hearing this, the expressions of these two are no different from Zhu Fenfen's just now. The cultivators of the cultivation world have always considered themselves independent immortals, standing above mortals. Their strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, which determines their extraordinary status. Not only do they not pay taxes, they even want to collect taxes from the nearby mortal sects. Why does Wei Jun want to do such a suicidal thing? Could it be that he knows that dying in the illusion can help him pass? Impossible. When you enter the illusion, all memories will disappear. There's only one explanation for him doing this. That's right, there's only one explanation, and that is, Wei Jun is doing it for the sake of this country. Jeju Darren, Grand Tutor. This matter must absolutely not be spread. Don't worry, I know. That's what I intend to do too. If Wei Jun wants to protect the prosperity of the Daqian Empire, then as a prince, no matter what, I must do everything I can to protect him. Zhu, older sister. This student of mine is really not bad. This Wei Jun, I've chosen him. Zhu Fenhafen quickly retorted. You can't have this man. Do you think I can't give him what he wants? Wei Jun wants to help the world, and I will fully support him. Money, power, beauties. As long as he has the ability, this princess will definitely not be stingy. You misunderstand. I'm not talking about those things. What else could it be for? Just now, I saw Wei Jun issued 2 policies in the illusion, so I saw that Wei Jun has the demeanor of a saint. I admit Wei Jun is very good. But isn't this evaluation from Zhu, older sister, a bit too much? What exactly did Wei Jun decree that would make Jeju Darren evaluate him like that? Wei Jun's second decree was to distribute land equally regardless of wealth, directly ordering the seizure of land from landlords so that the common people in the world would all have land to cultivate, clothes to wear, and be able to go to school. And the third decree was to abolish the emperor system, advocating that everyone is equal. At the same time, he took the money in the royal treasury and distributed it to the poor people in the world. Hearing this, the two were stunned. I originally thought that Zhu Fenfen, I, was the craziest person in the world, but now it seems that I'm not even 1/10 as crazy as you. The things you do, I wouldn't dare to do, even one of them. This Wei Jun isn't just for the prosperity of the country, he also wants to overthrow the nobles and the royal family. I really can't take this kind of person, no one dares to use him. This is just seeking death. You're right, Wei Jun is already about to die in the illusion now. Wei Jun sits on the high throne, but below him are no longer loyal subjects, but soldiers who want to kill him. The soldier leading the troop suddenly spoke. Your Majesty possesses the entire world. With endless glory, wealth, and splendor. You are the true dragon, son of heaven, born to be admired by countless people. I really don't understand why your Majesty wants to rebel. Wei Jun just smiled lightly and replied, Why? Because this is the people's world. No one in the world is qualified to rule over it. Cultivators are not qualified, and emperors are not qualified. Everyone in the world is equal, and everyone can live happily. That's what I want. No one exploited, no one oppressed, a perfect world. Hearing this, the man only exclaimed, Truly a madman, and then ordered the soldiers to attack. Wei Jun was stabbed into a hedgehog. Wei Jun's second illusion ends here. Zhu Fenfen suddenly had some comprehension, and Wei Jun's words echoed in her mind. All beings are equal. So this is the holy path. Zhu Fenfen suddenly flew up, and the heavens and earth seemed to produce strange phenomena. Literary energy soaring to the sky, a natural phenomenon. Could it be that Jeju Darren has broken through again? A moment later, Zhu Fenfen finally opened her eyes. But she only watched Wei Jun's figure as he prepared to step onto the next level, finally realizing something. Equality. Zhu Gerge, did you break through to the semi-saint? Yup, definitely a semi-saint. The two were utterly astonished. This speed is seriously scary. Zhu Gege switched from medicine to literature, and in just 10 short years she's already a semi-saint. A Confucian semi-saint is like a tribulation transcendence cultivator, just one step away from reaching the peak of this world. People in this realm only need to take that one step to ascend to immortality. Zhu Gege, your talent is truly shocking, seriously impressive. As Zhu Jiju's age, your speed might even be faster than the Confucian saints of the past. No, I'm not as good as the saints. Saints achieve enlightenment and educate others on their own, but I'm different. I was enlightened by someone of the saintly path. Is there even someone who can enlighten Zhu Gege's saintly path? Is there even someone like that in this world? Now I wonder what saintly path Zhu Jiju has embarked on. It's the path of equality. The path of equality. Isn't that what Wei Jun showed in his illusion just now? Could it be that the person Zhu Jiju is talking about is? That's right, it's Wei Jun. I never thought I'd comprehend the saintly path because of this little brat. This path of equality infringes upon the interests of many, and the road ahead will be difficult, but your future path will probably be 100 times more arduous than your teacher's. If I let you die in vain, even my saintly path will be shattered. It looks like I have no choice but to protect you this time. Wei Jun has already entered the third level of illusion. This speed has some of Zhu Gerge's flair from back in the day. Yeah, this speed isn't bad. Most people are struggling at the first level, but he's still a bit behind teacher from back then. Next, let's see how many more surprises you can bring. The third level of Deng Shushan. This time he'll play the role of a powerful minister. Wei Jun rebels against the emperor, rejects feudalism, overthrows the dynasty, establishes a republic, the emperor abdicates, and he dies of fright before he can do anything. The third level broken. The people outside are speechless. The fourth level of Deng Shushan, playing the role of a great cultivator. Wei Jun. This disciple of mine has upright character and profound cultivation, completely surpassing me. Today, I, this old man, will follow everyone's wishes and pass the position of Immortal Alliance leader to him. Thank you all for your support. The hell? Who told you to get stronger than me? Take this. You bastard master. Fourth level broken. Fifth level. The great demon Wei Jun prints countless copies of the world's #1 secret technique and distributes them throughout the world so everyone can cultivate. The righteous and demonic paths slaughter each other and he dies. Sixth level. Sect leader Wei Jun doesn't accept offerings and distributes all the sect's assets. Everyone dies. Dies from not flushing the toilet after taking a dump. Dies from laughing too much n+1 times. Wei Jun continuously breaks the illusions. And these people continue to gape, not understanding how he's so fast. It's unbelievable Wei Jun hasn't even embarked on the path of cultivation, right? How can he be so fast? Wei Jun truly has a steadfast mind. Normally, just passing the 6th level is already considered a super genius. Passing before the MTH level, he'll definitely have great achievements as a Confucian in the future. He's constantly passing levels without any obstacles. Just one more level, and he might surpass Zhu Jiju, becoming the #1 on the Immortal Ascension list without the slightest hesitation. Wei Jun is truly the most resolute person I've ever met, but whether he can pass the 21st level is still unknown. Is the 21st level that difficult? Why did senior sister Zhu fail back then? When I climbed Deng Shushan that year, I already had some cultivation achievements. Ordinary illusions couldn't disturb my Dafio heart. So before the 20th step, my speed was a bit faster than Wei Jun's. Until I stepped onto the 21st step, I was still full of confidence. But the truth is, I didn't even realize when I fell for the trick. Only then did I understand. The illusion on the 21st step is completely different from the previous 20 steps. The illusion changes from the very core. A kind of change. A kind of what? You guys also climbed Deng Shushan, so maybe you understand. Before the 20th step, it gives you an identity to let you live as someone else. The identity the illusion gives you is ultimately fake, so it creates a sense of unfamiliarity. As long as your mind is firm, you can detect the abnormality and then escape the illusion. But entering the 21st step, you are still yourself. Initially, within the illusion of the 21st step, I continued forward, forcefully barging straight into the 30th step. At this point, my stamina wasn't enough to pass the level, and I failed. Afterward, I shocked the world with my achievement of reaching the 30th step. After leaving Deng Shushan, the emperor invited me to the Imperial Academy to become a teacher, teaching the world. Eventually, I cultivated into a sage, fulfilling the ultimate dream of my life. Then I was awakened while drooling. The illusion I just described was too real. It even fooled me. This Deng Shushan is really treacherous. In other words, the illusion on the 21st step will transform into the form that the climber of Deng Shushan desires the most, fooling the climbers into failing. Can Wei Jun break the illusion that senior sister Zhu couldn't break? Zhu Fenfen shook her head. I don't know, it's really hard, but being able to be mentioned in the same breath as senior sister Zhu means that as long as he can survive, the Confucianist will definitely have a place for him in the future. Even if he fails, it's still glorious. What if Wei Jun can get out of this illusion? Impossible. Senior sister Zhu with such talent failed, so how could he pass it? I'm just saying, what if? Impossible is impossible. There is no what if. If he can really pull it off, then he truly has the makings of a sage. His talent even surpasses Zhu Jiji. If Dai Qian really has such a monstrous genius, then I, this princess, might even offer myself in gratitude. Don't know why, but I bet that Wei Jun heard that offer myself in gratitude line and instantly broke through illusion #21. Successfully cleared 21. Those two turned to look at Princess Mingzhu with suspicion, only to see Princess Mingzhu blushing, embarrassed by her over-the-top bragging. I have things to do, I'm leaving first. Where are you going, royal sister? Don't tell me you're going back to change into something more, appropriate for offering yourself. Are you tired of living or what? Tell your sister what you heard just now. Aye, guy, something must have bumped me. I suddenly have amnesia. What happened just now, Mingzhu? Don't tell me you forgot already. There's still one more person here. What are you going to do about me? Oh, why must women make things difficult for other women? Your sister loves Mingzhu the most, right? Just now, you suddenly switched to acting like a damsel. Truly, life is just one big performance. Wei Jun gave me the enlightenment to break through. If I can help him snatch the princess as a concubine, my thoughts will be much clearer. A concubine? Does Zhu Jiji have to be so heartless? I have a letter from the sage here. In exchange for Zhu Jiji's favor, can I ask Zhu Jiji to spare Mingzhu? This letter is useless if you keep it. You originally wanted to give it to me as a gift when I became a half-sage, right? And conveniently get a favor in return. Suddenly, someone's voice. Huh. Is Princess Mingzhu getting married? It was Wei Jun who spoke. I just posted on Deng Shushan for a bit. How did it turn into a marriage decision already? Nani? Wei Jun, what are you doing here? Wait, why did everyone go back outside? I don't know either. I was about to post on the next level. Suddenly a light flashed, and I was back here. Everyone probably suddenly came back too, right? Because the time is up. Deng Shushan opens needing resources. The higher you go, the more resources are consumed. Once the resources are exhausted, the time Deng Shushan is open will also end. This time, the resources that Deng Shushan opened don't provide too much, because the imperial court fundamentally didn't expect that someone could pass level 21. Hearing this, the crowd was extremely astonished. The actual what now? Someone passed level 21. Doesn't that mean they surpassed Zhu Laoshi and became the number one to ascend Deng Shushan? We actually have such a monstrous genius among us. Which big bro is it? Let us kowtow to you. No talent here. That monstrous genius is precisely yours truly, so everyone doesn't need to fight with me for the honor of being his scribe anymore. You're overthinking it. People run from this suicide job faster than you can say, boo! Weixiong, how did you pass level 21? Could it be that the illusions you and Zhu Jiju encountered were different? Then what kind of illusion did Laoshi encounter? The illusion tricked me into thinking I hadn't entered an illusion, and was still at level 30. Then I experienced a perfect life in the illusion. The illusion that I and Laoshi encountered is probably the same. If that's the case, how could you get out of this illusion? Even Zhu Jiji failed back then. It's very simple. In the illusion, when I went to level 37, I failed, so I knew it was actually an illusion. Huh. Why did you realize it wasn't an illusion after you failed? Wei Jun replied matter-of-factly. Because I can't fail. Have we accidentally given him a chance to show off? A very professional flex. I'm loving how this guy faked it, till he made it in the previous part. After the Deng Shushan trial ended, our dude accidentally flexed his invincibility by saying he never fails. You two, come over here. I have something to say to you. Alright. What secret do you want to whisper, Zujiji? Whisper. You guys should get a little further away, we're not deaf. Just now, I used the strength of a half-sage to confirm Wei Jun isn't lying. So Yiji is saying that he passed level 21. Zujiji means that Wei Jun really doesn't think he'll fail and isn't just bragging. Why would I lie to this daddy? Of course there can't be any screw-ups. It's actually wrong. Just a world-level wrong. If it really is, as Lord Jiju said, then Wei Jun's talent is still above us. Then this time, Wei Jun can't be allowed to be the scribe. This kind of talent is so amazing, if he dies in political infighting, it would be a loss for the entire Daki. Hearing this, Wei Jun freaked out. The FCK. This dog prince really doesn't have good intentions. He actually wants to cut off my path to death. Those two girls absolutely must not listen to his temptations. That's right, Zishan has actually hit the nail on the head this time. This palace will also fully supervise this matter. You damn brat, why are you stirring up more trouble? Is there something wrong with all of your royal family's brains? Teacher, please quickly control these two bastards, you two. As descendants of the royal family, seeing Wei Jun's actions in the illusion and still wanting to protect him, this setup is way too dignified. I came to you specifically to talk about this, so let's just decide it like that. Wei Jun almost ascended to heaven in anger. You're making a decision, my ass. Is it your turn to decide? No way, I can't just sit still, Wei Jun shouted. Wait a minute, shouldn't you ask the person involved for their opinion, Wei Jun? We're still saving you. Saving me? Saving my ass. You think that if I become the scribe, I'll definitely die. If there are no accidents, you will definitely die. I'm not becoming the scribe. You guys are planning to choose someone from this group, right? Which means letting one of them die in my place. The scribe needs to cultivate the righteous chi. So this matter will probably fall on Lian Tanhua, that outstanding talent with a CT scan head, right? This is Lian Tanhua, who ranked top 3 in the first-class scholars. His cultivation talent ranks second before the third class. So the court will help cultivate the righteous chi, and then let him become my scapegoat. Am I right or not? Yes, someone has to do this eventually, but that person is not you. A gentleman must wait for the opportunity to act. You are different from others, your talent is high, and you will achieve greater achievements than Li Tanhua in the future. Don't worry, this prince will definitely protect your family safely. This palace can guarantee Wei Jun's survival, and he will save even more people in the future. Your sacrifice is valuable. Wei Jun shouted angrily, his face full of rage. Arrogant! You want to save me, so in the name of saving more people you are sacrificing others? You all see human lives as grass, without any value. Hearing this, everyone fell silent and thought, Wei Jun, you still don't understand much. You don't know that sometimes people have to make choices in life. Of course I know that people need to make choices in life, but what education has always told me is that heaven appoints a person with great responsibility, and first makes his mind troubled, his muscles and bones strained, his body starved, and makes him suffer poverty, making everything he does go wrong so as to shake his mind, to make his temperament patient, and to increase his talents. The sages never told me life's about sacrificing others to save yourself. Nor did they say I can sacrifice others to save the rest, acting like I'm doing them a favor. If you guys really want to save me, then become the scribe yourselves, and I'll respect you. If you want to get my gratitude by sacrificing others, I advise you to scram. Everyone comes out of their mother's womb, and it's everyone's first time being alive. No one is better than anyone else, and no one in this world was born to be sacrificed for others. A real man has things he will do and things he won't do. Sacrificing others to protect himself is something a gentleman doesn't do. Suddenly, a mysterious light gathered around Wei Jun, and heaven and earth seemed to show an unusual phenomenon. Light radiating from his entire being. This is an anomaly. Could it be that Wei Jun is so fast? Isn't it supposed to be the next day? Why did Wei Jun cultivate righteous chi so quickly, while still at Deng Shushan? Brother Wei cultivated righteous chi so quickly, plus those words he said below Deng Shushan are truly earth-shattering. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't listen even if I died, but if it's you, I'm willing. Having said that, he started crying with tears and snot running down his face. What the heck, what are you willing to do? Don't say such weird things. What's wrong with the men in this world? Why do they keep holding other people's hands, Brother Wei? What I mean is, I want to become the scribe for you. I didn't expect my acting to bring so much trouble, Brother Lai. You must remember, in this world, apart from your parents, there's no one worth sacrificing your life for. Everyone only has one life, and your parents worked so hard to raise you, you definitely can't let them down by trying to be filial to others. Li Tanhua cried and wet his pants. Brother Wei, if you ever need me anywhere, just say the word. I will definitely not refuse. From now on, my parents are your parents, and my wife is your wife. Dude, your wife is still your wife, I don't want to be your bro, and your parents are still your parents. You can take care of their retirement all by yourself. You can tell at a glance that this guy has the potential to be a bootlicker. Maybe he really could die for me, but I have to draw a clear line with him. Brother Wei, you're being too obvious. Is it because you offended the princess and the prince that you're deliberately distancing yourself from me? Brother Wei, There's no need to pretend to be distant with me. I won't distance myself from you because I'm afraid of them. Although I'm just a Tanhua, my Lia family is also a family of great scholars, and we won't let anyone bully us. Please don't say anything more. I just simply want to stay away from you. Forget it. I won't say much to you. I'll just avoid you from now on. Getting down to business is more important, teacher. This student is willing to contend for the pen with the National Defense War. Please grant my request, teacher. Wei Jun. I saw everything you just did. You're very good. It's as if you taught me the unity of knowledge and action. As expected, you have the qualities of a sage. My holy path is the path of equality. I used to think that Wei Jun was more valuable than Li Tanhua, which was completely deviating from equality. If Wei Jun hadn't reminded me, I would have really gone down the wrong path. Sigh, I owe him another favor. Since you've already decided, then you can have the pen. But if you're not mentally prepared, even if I help you, I might not be able to fully protect you. Wei Jun calmly replied. This student is not afraid of death. Very good. You're really very good. Alright, then you can go back. Come directly to the Hanlin Academy tomorrow. The others stay. I'll treat you to dinner later. Why aren't you inviting me? The others have been eliminated, so I want to comfort them a little. You can go home and eat by yourself. So Wei Jun just walked away like that. The crowd watched Wei Jun's figure, thinking in their hearts, in my life, this is the first time I've seen such a true gentleman like Brother Wei. He's the role model I'll follow for the rest of my life. Wei Jun's inner thoughts at this moment. That's too much. A top scholar like me, you invite people to eat but don't bring me along. This world is so poor, I can only go home and munch on steamed buns, Mingzhu, Zishen, want to grab some food together. Not this time, we still want to... Alright, just now at Dengshushan, Wei Jun made you guys lose face, didn't he? If you want revenge, just come at me. The heck would we dare? But if you dare to make a move... Behind Wei Jun are Dragon Lords and Phoenix Sovereigns. It's not like I wouldn't dare to kill. The killing intent of a demi-saint is terrifying, so Zhu Jiji kept these people around to witness this moment. She probably wants everyone to know that behind Wei Jun is a demi-saint protecting him. Rest assured, Jeju Darren, having a talented person like Wei Jun is an honor for our country. We won't attack him because of a few disrespectful acts. It's just that the patriotic war is truly too deep. I'm worried that even Jeju Darren can't protect him. Then I'll risk my life for justice. I believe Wei Jun has this awareness too. Oh right, you guys don't know, do you? Wei Jun's righteous qi wasn't obtained by going up Dengshu Shan. Hearing this, everyone was surprised. It wasn't obtained by going up Dengshu Shan. Then where did the righteous qi come from? That's right, normally, only the second best genius can sense the righteous qi obtained through Dengshu Shan. Could it be that Wei Jun's talent is so strong that it shortened the time? No. You're overthinking it. Righteous qi obtained from Dengshu Shan won't cause strange phenomena. Only righteous qi that is self-realized causes strange phenomena, leading to the movement of the heaven and earth's righteous qi, forging the azure heart of righteousness. Self-realized righteous qi. Isn't that just a legend, Jeju Darren? How can you be sure that Wei Jun self-realized righteous qi? Auntie Zhu Fen smirked. Because the last prodigy to self-realize righteous qi was me. Haha. All of you sitting here are trash, of course you wouldn't understand. Why did you ask this question? You're building her a flex for no reason. Zhu Jiji is arrogant to this extent. Everyone who praises her is responsible. Doesn't Ji always praise her too? Who told her to be strong? Just like that, today's events quickly spread through the mouths of the newly promoted Hanlin Academy members. The news that Wei Jun was about to become the 10-year scribe of the patriotic war, along with Wei Jun's reputation as a fearless gentleman, spread throughout the world, causing countless people to praise him and stirring up commotion everywhere. Scene change to wonderful soundhouse. Brother Wei, welcome. We've all heard about you criticizing Princess Mingzhu and the second prince and then becoming the scribe. Ha ha ha, that's truly satisfying. Come, let me and Miss Meng toast Brother Wei. Before, we acted together with Sheng Guang Gongzi and tricked him. Please forgive us, Gongzi. This little girl will finish this first. You didn't just find me today to tell me these things, did you? Just say what's on your mind. There is indeed something I want to ask of Brother Wei, but it's a bit difficult, and will cause Brother Wei to offend quite a few people. Hearing this, Wei Jun was overjoyed. Tell me about it, Brother Wei. You want to investigate the truth about someone? Brother Wei. Investigating the patriotic war alone is definitely not enough. You definitely need to establish a team behind you. So, I want you to appoint a Lord Bai, a person with innate talent and a very meticulous mind. He is absolutely a top expert in the area of investigating cases. So, you're helping me. What's so difficult about that? The problem is that Lord Bai solves cases too impartially, so he has offended quite a few people. Many want to kill him. If Brother Wei wants to use this person, it's very likely you'll be implicated. Implicated? That's absolutely awesome. Very good. Fairness is naturally the first principle to value when solving cases. Just who is this? Lord Bai, I definitely have to meet such a talented person once. Does Brother Wei know the 4 great arresters? The 4 great arresters. So you want to introduce me to the 5th member of the 4 great arresters. How do you know that the 4 heavenly kings have 5 people? Isn't that common knowledge? Common knowledge. We don't know though. Brother Wei is indeed an extraordinary person, to even be able to guess this point. In fact, Lord Bai was originally the leader of the 4 great arresters. Unfortunately, when solving a case, he offended someone he shouldn't have, so now even his name is about to become a taboo. Wei Gongzi, I advise you to think carefully. The waters behind this Lord Bai are very deep. Meng Gunian, you're overthinking it. Can the waters be deeper than the Great Patriotic War? This is really uncertain. This Lord Bai is a bit strange. Strange. I heard a celestial being once divined his fate, said his fate was that of a heavenly lone star. When Lord Bai was just born, that celestial being said he would bring death to all his relatives and friends. And as a result, strange things really often happen to those around him. So when he was young, his parents abandoned him. Later, he was adopted by someone else. After growing up, he entered the 6 doors and became the #1 divine constable in the world. But as long as someone was targeted by him, their entire family would be wiped out. Wherever he investigated, people would die. Even those around him could hardly escape, often dying without a complete corpse. Lord Bai's 5 former partners all died while investigating cases. The 6 doors once did the math. Lord Bai had only directly killed 7 people. Most died passively. A total of 1287 people died because of him, so those who know this call him Death. After listening, Wei Jun seemed to tremble. But it probably wasn't from fear, but from being too happy. Isn't this ability similar to my little grass friend? Holy crap. This time, I've definitely picked up a treasure. Actually, I'm also a bit conflicted. From my personal point of view, I hope Wei Xiong can help Lord Bai. But you becoming a writer is already 9 deaths and 1 life, and if you add Lord Bai, it's really 10 deaths and no life. Not to mention Lord Bai has offended others, one of the leaders of the righteous sect, the Chengsheng sect. Chengsheng sect. The national preceptor's sect of origin. That's right, His Majesty has bestowed upon this person the title of Honored Supreme Elder of the Chengsheng sect. Wei Xiong, do you remember I once reminded you of people you can't offend, right? Sects of the cultivation world absolutely can't be provoked, but Lord Bai is very daring. Because of a case of a commoner girl being assaulted, he actually investigated it all the way to the Chengsheng sect. He ignored the National Preceptor's office's warning, and directly brought the National Preceptor's direct disciple to the 6 doors for a public trial. In the end, that disciple was revealed to have killed 800 people, pushed an old woman into the sea, and committed rape. What a total pig. The Lord sentenced him to be beheaded on the spot. As a result, no one dared to execute him. Lord Bai, in his anger, had no choice but to become the executioner himself, personally beheading this evil scum. From then on, Lord Bai and the National Preceptor became mortal enemies. It's said that it was because Princess Mingzhu pleaded for him that he survived. Afterward, the National Preceptor's office made a statement to let him live, but to make him like a homeless dog, living worse than death. After that, although he retained his position in the 6 doors, everyone from top to bottom isolated him and didn't assign him any tasks. Lord Bai completely became an invisible person. Wei Jun angrily slammed his hand on the table. Damn it, these bastards are so arrogant. The dignified #1 divine constable of Dakian. Yet they dare to treat such a talented person like this. As a constable, what's wrong with diligently investigating cases? What's wrong with punishing evildoers? Are we really going to bury him just because of some rumors and coincidences? Are we really going to let him, because he upheld justice fairly, be buried like this after being retaliated against by the powerful? If we let such an upright person like Bai Darren live a miserable life, it would be a misfortune for the entire country. No one dares to approach Bai Darren, right? Great. Then this Bai Darren is mine now. Seriously, Wei Xiong is the real MVP. You just said what we were all thinking. If this Bai Darren knows, he'll definitely go all out to help Wei Xiong. Gongzi is righteous and unafraid of power, truly worthy of being called a Junzi, gentleman. If that's the case, Bai Darren can finally break free from the 6 doors. Many thanks to Wei Xiong for your righteous help. What are you talking about? Maybe I should be thanking you. Could you introduce me to more professional talents like Bai Darren? The Imperial Court only allows you to choose 2 professional talents to join your team, and you also need to find experts as bodyguards, but I really can't help you with that. That's great. It would be a huge hassle if you actually found me a super expert. Then we'll just wait for the Imperial Court to assign someone. The Qian Emperor has ulterior motives. He definitely won't assign me a real expert. He might even send in a spy. When that happens, I'll curse the damn Emperor in front of the spy every day. Even if the Qian Emperor is a Ninja Turtle god, sooner or later he won't be able to stand it and will chop me to death. Haha. That's one hell of a plan. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first. I still have to go to the Hanlin Academy to take up my post. Wei Xiong, don't rush. You're the center of attention in the whole city right now. Someone must have seen us meeting. We should still put on a little show. A show? What kind of show are you planning? Shengguan suddenly punched himself really hard. Ouch. This guy deserves an Academy Award. Shengguan Gongzi is just acting. You hit way too hard. We can't fool those guys if we don't make it real. Shengguan tensed his glutes, sucked in his cheeks, slapped himself hard, and then jumped out the window to complete the process, finally falling straight to the ground in front of many people. Well done, Wei Jun. I won't let you get away with this. You actually dared to lay a hand on me, you smug little prick. You really think I can't deal with you? You're so smug even when you're about to die. Just, you wait, you won't even live for a few days without me doing anything. Let's just wait and see. Wasn't that the playboy Shangguan Jingfeng just now? He wanted to make peace with Wei Jun, but Wei Jun beat him up instead. Wei Jun has successively ascended 21 levels of Deng Shu Shan, cultivated righteous qi, and become a cultivator. Maybe Shangguan Xingfeng was afraid, so he wanted to beg for peace. But how could Wei Jun become friends with this kind of person? Hey, Wei Jun did a great job. Wei Jun is a true gentleman. A toast to Wei Gongzi. Was it really necessary to go that far? Does this guy have some mental issues? Shangguan Gongzi is actually a very interesting person. I guess he's been enduring it for a long time. Huh. What do you mean Shangguan Gongzi's father is the prime minister? Managing the world on behalf of his majesty, you could say he's second only to the emperor? If the prime minister's son also had intelligence and ability, the power of the Shangguan family would increase even further. But this made his majesty suspect whether the Shangguan family might rebel, so in order to protect himself, for the sake of his family, and for the sake of the world, he could only hide his talents and pretend to be useless, and that's why he has such special hobbies. His special preferences, like, he enjoys being abused, enjoys being scolded, and even changing his initial stance. My junior sister actively pursued him for half a year, and he wasn't even tempted. Junior sister is also very beautiful, and has a talent for sword dancing like fan dancing to Vin Hao music. So Shangguan Gongzi doesn't like women at all. Is that a possibility with Shangguan? I'm not sure. But maybe your junior sister should learn how to use a whip a little. How to use a whip? Definitely a soft whip, and you can also add leather outfits and candles. What are you saying, young master? You understand. Miao Yin Brothel is, after all, a place of pleasure. Of course I've heard of it before. On the contrary, it's you, Gongzi, who clearly hasn't experienced the world yet but understands so much. Hey, it's all thanks to Zhu Laoshi for teaching me. She said we should probably learn a few things to avoid going down the wrong path. Truly worthy of being Jeju Darren, definitely not taking the ordinary path. Meng Gunyang is so naive to believe that, at this moment, Auntie Zhu Fenfen suddenly felt a chill. Her premonition was telling her that someone was smearing her name. Why hasn't that Wei Jun kid been told that today is his first day at the Hanlin Academy? Is he out flirting again? Wei Gongzi, actually I have a favor to ask of you today. What is it? Could you please go out with me? Holy crap, we've only met twice. Has my charm stat reached its peak already? I must also explain the reason. The cultivation technique I practice is special. I must find a man to entrust my feelings to. You, Gongzi, are a true gentleman, the best choice I've met. No wonder I thought Meng Gunyang didn't seem like a man-crazy woman, but I won't do anything that doesn't benefit me. I need to ask clearly, is there any danger in becoming her emotional anchor? Will there be many people chasing after her, and they will beat me to a pulp? Of course not. Our lineage's identity is ordinary, and I'm not a frivolous woman. But even if there are troubles, I will solve them. I absolutely cannot let Gongzi be in danger. Then you must repay me with your body. Become my wife. Gongzi is joking. We're just dating. Damn, helping should get you laid, otherwise, FCK it. Pure love. What's the point of loving if it's like that? Bye-bye. Suddenly, someone came out from inside, saying, I didn't expect Wei Jun to be that kind of person. We misjudged him. Shiji, whips and candles, shameless. Daring to leer at my Shiji's beauty, how dare you? Stinky men. Most men in this world only pretend to be gentlemen in front of me, but Wei Jun is straightforward. I'm starting to like him more and more. Shiji, is your brain broken? He doesn't even bother to pretend, proving that he doesn't care about you at all. Many people care about me, but do I like them? Wei Jun certainly doesn't care about me, but only someone like that is qualified to be my emotional anchor. Only heroes are known for being romantic, and I didn't give him what he wanted, so he turned and left. That's something any normal man could do, Shimei. Pass down my order. Our people must do their best to protect Wei Jun, and not let anything happen to him. I absolutely cannot let this man get away. The next day, Wei Jun obtained the Book of Righteousness, Hao Ran Zheng Qi, and the Righteous Pen of the Chronicles, Ji Lu Zheng Shi, from Zhu Fenfen. At the same time, he also received his appointment to the Hanlin Academy. Hanlin Compiler, even though it's just a low-ranking 6th grade official, but now, when meeting officials higher in rank, his position is equivalent to the Imperial Envoy Dai Ye, possessing all the authority to investigate materials. When it comes to the person chosen for the writing team was Zhu Fenfen, Bai Chen Kuai. Why can't I have her? I didn't suggest using her. She is the person of Mingzhu Gongzhu. If you use her, will let you feel you are still leaning towards Mingzhu Gongzhu. Lao Shi, I think you are worrying too much. The War of National Defense is related to the inheritance of the throne, and both Mingzhu Gongzhu and I hope to find out the truth of the War of National Defense, so no matter what I do, I will be seen as being on the same side as Mingzhu Gongzhu, right? I totally know that. What I mean is, you and Princess Mingzhu shouldn't get too close. If you had to pick between the second prince and Mingzhu, I think the second prince is the safer bet. Master, are you underestimating Princess Mingzhu? Again, Mingzhu's talents and abilities are way better than the second prince's. Princess Mingzhu is a real badass, but getting too involved with her is risky. Mingzhu might always look cute and smart on the outside, but her personality is ruthless, and decisive. During the National Defense War, she had her personal maid, who grew up with her, disguised as herself, leading her direct lineage personal guard battalion to carry out a mission to strike the enemy. They successfully lured the enemy's main force into an ambush location, where the real Princess Mingzhu led the army to decisively launch an assault, ultimately wiping out 50,000 enemies, instantly reversing the fierce battle situation in the combat zone. This textbook-level annihilation battle also proved that Princess Mingzhu has entered the ranks of top generals in the world. Princess Mingzhu is a grand commander whose outstanding achievements are breathtaking, but Mingzhu's personal guards were all wiped out in this battle, and it was still the #1 outcome. A heartless commander who sacrifices anyone for the greater good. I understand what kind of person she is, but this kind of behavior is normal for royalty, right? It's even a necessary quality for a commander. Aren't you afraid of being sacrificed by Mingzhu for the greater good? As if I'd be so lucky. If she could pull that off, I might consider making her a heavenly consort. Master, no matter how Princess Mingzhu treats me, I don't care. What I'm doing has nothing to do with her. I'm just investigating the truth as a writer. Then why are you so righteously claiming it's for justice and fairness? That answer is exactly the same as hers back then. Now you see it here too, right? Hearing Wei Jun's answer, how do you feel? This is Bai Qingxin, the #1 detective in the world. Turns out she's an idiot just like I was back then. Qingxin, you've changed. Do you even know what I've been through? Single-mindedly solving cases, but being called a death god, facing the estrangement and ingratitude of colleagues, enduring death threats from the powerful. But you just heard it, right? Wei Jun said the words you once said. Don't you feel like there's still hope for the future? Hope. There is no hope. Hearing that answer, I just feel like laughing. I was so ridiculous back then. This princess doesn't think it's ridiculous. Back then you did something that no one else dared to do. Isn't that badass? Then, can the princess answer my question from back then? Where's the justice will prevail you talked about? Princess Mingzhu remains silent. Let me answer for her then. Justice will of course prevail, because only those who hold supreme power can represent justice, and failure means losing everything. Qingxin, I know you've completely lost hope in fairness and justice, but this is really important to me. You might be the only one who can pull this off. So, join Wei Jun's squad and help me get to the bottom of what really happened during the National Defense War back then. You saved my life from the Imperial Advisor, I owe you one. After we finish this, we'll be even, okay? Even Steven. But little does Bai Qingxin know, this stubborn Wei Jun is about to stir up a crazy storm in her life. Besides me and Wei Jun, the imperial court will probably assign someone else as a guard, right? Exactly. Actually, the chosen one is already decided. It's eunuch Lu Qian, the Grand Supervisor of the Directorate of Imperial Sacrifices. The Directorate of Imperial Sacrifices. One of the most powerful agencies in Dacian Dynasty. It's a special ops force, the Emperor's crucial tool for monitoring the realm. After the National Defense War, the power structure of the Dacian court changed drastically. Countless officials and agencies were replaced. Only the Directorate of Imperial Sacrifices never lost its footing. And this Lu Qian is an exception, continuously served as a confidant to both the late Emperor and the Qian Emperor, firmly holding the position of Grand Supervisor of the Directorate of Imperial Sacrifices. This Grand Supervisor Lu Hua is so firmly entrenched he must be relying on the Qian Emperor, right? So he's pretty much Princess's enemy then. A dog of the Qian Emperor is definitely going to be considered an enemy. Then that old eunuch must be following the Qian Emperor's will by arranging the 9th adopted son for Wei Jun, Lu Yuanhao. What? The Lu Yuanhao from the rumors. Scene change to Directorate of Imperial Sacrifices. Foster father, are you looking for your son? You're here, 9th. Wei Jun's writing team is short of a guard. You're in charge of that. You just need to protect him with all your might, nothing else. The Grand Supervisor of the Directorate of Imperial Sacrifices, Lu Qian, he is writing about Wei Jun. The court's taste in people is truly awful. This is clearly not wanting to deal with it properly. Everyone in the capital knows that name. The biggest loser, guts of a goldfish, hasn't dared to step out of the palace in 5 years. The disgrace of the Directorate of Imperial Sacrifices, Lu Yuanhao. This is a suicide mission, foster father. Wei Jun has offended His Majesty. How can I, this weakling, protect him? You can't just watch your baby go to his death, foster father. Stop yelling. Sending you is His Majesty's idea. But if your strength was even a little better, your reputation even a little better, this wouldn't be your turn. I feel like I'm being used as a shield by His Majesty, because I'm a useless bum, I'm worthless, I deserve it. No one loves me. But foster father, your baby can't die right now. I still have an 80-year-old wife at home, an unweaned kid, and an unfinished dream in my heart that I must watch Vitamin Comics videos. You little rascal, go report to Wei Jun tomorrow. Otherwise, disobeying the imperial decree is also a death sentence, foster father. Why did you kick him away? Did he do something wrong? No, His Majesty sent him to do some work. His Majesty sent him to work. Doesn't His Majesty know his useless reputation? This is Grand Supervisor Lu Yuan's adopted son, Lu Yuanhao. Of course, he knows. His Majesty wants him to do something bad. The next day, at the Hanlin Academy, the two professional partners have arrived in front of Wei Jun. Bai Qingxin's face is gloomy as if lifeless. What? The #1 divine constable in the world, Master Bai, is actually a woman. Whatever, doesn't matter. Looking at these sad eyes, this gloomy aura, worthy of being a bringer of death, perfect. Satisfaction of acceptance, 100%. Look over here, someone just said this. Lu Yuanhao is the shame of the Directorate of Imperial Sacrifices. Those listless eyes, those silly smiles, that cowardly aura, constantly exuding the aura of the weak. With such a rookie guard, my safety will definitely not be guaranteed. Having such a team is truly amazing. Lord Lu, our safety, including Lord Bai's, all depends on you. Lord Wei, you overestimate this humble one. Lord Bai is known as the Grim Reaper. Even if she killed me, I doubt I could protect you. How about we just stick to fishing? I'm experienced in that. If you want to fish, go fish yourself. I will investigate all the facts of the National Defense War. Doing so will kill you, Lord Bai. Don't you know who you're up against? I don't care. I'm just doing what I should do. Is this fat spy trying to stop the investigation already? Looks like I should provide you with some intel. Newly appointed Fumang. Lord Bai is absolutely right. Having joined the scribe's team, investigating the truth is what we should be doing. As for who we're up against, if it's not as important as the truth, so what if we go against His Majesty's will? In Wei Mu's heart, the people are most important. The country second. This can't be delayed. Let's start working immediately. First thing is to sort out the files related to the National Defense War. Lord Wei, if you're looking for death, don't drag me down with you. I have a young mother above me, and an old wife below. You cultivate the virgin boy skill, and all the kids Headlu adopts are orphans. Lord Wei, you can order me to do anything else, but I'm afraid I can't help with sorting files. I just mentioned fishing, and Lord Bai wasn't happy. Now, with the first task, you already want to slack off. Bai Qingxin casually replied, I can't see anything, Lord Bai, who messed with your eyes. It was a long time ago, because I drank a cup of Mingzhu Princess's tea. Your eyes are because of Princess Mingzhu. How is that possible? Didn't Princess Mingzhu save you? Wei Jun tapped his chin, understanding something. So that's it, that's the condition the national teacher gave you in exchange for your life, right? A pair of eyes for a life. Worth it, isn't it? This is the cruel reality outside the Deep Palace. Lord Bai enforces the law fairly, without doing anything wrong. Why did she have to suffer such a fate? Does this world still have laws? What is the law? Literally, the law is the law of the royal family, Lord Wei. Watch your words, you can't say things like that carelessly. Right now, there might be many people watching us. HMPH. Aren't the people watching people? This fatty's acting is pretty good. Too bad. I'm so smart, I saw through you as a spy for the Qian Emperor with one glance. But, if there really are others watching, wouldn't it be a waste not to add some spice this time? Then let's continue to improvise. Teacher Zihu once said, a life without shameful deeds fears no ghosts knocking at the door at midnight. If the great Qian dynasty can't even tolerate someone telling the truth, then this nation should just perish while it's still early. These words greatly surprised them. Fatty Immortal was scared shitless at this moment. Lord Bai has the people at heart, enforces the law fairly. What's wrong with that? To let a responsible person end up like this is the shame of the great Qian. This kind of court is the greatest enemy of a prosperous nation. Oh man, I'm gonna die young. Someone save me. I don't want to die, Lord Lu. Whether people are watching us now or not, I want you to use the shortest time possible to spread my words throughout the capital. Right now Lord Bai is working on my team. I absolutely won't allow anyone to hurt her. Wei Jun grabbed Bai Qingxin's hand and declared to the world, the enemies of Lord Bai, Wei Jun, will take them all on. Hearing Wei Jun's words, Bai Qingxin was deeply moved. Holy crap, this Wei Jun is really courting death. This time, we're really dead. But why does listening to this conversation give me a sense of burning passion? Is this what true manliness is all about? Vidaren? Osa, term of respect? You really don't have to be indignant on my behalf. I've offended too many people. Something really bad might happen. Hearing this, Wei Jun didn't fear but laughed loudly. Haha, Vidaren, my teacher Zhu Jiju once taught me a poem. Inside there are two lines that I really like. Draw the blade and become one. Never betray my youthful head. To have my head chopped off, so be it. I despise death. Bai Qingxin couldn't contain her emotions and burst out. This is the first time someone is willing to use their life to protect Bai Qingxin, and it's also the first time she longs to see someone after being blind. Her heart, frozen by the cruel reality, has begun to melt. At this moment, just like Lu Yuanhao guessed, many people are watching them through the eyes of the Lan Tianjing. In the Judicial Affairs Department, Wei Jun dares to speak like this. This is the first time I've met someone so bold. Haha, that's for sure. If he doesn't even have this little bit of guts, how can he be a court scribe? The person he's facing is the emperor of the entire Daqian. The Imperial Academy. Draw the blade and become one. Never betray my youthful head. What great verse. No wonder I could write such lines. But why don't I remember when I wrote them? In the Imperial Palace of Daqian, everyone is watching Wei Jun and his group. What does royal older sister think of Wei Jun's words? I'm watching second brother perform. Don't make it difficult for royal older sister. Bai Qingxin is royal older sister's person. Wei Jun is speaking up for royal older sister. Of course, royal older sister isn't in a position to comment. This squinty-eyed dude is the son of the Qian emperor, the fourth prince. But Wei Jun is spouting nonsense in broad daylight, smearing the royal family, trampling on the laws of the kingdom. According to me, he should be executed by law. Amen must be happy to hear this. According to me, Wei Jun should be executed by law, right, royal older sister? You two simpletons. Sucking up to father emperor too much. You don't know your place. Jun Yi Qian, I've been putting up with you for too long. Don't think you're so great just because you're a few years older. Why are you always so cold to me? Seeing this, Qian Zichen sensed something was wrong. Zichen quickly slapped the squinty-eyed dude. Shut up! Can you even call royal older sister by her real name, royal older sister? Don't be angry, you know, this old man has never had any brains. Don't worry, I'd sully my hands hitting him. Not everyone deserves to be personally taught a lesson by me. What a hothead. Does that mean I do deserve it? No wonder it's me, second brother. Is there something wrong with your brain? Didn't you see Wei Jun turning against you? He's opposing our Daqian royal family. So many high officials are watching. If we don't punish this Wei Jun, where will the majesty of our royal family be? Hearing this, Zichen slapped him again. What do you know? If you don't speak, no one will say you're mute. HMPH. Sure enough, there are idiots, even in the royal family. Right now, who knows how many eyes are watching these three? Today's events will definitely spread. His Majesty sent so many high officials, and the three of us, to observe this Lantian mirror together. He must be waiting for our attitude too. In addition, Bai Qingxin's situation will also be made public very soon. And because she strictly adhered to her duties and offended the powerful, if the royal family is indifferent to her situation, the high officials in the court and the generals in North City will all have a sense of immunity from death. At that time, who will still be loyal to the royal family? Therefore, no matter what, today I must represent the Daqian royal family. Since the founding of the dynasty by the founding emperor, there have been countless crises. What did we rely on? The abilities and intelligences of the princes and grandsons, the majesty of the royal family, or the ethereal and illusory fortune of the heavenly Tao? No, none of these. We rely on the selfless dedication of countless patriotic and people-loving warriors. These people may not be loyal to the royal family, but in their hearts they have a constant sense of great righteousness. They are the most loyal people to this country. Some patriots only talk the talk. That kind of patriotism is just a slogan. Then there's someone like Bai Qingxin. She's been beaten black and blue by harsh reality, so she's overlooked any affection for the nation. She deserves the Daqian, but the Daqian has failed her. After everything she's been through, asking her to be loyal to the royal family, we'd be shameless. And then there's another type of person. They see it all clearly. They know the selfishness and indifference of those in power. They see through the dirty tricks and backroom deals of politics. But they still use a heart of burning passion to give their all for this nation, for the common people. That's what's called a patriotic scholar. And Wei Jun is just such a scholar. Blindly assassinating Bai Qingxin has bummed out so many people. Kill another Wei Jun, and you think you're sucking up to his majesty. You're just digging a grave for our royal family. Half a day later, Wei Jun's impromptu performance spread throughout the capital, and so did the words of Princess Mingzhu. The people clapped and cheered. Then 3 imperial decrees were issued to 3 places. Princess Mingzhu was awarded 10 pearls, the 4th prince was confined for 3 months, and Wei Jun was awarded a Shangfeng sword with the power to execute first and report later. Mother Schaefer? Mingzhu? I swear we're enemies for life. I'm gonna go chop someone to death right now. What's wrong, Lord Wei? Calm down a bit. Wei Jun gripped the Shangfeng sword, his hands trembling. He's probably happy, Lord Wei? Why aren't you happy at all? This is the Shangfang sword. Our safety has another layer of protection now. Happy? How am I supposed to be happy? Can't you see I'm shaking with joy? Mingzhu, you just wait. Alright, I've almost finished looking at the Hanlin Academy's records. The Imperial Academy still has a bunch of important documents. Let's go over there and take a look. Want to go out? Wait a sec. Going out like this is too dangerous. The 3 of us are in the spotlight right now. We need to disguise ourselves a bit, Lord Wei. This is a treasure of the Lanjianzi, Ga armor. Wearing it makes you immune to blades and spears, fire and water. It's a weapon for self-defense. This is a treasure of the Lanjianzi. Mobility shoes. These shoes contain a spatial magic array. Wearing them allows you to briefly teleport through space. They're essential for escape. And this is my proudest creation of my entire life. Isn't it just a plain white flag? What's so great about it? It's not for surrendering, is it, Hehe? The enemy will definitely think so, but in reality, I had my foster father carve a killing array inside it. Just wave it 3 times. And ordinary cultivators will be instantly obliterated. Why does this fatty suddenly seem a bit reliable? Could it be that he really wants to protect yours truly? No. Yours truly wants to die. It's not over yet, Lord Bai. This is for you. Lord Wei, put this on too, and this will definitely come in handy as well. 15 minutes later? Okay, maybe it's barely enough. Next time, I'll ask my foster father for a bit more. Did this guy get his isekai into here from somewhere with Doraemon? A moment later, the 3 went out to investigate. I thought Lord Lu was the one who would drag everyone down, but now it seems that Lord Lu is indeed a guardian deity. With these things from Lord Lu, Half the cultivators in the world probably can't threaten us. Hearing Bai Qingxin say that, Wei Jun was extremely worried. Holy SHT, half that many, damn, this fatty is awesome, but the fatty looks scared as hell, only half. Isn't that too tragic then? I'm still so young, I have an 80-year-old wife above me, and a young child below me, damn it, doing undercover work but not meeting the standards. Yours truly wants to return the goods. Lord Lu, do you have a fear of women? Why are you keeping so far away from Lord Bai? Don't you know Lord Bai is known as the Grim Reaper? Getting close to Lord Bai at any time could mean death. It's just rumors spread by people. You're a cultivator, for goodness sakes, don't be so superstitious. Lord Wei, you are so naive. I've read Lord Bai's file. People really do die wherever she goes. Trust me, you might misname someone, but you never give them the wrong nickname. Wei Jun flicks him on the forehead. Fatty, stop being so delusional. It's one thing for outsiders to misunderstand Lord Bai, but we're on the same side. If I hear you spreading rumors about Lord Bai again, don't blame me for being rude. Remember, rumors are unfounded. Hearing this, Bai Qingxin's face fell, feeling embarrassed right away. A moment later, the three of Wei Jun arrived at Lanzi Nation, but something was off. Quick, put out the fire. The Kangshu library is on fire. Someone has been burned to death. Go save them. The librarian is dead. Quickly go get Zhu Jiju. The three of them stood there frozen, not understanding what was happening. Quick, put out the fire. Quickly get water. Where did Master Zhu go? Can't find him. Report to the authorities first. Put out the fire. Put out the fire. The librarian can't be saved anymore, burned beyond recognition. After a while, the fire was gradually extinguished. The Kangshu library burned down right after we arrived. What a coincidence. It really is a coincidence. The Kangshu library is a good place to store records. I guess the records related to the National Defense War have been burned, right? Of course, it's not just a coincidence. The Guozijian has countless cultivators stationed there, and Teacher Zhu is also a top demi-saint in the world. To be able to do this under her nose, this person must be a super expert. A super expert runs to set fire and kill a poor librarian. Shameless scoundrel, flatterer. Why not come and kill me instead? I'm easy to kill. High-ranking but dumb as a rock. The people from Guanjia are here. It's the Liushanmen. In the distance, 3 people are coming to investigate too. That's Meng Jia. Lord Bai, can't you see her? There are many ways to distinguish a person's identity. You don't have to rely on Meng Jia's eyes. Who is she? She's one of the 4 great divine arresters of the Liu Shanmen, and is now widely known as the #1 female divine arrestor in the world. Number 1. Don't be ridiculous. Our Lord Bai is number 1, the others are just ranked 2nd. Just empty fame. I don't care anymore. Lord Wei doesn't need to mind it either. Wait, is she aiming in our direction? Suddenly, Meng Jia, her face full of anger, shouted, Bai Qingxin, you pay back my grandfather's life. Just a pure stroll. Suddenly a fierce girl rushed over, saying menacingly as she walked, Bai Qingxin, you pay back my grandfather's life. Liu Yuanhao shouted tremblingly. Oh no, Meng Jia's grandfather was cremated alive by the librarian. She cultivates killing techniques, and has a very bad temper. I'm afraid she wants to eliminate people today. Lord Wei, we should still avoid her. Meng Jia rushed over with a fistful of anger. Pay with your life, Bai Qingxin. In full swing, Wei Jun gently put his face forward, hand against his sword, face indifferent, without any intention of resisting. Meng Jia suddenly stopped her fist. He arrogantly looked at Meng Jia indifferently and said, Are you trying to touch my people? Meng Jia awkwardly retracted her hand and said, Wei Jun, this has nothing to do with you. Please get out of the way. I'm just looking for Bai Qingxin to settle the score. Wei Jun didn't budge, hand still firmly against the sword, and replied, Lord Meng, even if you lost your loved ones, you can't talk nonsense like that. Lord Bai has always been by my side. She and old man Meng's death have nothing to do with each other. But Meng Jia shouted back, How can that be? How can it not be related? Who doesn't know that Bai Qingxin is the Grim Reaper, bringing casualties wherever she goes? If Bai Qingxin hadn't come to Guozijian today, my grandfather wouldn't have died. Hearing these words, the people around started gossiping again. So that's Bai Qingxin. I know her. Her fate is that of a heavenly killer. I told you, how could anyone die in the Imperial Academy? Turns out death came calling. Seriously, if you know you're going to bring bad luck, have the decency to not run around causing trouble. No self-awareness at all. We better stay away from her. The old sayings really aren't wrong. Even a semi-sage can't withstand her fate. Just go home. Stop going around harming people. The passers-by kept spouting harsh, unreasonable words. Little did they know, those words had become Bai Qingxin's psychological shadow for so long. Hey, her inner demon cackled at her bleeding wounds. See their wagging tongues. This is the world you once believed in so much? This is the righteousness and fairness you worship? In the end, besides going blind, what did you gain? Accept me, Bai Qingxin. Just take one step forward, and we can merge into a true death, so these rags can feel the truest death. Outside, Meng Jia was still screaming violently, continuously spewing malicious words, attacking Bai Qingxin's spirit. See that? Everyone knows Bai Qingxin is a jinx. She's killed so many people. Now she's killed my grandpa. She shouldn't even be alive. That thing that only brings bad luck? She shouldn't have been born. she'd be better off dead. Struck by the attack, Bai Qingxin momentarily lost her mind, about to step into the darkness, resigned to be swallowed by it. But the sound of a sword handle tapping Meng Jia's head brought her back to reality. That painful tap stunned everyone. Bai Qingxin looked at Wei Jun in confusion. Clutching her head in pain, Meng Jia stepped back. Wei Jun, how dare you hit me? Wei Jun's eyes flashed with threatening anger. What if I hit you? If you dare say another stupid word to Lord Bai, I'll use this imperial sword to cut you into pieces. Don't worry, my sword is so sharp, I bet I can chop you a few times. The gossiping crowd broke out in a cold sweat. Getting slapped in the face in front of so many people is just too much. The hot-tempered Meng Jia actually held back. Why waste words? That's the imperial sword, representing the emperor's power. If you don't want to get exiled early, shut your mouth and watch the show. Wei Jun turned to the gossiping crowd. Recite the fancy eulogy. I know the cruel truth, that good people aren't always rewarded, and that loyal heroes and good generals don't have happy endings, but I really can't understand you cowardly lot. Why, when heroes are in trouble, do you badmouth them so eagerly, making them feel disheartened? Have you ever thought about whether it's fun to kneel and be someone else's dog your whole life? Meng Jia was both angry and helpless because she couldn't hit Wei Jun. Bai Qingxin was protected for the first time, and all the walls within her suddenly crumbled. Tears streamed down her face as she bit her lip, trying not to cry, she thought. It's a pity Wei Jun didn't appear during the time I was in the darkness. Otherwise, I wouldn't have awakened this dark side. The shadow underneath grinned. Ha ha, what a pity you were so close to agreeing to merge with me. But suddenly, at this moment, she made a decision. Take a step into the darkness, willingly, letting the darkness swallow her. Feeling the shadow consuming her, she laughed, both happy and pained. What Wei Jun is doing is too dangerous. I need power to protect him. Moreover, only by merging with you can my eyes be healed. I really want to see what he looks like. Inside, Bai Qingxin was gradually turning dark. Outside, Wei Jun kept provoking Meng Jia, watching her clench her sword in anger, about to draw it, which amused him even more. Excellent. I just love an unruly wild horse like you. Draw your sword. Bravely step forward and chop off my head. But contrary to what he imagined, she loosened her grip on the sword and started breathing deeply, regulating her emotions. Wei Jun was surprised by this move. She actually held back. I thought she was used to killing. Guess I underestimated her. After calming herself down, she threatened. Wei Jun, don't be so arrogant. If it weren't for the Shangfang sword, you'd be a corpse right now. This threat ain't gonna work on a guy who's practically begging to be 6 feet under. She says if it wasn't for the Shangfang sword, so if I don't say anything, it's like it never happened. Then, surprising everyone, he offered his neck and said, Here, my neck is right here. Go on, chop it. Don't you dare let me look down on you. Meng Jia was both angry and embarrassed, trembling with rage, her voice slightly shaking. Lord Wei, I didn't mean to target you. You killed him. I am Bai Qingxin. Why do you have to stand up for her? Wei Jun maintained his posture and snorted coldly. HMPH. What a waste. I thought you were a big shot. I've already offered my head for you to chop, and you still don't dare. Then, he picked up the sword and stood up. Meng Jia said aggrievedly. Lord Wei, why do you humiliate me over and over again like this? I have no grudges against Lord Wei, so why must Lord Wei insist on making an enemy of me? Wei Jun concealed the smile on his lips, thinking to himself, she's not willing to accept it. As expected, this kind of hot-tempered person can't stand being humiliated. Looks like there's no chance of getting killed anymore. Then, he put away his smile, replacing it with a cold, unpleasant look. What kind of trash are you to be worthy of me making an enemy of you? I just can't stand you guys twisting the truth and bullying my people. The gawking commoners, upon hearing this, exclaimed, Don't you all know how Lord Bai has always been as an official? Did all your studies at the Imperial Academy go to the dogs? Meng Jia's face turned black with anger, and she shouted, Didn't you receive guidance from my grandfather? My grandfather's body is not even cold yet. And you dare to humiliate me like this. You are so intent on protecting Bai Qingxin. Are you worthy of him? The crisp sound of a slap tore through the air. Wei Jun's hand gently sent a loving greeting to Meng Jia's cheek, causing all words to stop as she received the affectionate slap, leaving her shocked on the spot. He said, This slap is on behalf of Old Man Meng. Precisely because I received teaching from Old Meng, I must hit you even more. The hot blood in Meng Jia's body boiled, and she grabbed Wei Jun's collar, roaring and questioning, Wei Jun, do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Don't push people too far. Hearing her say, push people too far, Wei Jun said with a look of disgust, Lord Meng, you are one of the 4 great arresters. Surely your brain isn't so waterlogged. Let me tell you, how did the Kengshu Pavilion, Tangshu Lu, burn down? Seeing her speechless, he continued, someone deliberately set it on fire, right? Because they knew that I was coming to the Kengshu Pavilion today to find information about the National Defense War. Why did it end up like this? Tell me, isn't that a coincidence? I bet it's a coincidence. Moreover, the information related to the National Defense War must have been burned to ashes, right? Why don't we go in and take a look together? The shinobi behind him hurriedly reported. Reporting, my lords. When I was putting out the fire just now, I confirmed that all the information related to the National Defense War has indeed been burned to ashes. Hearing this made it even easier for Wei Jun to corner her, and he continued to question, "Don't pretend anymore. I can guess all of this. As one of the 4 great arresters? Couldn't you guess it? Meng Jia, I ask you, was your grandfather burned to death by someone?" When he heard her admittance, he continued to ask, "Was the arsonist Bai Qingcheng?" Even though she didn't want to, she still had to grit her teeth and admit, Bai Qingcheng didn't do it. Wei Jun pressed his advantage, continuing to ask Meng Jia, "Then tell me, who was the arsonist?" Meng Jia clenched her fist, resentfully saying, "It's the person who doesn't want the truth of the National Defense War written into history." Wei Jun moved closer, looking deeply into Meng Jia's wavering eyes, and continued to ask, "Then who is it that doesn't want the truth of the National Defense War to be written into history?" Seeing her biting her lip in silence, he became even more interested, thinking to himself, now the road has been paved successfully. Next, all that's needed is another spark. Thinking of this, he immediately put pressure on Meng Jia. "What's wrong?" "Don't dare to say it, Meng Jia. In fact, you've known who the real culprit is who killed your grandfather for a long time, right? It's precisely someone you can't afford to provoke, and even more so, you don't dare to provoke. Afterwards you vented all your resentment onto Bai Darren, because you felt that she had offended countless people, so she was easier to bully. The brave, in anger, draw their swords against the strong, while the fearful, though angry, draw their swords against the weak. You're just trash, only knowing how to bully the weak." Each word was like a slap straight to Meng Jia's heart, but it still wasn't enough. Wei Jun spoke more and more vigorously, with no intention of stopping. "What, did I hit a nerve? Want to off me to silence me and cover up the evidence? Is that right? Fine. My neck is here, my head is here, my heart is here. Don't dare to avenge your grandfather. If you can't even off me, then you're just trash among trash." Although he was verbally attacking her, his eyes were expectantly looking at Meng Jia in front of him. "Come on, make your move, hurry up, give me a quick and clean death." Meng Jia poured all her emotions into her fist, slamming it hard onto the ground along with a loud shout, wanting to release all the pent-up feelings in her heart for so long. The whole space fell silent from then on. After a moment she spoke, breaking the silence, and tears were already streaming down her cheeks. "Wei Darren is right, Meng Jia is indeed trash, only knowing how to bully the weak. Bai BB, I'm sorry to you, Wei Darren. Thank you for slapping me awake. I will definitely repay this kindness." Bai Jia sobbed, as she apologized to Bai Qingxin. "Although on the surface I said it's okay, you are also a loyal person who is very pitiful, and in the end you are broken. But deep down, it is difficult to forgive her. What's the use of apologizing? The damage has already been done anyway. Only by not placing the other person in your heart can you avoid being hurt." Wei Jun behind her bit his lip to suppress his anger, letting the scene in front of him get all wet and melodramatic, but his heart still couldn't help but curse. They're all liars. What kind of killing technique? Hot temper. She's scamming me. Telling you to kill me and you don't? Trying to whitewash it? Bad review? Qingxin's expression didn't change as she said, "The Kangshu Lu was burned, and Xiaojing Ren was killed. This is a major case that shook the court, but Meng Lao was the second best master of the Guozijian. The strength and background capable of killing him are profound and unfathomable. Whoever investigates this matter will die." Hearing this, Wei Jun's eyes shone brightly, excitedly. "Whoever investigates will die. This is too much my type," Zhu Fenfen then spoke. "This isn't something you guys can get involved in. If the documents of the National Defense War have already been burned, then there's nothing for you guys to do here." Hearing this, Wei Jun immediately had a question. "Is Laoshi ordering us to leave? Where is Laoshi going?" "Why are you only coming now?" Fenfen replied. "Writing poetry in the Sanyu study." The Sanyu study is the domain space that Zhu Fenfen uses Huarangenki to condense. Cultivating in it is even more beneficial than in the outside world. Then, she rested her chin on her hand and murmured, "Lead the way to success, not disappoint youth." If you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten that I had such a poem. Wei Jun, you're not bad either, remembering the poetry that Wei Shi wrote so clearly. But it's strange that I don't remember the last 2 lines. Wei Jun could only laugh it off, saying, "Haha, anyway, the poem is good, and there are a lot of old people. Forgetting a few lines is normal." Hearing this she nodded. "That seems right. After all, I can only write good poetry. Forgetting it is no big deal." Hearing this, Wei Jun suddenly wanted to take back what he had said earlier. "Sorry, my bad. I shouldn't have given you a chance to show off." Bai Qingxin pouted, frowning in annoyance. "Old Meng is dead, and yet Zhu Jiju still has the mood to talk about poetry? Doesn't that seem a little off?" Zhu Fenfen waved her hand dismissively, saying indifferently, "All right, I still have to handle the aftermath. You all go back now. Shoo, everyone else, scatter." Bai Qingxin watched Zhu Fenfen's retreating figure, saying suspiciously, "Is Zhu Jiju lying?" Hearing this, both Wei Jun and Lu Yuanhao reacted in surprise. Perhaps Lu Yuanhao reacted most strongly. He immediately turned around, looking at Qingxin. Could it be that Zhu Jiju killed Old Meng? In the entire Guozijin, only Zhu Jiju would have such ability. Moreover, killing someone silently suggests the killer is likely an acquaintance. Heavens, have I stumbled upon a huge secret? Zhu Jiju, is he gonna silence me? Lu Yuanhao asked blankly. Wei Jun, right? Are you guys thinking the same as me? Seeing his appearance, Wei Jun glanced at Bai Qingxin beside him, saying, Lady Bai, do you think this fatty is pretending to be dumb, or is he actually dumb? Bai Qingcheng also felt she should reconsider. She avoided Wei Jun's gaze, looking thoughtful. I didn't see anything. Seeing her a bit sensitive, he quickly said, Sorry, I misspoke. Bai Qingxin turned to Meng Jia and asked, Can you give me a memento of old Meng? Meng Jia quickly rummaged through her pockets. I found this on me. It just so happens to be a jade pendant my grandfather gave me. Qingxin took the jade pendant, examining it carefully, her beautiful lips slightly curving into an amused smile. How interesting. I've discovered a secret, but if I say it, someone might die. Hearing something like this would appear to make someone excited immediately, Wei Jun eagerly asked, What secret is it? Bai Qingxin replied, Zhu Jiju met with old Meng before he met with us. The aura of the dead and the living are different. Based on the time and speculation, perhaps old Meng is still alive. Lu Yuanhao was so surprised his mouth hung open. Lady Bai, you're amazing. But how are you so sure? Drawing from experience, Bai Qingxin didn't explain much to him. She looked at him with an aloof gaze, saying, The world of big shots is too profound and complex, you wouldn't understand. Wei Jun beside her echoed, Lady Bai is the #1 divine constable of the world. Discerning whether someone is lying is a basic skill. Lord Lu doesn't need to be surprised. Hearing Bai Qingxin's explanation, Meng Jia was also somewhat excited. She had somewhat guessed Qingxin's meaning. Are you saying grandfather is still alive? Over here, Zhu Fenfen stood on the steps and spoke up. I didn't expect you would perform a play of killing yourself, old man. Hearing this, he could only sigh. Old Meng, holding a brush, was slightly surprised to see her appear. The waters of the Venquanac War are so deep. I've been in charge of the documents for so many years. In the eyes of many people, I've been dead for a long time. If I didn't actively disappear, then I might really die. Fenfen approached old Meng's writing desk, asking, The documents have been burned. Really burned. He wrote while answering, As long as everyone believes it, even if they weren't burned, they would only be fake. Having gotten to this point, even if those people don't know I faked my death, they probably won't risk coming to kill me anymore. Zhu Fenfen spoke of the speculation in her heart, each word like an affirmation. You have long had the accumulation of a half-saint. The reason you haven't broken through is because you've lost your spirit. Sacrificing for righteousness is the spirit of a saint. Having been guessed correctly, old Meng chuckled wryly. You think I really want to break through to half-saint, but I still want to live more. Afterwards he explained, I'm doing this not only to save myself, but also because I want to save Wei Jun's life. The more he knows, the closer he is to death. He's a good seed. I don't want to watch him walk down a path of death. Zhu Fenfen's eyes flashed with sharpness. She affirmed, Wei Jun is different from you. He isn't afraid of death. Saying this, she returned to her gentle appearance, a soft smile, saying to old Meng, That's right. Your matter has been discovered by someone. Old Meng, this time you're surely done for. Hearing her say this, old Meng slammed the table and stood up, shouting, What did you say? How is that possible? I was so careful, she smirked, saying, Just now, I overheard their conversation. Bai Qingxin really lives up to her reputation as the #1 detective in the land. She figured out the fake death scheme. Then, Zhu Fenfen waved her sleeve, quickly bringing everyone here, and she said it in front of so many people. Everyone who was suddenly teleported wasn't too surprised. Except for Lu Yuanhao and Meng Jia, who stared in shock at old man Meng, who was alive and well. Meng Jia was stunned on the spot. Grandpa, you're really still alive. Seeing that he had been exposed to so many people, he no longer tried to hide it. He sighed helplessly. Sigh. These youngsters are really something. I thought my plan was flawless. Wei Jun glanced at the gloomy old man Meng, thinking, Old man Meng is a great Confucian scholar who fears death and burned the library. If the truth is revealed, people will despise his character. At that point, even if old man Meng has an immortal body, he will die. Then, he looked at Bai Qingxin behind him, feeling sorry for old man Meng. All I can say is that he has bad luck. Running into Detective Bai Qingxin. If it were anyone else, his plan might have succeeded. Meng Jia knelt down and apologized. Lord Wei, Lord Bai, please be merciful and spare my grandfather a way out. I, Meng Jia, am willing to be your ox and horse, to repay your great kindness. Bai Qingxin looked at Meng Jia kneeling on the ground, her face cold and unresponsive. I just spoke the truth. I didn't do anything wrong back then, but no one pleaded for me. If no one felt sorry for me, why should I feel sorry for them? She said I'm only responsible for investigating the truth. Whether or not it is made public depends on Lord Wei's decision. Wei Jun stood indifferently to the side, observing. Seeing his name being brought up like that, he had no choice but to shake his head and say, Forget it. Let's pretend we didn't see anything. Hearing this, Meng Jia thanked him profusely. Thank you, Lord Wei, for your mercy. But Lu Yuanhao was puzzled. Lord Wei, why are you letting this go so easily? I don't understand. Wei Jun began to explain. Old man Meng has guarded the library for so many years. If he doesn't have merit, he at least has been through hardship. Moreover, more than half of the students at the Imperial Academy have been guided by Old man Meng. Old man Meng's virtues live up to his status and position. Lu Yuanhao still didn't get it, and asked, but how is faking his death to escape a crime? Wei Jun half closed his eyes and looked at Yuanhao, saying, no one died, did they? At most, it's just deceiving the emperor. Just deceiving the emperor? Isn't that punishable by death? How boring, he continued to explain. Old man Meng simply wants to live. He didn't do anything wrong. He's just like us. Because of their duties, some are forced to bring disaster upon themselves. When faced with danger, some sacrifice themselves for righteousness, while others cling to life and fear death. But there's no need to condemn those who are just trying to survive. We just need to maintain our respect for those who sacrifice themselves for righteousness. Moreover, using one's own moral standards to demand things of others is also immoral. After processing everything, he fell into contemplation. If this matter continues to be investigated, it's hard to say whether Old Man Meng will die or not. His reputation is destined to be ruined, but exposing him won't make me a better person. Why do that? Isn't it just a waste of time and immoral? Meng Jia suddenly knelt on the ground again. Lord Wei is truly a righteous gentleman. From now on, I, Meng Jia, am yours. He looked at her and said, if you want to thank me, just do more good deeds in the future. If I wanted you to repay me, I wouldn't be worthy of being the righteous gentleman in your heart. Who needs a bodyguard with your kind of strength? That useless Lu Yuanhao is better. He turned to Zhu Fenfen and said, Laoshi, please take us out. We still have a lot to do. Very quickly, she took everyone out. With a very light wave of her hand, Old Man Meng behind them respectfully said, today, Meng owes Wei Jun a life, holy beings above. One day Meng will definitely repay it with his life, protecting him thoroughly. Even though I still want to live, I want to learn Wei Jun's courage and self-sacrifice. If only one of us can live, I will definitely choose to sacrifice myself without any regrets. At this moment, Wei Jun didn't know that his security detail had gained another loyal follower. Looking at his back, fearless of heaven and earth, always standing tall and upright, she couldn't help but smile secretly. Such a Long Yi, no wonder he's the man I have my eyes on. He's really handsome, even more handsome than I imagined. The three of them held a small strategy meeting. Wei Jun spoke to his two companions. Lord Bai, Lord Lu, go ahead. Where should we start next? Bai Qingxin replied. I suggest we first report the situation of the patriotic war that everyone knows about. Lu Darren, at the surveillance tribunal, you've probably seen a lot of content regarding this, right? Lu Yuanhao chuckled, vaguely making up a reason. I cultivate every day and rarely inquire about important matters of the surveillance tribunal. Just hearing that, I know I can't rely on you to solve the problem. Don't pretend. You said you cultivate for only an hour each day. Hearing this, Yuanhao scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, before meeting Wei Darren, I really did look at some intelligence regarding the War of National Defense, but my authority wasn't enough, so I only found out a little bit. Wei Jun encouraged him. It's okay, that little bit of yours is still more than I know. Hearing this, Yuanhao finally agreed to tell. Then let's start with the surveillance tribunal, which I'm most familiar with. My father-in-law, Chief Steward Lu, personally raised 9 children. Except for me, because I'm young and weak, I haven't been sent to the battlefield. During the 10 years of the War of National Defense, my adoptive father and 8 older brothers have always been active on the front lines. In those 10 years, the casualties of the surveillance tribunal reached 40%, second only to the Mine Soldiers Corps and the Vanguard Battalion. 2 of my 8 brothers have already disappeared, 2 have been crippled, 4th brother and 5th brother fought and passed away in the desolate battlefield, 3rd brother has been in a coma until now, and 7th brother has become disabled. Speaking to this point, he shouted assertively, the surveillance tribunal monitors the world, of course. It's a family of loyal martyrs with such glorious history. Wei Jun wondered, then why is its reputation so bad now? Then, Bai Qingxin also asked curiously, is it because the majority of the surveillance tribunal now don't dare to point their spears at the enemy, but aim at their own people instead? Hearing this, Yuanhao replied in confusion, it's not the fault of the tribunal priests. I'm just following the duties of the surveillance tribunal. Wei Jun coldly said, the surveillance tribunal is just a blade. Which way the blade points still depends on the one wielding it. Blaming the blade like that feels a bit unreasonable, Lu Darren. Rest assured, as long as the surveillance tribunal truly makes great contributions, Wei Mu will definitely write the truth, absolutely not favoring any forces or slandering the surveillance tribunal. Hearing these words, even the biggest idiot would feel warmth in their heart. He stepped in front of Wei Jun, bowed, and said, Lu Mao, on behalf of everyone in the surveillance tribunal, thanks Wei Darren. Wei Jun also clasped his hands politely to show respect, saying, it's just what I should do. No need to thank me like that. If anyone should be thanking, Wei Mo should thank all the predecessors of the surveillance tribunal who bathed in blood and fought for 10 years, thanks to which Wei Mo can now peacefully read books freely. Watching the 2 young men bowing back and forth politely, Bai Qingxian rested her chin on her hand and said, "Can you two stop thanking each other? Acting like strangers. Hurry up and continue talking about the War of National Defense." Lu Yuanhao paused awkwardly for a moment and continued the story. Before the War of National Defense, the Daqian was thriving, the country was peaceful, and the people all felt proud to be subjects of the Daqian. The resources of the continent where Daqian resides are very abundant. The sea is vast. Although people often go overseas to cultivate, no one has ever discovered a civilization equal to Daqian. Therefore, Daqian has always regarded the Celestial Dynasty as its residence, thinking that the small countries around it are not worth mentioning. Until sturdy ships crashed into the battleships of the Western Continent Allied forces attacking Daqian. The Western Continent Allied forces possessed weapons that we had never known. These weapons possessed extremely terrifying damage. The Daqian army was scattered as soon as they approached. This gave the Western Continent Allied forces great confidence, and they even declared that they would level Daqian within half a year. Of course, they quickly paid the price for their arrogance. After all, our Daqian is not to be bullied by just anyone. Regarding what happened later, you probably all know it. After some reverse historical whitespace, Wei Jun felt enlightened with new knowledge. So, the Western Continent is all about science and technology. Just talking about equipment and weapons, the Western Continent, to the Daqian, which was in the era of crude weapons, was a complete blow. It's a pity that this empire with cold weapons climbed the cultivation tree. Wouldn't the Western Continent be so powerful if they used their own blood to cultivate? Thinking of this, Wei Jun then asked, "There are some things I don't understand. Although the weapons of the Western Continent are very good, they can't be a match for cultivators, right? Why could this battle be fought for 10 years and still be so tragic?" Lu Yuanhao explained. In addition to good weapons, the opponent also has an army with extraordinary strength, and the opponent also has top powerhouses equal to ours. Hearing this, Wei Jun was immediately curious. Does the other side also have cultivators? Yuanhao racked his brain. They didn't seem like cultivators, but they were ridiculously strong. Like, impossible to tell who was stronger. Wei Jun propped his chin, pondering. Walked on 2 legs. If that's the case, maybe we, Daqian, weren't a match, right? Hearing that, Yuanhao quickly explained. No way you could say we were a bit stronger. Our top-tier powerhouses completely overwhelmed them. Originally, we were going to win the war real quick, but at the crucial moment, a god showed up in their camp. According to the records from back then, that so-called god was their real body descending from the heavens. Bai Qingxian frowned, thinking, "We've only just investigated the War of National Defense, and it's already involving the heavens. In Daqian, the heavens are just an ancient legend." Wei Jun leaned back, musing. "So you're saying it could be the upper realm after ascension? To this heavenly emperor, it's just a bunch of slightly bigger bugs, not worth mentioning." After telling the untold story of history, Lu Yuanhao said to Wei Jun, "Wei Darren, this involves the heavens. Aren't you being a little too calm?" Wei Jun just shrugged. "So what about the heavens? Didn't we win the War of National Defense in the end? Even their true god wasn't our match, so why should I care? I heard we were almost about to invade the Western Continent. It's all because His Majesty personally led the troops and messed up the commands halfway through, which caused the current situation." Lu Yuanhao whined, on the verge of tears. "Wei Darren, you can't say that. His Majesty just wanted to boost morale, that's why he did that." Hearing that, Wei Jun scoffed. "My ass. If he didn't have the dragon aura protecting him, I'd suspect he was a spy sent by the enemy." Speaking of which, who was it that led the Chechen army to victory before His Majesty took over command? This person must know a lot about the War of National Defense. We need to find him. Looking at their expressions, it seems like they both know who it is. Bai Qingxian replied. "Wei Darren, he's been dead for a long time, but you probably know him too, since your father was a staff officer under him. He was the head of the Yang family back then. The legendary General Yang." He furrowed his brow, thinking, "General Yang? Huh. I've got a vague memory. A character of that level? Why didn't I know when he died? Isn't that a bit unusual? Anyway, I don't care how he died, but I'm just letting you all know." Lu Yuanhao continued. "Back then, His Majesty was ambushed and issued an order to retreat, but General Yang was covering His Majesty's rear, so he got surrounded, clearly outmatched." Wei Jun's face darkened. To cover up His Majesty's embarrassment, Yang's death wasn't made public. Not only that, but later, Yang's eldest son, Yang Daleng, publicly questioned His Majesty's succession to the throne, and I heard he even colluded with evil deities. He wanted to kick His Majesty off the throne, but His Majesty, out of respect for the late General Yang's merits, didn't pursue the Yang family to the end, but he still sentenced Yang Dalang to death, and everyone in the Yang family became commoners. Later, when the Yang family declined. At this point, Wei Jun slammed his hand on the table indignantly. The peace was established by the general, but he wasn't allowed to see the peace. What a joke, so shameless. Wei Jun had made up his mind. He said to Yuanhao and Qingqin, "I've decided the investigation into the War of National Defense will start with the Yang family." Suddenly, at this moment, a faint light emanated from Wei Jun. Glancing at the light, he cursed inwardly. "Why am I breaking through again? Is this righteous aura blind? I'm just pretending to be serious. Why is it so easy to get stronger? This is so annoying." Chapter 28 33. Elsewhere, when Lu Qian heard about Wei Jun's affairs, he became very interested. Wei Jun wants to investigate the Yang family. This little brat is not bad, he really has guts. Lu Yuanhao teared up, his face looking extremely moved. Godfather. Wei Jun is indeed a true gentleman. He can still die old. He's even older than Zhu Jiju. I really can't take it anymore. I beg you, please transfer me back. I really can't do this anymore. Why don't you send eldest brother instead? He's more talented than me. Taiju, suddenly dragged into this, bristled like a kitten. You brat, Lao Ju. I've cherished you brothers for so many years. Seeing his two precious sons bickering, Xiao Pengzi, as their father, felt a headache. He had to intervene. Stop making a fuss. Taiju has a lot of things to do. Yuanhao is obligated to go for this. The problem is that we're investigating the Yang family right now. If Bai Qingxin is involved, I'm afraid it'll implicate that organization. Hearing this, Taizu's expression turned serious, and he said, Are you talking about the Iron Blood National Salvation Society? Yuan Hao was also taken aback. The Iron Blood National Salvation Society, founded by the former Crown Prince. The Iron Blood National Salvation Society is known as an organization built single-handedly by the former Crown Prince for the National Defense War. They were patriotic heroes with ideals, and also members of the former Crown Prince's faction. The Iron Blood National Salvation Society's ideals were to have a strong will and be full of sacrifice, including the former Crown Prince himself. All members personally went to the battlefield. They fought desperately, forgetting themselves. Their strength won the respect of the people under the heavens. It was an honor for those with ideals to join the Iron Blood National Salvation Society. But an organization so respected by so many, after the former Crown Prince disappeared, almost all of its members were exposed and died for various reasons. Could it be that His Majesty made a move? After all, the former Crown Prince's prestige and reputation threatened His Majesty's throne too much. Lu Qian looked at Yuan Hao and added, Yang Dashuai and his 3 sons were all members of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society. If Wei Jun makes a move from the Yang family, it's hard to guarantee that it won't involve the Iron Blood National Salvation Society. Hearing this, Yuan Hao wondered. But they're all dead. Right now, the Yang family and the Iron Blood National Salvation Society probably have nothing to do with each other anymore, right? Lu Qing'an shook his head. I don't know, but if Bai Qingxin is involved, we'll find out soon enough. Father believes that the Iron Blood National Salvation Society will contact Wei Jun and Bai Qingxin, but they have been in hiding for so many years. How could they reveal themselves so easily? Lu Qian explained. Under normal circumstances, of course they wouldn't show up, but now that a talent like Wei Jun has suddenly appeared, how could they not invite him? With Wei Jun's performance, I'm afraid he will accept. Their obsession might also be extremely happy to join them. If it really involves the Iron Blood National Salvation Society, then His Majesty will have to personally take action. Lao Ju, you are being watched by many people. Maybe something will happen on the way when you go to the Yang family tomorrow. You should also pay attention to yourself. Also, keep a close watch on Wei Jun and Bai Qingxin. If you discover any trace of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society, report to me immediately. After receiving the order from his father, Lu Yuan Hao quickly left. The next day, the 3 of them strolled through the bustling streets. Yuan Hao handed Wei Jun a scroll and said excitedly, Wei Daren, this is the information about the Yang family that you need. Rest assured, the information from the Surveillance Bureau is guaranteed to be authentic. Wei Jun happily accepted the scroll that Yuan Hao handed over. Not bad working efficiency, Lu Daren. Just in time. Before we go to the Yang family, I want to learn more about their situation. He quickly opened the scroll with joy, but when he read the contents, the smile quickly disappeared, replaced by an indescribably gloomy expression. The Yang family, the leading generals of the Daqian, have continuously made contributions throughout the ages, and their illustrious military exploits have helped them stand firm in the Daqian for 3 generations. The Yang family's heritage, 5 famous generals were passed down through the generations. Yang Dalang led the Vanguard Battalion, achieving remarkable military exploits, had a life-and-death friendship with the former Crown Prince but ended up being friends with the enemy, and was executed by the Qian Emperor. Yang Erlang's aptitude was ordinary, but he still chose to join the army, fighting and dying in the 3rd year of the National Defense War. Yang Sanlang and Yang Dashuai were made extinct by the Qian Emperor, dying even before the National Defense War. Zhang Nuyang Fei Lan joined Ming Zhugongzhu's women's army, and fought to the death in the 9th year of defending the nation. Yang Dashuai had 3 sons and 2 daughters, but only the youngest daughter of the Yang family survived in the end. The remaining 4 people, including Yang Dashuai, all sacrificed their lives for Daqian, staining the glory of the Yang family with their own blood. 3 generations of Wu generals, staunchly defending the nation, leaving behind righteousness and history. The 6 strategies and 3 tactics are praised by the emperor. After reading, Wei Jun was even more determined. I must get justice for the Yang family. Even if this matter doesn't benefit me, I'll definitely do it. We can't let heroes shed blood and tears. This is the foundation of a nation. Bai Qingxin quietly listened to what Wei Jun read, and then she spoke. I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The Yang family not only offended His Majesty, but Yang Deshuai also had a feud with the Chang Shengzong's leader in the cultivation world. In the beginning, many people from the Chang Shengzong died under Yang Deshuai's command. That year, the Chang Shengzong also participated in the War of National Defense, and later their supreme elder was appointed as the imperial advisor by His Majesty. The Yang family has declined to its current state, not only because His Majesty is unhappy, but also because they offended the Chang Shengzong. Mentioning Chang Shengzong, Wei Jun showed undisguised disdain. Chang Shengzong, huh? Isn't that the Chang Shengzong that calls black, white, and bullies the weak awesome? I originally wanted to cause them trouble. I've been annoyed by them for a long time. Hearing these words, Bai Qingjin blushed unconsciously. Although everyone knows that the male lead doesn't mean anything by saying that, she doesn't think so. Does he want to seek justice from Chang Shengzong for himself? I've only just merged with my dark personality. Even if I'm not qualified to be the imperial advisor's opponent, self-defense should not be a problem. Wei Lang, you wait for me. I won't let the people of Chang Shengzong hurt you. As the three were peacefully strolling down the street, their peace didn't last long before a quarrel broke out somewhere. A shrill scream of a weak girl came, attracting the attention of Wei Jun's group. Let me go, you pervert. Looking over, they saw a young man with a very indecent appearance, holding a girl's hand and lifting her chin, with a lewd and happy smile saying, Little beauty, don't be so shy, come play with this young master. Wei Jun looked at the scene before him, and felt a sense of familiarity. What's going on here? Why is this scene so familiar? Are the playboy nobles of Daiqian lacking in creativity or something? What a coincidence. We also want to go to the Yang family, and we just happen to encounter this scene. This play is a bit abrupt. We better not interfere. We should still focus on the main thing. With his last experience, he decided not to interfere in unnecessary matters anymore, and just planned to turn a blind eye and leave. But Yuan Hao was not like that. His face looked worried as he looked at the girl. That's not right, Wei Darren. That woman is the fiancée of Yang Sanlang of the Yang family. During the marquis selection that year, she and Yang Sanlang didn't have time to get married before Yang Sanlang fought and sacrificed on the battlefield of national defense. Even though the Yang family declined later, this girl still insisted on going to the Yang family to guard her chastity for Yang Sanlang. Until now. Hearing that, Wei Jun's decision to turn a blind eye turned into concern. The 5 generals of the Yang family fought hard for the country, yet they are being humiliated like this. This beast is doing such a thing. Very quickly, Yuan Hao popularized more information for Wei Jun. He is Ji Dangtian, one of the 4 great playboy young masters of the capital, who usually has a hobby of teasing married women. He is so arrogant because of his father, who is the current head of the military, Ji Shuai. Ji Shuai was promoted by Yang Deshuai back then, becoming a capable deputy. After Yang Deshuai passed away, Ji Shuai was the military leader, loyal to Tiandi. That's how he got to his current position. Bai Qingxin behind him also showed indignation. Ji Dangtian is also a disciple of Chang Shengzong. Because of Ji Shuai's reputation, Chang Shengzong accepted him into the sect. Ji Shuai's always been the protective type, and Chang Sheng's sect is a big deal. Ji Dangtian's got a background even stronger than a freaking prince. After updating the info, Wei Jun's face changed. He cracked a smile that just screamed trouble. His background's rock solid, huh? What a coincidence. This heavenly emperor really digs guys with a strong backing. The whole crowd gathered, ready for the drama. When no one stepped in, a maid rushed in like a maniac. You pervert, let my mistress go, now. Predictable as hell, but nobody expected that not only did she fail to save anyone, but it pissed Jin Dangtian off even more. He pulled a whip from behind his back, lashing out to drive the maid away, and accidentally hit the maidservant too. Wham. The hit was so hard she lay motionless on the ground, her eyes wide and vacant, begging someone to help. She's gone. She's actually dead. That's when Wei Jun realized this wasn't some kind of show. This was real, and that girl was probably really dead. He gritted his teeth, filled with rage. This is what a real playboy is like. Officer Lu, arrest Ji Dangtian. If he resists, just follow the decree and show no mercy. Seeing someone rushing towards him, Ji Dangtian quickly swung his whip to block Yuan Hao, yelling, You want to arrest me? Are you tired of living or what? Bai Qingxin bent down and closed the maid's staring eyes. She said to Wei Jun, Ji Dangtian is a disciple of Changsheng's sect. Killing people isn't against the law. It used to be against the law, but after I took office, it became impossible to break the law. Today, Ji Dangtian is teasing Hao Fan. I'm not sure if Tian even has the guts. Ji Shuai, the Changsheng sect, has a conflict with the Yang family, and it's very likely that they came to probe me. Although Ji Dangtian is a prodigal son, his cultivation is considered outstanding among his peers. Officer Lu is probably no match for him. Wei Jun regained his usual composure and said calmly to Bai Qingxin, Don't worry, Officer Lu will be fine. If there is, I will intervene. Ji Dangtian's attacks are brutal, Lu Yuan Hao. This kind of waste is definitely not an opponent. but Lu Yuanhao specializes in defense, so it's not easy to lose. Wait for that fatso to be unable to resist anymore, then I will give my life in front of him. Just wait for this Jin Dangtian to kill me in a few minutes, and I will transform into the Heavenly Emperor to destroy this evil guy and avenge the maid who died unjustly. Alright, all the plans are done, everything is fully prepared, ready to take Yuanhao's place, but just as he turned around, faintly in the dust, there was a figure flying far and high. When the identity of that figure was confirmed, everyone had to admire, holy crap, doesn't that guy being thrown look like Ji Dangxian, Officer Bai? It seems like Ji Dangxian has been blown away. Bai Qingxian was equally stunned. She stood next to him and confirmed, it's him, it's definitely him. Wei Jun gritted his teeth angrily. Something's not right, this fatso is really wrong. Didn't you say this guy was useless? Sending someone's son flying into the sky with one punch is useless? Lu Yuanhao looked at the figure flying high and wondered, that's strange, why is he flying? I didn't even use any force, so why is he flying so high? Wei Jun looked at the figure landing and was speechless. After a while, he said to Qingxin, Officer Bai, I suspect this guy is acting. Bai Qingxin sighed helplessly in response. Who are you talking about, Ji Dangtian or Lu Yuanhao? Wei Jun thought boredly, I feel like these two are acting for me to watch. This is not good, I must continue to observe this studio. At this time, from behind Yuanhao, the servants who came with Ji Dangtian saw their master being beaten and immediately took revenge. The two of them raised their swords and jumped into battle with Yuanhao, but they didn't know that Yuanhao was a defensive player, just like some girl who specializes in defense. A few knives and swords. All of them caused no damage, not even a slight bit of damage. The cold stuff didn't work, so they switched to the hot stuff. Wei Jun next to him also felt nervous. Damn it, isn't that the hot stuff that can shoot up to 5 times with one reload? Unbelievable, that's the Great Qian imitation of the Great Western Continent. Back on the battlefield, Zhishuai snatched up tons of weapons from the Western Continent, so recreating this bad boy shouldn't be rocket science. Just when the lackeys thought they had victory in the bag, the bullet, though it hit Yuanhao, bounced right off. Unlike those swords and sabers, this one actually stung a bit. Seeing this, they backed off in fear. No way! A normal cultivator can't even withstand a bullet like that. Lu Yuanhao's eyes welled up as he rubbed the spot where the candy hit. You scared the crap out of me. That hurt. Dangerous toys like this are a no-no for kids, ya hear? Ji Dangtian, sent flying earlier, finally woke up. Getting his face slapped like that filled him with rage. His voice was like a wild beast growling, but because he was a young master, it didn't sound too threatening. You have some nerve. I'm untouchable in this capital. Who are you, fatty? Spill your whole family history. Today, I'm taking you on 9 ways to Sunday. If I don't take you down today, I'll change my last name to yours. Wei Ji, hearing this from afar, shouted, don't get ahead of yourself. Your dad's Zhishuai, his dad's Lu Qian. Think you can handle him, you mess with him, and I'm telling his dad. Ji Dangtian retorted, no way, that's ridiculous. I've met 8 of Chief Manager Lu Ga's adopted sons already. Wei Jun pointed at Yuanhao, saying, what a coincidence, this guy's number 9. Alright, beat him down. Suddenly, Ji Dangtian seemed to remember something, his face tightening, sweat pouring down. That's right, you're the writer, Wei Jun. Then he's the shame of the surveillance tribunal. No way. How could the surveillance tribunal's shame be this strong? His identity exposed, Wei Jun dropped the playful act, replaced by his usual cold, serious demeanor. Maybe you can answer that, young Master Ji. Your acting is way over the top. Hearing this, Ji Dangtian yelled, what are you implying? Are you suspecting that I deliberately lost to him? Unexpectedly, a bro with eyes as red as a Uchiha and hair like that Soul Reaper Kuchiki showed up in the crowd, each step carrying an invisible pressure. Senior brother Ji, Wei Jun and I have the same suspicions. You've been studying under my master for so many years, yet you let yourself lose so easily. Are you deliberately trying to make master look bad? Blaming him for not teaching his disciples well enough? Turns out, this young man was the national teacher's personal disciple, named Chen Jia. Seeing Chen Jia's presence, Bai Qingxin trembled with fear, unconsciously clutching Wei Jun's hand. Noticing her reaction, Wei Jun asked worriedly, Sir Bai, do you know him? Bai Qingxin glanced at Chen Jia, her face pale as a ghost, unable to hide the fear in her voice. He's from the Eternal Life sect and also national teacher Chen Jia's personal disciple, second on the Celestial Pride ranking. I almost got sent to the afterlife by him back then. He specializes in vicious sword techniques, killing people like they're grass. Even over 10 disciples of the Eternal Life sect have been sent to the afterlife by him. If it weren't for his terrifying potential, and the national teacher protecting him, he would have been kicked out of the Eternal Life sect for what he did. Hearing this, Wei Jun's eyes lit up with anticipation. Kills people like they're grass, huh? Then his level must be even higher than Ji Dangtian's, right? If you bros lend a hand, my plan might still have a chance. On the other side, Dang Ji activated his clown mode upon seeing Chen Jia, smiling and talking. Senior brother Chen, I really wasn't acting. I'm always loyal to the honored master. Seeing his appearance, Chen Jia didn't even bother to acknowledge him. He stood opposite Yuanhao and slowly drew his sword. Whether you're loyal or not, we'll only know after testing it. Lu bro. Back then, our teacher-in-chief, Steward Lu, had a match. Barely considered a draw. Today, I'll only use one sword strike. If you can block it, the Chengsheng sect will definitely not interfere with Shidiji's matter. Having said that, the youth Chen Jia, brimming with murderous intent, gripped his sword tightly and charged at Yuan Hao. Wei Jun, seeing the opportunity to transmigrate slipping away, panicked. I'm the one who wants to transmigrate. Come at me, hurry up. But the speed of the sword was much faster, the tip already touching Yuan Hao. Yuan Hao was terrified, snot and tears streaming down his face, rooted to the spot, his mind in chaos, only able to watch the sword fly towards him. What the hell is this? Why doesn't this kid have any martial ethics at all? Doesn't the book say that a martial arts competition should start only when both sides are ready? But the major turning point starts here. On the side, Taizhu asked Lu Qian, Godfather, why did you let Lao Ju protect Wei Jun? It's too dangerous next to Wei Jun. Isn't this a certain death situation? Lu Qian took a light sip of tea and said, Don't worry, Lao Ju will be fine. He'll live a long life. Taizhu couldn't help but wonder. How can you be so sure he'll be okay? Who in this whole Jing city doesn't know his reputation as a good-for-nothing? Hearing this, Lu Qian just smiled and replied, yeah. Do you remember when I blew Lao Ju away before? That's right. That palm of mine used 90% of my strength. When the Immortal Emperor was alive, I once had a brush with His Majesty's national teacher, and although I was at a disadvantage for half an hour, I finally broke through his defense and made him cough up blood. Hearing this, Tizu was stunned. So, what you said before about Lao Ju being a cultivation prodigy, that he cultivates one day is equal to others cultivating for a year, was true. Could it be that these words were all true? We even thought you were just covering for him. Looking at his son, who was so surprised he almost dropped his jaw, Lu Qian affirmed, It's not just a prodigy, but a freak. I underestimated him before. Saying this, he revealed a proud smile. In order not to waste his talent, I didn't let him do anything other than cultivate, but I didn't expect that in just 20 years, even I couldn't break through his defense armor, and he himself, interestingly enough, doesn't even know about it, that his defense is almost invincible. Back to the fight. Although the tip of the sword had touched Yuan Hao, in the end, no matter how much strength he used, it only stopped there. The person involved was too scared to resist. The opponent was Chen Jia, and all the witnesses were gaping in shock. Chen Jia angrily exerted all his power, until his face turned red. But it was still useless. Yuan Hao was still trembling with fear, but after a while he wasn't so scared anymore. Seeing that he couldn't do anything to Yuan Hao, Chen Jia had to withdraw his sword, turned around and patted Dang Tian's shoulder, saying, Shidi Jia was wrong to blame you, you weren't acting, you're just really not a match for Lord Lu. With that, Chen Jia disappeared like a puff of smoke. Wei Jun, witnessing this scene, also vanished. This guy's acting skills are really proficient, he can resolve such an awkward situation, but now, what the hell is going on? Could it be that this fatty is really acting with the guy opposite him? How could Emperor Qian send such an expert to me? Not convincing at all. Not long before, Tizhu had the same thought as Wei Jun. He said to Lu Qian, I didn't expect our Lao Ju to have such monstrous strength. But your majesty, weren't you supposed to send a good-for-nothing to protect Wei Jun? Why did you choose him? Lu Qiaqian gently stroked the rim of his teacup and said, I didn't choose him. His majesty instructed it. It wasn't my place to order him around. Tenju seemed to see through Lu Qian's thoughts, and somewhat understood the problem. It's because His Majesty doesn't know Lao Ju's strength. Moreover, if you didn't agree, His Majesty would definitely give you face, so you really didn't want Wei Jun to die, did you? At this time, Lu Qian pondered for a moment, and then asked Tizhu, Wei Jun is a righteous gentleman. If he had been born a few years earlier, the Ironblood National Salvation Society would definitely have a place for him. Currently, using him to point out the members of the Ironblood National Salvation Society, of course you wouldn't want him to die, but I feel that Godfather isn't doing it for this reason. If I'm not mistaken, perhaps you are hoping that Wei Jun can restore the 10 years of history defending the country, right? Hearing this question from Taizu, he put the hot teacup in his hand on the table and asked Taizu, when do you think our surveillance tribunal is the strongest? Taizu quickly replied, before the National Defense War, he continued asking, then when is it the weakest? Without even thinking, he answered immediately. It was during the National Defense War, when many people from the Jiantesi died. He asked again, if I let you freely choose, which era of Jiantesi would you prefer? This time, Tianzhu's emotions were heightened, and he replied loudly. Of course, the Jiantesi during the National Defense War, at that time, although we suffered heavy casualties, our brothers all held their heads high with pride. Everyone knew they were protecting the country. At that time, wherever we went, the common people cheered and welcomed us, the soldiers welcomed us, they knew we represented the intelligence of the front lines, and the relief of the rear, representing their own safety, and also the nightmare of the enemy. At that time, Jiantesi and the army could confidently turn their backs to each other to facilitate the delivery of intelligence. The army could disregard life and death, and follow us, wielding swords all day long, but everyone felt very proud. We all had comrades living together, having the trust to protect the country. Ahead of us were enemies. Behind us was the nation. Everyone had to be determined to fight to the death, preferring to sacrifice rather than retreat even a single step. Unlike now, there are more people in Giantesi, and the strength is stronger, but our blades cannot be directed at the enemy. Godfather, to be honest, I really miss that time. Listening to Taizu expressing his thoughts, his emotions touched his heart, and tears fell involuntarily. So this is what you think, Taizu. How could I not miss that time? So many brothers of our Giantesi, including my old friends, sacrificed in the National Defense War. They dedicated themselves to Giantesi. For this country, perhaps after the end of the National Defense War, many people have forgotten them. But those of us still alive in Giantesi, our blood hasn't cooled down. We absolutely cannot let their names and merits be buried. I want their great sacrifices to be truly worthwhile. As the overseer of Giantesi, I will not let Giantesi betray its previous honor. After concluding with a resounding sentence, Lu Qian put his hands behind his back and turned to leave. Taizu felt a surge of complex emotions in his heart. He looked at his father's back and thought to himself, Godfather, before the war ended, before victory, you once said with great spirit that Giantesi must live uprightly in the future. But after the Qian Emperor took the throne, everything changed. Giantesi became the Grand Eunuch, errand boys. Many people in Giantesi thought that you betrayed the former emperor, lived relying on the Qian Emperor, thought that you sold out your master for glory. Only now do I understand what you have been shouldering. You are indeed the godfather worth following for my whole life. Finally, I have met a hero like you again, Lao Ju. You must do a good job this time. If you can't protect Wei Jun properly, I will definitely beat you to a pulp. After that fight just now, even Gan Dong got a chance to stir things up. Fatty is really powerful. Even Chen Jia of the Changsheng sect couldn't hurt him. But isn't he the shame of Giantesi? How can he be so powerful? Could it be a fake out? And the end, seeing his own failure and then Chen Jia's, made Ji Dongtian even more furious. No way that's possible. When senior brother Chen attacks, he goes all out. He never holds back. This fatty was pretending to be weak, to humiliate me in front of everyone. Ji Dongtian wasn't the only one feeling this way. Wei Jun was equally surprised. This fatty? Are you pretending to be a tiger to scare people? Fake it till you make it? I have a way to test this. Don't forget my abilities. After cultivating the Confucian path, you still haven't shown your full power, Lord Lu. Please go all out against me. Lu Yuanhao was even more confused when he heard this. Lord Wei, what kind of joke are you playing? We have no grudges against each other. And besides, I'm so weak. I'm no match for you. But facing Wei Jun's determination, Yuanhao had no choice but to rush forward, preparing to give Wei Jun a palm strike to satisfy him. The overwhelming pressure caused a flood of information and images to appear in Wei Jun's subconscious. If I take this palm strike, I'm done for. If I die, I can't complete the Heavenly Emperor's tribulation. This is called the Path of Utmost Sincerity. It's a special ability that Wei Jun, as a noble gentleman, comprehended from the aura of righteousness. The Path of Utmost Sincerity is a type of ability that can predict the future and avoid misfortune. Usually, only those who reach the half-saint realm can comprehend it. But some exceptionally talented and sincere gentlemen may receive the favor of the Heavenly Dabo and comprehend the Path of Utmost Sincerity earlier. And Wei Jun, as the reincarnation of the Heavenly Emperor, comprehends the Path of Utmost Sincerity along with life and death, and can judge whether he can successfully complete the tribulation. The moment that hand was about to gently caress Wei Jun's cheek, Wei Jun hurriedly shouted, "Tell Yuanhao to stop." Although he didn't quite understand, Yuanhao skillfully stopped just in time. After experiencing that near-death experience, instead of becoming king after the tribulation, he felt like he was saying hi to his ancestors on the other side. Just a little slower and I would have died for nothing. Bai Qingxian approached with a smile. Lord Wei, I didn't detect any signs of lying from Lord Lu, but it seems that Lord Lu is definitely a top-tier defensive expert. Perhaps it's because he's never attacked directly that everyone sees him as useless. That's also why His Majesty sent him to protect you. So you just got lucky and picked up a hidden expert for your team. Truly, heaven has eyes. Judging from this situation, I bet not only His Majesty doesn't know, but even Lord Lu himself is clueless. Although Lu Yuanhao tried to eavesdrop, it wasn't much use. The young man was shy, dazed, and didn't understand what was happening. I only cultivated some defensive techniques. I'm really weak. Looking at his innocent appearance, Wei Jun could only helplessly think, good thing this fatty isn't pretending to be a tiger. He really thinks he's a wimp. Besides his amazing defense, his attack power probably could only deal with my life. If so, he should be able to block some big shots, right? Like Zhigdang Tian's dad, for example. Ji Shuai, Ji Zhang. No, he's the first marshal to kill during the National Defense War. Also the first marshal to massacre a city of foreign people. Great marshals use benevolent rule, while Ji Shuai uses the killing path, using murder to stop murder as his life's creed. He hates the enemy and hates himself. In the 5 years of defending the nation, the generals shone brightly. Ji Shuai wasn't the brightest star, but he was definitely the one who killed the most people. I'm just the type who likes to offend cruel people like that. It's rare for Ji Dangxian to come to my doorstep. I must seize this opportunity. Suddenly, the sound of soldiers marching came from the city gate, quickly approaching Wei Jun and Dang Tian's area. As soon as he saw Meng Jia, Ji Dangtian was like someone who couldn't swim seeing a life buoy. He shouted with joy, "Finally! It's Meng Jia of the Six Doors. With the power of my Ji family, their investigation will naturally be on my side. Wei Jun, I want you guys to die this time." But reality gave him a painful slap when he saw that instead of going to him, she went to Wei Jun and asked with concern, "Lord Wei Jun, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere?" Danglation became enraged, roaring. What could have happened to him? Are you blind or something? It's me you should be talking to. Can't Meng Jia? See, I'm all beat up here? The only response he got was Meng Jia's shout, "Shut your trap right now, Ji Dangtian. Who gave you the balls to spout nonsense in the streets? Not only don't you defend me, you're blaming me." Ji Dangtian got even angrier, veins popping out all over his face. "Am I being too nice here? Even you dare to criticize me, lady cop?" Meng Jia cracked her knuckles, looking unyielding. "What, you think I wouldn't? The capital isn't a place for you to run wild and cause trouble. You better come with me." The words are tough, but that heart's already panicking a little. "Young Master Wei, save me, my grandpa. You're a lifesaver. The Ji family is too dangerous. Wei Jun and Ji Dangqian can't risk fighting to the death. Even if I can't mess with the Ji family, taking this on is the only way I can repay Wei Jun's kindness." Faced with Meng Jia's threat, he didn't look scared at all, but even more disdainful and defiant. "You want to drag me to the Six Doors? What if I don't go?" Meng Jia didn't back down, and immediately grabbed the sword hanging behind her skirt, ready to draw it and smack the SHT out of the Mary Sue in front of her, but was stopped by Wei Jun. He patted her shoulder gently and pulled her back slightly, saying, "Officer Meng, according to this thing called the Law of Daiqian, disciples of the Chengsheng sect can kill innocent people and you can't do anything about it. You don't need to take this trouble on yourself. The laws of Daiqian are for your Chengsheng sect to change at will. The sages say that the emperor should be punished the same as the common people if he breaks the law. But now the sages aren't here, and all the demons and monsters have come out, so your Chengsheng sect has become a state within a state. If the heroes who died on the battlefield could see you rotten insects, wouldn't they be disgusted? Wouldn't their hearts ache to see the common people being bullied by the powerful after the war? Wouldn't they die with their eyes open if they saw the country they gave their lives to protect become like this?" Every word moved the patriotic people who listened, but Ji Dangtian couldn't hear a word, and felt that Wei Jun's words were meaningless. "Wei Jun, you can't say anything in front of so many people. You want to die, but you don't have to be in such a hurry, do you?" Wei Jun cursed in his heart. "You think I want to? Can I afford not to be in a hurry? If I don't hurry, are you waiting for me to become invincible? By that time, even if you trash want to kill me, you can't. At that time, won't everyone be mourning a tragedy?" But when the words came out, Wei Jun was gentler, and he lightly provoked the young master and his servants. "What's wrong, young Master Ji? Getting too angry? Why don't you just come and take my life? I promise not to fight back, but I know you don't have the guts, but your dad can do it." Then he said to Meng Jia behind him, "Officer Meng, behind Ji Dangqian are Ji Shuai and the Changsheng sect. Today's matter is related to the late Yang Dashuai. Maybe it's also His Majesty's intention. This water is very deep, so for safety's sake, you don't need to get involved. Just leave this to me, and I will personally go to Ji Shuai's mansion to demand justice." Hearing this, tears were ready to well up for another emotional moment, especially when he stood up to protect her like that. She was so touched that she told him not to think about her like that, which left Wei Jun speechless. "Because of the realistic overthinking, it's not like I'm thinking about you. I'm just afraid you'll ruin my good plan. I must have Ji Dangtian in my hands. Officer Meng, I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it so that the heroic spirit can rest in peace. I feel that the martyrs shouldn't let that rich young master drag them out to play around with. The life of that maid is also a life. If you take away someone else's life, you have to pay the corresponding price, that's all." Meng Jia was moved, and couldn't help reminding, "But you also know Ji Dangtian's background. Why are you so persistent in investigating? If this keeps up, I'm gonna get beheaded for real." Hearing that, he burst out laughing. "If I'm gonna be a scribe, what's there to fear? Haven't you guys heard? From ancient times till now, no one can escape death, but we can still have love for our country, devote ourselves to it, and shine through the ages after we die, engraving our names in the annals of history." Perhaps the old geezers were moved by his words. Right as he finished, with everyone watching, he achieved a breakthrough to a new realm. "Who has lived since ancient times and escaped death? Keep a loyal heart to illuminate the Han. The luck is soaring." Isn't this a celestial phenomenon? His poem stirred up the noble righteousness within him, and the literary energy across the land, creating resonance. This is a poem worthy of reincarnation. This is the spirit of a #1 scholar. It's been ages since the Dacian dynasty has heard of anyone with such spirit. As expected, Wei Zhuangyuan lives up to his name. He's as unafraid of death as the rumors say. Dang Tian was now worried. Clearly, those gossiping busybodies reported that he just had a breakthrough yesterday, right? Since when did cultivation become so easy? But no one expected that Wei Jun was about to burst into tears, trying not to cry while forcing himself to stand up straight. He doubted his own existence, wondering if he had transmigrated into the wrong book. Can cultivation in this world really be this easy? I really hate those who get breakthrough phenomena and soaring literary energy without even knowing what's going on. Wei Jun's poem spread to many people with great speed. At the Imperial Academy, Master Meng also assessed. Good poem, worthy of inclusion in the poetry collection of Little Fang's literary history. Could this be written by you? Zhu Fenfen leisurely enjoyed a cup of tea. Although I'd like to say I wrote it, I'm afraid no one but Wei Jun could write something like this. Only someone who has seen life and death can write this kind of poem. At the Prime Minister's mansion, Shangguan Jingfang's father also sat up and praised. Good poem. Wei Junzi is truly a righteous gentleman. He will definitely be recorded in history in the future. But father, Wei Jun has gone to the Ji family. What if Ji Shuai really kills him? After all, his relationship with the national teacher is unclear. Seeing Shangguan Xingjun's worried look, he stroked his beard and was silent. Ji Shuai isn't as reckless as you think. Moreover, don't forget that the Ji family's eldest young master is still here. At this time, in the imperial palace, the princess, upon hearing about these verses, also couldn't sit still. This won't do. I want to personally visit the Sage of Calligraphy and request a letter of ink to protect Wei Jun. Only the Sage of Calligraphy's writing is worthy of such a good poem. Seeing this, her maid hurriedly advised, Princess, you've been getting too close to Wei Jun. If you provoke His Majesty's displeasure, it won't be good. But Princess Mingzhu said with great confidence, only I can implicate Wei Jun. There's no way Wei Jun can implicate me. If His Majesty wants to deal with me, it has nothing to do with Wei Jun. First, we have to see if he wants to go against me. The emperor wasn't happy either. Somehow, news of Wei Jun and Lu Yuanhao was in his grasp in an instant. He immediately summoned Lu Qian to court and personally asked, why didn't you tell me about Yuanhao's strength? Lu Qian. What do you mean by this? Lu Qian calmly said, Your Majesty, it was you who gave the instructions, so I didn't dare to say too much. When His Majesty asked, did you want to protect Wei Jun? Lu Qian then replied, Your Majesty, I want to use Wei Jun to find the hiding members of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society. I think if the Iron Blood National Salvation Society really exists, they won't ignore someone like Wei Jun. Although he didn't have much of a beard, the emperor stroked it slightly, saying with a profound look, Who has lived since ancient times and escaped death? Keep a loyal heart to illuminate the Han. You're right. The Iron Blood National Salvation Society won't ignore someone like him. But I fear that before the Iron Blood National Salvation Society appears, Wei Jun will die at the hands of Ji Chang. Lu Qian muttered softly. Then we can only say that his fate isn't good. Someone without a good fate can't be saved no matter who they are. Wei Jun's group had followed Ji Dangtian home and were standing in front of the Ji residence. Ji Dangtian asked bleakly, Wei Jun, have you thought it through? My father must already know everything. He has dismissed all the servants. Closing the main gate is giving you a chance, you know? Opening this gate means the gates of the underworld are open too. What awaits you behind this gate is your grave. Those threats didn't faze Wei Jun, unlike Yuan Hao who was trembling beside him. Entering means certain death. Didn't expect such a good deal. Then, he decisively strode forward and flung the gate open. The underworld, huh? Then I really gotta broaden my horizons, let's give it a shot. Seeing that, Ji Dangtian got even more spooked. That die-hard attitude of his, pushing it open without hesitation. Is he really not scared at all? This entire capital can't not know the reputation of his father's work style? Just one look from him can make people tremble? Even I'm afraid when I meet my father, how can he be so brave? Seeing Wei Jun nonchalantly push open the door and walk in, everyone else, though also scared, quickly followed suit. Wei Jun walked and surveyed the overall layout of the residence. Not even a single servant in sight. Seems like the atmosphere is set for some big moves. Hope you guys don't find my reincarnation spot has better prospects today. After wandering for a bit, he saw a handsome and refined young man reading under a pavilion. Though not old, the top of his head was already silver-haired, and one of his sleeves was empty. Wei Jun glanced over. Looks like a man with an untold story, but I have more important business today. Can't interfere. But his thoughts were shattered by Bai Qingxin's initiative. In the blink of an eye, she was beside that young master, talking, Can I get your autograph, young master? Seeing Bai Qingxin right in front of him, he smiled gently. Turns out it's Bai Qingxin. Bai Qingxin also gave a gentle, ladylike smile. You were once my goal, the person I wanted to become the most. The reason I joined the Six Doors was to gradually approach you guys, to become a member of your team. Hearing that, the young master also smiled politely. Thank you. Taking the pen and signing his name in Bai Qingxin's notebook, he noticed her words once, What about now? But he kept those words to himself. While signing, he said, Sorry to have disappointed you, but in the future, Madame Bai should avoid mentioning us, lest you commit a taboo. Bai Qingxin looked at the strokes Ji Lingyun just signed in the small notebook. In her eyes a hint of indescribable sadness shone. Indeed, he's no longer the Ji Lingyun of back then. Wei Jun then approached. "What's up, Madam Bai? Is that your idol?" Bai Qingxin then gave Wei Jun a brief introduction to her idol. The young master was once a member of the group I wanted to emulate, and the only survivor of that group, the Ji family's young master, Ji Lingyun, and also the capital's young master. If someone is called the young master, it can only be the Ji family's young master, Ji Lingyun. He modestly stood up. "Those are all things of the past, now I'm just a cripple." Looking at that empty sleeve, Wei Jun fell silent. A cripple, huh? Must have been a lot that happened. Hearing that, Bai Qingxin immersed herself in past memories, and said, "There used to be a group of people like Wei Darren and me. They were so pure, kind, upright, and amazing. Their strength fought against all illegal and immoral acts. They made countless people feel a spark of hope in their lives, and let me believe that this world doesn't need bootlickers. All it needs is integrity and seriousness in order to be rewarded accordingly." When the National Defense War broke out, they all went to the front lines, and they all bravely sacrificed themselves on the battlefield back then. Everyone felt their sacrifice was worth it. They would definitely bring a bright future to Datian after the war. But in the end, except for the young master, none of them ever returned. If the young master hadn't cut off his arm himself to save his majesty, if the young master hadn't been the eldest son of Commander Ji, I'm afraid he would have followed his comrades forever. It's ridiculous to say, but I've always believed that if that group was still around, if the young master was still in the position he was back then, they wouldn't have been isolated from the start and wouldn't have had any rescue. They weren't afraid of powerful people, and they would have stood up to help our army back then. Ji Lingyun looked at her and said softly, "Madam Bai, you probably won't believe it, but I know everything about you. Moreover, back then, many people, including me, ran away because of you. Back then, I was just a commoner with limited power. So, I wrote a letter to my friend General Zhao and personally visited Princess Mingzhu, hoping they could help you get through this tough time. Before letting me leave, Princess Mingzhu decided to help you. General Zhao didn't even know you, but he still went to the National Preceptor's residence and had a match there. Although he lost by one move, the National Preceptor agreed to spare your life. In the end, it was still the Prime Minister Shangguan who stepped in, working with Princess Mingzhu to protect your official position. They couldn't protect your eyes because their strength wasn't enough. But it's not like they didn't try. You didn't do anything wrong, but you lost your eyes. To us, that's a huge humiliation. If it's nothing glorious, then of course it's not worth mentioning. Maybe there's a lot of darkness in this world, but I hope Lord Bai believes that there's never a shortage of light. Your achievements, your grievances, someone will always see them. We won't forget what you've done." Hearing the words she'd always longed to hear, her efforts finally acknowledged, she realized now how many people had helped her behind the scenes. Her beautiful face was wet with tears as she buried herself in Wei Jun's arms and cried. Seeing this, Ji Lingyun stood there silently, just a little confused in his heart. "Wasn't I the one who moved you? Why are you hugging Lord Wei?" After waiting for Bai Qingxin's emotions to calm down, Ji Lingyun spoke up. "Everyone, I'm actually here to welcome you. My father is waiting for you in the ancestral hall. Please follow me." Hearing that the doors to the ancestral hall were opening, Ji Dongtian was overjoyed. "Big bro, father's opening the ancestral hall today. We're definitely going to see bloodshed." Ji Lingyun nodded in confirmation. "That's right, father's really going to make a move this time." Under Ji Lingyun's guidance, Wei Jun's group quickly arrived at Ji Shuai's location. He was standing in front of the family's ancestral tablets. As soon as he heard Wei Jun arrive, he turned around and said, "You've got the guts to come. Not bad. All of you, kneel down for me." As soon as Ji Shuai saw Wei Jun, he was filled with killing intent and turned around to say, "Kneel?" Ji Shuai's figure was like a huge mountain, radiating dense killing intent. Wei Jun smiled with amusement. Such strong killing intent, as expected of someone who truly crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, that's the kind of aura you'd have. As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Dangtian fearfully collapsed to the ground, sweating like a pig, his face pale, his teeth chattering, as if the freezing winter had returned. But then the trembling behind him attracted his attention even more. "Lord Lu, what are you doing?" Yuan Hao whined as he knelt on the ground, saying, No, didn't you tell me to kneel?" Wei Jun, seeing Yuan Hao kneeling on the ground like that, quickly told him to get up, not to lose any more face like that. Then, he looked at Wei Jun. He looked him up and down, his dark and stormy face suddenly brightening like sunshine, and he laughed heartily, saying, "You're Wei Jun. Ha ha. Meeting Lord Wei Jun, truly deserving of the reputation. Truly a righteous gentleman. Commoners are terrified and obedient when they meet this general. Even my own son is afraid of me, but Lord Wei's state of mind doesn't waver at all. Truly admirable. Ha ha." At this moment, Wei Jun somewhat felt his hopes of reincarnation were fading away. He looked at Ji Shuai in confusion. "Do you have to praise me so much? The atmosphere is still pretty good right now. Can you not suddenly ruin the fun like that?" Thinking this, he asked, "Why should I be afraid of Ji Shuai?" Hearing this, he was even more amused and moved closer to Wei Jun. "Right now you're indeed very difficult to deal with. Many people want to kill you, but they all don't dare to do it, because they don't want to be buried with you. But if this general wants to take your little life, no one in the entire capital can stop me, and no one dares to let this general be buried with you." Hearing these words made Wei Jun dance in his heart, his eyes unable to hide a trace of joy. His inner self was screaming like crazy, "Awesome, it's here, it's here. This guy is the real deal. He can definitely take my life. This is so great. Gotta play it cool though, can't let the excitement show. Locking eyes with Jin Shuai, I retort. Jin Shuai, the people fear not death. Why should I fear death itself? Faced with such unwavering resolve, he chuckles, pleased. Very well. Seems like we need to get everything out in the open today. I know the gist of it all, my precious son. Anything else you want to tell me? Under Ji Shuai's icy gaze, Ji Dongtian quickly defends himself. Father, there's a reason behind today's events. Even though Yang Dashuai is gone, his old subordinates are still around. Father is nominally the head of the military, but many of Yang Dashuai's followers are only superficially loyal, and it's impossible to tell who's truly loyal to father and who's still loyal to Yang Dashuai. Your son took this opportunity to provoke the Yangs, mainly to make those people reveal their true colors and help you see who's loyal and who's a traitor. Ji Shuai coldly replies, You're getting thoughtful now, actually starting to think for me. Ji Dongtian roars in affirmation. Father is the head of the Ji family, and I am your son. The Ji family shares glory and ruin together. Father's position in the military will be strengthened, and my position in the Eternal Life sect can be consolidated. He glances at his son, probing further. Not a bad idea. You've got some brains after all. So that's why you put on this show today. Seeing his father's continued suspicion, the youth hurriedly explains. There's more to it than that. Please have the others excused. I have a top secret matter to report. But Ji Shuai is losing patience, saying, Just spit it out. Secrets don't need to worry about being leaked with me. Seeing this, he has no choice but to reveal the top secret news to everyone there. In fact, the national teacher sent me to probe Hao Piantian. He wants to see the reaction of the Yang family, because Yang Dashuai may still be alive because of Yang Sanlang. The shocking news makes Jin Shuai quickly ask Dang Tian, Where's the evidence? He says he has no proof. But the national teacher will definitely not ignore such news. You guys want to provoke Hao Piantian to lure them out. And then what? Deng Zhoushan honestly replies. If Yang Dashuai isn't dead, then your position will definitely be threatened. If we can really lure them out, we must take their lives at all costs. While others are still reeling from the shock, Yuan Hao is in tears and snots, hurriedly covering his ears. Crap! I've heard everything I shouldn't have. Ji Shuai is definitely going to silence everyone afterward. Yuan Hao uses telepathy to tell Wei Jun. They're all going to run away later. But as someone who's always afraid of being late for reincarnation like Wei Jun, there's no way he'd want to run. He gives a smile that's even more dazzling than the villain's. Run. Why run? Knowing a secret like this, Ji Shuai has even more reason to get rid of me this time. I can become the Heavenly Emperor for real now. Start trembling, Heavenly Realm, I ask. Who else is there? Come at me, Ji Shuai, I'm waiting for you to take my life. Father, although you were initially Yang Dashuai's deputy, you gradually followed the national teacher and his majesty and are no longer the same as Yang Dashuai. I know you and Yang Dashuai have camaraderie, but for the sake of the Ji family, he has to kick the bucket. Your son has done nothing wrong. Your son only wants to do the right thing. Your son is doing it for the Ji family, not for personal gain. Ji Shuai nods, but his tone remains cold. Not bad. You've become quite thoughtful these past few years, and you even dare to look me in the eye when you speak. Thinking he's been recognized, Ji Dongtian is overjoyed. My intentions are good. Father, you finally understand me. But before he can celebrate for more than 5 seconds, he's criticized for being an idiot. His joy is like a flame wanting to burst forth, but before it can, Ji Shuai coldly throws a bucket of water on it, extinguishing it, making him unconvinced. I am not convinced. Father, following the national teacher and his majesty with ulterior motives all those years ago was meaningless. What's not awesome about it, Wei Jun and Bai Qingxin are emotionally conflicted. Yuan Hao, standing outside, has his eyes opened. Ji Dongtian is so ruthless. Are all the rich young masters nowadays hiding so deeply? The playboy young masters I see in books are all brainless. It would have been fine if he didn't say anything, but as soon as Yuan Hao speaks, Deng Dishan curses, idiot. How could there be any true playboy young masters who can have a foothold in the capital? At this point, Ji Shuai finally sighed. So you think you're so clever? You don't even know if you're a patsy or not. You're really brainless. Oh well, it's come to this. We should still invite Lord Wei to explain why he brought troops to the Jin family today to press charges. Hearing that lead-in, Wei Jun's eyes lit up, as if to say, I've been waiting for this moment. Then, putting on his most serious face, he got down to business. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, and it's not quite in line with the laws of the Dacian dynasty, the biggest reason I want to charge young Master Jie is that he murdered an innocent person. Even though the deceased was just a little maid, she was still alive. In my, Wei's, eyes, lives are not divided into high and lows. Seeing that the other party wanted to push him to his death, Dang Tian would naturally retort, how laughable, not to mention that disciples of the Chengsheng sect are immune from the law when they kill people. Even if they take countless lives, they won't be prosecuted. Now at most, I accidentally took the life of a little maid. According to the Dacian laws, killing a slave only requires compensation. It's never been said that one must pay with their life. Wei Jun's face turned black with anger, trying to calm his emotions to keep his mind clear. According to the laws of Daiqian, you really aren't breaking the law. But is such a law really reasonable? Allowing the harming of other people's lives without adequate punishment? Can this really be considered a reasonable law, only protecting the rights of the powerful, but looking down on the right to survive of commoners? Is such a law reasonable? Seeing people as mere items, livestock, using money to exchange for lives. How can such a law be reasonable? Seeing that the words were becoming more and more intense, making Qingxin and Yuan Hao behind him extremely anxious, they wanted to dissuade him, but they didn't dare. Wei Jun, on this side, spoke eloquently, directly attacking the injustice and criticizing it without reservation. In my opinion, the laws of Daiqian can be changed at will by the Changsheng sect, so in the end, they're no different from a few scraps of paper. That's why I don't give a damn about the laws of Daoxian. If the law isn't fair, then I'll uphold justice. If no one dares to execute, then I will. In my place, killing someone means paying with your life. Every word was sharp and impeccable, but Ji Dangtian still struggled, grinding his teeth and arguing his innocence. That's just sophistry. What makes you think you can uphold justice? If the law can't handle this, why are you so determined to interfere? Are you more powerful than the Daiqian laws? Don't you think your behavior is ridiculous? Ji Shuai on the side supported Wei Jun. I don't think it's ridiculous. I respect the unity between a person's thoughts and actions. As long as Lord Wei holds himself to the same standards, then such behavior is not ridiculous at all. It's just that Lord Wei wants to avenge that maid, and for that reason he wants to take my son's life. That really won't do. But don't misunderstand me. I'm really not defending Dang Tian's crime. It's just that that maid really should be sold into slavery, because she's actually a swindler, scamming very wealthy tycoons. The con artist Ji Sanniang. Shi Sanniang is a core member of a secret organization, a criminal, that the special security forces have always had a bounty on. The reward money isn't small. She killed a maid of consort Hao Pinyan, originally to easily disguise herself as a maid, then hide beside her, with the goal of finding an opportunity to kidnap consort Hao Pinyan and sell her to those buyers. Hearing this was even more shocking. Taking advantage of everyone's surprise at the hot information, he continued. That's why I said you're an idiot. You don't even know who the other party is, and you rushed to take her life. Think carefully. Why did the Chen family appear today? Why would he suspect your position? Do you really think a genius rank second is so free? After observing for a while, Wei Jun asked for Qingxin's opinion. Qingxin considered it for a moment and said, rest assured, Ji Shuai wouldn't lie. With Ji Shuai's status and influence, there's no need for him to lie to protect Ji Dangtian. Besides, the special police force will conduct an autopsy, so lying is pointless. Thinking about it, if that maid really is Shi Sanyang, then this is a big deal. Or did Ji Dangtian know the maid's true identity, so he intentionally killed her? When he found out the maid's real identity, Dang the nation was shocked. No way. How could this be? She can't be Ji Sanyang. With my strength, how could I easily kill Ji Sanyang? Moreover, I didn't even use my full strength back then, Ling Yin explained. But she really is Shi Sanyang. Before you guys arrived, Chen Jia just came to see father, and told him that the maid was Shi Sanyang. Wei Jun fell into silence, thinking, Chen Jia is a disciple of Changsheng sect, so does that mean the Changsheng sect is behind this? Is that what the national preceptor, aka the Changsheng sect, is up to behind the scenes? Why would Chen Jia send a trafficker to stalk the Yang family's daughter-in-law? Ling Yin gave his crybaby little bro a reality check. It's easy to understand. They want to bait Yang Dashuai and Yang Sanlang into making a move. At this moment, Ji Shuai pointed out the details that Dang Tian had overlooked. Perhaps today is the day Yang Dashuai and Yang Sanlang make their move, but sadly Chen Jia didn't find any traces of our involvement. Instead, he suspected that you were intentionally sabotaging Changsheng sect's plan, so he came to me, demanding an explanation. Just a disciple of the national preceptor. When did you ever dare to ask me for an explanation? Ji Dangtian, from start to finish, thought he was right, and couldn't see where he was wrong, father. One person does the deed, the other takes the blame. If Yang Daishuai isn't dead, I'll find them no matter what. Once the Yang family is gone, our Ji family will be as solid as a mountain. So father, rest assured, I'll wipe out the Yang family completely, and I definitely won't let this affect you. After hearing this, Ji Shuai couldn't feel happy. He sighed and said, good, if only you were half as smart as your brother, I wouldn't have to worry about not having an heir. He looked at Dang Jiaxin, his voice growing angrier. It seems you still don't understand the problem, do you? Then let me ask you, during that national defense war, when they needed me for checks and balances, Yang Dashuai is just a disciple of the national preceptor. How dare he talk to me like that? Dare to tell me to give him an explanation? You only know how to complete tasks, but you don't know how to have self-respect. Today I called you to the ancestral hall to teach you a principle. The value of you guys is determined by your enemies. Uproot the grass, eliminate the enemy, and next will be your turn, understand? Throwing away the bridge after crossing it. Putting away the bow after the birds are gone. Generals die after defeating the enemy. Isn't that ruthless? But reality is always this, ruthless. Wei Jun listened and learned seriously, feeling in his heart that Ji Shuai was indeed very clear-headed. No wonder he could sit in such a position. Aren't you talking too much? Are you finally going to kill me or what? I'm still waiting. Hurry up. Jian Dangxian knelt on the ground worriedly. Father, please speak more carefully. Be careful that trouble comes from your mouth. Ji Shuai replied nonchalantly. In the end, you're still inexperienced. Look at your brother. Why doesn't he remind me that trouble will come from my mouth? Ji Lingyun also sighed and replied, if the national preceptor confirms that Yang Dashuai isn't dead, then even if father is reckless, neither the national preceptor nor his majesty will make things difficult for father. Instead, they will value father even more. Only hearing the eldest son's words did he feel somewhat comforted. Lingyun, you're still the best. Oh, what a pity. You picked the wrong side, Dang Tian. Here only has small wit but no great wisdom. Hearing that, Dang Tian retorted, not convinced. Father, I've learned your teachings. What you said makes a lot of sense. But what if Yang Dashuai and Yang Sanlang aren't really dead? Or, the national teacher sends people to kill them very soon. Then how are you planning to handle it, father? Ji Shuai replied bluntly. Therefore, Yang Dashuai can't die, even if he's really dead. We have to make others think he's still alive, understand? Wei Jun had been waiting for his turn to reincarnate for a long time, but he didn't see any sign of it happening, so he spoke up first. People say Ji Shuai is a heavyweight of an empire, but I didn't expect you to be so selfish. Aren't you afraid that if this news gets out, it will bring disaster to the Ji family? Hearing these offensive words made Ji Shuai even more delighted. Haha, does Wei Daren think the Jia family's current position is granted by His Majesty, or supported by the mediocre national teacher? Perhaps even my son has forgotten. But the Jia family's position was earned by me fighting through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This is the Jia family's true confidence. Holy crap, this guy completely missed the point. I'm reminding him that my life is here, come and take it. Why doesn't he understand? Thinking of this, Wei Jun attacked with even more words. Ji Shuai, in terms of merit, Yang Dashuai has more than you, doesn't he? What's the Yang family situation now? No matter how great your achievements are, you still can't be too careful when facing royal power, right? The words are all so clear you should really think about it and understand what I'm getting at, right? But who would have thought he still wouldn't make a move? He spoke, and because Wei Jun is a talented young man in his eyes, he explained in detail. Wei Daren is wrong again. Yang Dashuai is indeed stronger than me in battle, and his achievements are much higher than mine. But do you know why I achieved what I have today, while he ended up in such a situation? The reason is that he's too careful and only loyal to the royal family. It's precisely because he completely surrendered that he was slaughtered by the appointer. Yuan Hao was getting more and more scared, and the more scared he got, the more he cried. He thought he was about to leave his body and fly away. Bai Qingxin just silently glanced and evaluated. Wei Jun was furious inside, his face tensed up, suppressing his anger. I'm really late for reincarnation. I'm afraid it's too late. Stop talking and come end my life. The War of National Defense was a war to destroy the Western continent. From the beginning, it wasn't for peace. After invading the Great Qian, they quickly cooperated with the demon race, craving the Great Qian. Under their combined invasion, almost one gate of the Great Qian was occupied, and countless commoners became blood food for the demon race. Later, we regained the lost territory. Faced with cities where only barbarians and monsters from the Western continent remained, the court fantasized about a ceasefire agreement, ordering no killing or surrendering. Dashuai was benevolent and righteous, plus his loyalty to the court, so he didn't care about the prisoners at all. That reputation for benevolence even spread to the guards. But I didn't listen to the court's orders and directly ordered a massacre. Wei Daren, guess what the result was? After listening to Jin Shuai's historical account and hearing the question he posed, Wei Jun replied, with Jin Shuai's current position, after the massacre, Jin Shuai was naturally promoted. Hearing that, Ji Shuai shouted loudly, that's right, it was from that disobedient massacre that I had the opportunity to lead a troop alone, leading them until now. Orders and punishments are only useful for the weak. When I am strong enough and disobey orders, they have to rely on me instead. As for Yang Dashuai, he actually had the opportunity to go even further than me. During the late period of the War of National Defense, His Majesty had just ascended the throne not long ago. His Majesty led the army into battle and was quickly ambushed by the enemy, putting the army in a difficult situation. At that time, His Majesty's foundation was not yet stable, and Yang Dashuai had unparalleled prestige in the army. If Yang Dashuai had shouted at this moment, he could have put on the emperor's robe and saved people in an instant. However, he was too loyal to the royal family. Not only did he never disobey His Majesty's orders, but at a critical moment, he voluntarily sent his son to serve as a tribute to His Majesty. At that time, His Majesty was so moved that he pointed to the sky and swore that as long as he was here, the Yang family would prosper forever. But what's the result now? You probably don't need to say more about the fate of the Yang family, right? From Dashuai's experience, I realized two principles. Now, I will teach these two principles to you. Listen carefully and remember them for a long time. First, you must survive. Only by surviving is there hope for the future. If you die, everything will really end. Hearing that ending, Wei Jun showed his disdain without hiding it. Ji Shuai, your vision is too shallow. If I really die, not only will everything go smoothly, but I'll immediately become the heavenly emperor for you to see. Bai Qingxin shyly glanced at Wei Jun, her eyes filled with a young girl's thoughts. Only by surviving can miracles happen. If I had died back then, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet Wei Lang again. After conveying the first point, he continued with the second. Deng Tian, You especially need to remember this. Survivors must act like decent people, not dogs. I know you feel that His Majesty can decide life and death with a single word, and the national teacher can suppress the entire capital with one stare. But since ancient times, those who live like dogs have never had the luxurious life of humans. Deep down, they always respect someone who stands over a dog-like fiend like Grand Marshal.
Deng Tian, upon hearing this, retorted loudly. That's not right. Yang Dashui died standing. He never wavered when facing his enemies. His entire life was for Da Tian, for the people. Ji Shui helplessly looked at Deng Tian. I see you've been my son for quite a while now, and you still don't understand what I'm saying. Even if Yang Dashui died standing, he was still just a stupid dog, and a loyal one at that. Clearly, his strength could have changed many things. But he couldn't abandon his loyalty to the court. He was just a loyal dog raised by the court, and when the master discovers that the dog has the ability to bite into death, all that awaits it is death. Wei Jun gradually gained a different perspective on Ji Shui. High-ranking officials abusing their power, people with ambition hidden in their hearts. I can somewhat sense it from your son.
Ji Shui, you're very talented. Ji Dangtian finally understood the thoughts and feelings that Ji Shui wanted to convey. He kowtowed heavily, causing his forehead to bleed. Son has understood some of your teachings. Thank you, father, for your guidance.
Ji Shui sat down in front of Dang Tian, his fingers caressing the wound on his forehead, and said slowly, It's good that you understand. No matter what, you're still my son, so I've said it before. Wai Darren wants revenge for that Ya Huang and wants to take your life. This is unacceptable to me.
The death of that Ya Huang is not considered anything at all, let alone that she is full of sins. But you shouldn't have messed around with Hao Fangexian.
Saying this, he didn't listen to any explanation. His eyes widened, looking directly with angry eyes. Standing in front of that pressure, even breathing became difficult. He was just examining the condition of the wound, and now it's been hours.
Afterwards, he discussed the measures in the prevention plan. I know you wanted to do what was best for me, for the sake of the Ji family.
I know you don't see things the way others do, and you don't trust anyone in the Ji family besides Ling Yun.
You can add more young talents. They are even more willing to believe that you are just a rich young master. But I have always known that you are not a rich young master at all.
You have your own way of thinking and ambitions.
I can even guess that there might be another inside story today, but you shouldn't, absolutely shouldn't, provoke Hao Fangexian.
Because she is the widow of a martyr? We are a family of soldiers. We can be wrapped in horsehide upon death. Your mother, your sister can become the widows of a martyr. Even if it is a play, you can't use them to play it out.
This is the reverse scale. If you touch it, you will die. Do you understand?
Receiving the direct pressure from that large arm and terrifying eyes caused tears to uncontrollably roll down his face again. His eyes were both happy to be recognized for his efforts, but also extremely scared.
That large arm only used a slight force. After a moment, blood was seen dripping from his eye, sockets, nose, and mouth. Before the astonishment of everyone who witnessed it, everyone stood frozen in place at Ji Shui's actions.
Ji Dangtian's whole body was motionless, lying with a thud at his father's feet. Looking at his son's body on the ground, his heart felt heavy, perhaps with a little bit of heartache.
A moment later, Jin Shui asked with complicated emotions, Wei Jun is living in a corner between mom and dad. Go buy this dish, can you eat it all? Wai Darren. I wonder if this explanation of mine will satisfy you. After personally taking action against his own son, he asked Wei Jun if he was satisfied with the result, and then said, Wei Jun must remember what happened today. I have 14 children, so losing a few isn't a big deal. Anyway, they will all die when they grow up, and then I can continue to give birth to fill the gap. Wei Jun was even more enraged by these reasons. You actually laid a hand on your own son and you're asking me if I'm satisfied. I'm satisfied, my ass. If you want to kill someone, I have no objections. But you might as well take my life with you.
Wei Jun remained steadfast. He looked directly into those terrifying eyes without a hint of fear, saying, Lord Jin, we seem to have overheard things we shouldn't have and also witnessed things we shouldn't have. If these matters were to reach His Majesty and the Imperial Advisor, it would be troublesome, wouldn't it?
Standing before his son's lifeless body, he indifferently replied, Some matters, if spread, would certainly require Dang Tian trifling with Madame Yang to be offered as an explanation to the outside world.
Of course, some matters cannot be spread.
Therefore, I believe with the character of Lord Wei Jun, he will surely know to keep his word and his mouth shut.
Moreover, Lord Wei is a paragon of virtue, and a gentleman certainly doesn't speak ill of others behind their backs, right?
Wei Jun internally screamed, A paragon of virtue, my ass. This old man is just a Look closely, would you? Don't be fooled by my image, alright? Bai Qingxin said in relief. Looks like we won't have to lose our lives here today.
Fortunately, we have Lord Wei's uprightness to reassure Lord Ji. Yuan Hao, standing beside them, also relaxed his expression.
Lord Ji, rest assured, my cultivation has damaged my hearing, so I didn't hear anything I shouldn't have. Wei Jun gritted his teeth in anger, glaring at Bai Qingxin. You wicked woman, are you trying to mock me again?
Just you wait, I'll get you. One of these days. Lord Ji knelt beside Ji Dongxin's motionless body on the ground, his voice still cold and terrifying, yet tinged with sadness. The explanation has been given.
I believe you all understand my meaning, so I'll be sending the three of you on your way.
Wei Jun was annoyed, cursing inwardly.
Is Lord Ji really planning to let us off so easily? This is pissing me off. When I return to become the Heavenly Emperor, I'll definitely make you reincarnate as a pig. Aren't you fertile? I'll make sure you give birth to your fill.
Afterward, the three left with different emotions. Bai Qingxin felt pity for Dang Tian's death.
She turned to Lord Ji and said, "Second young master may have died unjustly. There might be more to this story."
Lord Ji wasn't listening to anything anymore. He didn't care about the inner workings, he said. What matters is that the world believes Dang Tian was killed for trifling with the widow of a martyr. The truth no longer matters. What matters is that Dang Tian is dead. So no one else in the world will dare to make such a grave mistake, daring to trifle with the widow of a martyr.
This incident is an example that can't be separated, Wei Jun asked Bai Qingxin. Are you still thinking about Lord Ji's affairs? Qingxin sighed sadly. Does Lord Wei also feel that the truth doesn't matter? Wei Jun lightly replied, Of course it matters. The truth is the truth, and it won't change because of anyone's will. But in my opinion, the example of trifling with the widow of a martyr is even more important, even if it's just acting. One shouldn't trifle with the Empress of the Aftermath. This is something you shouldn't touch. I can also sense that Ji Dangtian had his own secrets, but this was his own choice. People living in this world must all pay the price for their own choices.
Suddenly, Ji Lingyun chased after them, calling out to Wei Jun, Lord Wei, please stop.
I have something I want to discuss with you. Could you all come to my chambers? Hearing this, Wei Jun unexpectedly asked, Has the eldest young master ever taken a wife? Seeing the other party blankly say no, he immediately said, Then never mind. Teacher Zhu once taught us that a man must know how to protect himself when he is out. Hearing this, Ling Yun was speechless. He explained,
Lord Wei misunderstands. Ji has someone of the male persuasion whom he fancies.
Wei Jun was shocked. What? Is this lifestyle so open in Daqian, or have I just been too conservative? Then, he asked the others behind him, Can I pry a little about who it is? Yuan Hao eagerly perked up his ears to eavesdrop, while Bai Qingxin whispered, I actually know a little about this. It's rumored that the eldest young master has deep feelings for the former crown prince. Wei Jun was even more shocked after hearing that. Isn't the crown prince head over heels for teacher Zhu? Could it be that the eldest young master has a secret crush? Ji Lingyun saw the trio whispering and gossiping about him and felt a little awkward. Hey, you three, I'm still here, you know? Do you guys have any manners? Then, he called out to the three gossip mongers in front. The three of you, if you're so interested in my love life, why don't you come to my room for a little chat?
Hearing the invitation, Yuan Hao's eyes lit up, but he said rather insincerely, Maybe we shouldn't, Wei Jun. We should probably head to the Yang family. Seeing that Wei Jun wasn't in a hurry and wanted to hear more, Yuan Hao whispered into Wei Jun's ear. The eldest young master had a very deep relationship with the former crown prince back then, and the former crown prince founded the Iron-Blooded National Salvation Society. His Majesty spared the eldest young master's life, but he's extremely wary of the Iron-Blooded National Salvation Society. Getting too close to the eldest young master would be very dangerous. Although he wanted Wei Jun to avoid danger, for Wei Jun, danger was exactly what he wanted. Yuan Hao's advice accidentally dragged himself into it. Wei Jun always rushes headfirst into places where danger lurks. Seeing Wei Jun enthusiastically walking alongside Ling Yun, asking about the Iron-Blooded Society and behind-the-scenes activities, Yuan Hao couldn't help but wonder, what did I just say?
Was his point clear enough? The moment he heard Wei Jun ask, Is the organization still recruiting? Yuan Hao felt a sharp pain in his heart. He knelt down and said, half crying, Wei Darren, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Please, Wei Darren, please shut your mouth, I'm begging you. Ling Yun beside him also smiled, wryly. Wei Darren is joking. The Iron-Blooded National Salvation Society doesn't exist anymore.
Wei Jun rested his chin on his hand with a look of regret and said, What a pity, such a good organization, how could it just disappear?
His Majesty is truly not human. After that, the three of them quickly arrived at the destination under Ling Yun's guidance.
As soon as they entered, they saw Dang Tian already dead. Bai Qingxin said,
The eldest young master brought the second young master into his room. It seems he's looking for us because of the second young master's matter, huh? Just as I suspected. There's more to the second young master's death than meets the eye. He must have died unwillingly, right?
Ling Yun said, There's definitely more to my brother's death, which is why I called you three here, but Dang Tian, he had no heart. He willingly walked to his death. Wei Jun looked at the cold corpse on the ground and asked suspiciously, Ji Ling Yun, was Dang Tian really willing to die?
Why would the eldest young master say that? Ji Ling Yun looked at Wei Jun and replied, Weren't you just very interested in my love life? Everyone thinks I'm in love with the former crown prince. But my true confidant is Yang Sanlang. Although Sanlang doesn't like men, that didn't stop our gentlemanly relationship.
During the process of us getting to know each other, he also became Dang Tian's target of simping. Hearing this messy situation, Wei Jun rubbed his forehead. Wait, hold on, there's too much information. Give me some time to process it.
Yang Sanlang is Dang Tian's idol, so why would he go and flirt with his idol's wife? Does that mean that Ji Dangtian was really acting? Yuan Hao and Bai Qingxin also agreed. It must have been prearranged. I always felt like something was off about him. If he was acting, it would actually make more sense. Why would Dang Tian pretend to act, to harass his idol's wife, For what reason?
Ji Lingyun's eyes flashed with sadness, and said, "He did this to help Hotu Fantian get rid of danger." The national teacher somehow found out that Yang Dashi was not dead, so he set up a big net aimed at the Yang family, and Hao Fantian was the first target he aimed.
If this situation is not broken, her end will be very miserable, and the Yang family is likely to be truly wiped out.
Therefore, the second brother flirted with Hu Fantian in front of the common people. He told everyone about his heinous crimes, and dragged the longevity sect down with him because he was a disciple of the longevity sect. But unexpectedly Waidaran stepped in to stop him, and finally his father personally took action to completely get rid of him. After confirming that everyone in the world knew that Ji Shi's son died because he molested a martyr's widow, even the longevity sect would not dare to make the biggest mistake in the world and deal with Hao Fantian, and the Yang family would have a chance to survive.
Everyone understood the noble things that Ji Dangtian had done.
Looking at Ji Dangtian, Lu Yuanhao thought, "Very good. Using death to solve the problem. This young master is even more insidious than that Shangwan Xingfeng."
Lu Yuanhao asked Ji Lingyun, "So Ji Dangtian is actually a good person?"
Ji Lingyun replied, "I guess you could say that. He said he didn't want the Yang family, those who sacrificed their lives for the country, to be made to suffer. He personally created this plan, including his own death. From the start, he was prepared, mentally ready to sacrifice himself.
Actually, it's not just for the Yang family but also for Hao Fantian, the woman he loves." Another plot twist leaves all three stunned. What now? Ji Dangtian loves Hao Fantian. Why does he like his idol's wife? Ji Lingyun's expression didn't change as he continued, "I asked my second brother about this before, and his answer was, the person I love just happens to be my idol's wife, that's all."
Hao Fantian is very smart and quick-witted. She probably saw through his feelings long ago. Big brother is very open-minded now and doesn't forbid widows from remarrying, and the Yang family has never asked Hu Fantian to remain chaste.
If you like Hao Fantian, just boldly pursue her. If you succeed, you can save Hao Fantian from her misery. Ji Dangshan laughed upon hearing this, saying, "Does liking someone mean you have to be together? Moreover, Fantian has already decided to remain chaste for third brother."
"Big brother, you probably understand that if I'm alive, I won't be able to protect Fantian. Only when I die can I protect her in peace.
Without a golden shackle, how can I save her? But with it, how can I love her?"
Is this why Dang Shanin willingly died?
Wei Jun painfully collapsed, looking at Dang Shanian. Damn it, this kid really succeeded. He's really dead. It's also courting death. But Ji Dangtian succeeded. As the dignified heavenly emperor, what face do I have left? Ling Yun comforted from afar, "Lord Wei, there's no need to be sad for my brother. He sought benevolence and obtained it. I'm not sad for him. I'm sad for myself. Why is it so hard for me to seek death too?" Ling Yun continued, "Lord Wei, you know the inside story now. I hope you can help with anything in the future. Hopefully, when Lord Wei visits the Yang family, you can tell Fantian everything, so she can continue according to Dangxian's plan. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous, and Dangxian's sacrifice might be in vain." Wei Jun nodded and said, "First young master, rest assured, this is something I should do." The second young master paid with his life to protect the Yang family. I won't let his sacrifice be in vain.
"First young master, does Jin Shi know of your younger brother's scheme?" Ling Yun confirmed. "He doesn't know. Dangochin only told me his plan, but Dangochin is still father's son. I think father must have guessed it." Yuan Hao looked at Ling Yun with concern and said, "He guessed it, and still took action against his own son like that." Ling Yun sadly replied, "Dangxian couldn't die, or this tearjerker couldn't continue. All the prior preparations would be for naught. If Deng Lixin didn't die, father wouldn't be able to instruct the Yang family members in the army. If the army showed division because of this, it would lead to national chaos. Father could only take action like that for the sake of unifying the army and stabilizing the country." Deng Lixin's fate was sealed the moment he flirted with Hoan Fantian.
Wei Jun thought, "Looks like I have to stay away from the remaining two of the capital's 4 young masters. At this rate, the capital's 4 young masters will become the 4 patriotic scholars." Bai Qingcheng was silent for a long time before speaking. "First young master, there's something I don't understand. Why does the national teacher want to push the Yang family to their deaths?"
"Even if the Chengsheng sect and Yang Dashi have some grudges, I don't think it's to this extent,"
Ling Yun explained. "This is a long story. You've probably heard of the Cultivation Alliance of Ninja, right? The Cultivation Alliance is a super organization jointly founded by major cultivation sects. They're always plotting to infiltrate the imperial court and obstruct it. The Chengsheng sect is one of the founding sects of the Cultivation Alliance. The national teacher, as the supreme elder of the Chengsheng sect, and Yang Dashi have always firmly opposed the Cultivation Alliance's forces from entering the imperial court, greatly obstructing and touching the interests of the Chengsheng sect. So the two sides were constantly fighting each other from the inside out.
But what made the national preceptor resent Yang Dashi was another matter. During the National Defense War, in order to observe Yang Dashi, the national preceptor sent his son to try his best under the Grand Master. But unfortunately, during a dangerous mission, the national preceptor's son died in battle. According to the unwritten rules in the army, when encountering danger during a mission, the descendants of famous families must be avoided. But Yang Dashi has always treated his subordinates equally, and has never treated him specially because of his status as the national preceptor's son. Therefore, the national preceptor believes that Yang Dairen deliberately killed his son, and from then on, the two sides have been fighting each other. Bai Qingxin looked disgusted.
It's ridiculous, so many people died during the National Defense War. Yang Daishi's son could also die, but his son couldn't. Yuan Hao also spoke strongly. Yang Dashi has always been famous for being upright. How could he deliberately kill his son?
Wei Jun was silent for a while and then spoke. There is a saying called, judge the action, not the motive. Even if Yang Dashi did it on purpose, there would be no problem.
Why shouldn't the son of the supreme elder of Chengsheng sect be allowed to do dangerous missions? Why should the second generation of cultivators have that privilege? No matter what the starting point is, he is just doing what a commander should do. He didn't violate any rules, and there was no reason to bear the crime.
Yuan Hao and Qingxin were both silent, with Wei Jun's words echoing in their heads. Judge the action, not the motive.
Wei Jun, after refuting, had calculations in his heart. Consequences for myself. Yang Dashi, who represents justice, will definitely not come to kill me, so I clearly have to stand on the opposite side of Chengsheng's sect.
That kind of sect that sends people to kill when a word is unreasonable.
It's possible to die successfully. Moreover, Qiandi will definitely stand on the side of Chengsheng's sect. It's really both sides have insurance on their stomachs. 2 Pepsi, Ji Lingyun gently touched Dang Tian's body and said, "Can the 3 great masters stand up to testify for my second brother?" When asked what to testify, he continued,
Dang Churchin admires Yang Sanlang for risking his life for the country.
He once asked me, does he have the qualifications to join the Iron Blood Society? At that time, I said, his purpose for doing these things is not simple.
If it weren't for Halfontian, he wouldn't have sacrificed like this.
What Wei Dairen said just now is very correct. Judge the action, not the motive. Danglation, the Iron Blood National Salvation Society welcomes you. While speaking, he smiled gently. All of this was captured in Wei Jun's eyes. Wei Jun once again heard about the Iron Blood National Salvation Society, he thought. The Iron Blood National Salvation Society, so many people want to join. Does the Iron Blood National Salvation Society, that Qiandi wants to hunt down and kill, have such magic power? Okay, if that's the case. Thinking of this, he coughed a few times, cleared his throat, and then proudly announced, I will rebuild the Iron Blood National Salvation Society, overthrow Qiandi, restore order, people's democracy, world peace.
Do you want to participate in this big event together? Wei Jun, to the surprise of the 3, announced, I will rebuild the Iron Blood National Salvation Society, overthrow Qiandi, restore order, people's democracy, world peace. Do you want to join me in this big event? After the announcement, Wei Jun was extremely proud. This way, if I can kick the bucket, I can become a celestial emperor.
While he was proud, Bai Qingxin quickly rushed over to cover his mouth, saying,
Wei Jun, don't talk nonsense.
This kind of thing can't be talked about indiscriminately. Do you know that the people who wanted to rebuild the Iron Blood National Salvation Society before died very tragically? Yuan Hao behind him also clasped his hands and prayed a few times. Wei Dairen, please calm down. I still want to live a few more years. Ji Lingyun smiled apologetically and advised Wei Jun, Wei Dairen, those words really can't be said indiscriminately. You will lose your life.
Wei Jun looked serious and said,
Dagongzi, I am very serious. Your Majesty cultivates the mystic and harms the country, the whole world knows. The great Qian now looks like it's in a prosperous age. But in reality, the crisis is right in front of us.
We, the people with lofty ideals, must bravely stand up, kill the foolish emperor, and chop down the treacherous officials, and return a fair and equal great Qian. Yuan Hao became more and more afraid. He quickly knelt down and hugged Wei Jun's legs, crying and sobbing, Wei Dairen, spare my life.
Can you at least not drag us down with you if you want to die? You two, hurry up and talk him out of it. Stop him from seeking death.
Wei Jun, like a living Buddha descending to earth, flashed a friendly smile. Patting Yuan Hao's head while he was crying, he said to everyone, Don't be afraid, Lord Lu. I know that you actually have a heart of justice. Join us. Let's work together to do great things.
Ji Lingyun said, Lord Wei, I know you mean well, but the most important thing right now is for you to finish writing the historical book. The Iron Blood National Salvation Society is already a thing of the past. It can't be rebuilt. Don't give your head to others for something impossible.
Da Qian indeed has many problems, but there are always people in the court trying to change things. Perhaps the situation is not as bad as you say.
You are the Zhuang Yuan, the future prime minister in the making. You should cherish your life, and in the future, you will have more power for Da Qian. It's better to find a way to change it than to seek death like you're doing now. What's the use of being a prime minister? I don't want it. When I become the heavenly emperor, I will help you realize your wishes. Relying on my silver tongue, I'm sure I can persuade you.
Then, Wei Jun continued to say to Ling Yun with grandiloquent prose. I know that young master wants what's best for me, but I cannot rashly agree to young master's words.
We are not seeking death, but we are passing on the torch. When the first generation of warriors of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society falls, the brave men of the second generation of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society will still rise up. Even if one Wei Jun like me dies, there will still be tens of millions of people in later generations. As long as we don't give up, one day we will succeed. In addition, young master said that there are people in the court trying to change things. Then I want to ask if anyone has sacrificed yet. Before Wei Jun's sudden question, Ling Yun replied, Not yet, Lord Wei. Why do you ask that? Wei Jun continued, I, Wei, have read many history books. Changes in any country cannot happen without bloodshed. Daqian has not yet had anyone shed blood to change the country. This country cannot prosper. And if there is to be sacrifice, then please let it start with Wei Jun. Bai Qingxin and Lu Yuanhao were extremely surprised to hear this. Why do I suddenly feel that Lord Wei seems to have become a much more noble person?
Ji Ling Yun bowed his head in respect. Lord Wei's righteousness is admirable. I, Ji, feel very ashamed. I can feel my poetry touching people's hearts. Wei Jun continued to heighten the emotions with invitations and promises. So join me. Rebuild the Iron Blood National Salvation Society. Let's create a better future together. Or as Wei Jun would say, let's go sell salt together. Despite the moving words, Ling Yun luckily maintained his composure. Sorry, I can't agree, because I haven't left the original Iron Blood National Salvation Society yet. Wei Jun still persisted without giving up. It's nothing. We will inherit the ideals of the previous generation of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society, and at the same time innovate and recruit talents from all over the world, no matter what your previous identity was. As long as you are willing, the door of our Iron Blood National Salvation Society is always wide open. Ling Yun smiled awkwardly and said, Lord Bai, Lord Lu, it's getting late. Aren't you going to the Yang family anymore?
Only then did Yuanhao and Qingxin remember their next destination. Oh, that's right.
We will take Lord Wei there right now. Yuanhao and Qingxin, one on each side, pulled and tried to remind him, Lord Wei, let's go to the Yang family quickly. The Yang family is not rich now. It would be very embarrassing to freeload there.
Wei Jun kept talking about the invitation to Ling Yun. Young master, my words are always valid. The door of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society will always be open to you. Watching the three of them leave together, in Ling Yun's heart, what Wei Jun said was still ringing in his ears. That was close. I almost got swayed. If I really agreed he would get into trouble, it doesn't matter if I die. But if I caused the death of someone like Wei Jun, then my crime would be worthy of death 100 times over.
Wei Jun, being dragged away halfway, was still annoyed and cursing in his heart. Damn it, another failure.
My heavenly emperor aura plus my silver tongue still didn't work.
That's too unreasonable. Yuanhao next to him saw that Wei Jun's mood was as black as the bottom of a pot, he said in confusion while smiling. Lord Wei, this matter should stop here. Let's deal with the Yang family first.
Wei Jun was unwilling but also helpless. I know it in my heart.
Suddenly, the figure of someone under the Qing Bridge caught his curiosity. There's someone ahead. But being able to carry weapons around in the Duke's mansion, they must not be an ordinary person. Yuanhao and Qingxin quickly recognized the person in front of them at a glance.
This aura is General Zhao.
Bai Qingxin quickly stepped forward to greet. Bai Qingxin pays respects to General Zhao. Thank you for protecting me that year.
The other party also recognized Qingxin and said gently, Is that divine catcher Bai? What's past is past. You don't need to keep it in your heart. I was just passing by at the time and drew my sword to help when I saw an injustice.
Besides, I'm no match for the imperial advisor, couldn't protect your eyes. But when General Zhao looked back, Qingxin's eyes had regained their light. Qingxin recognized her and quickly said, Qingxin is very grateful to General Zhao. If there's anything I can do to help in the future, I'll do it, even if it means my bones are crushed and I die 10,000 times. Seeing her flustered expression, then observing a bit, she understood the problem. She laughed loudly and said, Crushed bones and 10,000 deaths aren't necessary. But since I've met the three of you, I really do have something to ask. Before Wei Jun could speak, Qingxin immediately replied, General Zhao, please tell us.
General Zhao said, Please record everything that happened in the Great National Defense War and in history books, so that those heroes who deserve it can rest in peace under the 9 springs.
Thanks to you all, Lord Lu, White Constable, Lord Wei.
Please continue with your business. I'm going back to the capital to report my work. If there's anything, talk to Master Ji and I'll take my leave first.
With that, she shouldered her spear and left. Yuanhao excitedly said, This is General Zhao that the young master mentioned.
Wei Jun frowned slightly. Seems like you two admire her a lot. Bai Qingxin then said, No way, Lord Wei, you don't know General Zhao. General Zhao is like Princess Mingzhu. Both are famous generals who rose from the National Defense War.
She's ranked first among the female generals, even above Princess Mingzhu.
General Zhao joined the army in place of her father that year, starting as a small soldier, and was gradually ennobled. Achieving godhood as a woman, Her most famous battle was when she rescued the Great Qian's Dragon Clan allies. At that time, a dragon princess was surrounded and attacked by a demon clan general. General Zhao single-handedly charged in and out of the demon army 7 times. And finally, Princess Xianlong of the Dragon Palace was successfully rescued by General Zhao and voluntarily signed a contract with General Zhao. Since then, General Zhao has become a frequent visitor to the Dragon Palace. Seeing Wei Jun's blank face, she continued, "Lord Wei, have you heard of General Zhao's alias?" General Zhao's name is only one word, Yun. But she signed a contract with Princess Zilong and became a Zilong Knight, so most people in the army call her Zhao Zilong. After hearing that introduction, Wei Jun shivered. That's a cool name. That General Zhao must be very brave. Qing Xin proudly nodded. That's right. General Zhao is teased by others for having a body full of a woman's courage. Yuan Hao also chimed in. General Zhao is not only brave, although her fate spear technique is random and depends on fate. As long as the luck is good enough, even the most ordinary spear can break through the limits of strength, and its power is extremely unpredictable. General Zhao's luck is extremely good, so she has never been afraid of opponents with higher cultivation levels than her. So I've always wanted to become General Zhao's disciple, because I want to learn that random spear technique. Wei Jun replied with a smile. Lord Lu, don't even dream about it. I think that random spear technique is only suitable for General Zhao to practice. Ordinary people can't learn it. Seeing Yuan Hao's silly appearance, he continued, I suddenly remembered that Master Zhao once said, the world's luck for spear users totals 8 pecks. Zhao Zilong alone occupies 1 peck, and the rest of us owe 2 pecks in total. Yuan Hao, upon hearing this, gave up on wanting to become a disciple, and said with a blank face, Is that so? No wonder no spear users, as powerful as her, have appeared in recent years. It's said that even Princess Mingzhu can't beat her with a spear. Suddenly Zhao Yun's voice came from behind. Fen once assessed me like that. My luck is indeed not bad, but it also comes at a price. Wei Jun and his group turned around in surprise. General Zhao, didn't you go to talk to Master Ji? You're done so quickly, Zhao Yun said in confusion. No, I'm just gonna find Master Ji, but somehow I went around and came back here, Wei Jun guessed. So that's it, General Zhao is directionally challenged. Could that be the price she has to pay? If that's the case, could it be that Zhao Jiangjun's legendary 7 entries and 7 exits from the demon army back then were also because she got lost? Zhao Yun blushed in embarrassment, trying to appear normal as she vehemently denied it. Wei Daren, how could I get lost? It's just that some places are too big, so I tend to take the wrong turn. Wei Jun said, glancing at Yuan Hao. I don't want to see Instructor Ji again. Lord Lu, why don't you take a trip and guide General Zhao? Yuan Hao panicked at the mention of Instructor Ji. I'm not going. It was hard enough escaping from Instructor Ji's subordinates. Seeing the two of them passing the buck, Bai Qingxin sighed and said, You two step aside, General Zhao was overjoyed upon hearing this. That's great, thank you, Divine Catcher Bai. Watching the two girls' backs, the two men were a little worried. A blind person leading a road-blind person, isn't that a bit off? Wei Jun also nodded in agreement. It really does seem a bit inappropriate. Ji Shuai was already waiting inside the ancestral hall. As soon as he saw Ji Shuai, Zhao Yun respectfully greeted, Greetings, Instructor Ji. The great young master sent me a letter. In the letter it says he has something to discuss with me. Ji Shuai turned around and replied, It's a very important matter, so I had to meet you in person to discuss it. You haven't been back to the capital for a long time? You might feel that the court is calm on the surface, but in reality, the arms of the cultivation sects are reaching further and further. I'm afraid that before long we'll have to go to war with the Cultivation Alliance. Receiving such bad news as soon as she returned made her complexion turn bad. A full-scale war with the Cultivation Alliance. Has the situation become this serious? What do they want to do after all? Ji Shuai replied. They want to promote the 9-rank Immortal sect system. The cultivation sects are divided into outer sect disciples and inner sect disciples. The inner sect disciples focus on cultivation, while the outer sect disciples are responsible for helping the sect earn resources and maintain the sect's operation. And if they want to earn resources, they will inevitably get entangled with the Dacian dynasty. Therefore, in order to assign outer sect disciples to the court, they are making demands to His Majesty. The first-rank official of Dacian must be held by the outer sect disciple of the first-rank Immortal sect, the second-rank official must be monopolized by the second-rank Immortal sect, and so on. This is the 9-rank Immortal sect system, Zhao Yun said angrily. They are turning the entire court into their cultivation organization. The court is supposed to serve the people, but it has become a service for them. Although I know that the court was not originally meant to serve the people, but at least it wouldn't suck the blood of the people as much as this. If their 9-rank Immortal sect system spreads widely, Dacian will have absolutely no hope left. Ji Shuai continued. The biggest obstacle to their promotion of the 9-rank Immortal sect system is our group of shouting generals. But Zilong, you are not like that. Behind you is the Dragon Palace. And you also have Master Shengsheng as your support. As long as you don't appear to hinder the Immortal sects, they will give you the identity of a first-rank official. This enemy is too strong, and I am not sure of victory, so if you choose to be a wise man and protect yourself, I will not blame you. Instructor G is underestimating me too much, right? We are comrades who have been on the same battlefield, brothers who have gone through life and death.
How can I stand by and watch my brothers in the army give their lives to fight the enemy while doing nothing?
If there is a choice to put in all my effort, Yun will definitely risk my life by your side. Her momentum pleased him very much. Very good, indeed. Zhao Zilong is worthy of his name. Then you must be prepared to sacrifice for righteousness. Zhao Yun did not back down and affirmed firmly. Where righteousness lies, life and death follow.
At the same time, the news that Wei Jun and the others survived and stepped out of the Forbidden Ground also reached the ears of interested people at the Prime Minister's residence.
If Wei Jun survives and steps out of the Forbidden Ground, father, lend me a few people.
He looked at Shangguan Xingfeng in surprise. Lend people? Do you want to send them to assassinate Wei Jun? Shangguan Xingfeng replied. As expected, father has already thought of it. Once Wei Jun digs out something from the Yang family, someone will definitely not mind the danger and go to kill him, so I want to send people to assassinate him once first, to incite the anger of the righteous people above and below the court and the common people, so that those who are eager to act will have to be cautious before acting.
Back on the journey of Wei Jun's group, at this time he kept feeling an itch in his nose as if some people were plotting against him. Someone was already waiting for them, in front of the Yang family. The three lords, please come inside. The old lady is already waiting for you in the reception hall. As the three of them entered the main hall, they respectfully greeted Yang Laofu Ren, who was none other than the young old matriarch. The powerful clan mentioned.
It's said that after all the men of the Yang family fell on the battlefield, she led the female family members to hold the Yang family together.
Although the Yang family is gradually collapsing, without her, the Yang family probably wouldn't have survived until now. She truly is a venerable old lady. Yang Laofu Ren stepped forward, warmly grasped Wei Jun's hands, and said with a wide smile, "You must be Master Wei. So handsome. This old one loves young men with vigor like you, haha." Wei Jun happily grasped the old lady's hand. "Old matriarch, you're too kind with your honest words. You're wonderful as well, radiant and breathtaking."
The old woman was even more delighted. "Master Wei is quite the charmer. I do feel that I'm getting on in years."
"No need for formalities, you three. Please come in and make yourselves comfortable." Yang Laofu Ren's state of mind is truly extraordinary. The Yang family has fallen to this point, yet she can still be so magnanimous. After sitting down, she said, "I've heard about what happened on Fantian Street."
"Thank you, the three of you, for protecting Fantian,"
Wei Jun casually replied. "We just helped out since we encountered injustice on the road, old matriarch. No need for thanks. Now, Ji Dengtian has been executed by Ji Shi. No one will dare to offend the Yang family's female relatives again." Hearing this, she paused slightly, then sighed. Was it really necessary to go that far?
Hearing Wei Jun's affirmation that it was an unforgivable case, the astute old lady realized the problem. She calmly said, "Chang Kong has a kind heart."
But there must be something more to this, right? The son he raised? No, he couldn't have been so reckless. Wei Jun, puzzled, asked, "Are you very close to Jin Shi?" The old woman recounted. "Chang Kong used to come to our house for meals with my son. I often cooked for him and even mended his clothes. I even introduced him to his wife." The Yang family has been able to barely hold on these past years, largely because Chang Kong has been secretly helping us. Listening, Wei Jun sensed something. Judging from the old matriarch's tone, she sees Ji Shi as her own son. It seems Ji Shi's friendship with Yang Dashi isn't as it appears. Yang Laofu Ren continued. "That man isn't as ruthless and heartless as he seems. For the Yang family, Chang Kong has done so much. Now he personally killed one of his sons. This old woman can't bear this kindness." Fan Tian entered and said, "Nai, I believe Ji Shi never intended for you to repay this kindness."
Ji Dongtian, he must have been willing as well. Wei Darren, Ji Gongzi died in great pain.
Ji Shi took action himself. It was very fast, so he probably didn't feel any pain.
Just as Yang Fu Ren was about to continue, Yang Laofu Ren interrupted. "Master Wei should just call her Hao Gunyang.
If Fan Tian wants to remarry at any time, she can. Don't call her Yang Furen anymore." Wei Jun nodded and asked, "Hao Gunyang, did you know Ji Dengtian's intentions?" Mentioning Dengtian, her eyes turned sad. "I could guess a little. I had a few accidental encounters with him before, and his behavior was always awkward. Plus, Nai once told me about Jin Shi's character. His son couldn't possibly be the kind to harass women." Her answer made Wei Jun see these people in a new light. They're all smart, aren't they? Hao Fantian realized Ji Dengtian's unusual behavior, so she believed that even if it meant sacrificing her reputation, she had to put on a show with Ji Dengtian. Why are there so few honest people like me in this world? Everyone's acting is too good. Afterwards, Wei Jun and the others, in order to fulfill Ji Lingyun's request, told them the whole truth about Ji Dengtian's death. At the same time, they instructed them to follow Ji Dengtian's script, so that Ji Dengtian's sacrifice wouldn't be in vain. The two of them were moved to tears. Fan Tian, this time it's a good match. But you have no feelings for our San Lang. If she could have been with that child Danglation, she definitely would have been happy.
Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Wei Jun asked Pian Tian if she had any feelings for Yang Sanlang.
Tian replied. It was my parents' order, a betrothal. Sandlang and I only met once. Where would any feelings come from?
Wei Jun continued. So when the Yang family took the initiative to break off the engagement, why didn't Lady Hao agree?
At this point, the knot started to loosen, bit by bit, she recounted. Sandlang was determined to die on the battlefield. I was powerless to help the country, but I couldn't hold a warrior back either.
If all the soldiers fighting for the country were to have their fiancés break off their engagements, how could they bravely kill the enemy?
I originally wanted to wait for Sandlang to return after we met. If we didn't get along, I would break off the engagement. But then the Yang family suffered a great tragedy, and I didn't want to kick them while they were down. I haven't read many books, but I always felt that the Yang family were loyal martyrs, the whole family willing to sacrifice for the country. And I couldn't bear to see them end up like that.
So I was willing to lend the Yang family a hand, Wei Jun said. You keep everyone fed so they don't freeze to death in the snow. Those who pave the way for freedom can't be stuck in thorns.
Lady Hao has read few books, yet she's more respectable than most of the bookworms in the world. Old madam, Lady Hao, regarding the matter of Grandmaster and Sanlang not being dead, you must also pretend you know nothing about it. Although it's good news, it could also bring about a disaster that destroys the Yang family.
The old woman was silent for a moment, then said, Why Darren is overthinking it. My son and grandson are already dead.
They were initially surrounded and killed by elites from the Western continent and the demon race. Unless they surrendered, there's absolutely no way they could have survived. But my son would never surrender.
Wei Jun pondered.
Is it possible they fought until they were exhausted and then captured alive? No way. This is very common on the battlefield. Hearing this, tears streamed down her face. Absolutely impossible. The Western continent legends say that there are true gods descending, who can enslave people's minds, and the demon race has the soul-snatching technique, to refine people into slaves. Therefore, during the National Defense War, all commanding generals cultivated methods to sacrifice themselves for the country. Their last bullet was definitely reserved for themselves. At this moment, Wei Jun's group was stunned by the other side of the war. I saw people like that in history books in my previous life.
They have ideals, they have beliefs, they are the most lovable group of people.
When the Shenzhou continent sank, they also bravely stood up and fought bloody battles, reserving the last bullet for themselves, shedding their blood all over the great land.
People like that. Ah, a nation of perseverance. Wei Jun clasped his hands and bowed. Grandmaster Yang is eternal. Wei is being reckless. Bai Qingxin propped her chin up and thought, if that's the case, something's not right. If Grandmaster Yang and Yang Sanyang really sacrificed themselves, Qi Dangqian's attack wouldn't have been enough to kill Ye Sanyang. So how did Ye Sanyang actually die?
At this moment, Wei Jun recalled Ye Sanyang's appearance. At that time, he agreed with Bai Qingxin that Ye Sanyang's death was indeed very strange.
Yuan Hao was spinning around, his head in a mess. It's not Grandmaster Yang, it's not Yang Sanlang, it's not Qi Dangqian. Could it be that someone is secretly helping the Yang family?
Wei Jun thought, and replied. If that's really the case, then it's too interesting. This Daoqian looks rotten. But there are still quite a few benevolent and righteous people.
Since I passed the imperial examination, the people I've met all seem to be people of great righteousness. No wonder Daqian was able to win the National Defense War in the first place.
But what I find strange is that there are so many patriotic people. And they also possess extraordinary talent and ability. So why does Daqian give people a feeling of impending decline and destruction? Why is it so difficult to be a good person in Daqian now? And why can't heroes have a peaceful death?
Faced with his series of questions, the old woman sadly replied, Birds of a feather flock together, and people are divided into 7 classes.
Wei Darren is a upright gentleman, so the people you know must also be people with similar personalities to you.
Old madam,
you misunderstand me. I'm not a true gentleman. It's just that the path of sincerity and honesty limits the ways I can find death.
Xingxin said, There are thousands of officials in the capital. The people Wei Darren has met are only a few. Moreover, even if they are enlightened officials, what can they do?
Officials are just officials. Their attitude has no decisive effect.
Yuan Hao gaped, worried.
Lord Bai, please be careful what you say. Why is your standard of speech drifting towards Lord Wei's? This kind of thing can't be blamed on His Majesty. His Majesty only wants immortality. It's all that Tu Zhenjie's fault. His Majesty is blinded by those fiends.
Wei Jun, annoyed at Yuan Hao's excuse for His Majesty, thought,
This fatso is really going all out to whitewash Qian Di, huh? Looks like I need to keep observing. Could it be that Tu Zhenzi are influencing the entire direction of the Daqian court? Are they really that strong?
The old woman replied.
They are indeed very strong. There's only one sect the court doesn't fear. But they joined forces to form the Tu Zhenjie alliance. Plus, Daqian spent too much in the National Defense War, so it's very difficult for Daqian to deal with them now.
Wei Jun asked, puzzled.
Did the Xingzhe also participate in the National Defense War initially?
The Western continent and the related Yao race
It's probably more accurate to call it the base of the cultivator hunters, right? Then their strength must have been severely depleted, right? The old woman nodded. Indeed, there are actions to hunt down the transcendental cultivators of the Western continent, and the strong of the Yao race. Killing cultivators provides a huge boost, so the strong on the other side are very eager to hunt down cultivators. This is also the main reason the Tugenzi alliance was forced to join the war. But the combat power of the cultivators is strong, causing great damage to the enemy's army. In order to create the greatest benefit, even if they sacrifice themselves, they must ensure the safety of the cultivators. Initially, it was a war of national extermination. Everyone only wanted victory, and didn't think much about what would happen after the war. Wei Jun replied. The snipe and clam fight, the fisherman wins. No wonder Daiqian currently has many patriotic people who love the people, but they can't change the corrupt situation. The patriotic people are for the country and the people, while the Tugenzi are for immortality, for wanting to ascend. The interests of both sides conflict, and in the end it still depends on strength. These people of Dazhuxian, because their strength is not as good as their opponents, can only disguise themselves and wait for an opportunity. Sure enough, the biggest fist is the truth. The current situation is really not easy to deal with, but if I die, all of Daiqian's problems can be solved. This is also the purpose of my coming to the Yang residence. Wei Jun clasped his hands in front of his chest, his eyes firm, and said, I roughly understand the current situation. Back to the main topic, old madam. The reason we came to the Yang family today is to investigate the truth of the National Defense War. I know this may cause danger to you. If the old madam doesn't agree, just tell us, and we will definitely not force it. The old woman looked embarrassed and said, Lord Wei, you're overthinking it. The Yang family always has dangers lurking. This danger is not caused by you to the Yang family. On the contrary, it's possible that the Yang family will cause danger to you. Wei Jun insisted without giving up. From the moment Wei Mu decided to be a scribe, I was prepared to die. The old woman, with tears in her eyes, said emotionally, Wei Jun is a good child. This spirit of not fearing death is exactly the same as the descendants of the Yang family. This child is indeed someone worthy of trust and entrusting. Thinking of this, she began to tell the story. My son, during his lifetime, had a habit of writing a diary. There is still half a volume of his diary kept in the house. Wei Jun asked again. Half a volume, what do you mean? The old lady replied. That's right, the other half has disappeared. Over the years, many people have been eyeing it. Over the years, the Yang family has had no shortage of assassins and master thieves knocking on the door. Some people don't want the half volume of the diary to appear in the world. If Lord Wei takes this half volume of the diary out of the Yang family's door, there's a high chance you'll be assassinated. Are you sure you want to get involved? Old madam, please give me that half volume of the diary. Wei Jun agreed immediately. Without hesitation, I will definitely keep it safe and reveal the truth of the National Defense War. This heavenly emperor is indeed blessed with unparalleled luck. This is the opportunity. I didn't expect a righteous person like Yang Dashi to have a habit of writing a diary, helping me with a big task. The more assassins come, the better. The old woman leaned on her cane and walked towards Wei Jun, as if to confirm again, Lord Wei, what did you say? You not only want to see it, but also want to take it away? Wei Jun replied decisively. You just said that over the years, master thieves and assassins have been visiting frequently, proving that this half volume of the diary brings too much danger to the Yang family. Therefore, for the safety of the Yang family, please, old madam, let me take it away. But in his heart he happily calculated, if I don't take away such a dangerous thing, I'll lose big time. But for the old woman, the story went in a different direction. Lord Wei, you know how dangerous this half volume of the diary is, yet you still want to get involved yourself. There's nothing to repay your kindness. Please accept my bow. Seeing this, Wei Jun hurriedly helped the old woman. Old madam, don't demean yourself like this. This is originally my purpose for coming here. Please quickly go get Yang Daishi's diary. After the old woman and Piantian left, Bai Qingxian turned to Wei Jun and questioned, Wei Jun, why do you always do this? You always bring danger to yourself and keep safety for others. Don't you think about what would happen if you really die? You're so young, and you haven't even married and had children yet. Wei Jun scratched his head. Does the thinking of this world value marriage and childbirth so much? Qingxian finished speaking and turned her face away shyly. Yuan Hao frowned and rested his chin on his hand, thinking, I wonder when these two in front of me will get married. Wei Jun laughed and said to Qingxian, Lord Bai doesn't need to worry about me. There will be a death in a person's life, either heavy as Mount Tai or light as a feather. I'm not afraid of death. I'm only afraid of living like a walking corpse. Qingxian was stunned, her cheeks already flushed, and she made up her mind, Don't worry, Wei Lang, I will never let you die. If you take death so lightly, I will protect you day and night. I will never let anyone hurt you, not even a hair on your head. A moment later, the old woman brought Wei Jun an old diary. Indeed, only half of it remains. Old madam, do you know the whereabouts of the other half? The old woman said. I don't know. When sorting out my son's belongings, I only found this half. Although it's only half, the content written inside is the entire National Defense War. If it gets out, someone will surely lose their life. Old madam, please spread the news that you have given this half of the diary to me. Only then can the safety of the Yang family be guaranteed. You have no shortage of other people's spies. It's not difficult to do that.
Hearing Wei Jun say that, the old woman was even more saddened. Wei Darren, you don't have to go to this extent for our Yang family, we can't bear it. Wei Jun said to her gently. Old madam, you don't need to take it to heart. The Yang family has given so much for our country. This is just what a Dacian person should do. Compared to the Yang family sacrifice, what I'm doing is not worth mentioning. The old woman nodded and wiped her tears. The sacrifice of my children and grandchildren is indeed worthwhile. Then, Wei Darren, you all can read my son's diary here. I will instruct the kitchen to prepare food. You must have a meal at the Yang family today, otherwise I will feel very guilty.
After that, the old madam left. The three of them began to open the diary to explore the content inside. Let's start reading. I want to see what's in this national defense war that nobody is supposed to know about.
Yuan Hao was also excited. Why would Yang Dashi write a diary? I can't wait.
Qing Xin just smiled slightly. A man like Dashi, his diary must be extraordinary, with excitement and curiosity surging. The moment they looked at the diary, the first page was a beautiful mahjong illustration. It didn't look like the diary of an upright person at all.
Seeing the beautifully drawn first page, Yuan Hao tried to deny the truth before him. So Yang Dashi also likes to play mahjong. My idol has the same hobby as me. Wei Jun was also speechless. You're proud of this kind of thing? Yuan Hao proudly affirmed. Of course, I like to play mahjong, and Yang Dashi likes to play mahjong, which proves that I and Yang Dashi are of the same caliber, so I can definitely become someone of high status like Yang Dashi in the future. Wei Jun and Bai Qingxian were both silent. Your logic is truly beyond words. It has nothing to do with anything.
Wei Darren, it's better for you to continue reading the diary. The following pages also talk about mahjong, like the beautiful weather is very suitable for playing mahjong. Rainy days like this don't have the mood to study, must play mahjong. Then there are plans with some motivational sentences.
Yuan Hao seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Look, Dai Shi is starting to examine himself. Indeed, how can a hero like Dai Shi always be obsessed with mahjong?
Wei Jun suspiciously flipped through the diary. So, there must be something worthwhile behind. But no, the next page had only 3 words. Play mahjong. This time, the three of them could only laugh helplessly. The days after that were all about playing mahjong. Your idol is indeed persistent.
Yuan Hao laughed awkwardly.
Haha, persistence is also an important quality of a great man. Qing Xin laughed awkwardly. No need to whitewash it, Wei Darren. Continue reading. Wei Jun turned the next page. Next, it seems like the content has changed. Inside it writes, he discovered something more interesting than playing mahjong. Zhang Kong took me to Hongshu Zhao for a trip. The sisters at Hongshu Zhao are really too beautiful. Indescribably beautiful.
This time, after Yuan Hao read the words and the illustration next to it, he couldn't defend him anymore.
How could Yang Dashi be like this? He wasn't like this back then. Yang Dashi, in his youth in the rumors, did not approach women. After marrying his wife, they were even more in love, making others extremely jealous. Moreover, Dashi was very intelligent in his youth, often spending time practicing spear techniques. Others couldn't even dissuade him.
This diary is probably trying to frame Yang Dashi,
Wei Jun said uncomfortably. Stop shouting. This diary was given to me by the old madam. How can it be fake?
If the old madam said the content inside is very important, then we must continue to read on.
After that, the three of them continued to explore the following pages of the diary.
Today, Lao Qin called me to play mahjong. In my heart I thought, what is mahjong?
Aren't the sisters of Hongshu Zhao better? I took Lao Qin to Hongshu Zhao. Lao Qin said he would never play mahjong again. That thing is indeed too decadent and wasteful. I am very happy. I feel like I have done a good thing. I continued to spend the night at Hongshu Zhao. My legs are a bit wobbly today.
Diary of Dashi, Chapter 18.
I was looked down upon by the girls of Hongshu Zhao. They said Yang Shu Yi only has the looks. How can there be such a reason? I gotta get my act together and train, but martial arts is practically suicide. Nah, I'm heading back to Hongshu Zhao. Full Diary of a Master. Chapter 20. My back aches. My legs are shaking. And the Hongshu girls are still looking down on me. I can't take this humiliation. Yang Shuye will master the spear. It's decided. I'm going celibate for half a month. Chapter 21. Practiced the Yang spear technique all day, then spent another night at Hongshu Zhao. The next day, my sister didn't wake up again. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Grandpa. I'll definitely train hard in the Yang family spear technique and bring glory to the Yang family spear. The three of them were stunned after reading this far. So, that's why Grandmaster Yang worked so hard on his spear in his youth. If this got out, Grandmaster Yang would die of embarrassment. At least Grandmaster Yang's drawing skills improved a lot, right?
Qing Xin just gave a faint smile. Ugh, men. Wei Jun looked at the diary for a moment and said, anyway, Grandmaster Yang used this as a starting point and mastered the Yang family spear technique from those days onwards, so it's a good result, I guess.
What followed were the daily spear training sessions, until chapter 167, which wrote about the aftermath of the National Defense War. Suddenly, a line of text caught everyone's attention. I discovered a secret. Diary of a Master. Chapter 167. On my wedding night, I swore to my wife that I would never go to Hongshu Zhao again. Yang Shuye wouldn't have a second woman after marriage. From then on, I didn't approach women, deliberately keeping my distance from other women. Does the Snake Queen count? How can a demoness be considered a person? The Snake Queen and I became friends through fighting. Before the National Defense War, we fought because of a misunderstanding, and since then we've become kindred spirits. But after the National Defense War broke out, I invited the Snake Queen to help fight. But I received a firm refusal. In the end, because of our past friendship, she told me some inside information about the Cultivator Alliance. Damn it. If it weren't for them, the demon race was already a friend of our Daijian. It's all because at the crucial moment, when the Cultivator Alliance invaded the Western continent, they killed demons to refine pills, and even attacked the crown prince of the demon clan. As a result, all their actions completely angered the demon emperor. The cultivation of the Western continent is different from the cultivators. They don't need to use the corpses of the demon race and the inner core to cultivate. There is no conflict between them, so there is a foundation for uniting. In the end, the high-ranking officials of the Great Western Continent took the opportunity to contact the demon court, and the two sides hit it off and formed an alliance. In addition to the above, the Snake Queen also told me a top-secret piece of information. A solid barrier was once established between the continent where Daqian is located and the western continent across the sea to ensure the safety of both sides. And the reason why people from the western continent were able to come to Daqian was because the Cultivator Alliance destroyed this barrier. After the western continent's Holy See allied with the cultivators to destroy the barrier, they captured a dying disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and from there, they learned most of the information about Daqian. The instigator of this war is the Cultivator Alliance. Xocked by the revealed truth, Wei Jun had found the answer. Very good, I finally got some valuable information, Lord Bai. Did you hear clearly what I just read? What do you think? Bai Qingxin was silent for a moment and then said, based on my understanding of cultivators, they are capable of doing such a thing. If they hadn't hunted down the Western Continent allied forces and the demon race back then, these cultivators might not have participated in the war. They cultivate for immortality. If it's not related to their own interests, they basically wouldn't care whether this country changes dynasties or not. In addition, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion that you just mentioned is also one of the sects that founded the Cultivator Alliance. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is known as the #1 intelligence agency in the world. Its position in the cultivation world is equivalent to the Cheng Sheng sect. The pavilion master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Tian Jizi, is known as the Prophet of 500 years, the Knower of 500 years, and is known as the most knowledgeable in the cultivation world. I thought Grandmaster Yang's diary would write about something unfavorable to the Cheng Sheng sect. But, unexpectedly, it investigated all the way to the leader of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. She frowned in thought. With her current strength, it is difficult to deal with such a behemoth. But with Wei Lang's character, he will definitely not back down, so I have to be prepared to fight. Yuan Hao suggested. Lord Wei, Lord Bai, I know the Grandmaster wouldn't just say anything, but I really can't figure something out. Cultivators have a transcendent status in Daqian, and the cultivation resources of Daqian are also extremely sufficient. While the Western Continent has true gods manifesting, and the demon emperor of the demon race has terrifying strength, so why did they destroy that barrier? And why provoke the demon race when the main force is pressing down on the border? Why on earth would they want to provoke them on their own turf? Aren't they afraid of blowing things up so big that they won't be able to retreat? Hearing Lu Yuanhao's questions, Wei Jun clutched one eye, looking tense and unsteady on his feet, making the situation too bad. So, the Cultivation Alliance might be deliberately escalating things. The memories related to the Heavenly Emperor seem to be starting to unseal. The answer must be in there. Chapter 168. Grandmaster's Diary. I don't fully trust the secrets the Snake King told me. I'm also worried that the demon race is using the Snake King to sow discord between Daqian and the Cultivation Alliance. I also have quite a few cultivator friends. They are all heroic and righteous, no less so than the heroes in the army, so I still harbor a glimmer of wishful thinking about the Cultivation Alliance. After talking with Chang Kong, we agreed that the combined forces of the Western Continent and the demon race are not to be underestimated. So whether the Snake King's information is true or false, we must maintain unity with the Cultivation Alliance and stand united against external threats. And now I can only record all of this, hoping that before the History Office puts all the records into the official history, they can investigate the truth thoroughly. If the Cultivation Alliance is really the instigator after the war ends, Yang Shuye will definitely settle accounts with them. Reading this, Wei Jun clicked his tongue. Grandmaster, rest assured, I will definitely investigate this truth. Just one look, and you know that someone will die for this truth. But the related memories of the Heavenly Emperor are still very vague, and I still can't figure out what the Cultivation Alliance's intentions are. Is the information I'm seeing now not stimulating enough? Hopefully, the content later in the diary will be useful. Then, the three of them continued reading the remaining pages of the diary. Recently I observed something.
The cultivation speed of cultivators participating in the Cultivation Alliance war is already half as fast as mine.
The cultivation speed of cultivators has always been much weaker than our imperial court. There has never been an exception. The cultivation methods of cultivators can continuously increase lifespan, but their strength increases extremely slowly.
The Great Qian's founding emperor was inherited from the ancient human emperor, but although he could not increase lifespan much, his cultivation speed far surpassed cultivators.
Yuan Hao is drenched in sweat. This is the basis for the two sides to balance their strength and maintain harmonious coexistence. If the cultivation speed of cultivators is half as fast, wouldn't our world be in great chaos?
Hearing what Yuan Hao said, Wei Jun felt something surge within him. Here it comes.
This is related to unlocking the memory seal.
The Great Qian's founding emperor's inheritance is not from the ancient human emperor at all, but a cultivation method suitable for humans after I became the heavenly emperor, a method deliberately prepared for this kind of Da Qian dynasty, so that they have enough strength to resist the demon race and cultivators. Because they cannot live forever, the ruling class will be easier to control, and the common people will have enough space to survive, so that we can ensure normal changes in the new era, and healthy activities of all mankind.
But Grandmaster Yang said that the cultivation speed of cultivators is changing too fast, plus their lifespans can be extended by hundreds of years. Then the balance between Daiqian and them will definitely be broken. Their strength is too fast, so fast that they don't seem like cultivators.
I secretly observed for a long time, and finally came to a conclusion.
The reason they are progressing so fast is because of the merit and destiny surrounding them. There is a legend circulating in the cultivation world that as long as a grandmaster saves the people from fire and water, they can receive full merit. Breaking through realms is easy, and they even have the opportunity to ascend and attain immortality. So I have a bold speculation. The National Defense War is for the Cultivation Alliance to collect massive amounts of merit, deliberately starting a war.
Reading this,
Wei Jun's sealed memories gradually began to be unsealed, and a small piece of memory gradually emerged, I remember. This is his style of doing things. That guy often uses these methods to cultivate disciples, just wanting to completely defeat him.
Wei Jun muttered softly. So, it's him, Yuan Hao, and Xing Jin getting anxious. Immediately asked, who is it?
Does Master Wei have a clue? The corner of Wei Jun's mouth twitched slightly, and he said, no, I just suddenly remembered an old friend who is very talented. I learned a lot from him. He once told me legends that mentioned Grandmaster Yang.
Yuan Hao, all innocent and naive,
gave a thumbs up after listening. Is that so?
Truly worthy of being the top scorer in the imperial exam, his friends are all erudite and learned like me.
Wei Jun and Xing Xin's expressions stiffened. I can't quite tell who you're praising right now. It's not that I wanted to hide it from you guys, but that name is similar to my state when I became the Celestial Emperor. I have reached the realm of the Master of Rules. With our strength now, without his permission, we cannot discuss him. All kinds of order and rules of the myriad realms are existences that set that level.
Back then, he was also the one who decreed the rule that cultivators who saved sentient beings would receive merit.
In the beginning, I killed a lot, using this rule to create disasters and then play the savior, saving sentient beings. At the same time, to balance this rule, I used the grand karma technique to establish another rule.
Cultivators who meddle in the operation of the mortal world get entangled in karma and karmic fire. The probability of their bodies dying and their Tao disappearing will increase greatly, which also means that people of the Cultivator Alliance need to accumulate merit. They have to risk their lives and the destruction of their Dakio. If they don't have someone backing them, it's hard to imagine how they dare to take such a big risk.
Yuan Hao next to him worried. Grandmaster Yang's deduction is too OP.
If it's really like that, the Cultivator Alliance is truly damned. Qing Xin was also anxious. Great way. Old Madam Yang isn't wrong. This thing will really kill me. No wonder someone always wants to steal this diary.
Wei Jun supported his chin and wondered, could those people know the contents of this diary? At this time, Lao Ba and Fan Tian returned. They probably can guess some of it, but they don't know the whole thing. Moreover, in recent years my Yang family has not made any moves, so it must have caused them to lower their guard. Wei Jun asked, Old Madam, have you read the second half of the diary?
The old madam replied,
It's in the house. When I was curious, of course I went to see it. I didn't expect my son to be so outrageous.
Qing Xin worriedly said, Old madam, you shouldn't have read it. People who have read the contents of the diary are likely to face a deadly disaster.
The old madam comforted, Don't worry, Officer Bai. Although our Yang family is in decline, we still have some rules. We won't let anyone strangle a woman. We can hold on. The Yang family doesn't rely on other people's pity.
Seeing the worried looks on the three people's faces, she burst out laughing. All right. Serious matters like this should end here. 3 great officers, no matter what, you must drink a few cups with this old woman today. Seeing the 3 of you so happy today, don't even think about leaving without drinking.
Despite Fan Tian's persuasion, she insisted on sipping her wine. Seeing this, the 3 could only helplessly say, Truly worthy of being the woman who supports the entire Yang family. Truly a heroine. After a full meal, and drunk on wine, the 3 left. All with red faces like gaddock fruit.
Yuan Hao and Wei Jun walked shoulder to shoulder, laughing and talking. Old Madam Yang's alcohol tolerance is too good.
I really can't take it anymore, Wei Jun laughed loudly. Haha, you're too drunk.
Is your alcohol tolerance not as good as Officer Bai's? Yuan Hao shook his head. Impossible. How could I be drunk?
If I'm drunk, who will protect Great Wei? Haha. Hearing this, Bai Qingxing grabbed Wei Jun's arm, looking directly into Wei Jun's eyes, saying, Rest assured, if Great Lu falls, I will risk my life to protect you. As soon as she finished speaking, she covered her face in embarrassment and turned away. Wei Jun suppressed his anger inside. You want to ruin the grand plan again?
Seeking death. Yikes, she really is a vicious woman. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared out of nowhere, blocking the way of the drunken citizens. One of them spoke up.
Is the one in the middle Great Wei?
After confirming Wei Jun's identity, they revealed their true forms as fierce monsters, and rushed forward, repeatedly saying they wanted Wei Jun to hand over the diary. Yuan Hao and Qing Xing quickly stepped forward to protect Wei Jun. Seeing the three demons, Wei Jun was overjoyed. What's there to be happy about?
I've actively courted death so many times and failed. This is the first time death has knocked on my door. Is it finally my time, this celestial emperor?
Three demon beasts suddenly appeared right in the capital, roaring and charging madly at Wei Jun, their aura spreading powerfully throughout the city. People with some real power quickly realized something was wrong. They immediately recognized what this aura signified. Shangguan Xingfeng also blankly said to his father, Father, it doesn't seem like these are the guys we arranged.
Shangguan Xingfeng's father stood up tensely. These are three great demons. Wei Jun is definitely dead this time. Wei Jun was ecstatic seeing the three ferocious great demons before him. Can't miss this chance, gotta seize it this time.
Thinking this, he pulled Bai Qingxin and Yuan Hao over and said, You two, these guys are way too strong. If all three of us resist, we're definitely gonna die here.
You guys hurry and go, I'll cover your escape. This brave act moved them to tears. Meanwhile, the three monsters, wielding some kind of magic artifacts, charged forward madly. After a flash of turquoise light like sea foam erupted, the aura of all three people completely disappeared without a trace.
Shangguan Xingfeng's father panicked. Wei Jun and their auras, along with the great demons, have all vanished.
Could it be that the great demons used a spatial confinement magic artifact to drag them into its space?
Shangguan Xingfeng was equally shocked. Father, how could great demons appear in the capital without anyone noticing?
Where's the sky-gazing mirror? Shangguan Xingjun's father's face was as black as the bottom of a pot as he said.
The sky-gazing mirror is a vital treasure of our great Qian. Its function is to monitor the world for any invaders. If there were great demons hiding in the capital, they would have been suppressed immediately. But with the current situation, there's only one possibility. Xingfeng quickly understood the problem his father was hinting at. You mean, these three great demons are raised by humans?
They were already in the capital. He nodded in confirmation. That's right.
During the National Defense War, some demon clans were captured and distributed to the great generals, the Chen cultivation sects, and the royal family based on their merits.
Does that mean the person who wants Wei Jun's life today must be one of those people?
The news that Wei Jun obtained Yang Daishi's diary just came out, and someone immediately came to take his life.
Very clearly, this is killing to silence him. The ones making the move are three great demons. This is completely leaving Wei Jun with no way out. As Xing Jun frowned, saying, with Lu Yuanhao and Bai Qingxin at his side, perhaps the three of them can hold on for a bit. This is still the capital, after all. Someone will come to rescue Wei Jun soon. Hearing this, he shook his head.
Stroking his beard, he said, That's gonna be tough. Bai Qingxin's specialty is formations.
Wei Jun just awakened the Haoshan righteous chi. Lu Yuanhao focuses on defense. Being able to resist a two-headed demon is already impressive. More importantly, searching for and breaking a spatial magic artifact takes time. Even if someone arrives at the scene right now, I'm afraid it'll be too late.
At this moment, at the place where Wei Jun's group disappeared, Zhu Fenfang quickly arrived at the scene.
Ji Shuai and Zhao Yun arrived simultaneously right after. Upon arrival, they quickly confirmed it was a spatial magic artifact.
Zhu Fenfang gradually lost her patience, her eyes filled with anger, as she asked Ji Shuai, how many houses in the capital can control three demons at any time without registering it on any documents? Hand over the list, quick, I'll personally visit each house. Xu Feng tried to reassure Zhu Fenfen. Saving people is key, gotta find that spatial treasure first.
Princess Mingzhu arrived on the scene. I'm afraid it's too late. The three demon bastards were using a chi-infused spatial treasure too. By the time we break through the space, Wei Jun will probably be a goner.
Zhu Fenkafen was worried but helpless.
Let's find the hidden location of that treasure first, Zhao Yun said. Leave it to me. I'm super sensitive to the aura of spatial treasures. I should be able to find it soon. Then, Zhao Yun closed her eyes and sensed her surroundings. It didn't take long to find it. Zhao Yun opened her eyes and charged forward with her spear, shattering the spatial barrier. Those who witnessed it were surprised by her power and sensitivity. Shattering the space with one blow. Wait a minute, that's not right. Spatial treasures can't be broken through so easily. Someone is coming out from inside the space. When Zhao Yun saw the tip of her spear, she pursed her lips and was speechless. Yuan Hao, his cheeks flushed red, embarrassedly said, General Zhao, Are you suggesting something with my butt? The three experts who witnessed this were speechless. What's going on here? Can someone explain it to me?
Those three great demons are all dead. Wei Jun looked at the three great demons in the distance who were no longer able to fight, full of regret, then turned to Lu Yuanhao and asked, Lu Yuanhao, didn't you say your specialty is defense?
Yuanhao nodded in acknowledgement. That's right. I mainly cultivate defense. Wei Jun heard this, grabbed Yuanhao's collar and shouted, Are you still trying to fool me? If your specialty is defense, then why did you take out three great demons with one move in the spatial treasure just now? Yuanhao explained, Wei Daren, I'm really not trying to fool you. Have you heard this saying before? The best defense is offense, so I mainly cultivate the best defense.
Wei Jun gritted his teeth in anger after hearing this, and could only curse inwardly. With Kershuai's assessment, Lu Qian must have taught him this pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger style.
Zhu Fenfen smirked. Lu Yuanhao is so young and can easily kill three great demons. How can such a monster be called a disgrace to the surveillance division? Zhao Yun also clicked her tongue and commented. One spear from me didn't hurt him much. It's a bit damaging to my self-esteem. Yuanhao rubbed his injured butt aggrievedly after hearing this. It is. Half of my butt is all bruised. General Zhao scared me to death. I thought my butt was about to explode.
Wei Jun and Zhao Yun glared at him, looking at this fatty pretending they really wanted to punch him.
Wei Jun was so angry that he was spitting fire, cursing inwardly. You damn fatty, dare to play pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger with me. Just wait, when I transform back into the Heavenly Emperor, I will definitely let him be reborn into a pig's belly.
Princess Mingzhu stepped forward and asked, Lord Lu, did you really kill these three great demons?
Yuanhao nodded proudly, but immediately after, he looked at the three demon beasts in panic and shouted, Huh, they're dead. No way, I only slashed them with one sword. At most, I only injured them. I'm very weak. Could it be that the three great demons are acting?
Zhu Fenfen came to confirm.
They were all killed by one slash. Very precise. Lord Lu's sword strike has some of the style of the sword god Gu. Yuanhao became even more confused after hearing this. Sword god Gu Yue. Grand Tutor, you're joking, right? I'm really just trash. While checking around, Zhu Fenfen discovered something, and she immediately questioned Ke Shuai, Ke Chengkong. I need an explanation from you. Why do these three monsters have this on them? Under Chengkong's command, not even grass can survive. This Chengkong token was made by you. It contains a slaughter formation and explosives.
Good thing Lu Yuanhao acted fast, or those three would have been goners if they messed with those null talismans. Even gods couldn't save.
Those null talismans are a pain to make. Back in the day, there were less than 100 of Karakims on the battlefield. You tell me, who else?
But you could just casually pull out three of these things. Faced with Zhu Fenfen's questioning, Jishuai calmly replied, Just a frame-up.
That only made Zhu Fenfen angrier? You think you can just say frame up and wash your hands clean? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Jishuai helplessly affirmed. That's really how it is?
Back then I made quite a few null talismans and gave Siam out. The royal family got at least 3, the national teacher's place got 5, Lu Qian got 3, and I gave Zilong 1 too.
Oh yeah, and Grandmaster Yang too. I gave him 5, Yuanhao shouted from the crowd. Grandmaster Yang. Could it be that Grandmaster Yang wants to snatch back this diary? If the contents of this diary were made public, he might not live to see another day.
Zhu Fenfen was furious. I'll get to the bottom of this. With that, she stepped forward and placed her hand on Wei Jun's shoulder, her eyes flashing a spine-chillingly cold light. No matter who made the move, Wei Jun is my disciple.
Whoever wants to kill him better be ready to kill me too, or I'll show them what the fury of a half-saint is like. I have something I need to tell Wei Jun. You guys can handle the rest yourselves. With that, Zhu Fenfen used teleportation, and she and Wei Jun vanished. At the National Teacher's Mansion, Chen Jia picked up his teacup and asked, Master, was this our doing? Upon receiving the answer, no, he continued, not us. That's interesting. To be able to simultaneously bring out 3 great demons, a spatial magic treasure, plus 3 null talismans, there are only a few. Besides us, there's Jishi, the royal family, or the supervisory office's old way. The person in front of him picked up his teacup and said, The royal family and the supervisory office need to keep Wei Jun around as a chance for Iron Blood to save the nation. They wouldn't be so hasty.
Ji Chengkong's killing of Ji Danxian already made his stance clear. If he wanted to kill Wei Jun would have been dead a long time ago.
Looks like that Yang Shuye is still alive. What a lucky bastard. Chen Jia wondered. You're saying this was done by Yang Shuye, but why would he want to take Wei Jun's life? The national teacher calmly replied. Find him, and you'll naturally know the reason. If Yang Shuye isn't dead, then let's kill him first. We can postpone dealing with the Ji family, and let that Ji Chengkong squirm for a few more days.
Elsewhere, Princess Mingzhu spoke up. Jishi. If Wei Jun is safe and sound, then I'll head back to the palace first.
Yuanhao also excused himself to go back and inform his father, Zhao Yun said. The great demon's body has already been taken away, and Bai Daran should also rest early.
As Zhao Yun passed by Bai Qingxin lightly said, General Zhao, you found your way here pretty quickly this time, didn't get lost again, huh?
As Zhao Yun turned around, he realized that Qingxin was no longer there. True to her reputation, Bai Qingxin is indeed Bai Qingxin.
Jin, she seems to have guessed that you were behind this. Jian Shuai's expression darkened, and he turned and said as he walked, as expected of the #1 divine constable in the world, her observational skills are truly amazing.
She definitely also knows that we don't really want to kill Wei Jun, and probably figured out that we want to mess with the national teacher's judgment. She and the national teacher are like fire and water, so she definitely won't reveal this.
As long as we can make the national teacher think that Grandmaster Yang is still alive, we can buy ourselves more time to prepare to deal with the Cultivator Alliance. Our goal has been achieved.
Back at the National Academy, drinking tea and munching on pastries, Zhu Fenfen angrily scolded. You little brat, you've only been an academician for 2 days. You haven't even warmed your seat yet, and so much has already happened. Don't you have any thoughts about this? Wei Jun munched on a pastry and lazily replied, Teacher, don't panic. Someone trying to kill me is actually a good thing. It only proves that what I'm doing is right. And someone's starting to get worried.
Hearing this, Zhu Fenfen frowned. A lot of people think that what they're doing is right, saving the country and all. But they don't leave themselves any room for retreat. Is that really commendable?
I know you have a firm will and aren't afraid to die. But do you think you're the only one like that in the court? Like Shengguan Chengxiang, for example.
He's been ridiculed for almost 10 years for being an emperor who neglects the court to cultivate
all to maintain stability in Daqian after the war. He's exhausted both mentally and physically.
His cultivation has stagnated.
His lifespan has been greatly reduced. But everyone has forgotten that, before becoming prime minister, he was a recognized cultivation genius. He once had the bearing of a sage, a son of heaven, who comprehended the righteous aura, all on his own. Before me, there was also the former crown prince. His talent isn't inferior to mine. If he could focus on cultivation, he would have a chance to reach the realm of the ancient human emperor. At that time, he could suppress the Tang dynasty with a flip of his hand. But at a young age, he founded the Iron Blood Society to save the nation,
setting an example for the soldiers. In the end, all his like-minded comrades met tragic ends.
Many people like them dedicated their blood to this country at the best of ages. They devoted everything they had to their grand ideals. But in my opinion, they've all gone down the wrong path. Wei Jun, do you understand what I mean?
Wei Jun leisurely finished the pastry in his hand and replied, Student understands. Teacher means that if Shangguan Prime Minister and the former Crown Prince had put all their effort into cultivation and possessed great strength, they could have eliminated everything. Saving the country and its people would have been easier then.
Zhu Fenfen nodded in agreement, a smirk on her face, and said, Understood immediately. You truly are my most prized student. Daqian currently has many problems, and many people are thinking of different ways to solve them. But in my opinion, there is really only one way to solve these problems. Make your fist the hardest in the world. A fist is power. Clutching your fist is clutching power. Looking at Zhu Fenfen's serious expression, Wei Jun couldn't help but laugh. Who are you calling cute? You're the cute one. Your whole family is cute. Zhu Fenfen blushed when she saw this. Who are you calling cute? You're the cute one. Your whole family is cute. What's so funny? Am I wrong? Which of my words are you distorting now?
Wei Jun coughed a few times to regain his composure and said, Student basically agrees with the teacher's thoughts, but feels that the teacher's evaluation of Shangguan Prime Minister and them is a bit unfair. Zhu Fenkefen clenched her fist, looking angrily at Wei Jun, and asked, Unfair?
If you don't explain clearly, don't blame my fist for being merciless.
Wei Jun looked seriously at Zhu Fenfen and said, Teacher, student believes that what Shangguan Prime Minister calculates and contributes is valuable. If there weren't these people sacrificing or planning, who would have the time and space to cultivate in peace and level up?
A country that truly wants to rise up needs not only top powerhouses, but also people who bury their heads and work hard, and people who risk their lives and persevere. Some wait for orders for the people, and some sacrifice themselves for righteousness. If everyone wants to preserve their strength and wait for a later day, then there won't be a later day. In short, someone needs to sacrifice first to have a chance of leaving a spark of hope for others.
Saying this, Wei Jun's eyes seemed to pierce into Zhu Fenfen's eyes. This disciple is willing to be the one who sacrifices themselves for righteousness.
Zhu Fenfen was silent for a moment, then said, Wei Jun, you are not like others. Your innate talent is good. If you focus on cultivation, you have hope of becoming the one with the strongest fist, surpassing everyone else. Your continuing to live is more valuable than others living. Wei Jun rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought.
Laoshi, I remember you saying before that your path to sainthood was the path of equality, wasn't it?
At this moment, Zhu Fenfen remembered that she had said that before, and helplessly sighed. It seems I can't convince you today, but your teacher still wants you to live? Only by living is there hope, and only then can you do more. Wei Jun only looked at Zhu Fenfen in silence, not answering. Such a small scope, little Mei Mei. This heavenly emperor's death is where hope lies. Living won't lead to much hope.
Afterward, Zhu Fenfen told Wei Jun to go back.
She sat back in her room, rubbing her temples in exhaustion. How ironic. My path to sainthood is the path of equality, yet I can't do it with Wei Jun. Everyone is equal, but for some reason, this kid is more important than others in my heart. It's fundamentally impossible to be equal. Wei Jun, oh Wei Jun, you have become a serious obstacle to my progress. You have become my Daozhang. When Wei Jun returned home, sitting on his bed, looking at the tattered old diary, he pondered. Zhu Fenfen. Does this sly fox still want to coax this emperor to live well? Stop kidding around, Ma. Does this heavenly emperor look that easy to fool? Not only do I want to die, but I have to die quickly, and I have to die properly. Absolutely can't let you hooligans protect my path to survival. Today, just after leaving the Yang family, I was attacked by 3 demon beasts. It seems that this half of the diary really wants someone dead. But right now, those who are capable of taking my life don't even know the contents of the diary, and they can't determine if the contents of the diary are related to them, so they probably won't be able to make up their minds to act, right? The next day, the market was bustling and noisy as usual. But it seems today won't be like that. From somewhere, a mysterious old man appeared and started the story. Have you heard? Wei Jun, Lord Wei, wants to announce the contents of Yang Daxi's diary. The diary contains a lot of evidence about corrupt officials taking bribes and breaking the law. Brother, have you ever heard of Yang Daxi's diary? It contains the truth about the War of National Defense. Once that truth is revealed, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Someone told me that the diary says the War of National Defense was caused by the Cultivator Alliance. Back then, when the battle was fought, the disciples of the Changsheng sect all retreated and stood behind. Do you know why the Imperial Court hasn't allowed anyone to mention the War of National Defense in recent years? Because we were originally about to attack the Western continent, but our Emperor's chaotic command ruined a good situation. I heard that Yang Daxi's diary also says the Emperor conspired to kill the previous Emperor. Don't you know that? News of the diary has spread throughout Nan City. After he finished speaking, he gnawed on a chicken leg. The person next to him trembled with anger. I don't know about those things, but who are you? Why are you eating my chicken leg? Pay me back. One of them stood up and asked, Confirm, brother, are the words you just said true? The old man gnawed on the bones, stood up, and left, saying as he walked, This news is what I know through internal friends, so rest assured, internal news is absolutely guaranteed to be true. Qian people don't deceive Qian people. The crowd was stunned and speechless. I have a feeling this news is accurate, no joke. After entering the alley, Wei Jun removed his wig and fake beard. He smiled triumphantly, admiring his accomplishment. I used Hao Ranjing Qi to spread rumors. You can't help but believe it. At this rate, it will only take a morning for the rumors to spread throughout the capital. I just need to stay in one place and wait for those who were manipulated by my rumors to rush to kill me. In the end, Wei Jun underestimated the speed at which rumors spread. An hour later, have you heard about that diary? Lord Wei is really bold. You've probably heard of it, right? The whole capital knows Lord Wei was attacked by 3 great demons as soon as he left the Yang family. The Changsheng sect is really trash. I heard the Imperial Advisor wants to become the Emperor. No, I heard the Imperial Advisor wants to take our current Holy Majesty. Oh, really? Tell me more. Lord Wei is indeed a tough and courageous person. Others wouldn't dare to announce it. Lord Wei is in danger this time. Is it true that the contents of the diary are worth dying for? From the crowd's discussions, someone shouted, Lord Wei has gone to Miao Yin Brothel. Hurry to Miao Yin Brothel. Ask the adults to clarify this. In the wonderful sound brothel, Meng is talking to Wei Jun, young Master Wei. More and more people outside are requesting an audience. Surely many of them don't have good intentions. You've really stirred up trouble this time. Hearing this, Wei Jun was secretly delighted. It's no fun without trouble. I still need to court death. And now the rumors are becoming more and more credible. Looks like it'll be hard for me to avoid death this time. Meng, annoyed, throws a cold water on Wei Jun, who even spread these rumors. They're trying to force young Master Wei into a dead end. Don't let me find out who spread the rumors, or I'll send them to meet King Yama. Wei Jun, confused, thought. If you really could, I'd immediately admit I did it myself. But a woman's words are deceiving to ghosts and men. I definitely wouldn't believe you. Wei Jun, looking confident and carefree, said, Don't worry so much about me, Meng. It doesn't matter if people with bad intentions come. I have my ways of dealing with it. Relying on a little girl like you isn't reliable. I have to create my own opportunities. Then, he appeared on the steps of the wonderful sound brothel. As soon as they saw Wei Jun's figure, the gossiping crowd erupted. Wei Jun suddenly shouted from the platform, Everyone, I know you all have many questions to ask me. Now I can give you an answer. That's right. Many of the rumors are true. Grandmaster Yang's diary is indeed with me. And yesterday I was indeed targeted by 3 great demon beasts. Furthermore, Grandmaster Yang's diary does record many scandals, as well as the truth and causes of the National Defense War. This implicates many people, and once it's made public, many people will have a hard time keeping their reputations, or even their heads, but heaven's justice is clear, and karma is immediate. I, Wei Jun, hereby announce to the world that I will publicize Grandmaster Yang's diary, so that all crimes will be revealed under the sunlight, and justice can be expanded once again in Daki. Unless I die, there's no turning back. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, everyone was stunned. From the small people to the gentlemen, everyone knew the consequences of these words. Once the news spreads, many swords will surely be pointed at Wei Jun, trying to take his life.
Of course, that's Wei Jun's goal this time. He chuckled to himself, thinking, the plan has been achieved. I'm surrounded by killing intent from all directions. Great, I'm definitely dead this time, no doubt about it. I've already arranged for Lu Yuanhao to go with Bai Qingxin, Zheng Liquan's sect. Even if that fatty's off the clock, he still has to go back to the palace to report to Chief Luge. He definitely won't be able to save me this time. To be sure, I'll wait until dark, and then walk home. When it got dark, Wei Jun was about to go home, when Meng rushed over to stop him. Young Master Wei, maybe you shouldn't go back tonight? You've already said so many things that are disadvantageous to yourself today. It'll definitely be dangerous to leave the wonderful sound brothel now. But this was all carefully arranged by Wei Jun, so of course he refused. No way, no how.
I've never been a man who needs a woman to protect him. Besides, we're not close, so how could I implicate you? Meng, shy and blushing, said. As long as young Master Wei agrees to be the object of my affections, then we'll be close. As soon as he heard that, Wei Jun waved his hand in refusal. Forget it. Who wants to be close to you?
True and sincere love is naturally the fusion of soul and desire. This kind of love of yours is soulless.
Hearing this, Meng was confused. Young Master Wei, you must be worried about implicating me. That's why you're saying this, right?
You don't have to worry.
As long as you agree, my sect will definitely protect you.
Wei Jun looked closely at Meng and smiled meaningfully.
Your understanding is thorough, but you've misunderstood me. I can tell you responsibly that I'm only interested in your body. I'm just a shallow man like that, so farewell. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and left. The sect's secrets have all been leaked. If I don't leave, there might be trouble.
The timing is just right.
If everything goes smoothly, I'll definitely be assassinated on the way home, right? Then a girl ran in from outside, seeing your sister. That Wei Jun is really a lecher. I think what he just said is all true. Meng shook her head and said, your eye for men is too bad. Wei Jun is definitely not as shallow as you think. Besides, it's normal for men to be lecherous. Wei Jun's lecherous behavior towards me is also his way of complimenting my beauty. He doesn't want to implicate me, and that's enough to prove his character. You should learn from me. When choosing a man, you must choose someone like Wei Jun. But Wei Jun's speech today was too domineering. I'm afraid he's been targeted by a lot of people already. There's definitely going to be a lot of people making moves on his way home tonight.
Just like what Meng Gunyang said, there were many assassins lurking along the way. As soon as he entered their sights, before they could even rush out, two mysterious shadows appeared and wiped them out.
Wei Jun was walking leisurely, and when he faintly heard some movement, he was secretly happy. I can feel someone is following me. The feeling isn't too clear. It seems their realm is much higher than mine. Great, hurry up and make a move. I'm dying to die. Just come and take my life with your swords and sabers.
There were many assassins hiding all along the way, but little did Wei Jun know that all the assassins along the way were easily wiped out by those two shadows.
When he pushed the door open and entered his residence, those two shadows watched his unscathed back and breathed a sigh of relief.
These guys aren't bad. They are well-trained assassins. As expected, some people have started sending assassins.
Under the bright moonlight, Meng Gunyang and another girl stood on the roof with swords in hand, looking down at Wei Jun entering the room. Her eyes turned cold as she declared, too bad for them. With me here, no one can stop Wei Gongzi from returning home safely.
The protector breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that person was safe, while the other person, Wei Jun, was standing trembling with anger inside the house, cursing, damn it, are these useless guys being too cautious or what?
Following me all the way, but not daring to make a move. What's up with that?
After changing into his pajamas, he sat on the bed in frustration and muttered, there's no way. I clearly felt someone following me on the way home, so why didn't anyone attack me?
Are those guys being that careful? I get it now. They must be waiting for me to go to sleep before making their move, not wanting to miss any opportunity. I can feel more and more assassins nearby. If that's the case, I have to cooperate with them. It's better to go to bed early. I pissed off so many people this time, the assassins they send definitely won't come back empty-handed. Time for a good night's sleep. After waking up, I will be the invincible heavenly emperor of all realms. As Wei Jun closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep, drool dripped down the side of his mouth. Suddenly, Bai Qingxin appeared next to the bed. She propped her chin up and stared intently at him, sleeping soundly. Afraid of waking him up, she whispered. Sleeping so soundly, I wonder what he's dreaming about. It really makes people worry.
Just one day without being by his side and he's already caused such a big thing, but Wei Lang, don't worry, the fusion of me and my dark personality is about to end. My strength has far surpassed the past. No matter how many people want to kill you, I will definitely not let them hurt a single hair on your head.
Just then, Qingxin noticed a newly appeared aura. She smirked. Wei Lang, you really are a good person with good fortune.
Good. It seems I don't need to make a move today.
Outside Wei Jun's residence, Meng Lao suddenly appeared, and with one punch he neatly cleared out all the assassins.
He gently landed on the ground, thinking to himself, Wei Jun, I owe you a life.
As long as I'm alive, I will never allow anyone to hurt you. The sage is at Shanghao, difficult long exist. With that, Meng Lao rushed forward like the wind, dealing with all the newly arrived assassins. Watching the old man single-handedly take care of all the assassins, the girl accompanying Meng Gunyang was extremely surprised. Who is that? He can easily take care of so many assassins. The figure is too fast. I can only tell that he is in the Great Confucian realm. A dignified Great Confucian is guarding the door for him. What is Wei Jun's background after all? Seeing this, Meng Gunyang felt relieved. A righteous gentleman like Wei Jun naturally has his own good fortune. Alright, let's just watch until here. It seems like we are not needed here anymore. Let's go back. Seeing this, the girl asked in surprise. Senior sister, aren't you going to tell Wei Jun that you protected him on the way here? Meng Gunyang smiled lightly and replied, no need. Wei Jun is a gentleman through and through, and I certainly don't want to be the kind of petty person who repays kindness with grudges. I hope he can willingly become the object of my affection. On this side, Meng Lao was fighting with surging emotions, risking my life for others, so this is how it feels. Wei Jun, it was you who gave me the courage to face adversity. It was you who made my soul sublimate. Child, no need to be moved, no need to thank me. This is all the good fortune that you deserve. I am truly a talented Great Confucian. Just as dawn broke, Wei Jun immediately woke up. He punched himself hard and fell off the bed. That hurts. I'm still alive? No way! That's so unreasonable. I did something so offensive yesterday, there's absolutely no way they could forgive me so easily. Last night, I definitely sensed a whole bunch of assassins lying in wait in the shadows. Why didn't they make a move? I already separated from Lu Yuanhao and personally created such a golden opportunity. I cooperated with you guys like that, even forcing myself into a deep sleep. What reason do you have not to attack? What the heck are you useless bunch doing? The moment Wei Jun opened the door, a mountain of assassins of all levels piled up in the courtyard, with Meng Lao standing beside, proudly admiring his handiwork. Wei Jun was in shock, his lips trembling as he asked, Meng Lao, what are you doing here for no reason? Don't tell me you've been here guarding me all night. Meng Lao smiled kindly and said, no need to be so touched, Wei Jun. You deserve me doing this. That time at the Imperial Academy you didn't mess with me, faking your death. I owe you a life. From you I learned courage and responsibility. Kid, don't worry, I'll always be secretly protecting your safety from now on. Hearing this, Wei Jun just hated that he didn't destroy the Imperial Academy. Don't worry my ass. Why did I let him off in the first place? Is it too late to report now? Meng Jia stepped out from the mountain of assassins and greeted, Lord Wei, good morning. Grandpa informed me that many people died at your place, so it turns out they were assassins on the sly. It seems that the security of the capital can improve a bit. But my grandpa is already a dead man, in the eyes of the world. He's not convenient to show his face right now, so all the credit can only be put on your head. That's why our Lufen men has specially prepared some rewards for you. Please don't laugh at it. Wei Jun reluctantly accepted the certificate of commendation, trying hard to swallow his tears, looking at the proud smiles of the two heart and reason destroying godsons in front of him. Assassinate, destroy the heart, right? You two, just wait for me. When the Confucian sage was alive, he created a special artifact that can distinguish whether the information recorded on an item is true or false, and can also distinguish whether a person is telling the truth or lying. This artifact is currently in the Dali Si, named Sheng Tan, and the process of using Sheng Tan to distinguish truth from falsehood is called Sheng Kai by everyone. Just as Wei Jun finished speaking, Yuan Hao looked at Wei Jun with fear and worry. Lord Wei, do you really have to do something so big? If you do this, I'm afraid you will really anger the peak experts. I can't protect you. Qing Xin couldn't help but worry too. Although she is much stronger than before, the distance to the peak experts is still far away. She looked at Wei Jun to confirm. Lord Wei, if, after Shanghai, the content of the diary is true, and the National Defense War is really a conspiracy caused by cultivators to accumulate merit, what do you plan to do? Wei Jun didn't waste time answering, of course I'll grab a pen and write it straight into the book, recording the truth on the Hao Tian Shu. Wei Jun thought to himself, yesterday's certain kill plan was ruined by Meng Lao again. But this heavenly emperor will not be discouraged. I will do something even bigger, so that you can't resist it, Qing Xin said with trepidation. Recording history in the Hao Tian Shu is equivalent to being officially stamped, and it will be spread throughout the world in the shortest time. By then the major cultivation sects, especially the leader of the Tianji Pavilion, will have their luck greatly weakened. If that's really the case, Tianji Laoren will go crazy. It's very likely that he will personally come to kill people. Tianji Laoren is the strongest. And the Tianji Pavilion is also one of the most top-notch and ancient cultivators of the time. It is said that he was famous for thousands of years, 500 years after and 500 years before the National Defense War. If he wants to kill you, I'm afraid there are few people in this world who can stop him. Wei Jun hid the joy in his heart and said confidently to Qing Xin, Bai Mairen, don't be so pessimistic, okay? What if the content of the diary is false? If I help them prove their innocence, maybe they will even thank me. Bai Qing Xin worriedly retorted.
That kind of possibility is too low, Lord Wei. Please wait a little longer. Maybe there is still another way. Wei Jun slammed the table and stood up. Can't wait any longer. Yesterday I sent a request to the Dali Sea, and the Dali Sea has agreed to my request. When the resources to activate Sheng Tan are prepared, Sheng Kai can be carried out. If we have clues, of course we must use the shortest time to confirm whether the clues are true or false. Being in this position, Niu Qi himself is the one who wields the pen. I have the responsibility to investigate the truth behind the National Defense War. After deploying the plan with Yuan Hao and Qing Xin, Wei Jun was now leisurely sitting with his legs crossed on the table, admiring his genius plan. The news that I applied for Sheng Kai should have been spread, right? Anyway, the Imperial Oracle needs time to prepare, which gives the people who want me dead a bit of prep time too. If I'm lucky, who knows, I might get offed before the Oracle even gets here. Someone might come to threaten me, or try to bribe me, but I won't budge. Seeing Wei Jun so relaxed, the second prince said, Wei Darren, you're in quite the mood, huh? Humming and whistling too. Are you even aware that your request for the Imperial Oracle is about to turn the capital upside down? As soon as Wei Jun saw the second prince, he stood up properly and approached him. Second prince, I didn't expect you to be the first to arrive. Are you here to advise me against seeking the Imperial Oracle? The second prince sighed and sat down in a chair. Ever since Father Emperor started cultivating with the national preceptor, we princes and princesses have also had to join some cultivation sects. Coincidentally, I joined the Tianji Ge. The sect leader personally gave me a test. If I can stop Wei Darren from seeking the Imperial Oracle, the Tianji Ge will fully support Father Emperor in making me the crown prince. Wei Jun sat down in a chair next to him and clicked his tongue. Trisk. That's a real power play. If the Tianji Ge is reacting like this, then half of what's in the diary must be true. The second prince continued. I've heard some rumors about the contents of the diary, which align with Wei Darren's thinking, so I ultimately rejected the sect leader. Hearing this, Wei Jun looked at the second prince in surprise. So, you're not here to dissuade me? The second prince immediately denied it vehemently. Of course not. If what's in Yang Daxi's diary is true, then the Tianji Ge wants to completely overthrow the Daqian. I, as a prince of the Daqian, will never stand for that. Without the Daqian, what kind of crown prince would I be? But I still feel ashamed of you. Saying this, the prince's expression darkened. When Wei Jun asked, Second prince, why do you say that? The second prince clenched his fist so tightly that the veins in his hands stood out. You're being loyal to the country, investigating the truth of history, and seeking the Imperial Oracle without regard for your own safety. As a prince of the Daqian, I have no reason to stop you. And I also know that the Tianji Ge will definitely deal with you because of this, even eliminate you. But I, as a prince of the Daqian, have no ability to protect you. Hearing this, Wei Jun gave a very kind smile and said, Second prince, you don't need to blame yourself so much. I just want to find the truth for the souls who died in the National Defense War. This has nothing to do with you. I seek benevolence, and I get benevolence. No matter what the consequences, I'm willing to bear them. The second prince opened his eyes wide and looked at Wei Jun, asking in a trembling voice, Wei Jun, why is that? How can you always face death so calmly? Wei Jun rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, evading the second prince's question. But, come to think of it, is Tianji Laoren really going to personally come to take my life? The second prince affirmed tensely. I don't think it'll come to that. The Tianji Ge is the most powerful cultivation sect in the Daqian dynasty. They'll have ways to prevent you from successfully seeking the oracle. Wei Jun wondered. The Tianji Ge is the most powerful? I thought it was the Changshengzong. The second prince's eyes drooped. Although the Changshengzong is arrogant and domineering, most of its disciples aspire to eternal life, so most of their energy is spent on cultivation. Of course, the Tianji Ge is different. They are a sect that takes intelligence as its life. In order to foresee the heavenly secrets, they need to constantly receive all kinds of secular information, so they need to cultivate their own power in the court. Legend has it that they have a book that records the scandalous evidence and bribery of all the civil and military officials of the Daqian. Based on this book, the Tianji Ge has secretly controlled many people in the court. Some people even say that the Tianji Ge is the real power holder of the court. Wei Jun asked, Does that black book really exist? The second prince said again, It can't be determined, but those with guilty consciences naturally don't dare to gamble. But the Tianji Ge's power in the court is really not fabricated. In recent years, many outer disciples of the Tianji Ge have entered the court as officials. There are people supporting them in the court. Their secret of forming cliques is public knowledge. But Father Emperor is focused on cultivation and doesn't bother to ask about it. Wei Jun frowned. Tianji Ge are disciples. Why are they entering the court as officials? Shouldn't cultivators value cutting off mortal ties? Hearing this, the second prince became angry and gritted his teeth. Because the Cultivation Alliance wants to develop the 9-rank heavenly sect system, outer disciples enter the court as officials, seeking resources for the sect, while inner disciples are responsible for focusing on cultivation and strengthening the sect. Wei Jun stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, What the hell is this? If this kind of system is widely implemented, the common people will become the lowest slaves. at the mercy of the cultivation sects. This is trying to cut off the roots of the great Xian, who came up with this 9-rank immortal sect system. What a worthless scumbag. After hearing the second prince say it was Tianji Laoren, Wei Jun's face darkened, and his voice was thick with gunpowder. Tianji sect, Tianji Laoren, very good. I'll remember them. I'll make them pay a heavy price. The second prince frowned and said, Lord Wei, the imperial decree needs time to prepare. I'm really worried that the Tianji sect won't wait until then. Before he could finish speaking, Yuan Hao rushed in, flustered. Lord Wei, it's bad. My godfather sent someone to deliver a message. More than half of the civil and military officials in the court have impeached you. They say you're using your power for personal gain, spreading rumors to defame the image of the Tianji sect and the Chengsheng sect, righteous immortal sects. They even say you're not worthy to be the writer of the national defense war, harming the country and the people. A crime worthy of execution. This matter has alarmed His Majesty, and tomorrow His Majesty will personally interrogate you in court. The second prince became tense when he heard this. Damn it. The Tianji sect is striking so fast and so viciously. Wei Jun, upon hearing this news, shed tears of happiness. Does happiness often come so suddenly? Receiving the news, Wei Jun wiped away a tear of happiness, muttering as if he were dreaming, I've been awake for so long, and I'm still touched. The second prince, on the other hand, was racking his brains for countermeasures. Father hasn't attended court for 5 years, and this time he's making an exception for Wei Jun. I'm afraid father will really kill Wei Jun under the pressure of the Tianji sect. Then, the second prince said to the two, Lord Wei, don't be angry, a bunch of traitors. One day I will expel them all from the court. According to the process, tomorrow you will need to defend yourself in court, so please be patient, and don't give them a chance to use it against you. Yuan Hao beside him also agreed. What the second prince said makes a lot of sense. Protecting your life is more important. Lord Wei must listen to the second prince. When the two saw Wei Jun's nod, they understood in their hearts that Wei Jun had absolutely no intention of swallowing his anger. Wei Jun turned away abruptly, hiding the smile that stretched to the corners of his ears, and thought to himself, just kidding, the real villain won't easily go online, of course. I have to cooperate well. Bai Qingxin entered and said, I came back from outside. The story of Lord Wei being impeached by the officials for investigating the Tianji sect has spread throughout the capital. Yuan Hao became even more flustered when he heard this. Why so fast? Godfather told me right away. Did the Tianji sect leak the news on purpose? Are they not afraid of public outrage? Qingxin said. There's only one possibility. The Tianji sect deliberately let the news spread. They want as many people as possible to know about this, and then use their absolute strength to suppress it. Whether they want to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, or for other purposes, now that things have developed to this point, they will definitely use all means to kill Lord Wei. Yuan Hao gaped when he heard this. Are they crazy? Is it necessary to make such a big fuss over a 6th-rank official like Lord Wei? The second prince also became anxious. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, as expected of the Tianji sect's style. Wei Jun, who had been silent, spoke up at this moment. It takes a lot of effort to do so many things. It seems that it's not just to kill me. I'm afraid the Tianji sect, or rather the real purpose of the Cultivation Alliance, is to kill me as a fuse, to lure out those who oppose them, and then eliminate them, thereby forcibly promoting the 9-rank immortal sect system. As he spoke, he trembled with excitement. Very interesting. The villain's strength and intelligence are both online this time. I can't contain my excitement anymore. Yuan Hao said. If it's really as Lord Wei guessed, then this matter is even more serious. I'm going to beg my godfather. I must ask him to do his best to protect Lord Wei. The second prince nodded. I'm going to contact the ministers who didn't impeach Lord Wei. Qingxin was also anxious. I'm going to find Princess Mingzhu. She might have some way. Looking at the 3 people fussing in front of him, Wei Jun couldn't help but say, don't you guys still understand? Anyone who shows their face and speaks up for me will be considered an enemy by the Cultivation Alliance. If those smart people die tragically because of me, I really won't be able to escape the guilt, even in death. Hearing this, the second prince said, someone like Wei Darren shouldn't die as a scapegoat. No matter what, we must try our best. Watching the 3 people leave in a hurry, Wei Jun sighed. Forget it. I'll just revive those who died after I become the Heavenly Emperor. Moreover, with the Heavenly Calculation Pavilion's style of doing things, they probably won't give others a chance to save me. What happened afterward proved Wei Jun's thoughts. The Cultivation Alliance and the Heavenly Calculation Pavilion indeed laid out a nearly perfect plan to deal with Wei Jun. Half an hour later, at the Surveillance Division, Taizhu said to Lu Qian, Godfather, according to what Lao Ju said, Wei Jun's guess is exactly like yours. Lu Qixinyan pondered. This isn't hard to guess. It's just that the opponent's strength is too strong. They use a blatant scheme that can be seen through but still can't be broken. It's just that this kid Wei Jun is about to face a desperate situation but doesn't want to involve others. He's really understanding, which makes people feel sorry for him. Yuan Hao was angry in helplessness. Godfather, then what should we do? Are we just going to watch Wei Jun start a war with the Heavenly Calculation Pavilion? Taizhu encouraged from behind.
Then let's start a war. Is our surveillance division afraid of them? Lu Qian angrily scolded him. You're not afraid. But does that mean everyone else isn't afraid either? Would the other brothers of the surveillance division agree to start a war with the Heavenly Calculation Pavilion for Wei Jun alone? Moreover, the surveillance division is just a knife in His Majesty's hand. If the knife has an attitude of its own, the final result can only be that it breaks. Taizu gritted his teeth in helplessness. So are you saying we have no choice but to retreat? Are we just going to let the Cultivation Alliance harm the country and its people like this? Lu Qian was also racking his brains. If we keep retreating, there will really be no retreat left. If a heroic figure like Wei Jun only ends up as a scapegoat, then Daiqian will only have an abyss of 10,000 zhang in the future. But this has nothing to do with our surveillance division. I will reveal myself in my own capacity. Even if I have to die tomorrow, I will use reason to argue for Wei Jun. The situation is critical. Suddenly there was an announcement from outside. His Majesty's secret decree has arrived. According to recent news, the Heavenly Calculation Pavilion has discovered the whereabouts of the former Crown Prince. I specifically order Grand Manager Lu Qian of the Surveillance Division and adopted son Lu Yuanhao to protect the former Crown Prince. Depart immediately. Defy the order and be executed. At the same time, at Princess Mingxu's residence, Princess Mingxu took a sip of tea and said, Before you came, I contacted everyone I could, but they all refused. This princess believes the rumors are true. The Heavenly Calculation Pavilion strategists have a book about the officials of the court. And those fake female cultivators who used to be behind me don't dare to acknowledge the letters I sent. They used silence to answer. Qing Xin was nervous. Sure enough, when faced with power, alliances, gender, or religious beliefs all become weak. His Majesty is single-mindedly pursuing immortality. If Wei Daren dies, Daiqian will really become the Daiqian of the Cultivation Alliance. Princess Mingzhu burst into flames of will. So, there are only two paths laid out before us now. One is to watch Wei Jun die and temporarily save our own lives. The other is for Daiqian to go all out. Suddenly, a woman pushed the door open and entered. There's no such thing as going all out. The consequence of risking your life is only death. Qing Xin recognized her at a glance. This woman is Princess Mingzhu's master in the cultivation sect. Princess Mingzhu looked at the woman with resentment. Shifu, do you want to stop me? The woman chanted a spell. Her eyes emotionless as she looked at Princess Mingzhu. Yi Qian. Heavenly Calculation. Old man told me to keep you in the princess's residence to avoid creating estrangement between me and him. Sorry, I can't refuse. And I can't stand by and watch you seek death. I've already set up a barrier in the princess's residence. I'll remove it for you after this matter is resolved. Then, she turned to Qing Xin and said, You can leave now. Yi Qian won't participate in this matter. Qing Xin was silent. Sure enough, what Wei Lang predicted. If the princess steps forward to help, she will naturally be implicated. Forget it. I'll think of another way. Then, Qing Xin bowed and bid farewell. Your Highness, Mingzhu helplessly said. Sorry, I've disappointed you again. Hearing this, Qing Xin only smiled to reassure the princess. I learned the truth from the eldest princess. I, Qing Xin, have misunderstood you for so many years. Human effort is limited. Your Highness doesn't need to be too hard on yourself. Helping is a kindness, and not helping isn't wrong either. Watching Qing Xin's departing figure, the woman chuckled. This girl is really good at reason. The princess turned away helplessly. I don't think it's reasonable. If someone like Wei Jun dies, Daiqian will truly lose all hope. Hearing this, the woman spoke as if to herself, but directing it at Princess Yi Qian Mingzhu. You're blinded by a single leaf. Who knows, maybe Daiqian would be better off with a different way of life? Or maybe the Cultivation Alliance could help the royal family govern Daiqian better. You're my disciple. So even if Chihuahua Pin Xianzong expands, it won't affect your position. Remember, your teacher is saving your life. The situation at the Ji family isn't much better. Zhao Yun said to Ji Shuai with a troubled expression. Master Ji, I have to leave the capital. The demon clans in Jiangnan are causing chaos, and His Majesty has ordered me to quell the rebellion immediately. Jin Shuai nodded. As expected, Lu Qian is leaving the capital. He's the emperor's confidant, so he can't die. Princess Mingzhu is under house arrest, and she has many female cultivators supporting her, so she can't die either. As for you, you're a disciple of Kang Sheng Long Zilong Gong, so of course you can't die. This is clearly a game set up by Tianji Lao Ren. Anyone who takes the bait will die. But of course people like you can't die, so you've all been sent to do other things. It's clear that Wei Jun will be alone in court tomorrow, with no one to help him. Things aren't much better at the Imperial Academy either, the Imperial teacher said. Zhu Fenfen, I hope you can seclude yourself for half a month. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fenfen naturally disagreed. She raised her middle finger, expressing her dissatisfaction, and said, Motherfucker, is that old geezer senile? You want me to seclude myself? And I'll just do it. Who the hell do you think you are? The Imperial teacher happily took a sip of tea and said, Meng Lao is currently a guest in my residence. The Prime Minister's mansion was also worried about the news. Shangguan Xingjun anxiously asked,
Father, does Wei Jun really have no chance to break the situation this time? The Prime Minister Shang Guan sighed. The two Tianji Lao Ren personally set up this game. I'm afraid they've been preparing for many years. The Prime Minister Shang Guan's eyes showed weariness as he said, Your father is currently within the game. Just protecting my own life is already difficult. How can I solve Wei Jun's certain death situation?
At this moment, on the mountain peak of Tianji Pavilion, an old man was playing a large Go game in the air, playing and excitedly saying, Heaven and earth are like a chessboard. The day I achieve the Dao is the day Fei Xian wins this game, and my Dao will be complete. The next day, in the imperial palace, during the morning court. Today is a day that everyone is tense and worried about, but the person in question doesn't seem to be. Wei Jun hummed as he walked. Today is a beautiful day. A wish in my heart has come true. Today is truly a beautiful day. Opening the door to welcome the spring breeze. In the bustling crowd, he quickly caught sight of a familiar figure. Oh, is that Baidaran? She came to the morning court too. Qing Xin's eyes were dark and emotionless. It's been many years since I attended court. Though no one cares, but with my position, I at least still have the qualification to attend. Wei Jun nodded and walked to her. So that's how it is. Then Baidaran absolutely mustn't take any risks for me later. You must protect yourself. Qing Xin remained silent. She already had her own plans in mind. You're still worrying about me at a time like this? Don't worry, I won't plead with you because it would be useless. The court has never been a place for reason. To protect you, I can only rely on my fists. The officials in the court were attracted to the two and whispered amongst themselves, Is that the pair of disaster stars? Wei Jun and Bai Qingxin. Huh, Bai Qingxin is here too. Then that grim reaper has come to court to harm people again. Don't worry, even if Bai Qingxin wants to strike, the one who dies today will only be that Wei Jun. Who told him to be so dense, choosing to team up with Bai Qingxin and ruin his own bright future? What bright future? That Wei Jun is nothing but a hypocrite who buys fame. Wei Jun nodded upon hearing this. That's more like it. No wonder the Daqian dynasty gives off a feeling of decline and impending doom. Turns out the court is full of petty people. These guys aren't just brainless, they're heartless. A bunch of corrupt worms eating away at the country. The new officials who were gossiping earlier wanted to roll up their sleeves and rush in for a beatdown after hearing Wei Jun's sarcasm. What did you say? How dare you insult me, brothers? Let's go teach him a lesson. Before anyone could charge forward, the second prince suddenly jumped out and gave them a kick. Qing Xin clicked her tongue. It's the second prince. Looks like he's pretty pissed. The second prince looked angry but couldn't do anything. He didn't dare look Wei Jun in the eye. I don't even have the qualifications to be dealt with. Lord Wei, if no one restrains me, then today I will definitely try my best to persuade Father. Wei Jun refused upon hearing this. Absolutely don't do that, second prince. The Heavenly Fate Pavilion is playing a big game of chess. You can probably see that too. The outcome of this matter no longer concerns you and me. In the court, the voices of the civil and military officials shouting accusations against Wei Jun resounded one after another. Your Majesty, I accuse Hanlin academician Wei Jun of using his power for personal gain. I accuse Hanlin academician Wei Jun of buying fame. I accuse Hanlin academician Wei Jun spreads false rumors. I accuse he deliberately smears the righteous immortal sects. Your Majesty, Wei Jun's crimes are heinous. Please use extreme punishment on him, Your Majesty. The emperor listened silently to the accusations against Wei Jun, propping his chin up as he watched them gesticulate below. Wei Jun stepped out from the ranks into the middle of the court, laughing loudly. Every single one of you is trying your best to sell your lives like dogs. Looks like your masters threw a few bones and you rushed to bite people. Qing Xin wasn't too surprised by Wei Jun's actions. As expected of Wei Lang, facing this group of shameless people, he won't back down. Don't worry, even if it costs my life, I will protect you. The second prince was increasingly nervous. Tensei. This is bad. Father hates this kind of wild student the most. The officials were enraged by the sarcasm and pointed and criticized. How dare you, Wei Jun? There's no reason for this. This is the court, not some playground where a nobody like you can swagger and insult the officials. A fat official stepped out, fist ready. You're just a 6th rank official. Every official here outranks you. A wild student with no manners? This official will let you know what the so-called hierarchy and proper etiquette are. He raised his arm to slap Wei Jun, but in the end, Wei Jun slapped him right in the face, knocking him sideways. The decisive movement and the strong force caused him to lose a front tooth. The officials in the court were all wide-eyed and open-mouthed in shock. Li Changzai held his painful cheek and whimpered at Wei Jun. I am a proper 3rd-rank official. You are just a 6th-rank official. How dare you hit me? Wei Jun made his contempt clear, without fear. Oh really? You attacked first? I'm just acting in self-defense. Seeing that he couldn't win the fight, and couldn't win the argument, he turned to the emperor, kneeling on the ground and crying, Treason! Wei Jun is rebelling. Your Majesty, Wei Jun has committed insubordination, disregarding the laws. Please execute him, Your Majesty. If this man is not eliminated, the heavens will not tolerate it. The emperor on the throne said slowly, Wei Qing, do you have anything to say? Wei Jun glanced at Li Changzai and said, I feel so sorry for him. Here he is, the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Personnel. A man of high position and great power, who should have the ability to command wind and rain, but he's too lazy to even use his brain, opting for the most exaggerated way to make everyone think he's a brainless and crazy fool. Your Majesty, why do you think that is? Without a hint of fear, Wei Jun stared directly into the Emperor's eyes, full of indignation. The Emperor's lazy demeanor vanished at this attitude. Seeing this, the elder statesman in the court rebuked. How dare you? You are not allowed to look directly at His Majesty. The madman is you. And yet you dare question His Majesty. An old man named Hu Zhongkang also expressed his displeasure. According to the Great Qian law, those who commit offenses against their superiors will be dismissed from their positions. During your tenure as a scribe, you fabricated rumors, twisted black into white, multiple crimes unpunished. You deserve death. Wei Jun calmly replied. Oh. So, Lord Lai is intentionally committing foolish acts, using the Great Qian law to sentence a loyal minister like me to death. And I heard that according to the Great Qian law, disciples of the Chengsheng sect can kill people without breaking the law, and the common people can only allow cultivators to exploit them. Is that right? Speaking to this point, Wei Jun gritted his teeth and angrily questioned. Then tell me, is there something wrong with the Great Qian law, or is there something wrong with you incompetent rulers? The officials in the court were speechless by Wei Jun's rebuttal. At this moment, the officials were furious, never expecting that Wei Jun's spiritual shock was only just beginning. Next, the entire Great Qian court will be shaken, Zhang Kang shouted loudly, echoing throughout the court. Outrageous treason. Wei Jun, are you crazy? You slander His Majesty? Question the laws of Great Qian? Are you tired of living? What's wrong with the Great Qian law? Don't speak nonsense. Wei Jun sneered. What could be wrong? He glared directly at Zhang Kang and scolded. The Great Qian law does not protect the common people of Great Qian, but instead protects the executioners who kill them. Is there not something wrong with such a law? These words also resonated with righteous Qi, piercing straight into their hearts. How dare you say that again? There is nothing wrong with the Great Qian law. The Minister of Punishments was also a Confucian expert who cultivated righteous Qi, but at this moment, Wei Jun's righteous Qi formed a resonance with the literary courage, affecting the Minister of Punishments. The righteous Qi of the Minister of Punishments escaped his control, and he finally lost the courage to respond. Seeing that Zhang Kang was speechless, Wei Jun continued to look around provocatively. If anyone still feels that what Wei is saying is wrong, then they can stand up and speak. We can discuss face to face whether there is a problem with the Great Qian law. All the officials turned pale, and no one dared to step forward to confront him. These lowly people only dared to stand behind and curse, deliberately speaking loudly to mock. TCH. What's with the saintly facade? That's right, how many people from the Chengsheng sect died for the national defense? What's the harm in a little privilege? Some people are really just pretending to be righteous, as if they are the only good people in the world. Would it kill you to shut up? Isn't it good for us and the cultivators to be safe and sound? Before someone became an official in Great Qian, the waves were calm. The relationship between the court and the Cultivation Alliance was also very good. As soon as he became an official, everything changed. Tick, 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 tick. You're the youest you? He's just striking a saintly pose, not the kind of petty person we can compare to. Just buying fame. I've seen many people like him, appearing righteous on the surface but sleeping with both male and female prostitutes behind their backs. Who knows how many tricks. To this group, Wei Jun just clicked his tongue in disdain. TCH. A bunch of cowardly rats hiding their heads and showing their tails. If you don't dare to face me, then don't hide behind and whine. Got it. Who said we don't dare? Zhang Kang finally regained his composure and started to argue. Isn't it true that many adults just spoke the truth? Wei Jun, ask yourself. If you didn't deliberately want to separate the relationship between the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion and the court, would this series of troubles have happened? Wei Jun frowned. You think so? Zhang Kang replied with red eyes. I'm telling the truth. Wei Jun's forehead veins popped with anger as he shouted, The truth, my ass! He started pointing directly at Zhang Kang, pushing him back, ranting. Is the conflict between the court and the Heavenly Mystery Pavilion my fault? The Cultivation Alliance promoted the 9-rank Immortal sect to target you don't even know. Pointing east, Wei Jun pointed west again, scolded. Even a 6th-rank low-level official like me knows. Don't tell me you old guys don't know. You guys are all useless. Can't you see the conflict between the court and the cultivators? You think pushing me out to take the blame will make Tianji Pavilion lenient? Yeah, right? Then he walks out into the court and loudly criticizes those Confucian scholars who don't dare to face reality. Listen up. If the sky is dark, then survive by groping. If making a sound is dangerous, then stay silent. If you can't create light yourself, then curl up in a corner. But don't justify the darkness because you're used to it. Don't be smug about your own laziness. And don't mock those who feel things more passionately than you do. Every word left all the officials speechless, with a drumbeat pounding in their hearts. It was urging something to rise up, Wei Jun continued loudly. You can be as humble as dust, but never as twisted as maggots. One more thing you useless Confucian scholars must be clear on. The reason the Cultivation Alliance fancies you, The reason they give you pills and magic treasures isn't because they're good people, nor because they have a guilty conscience, but because there are still many people like me in this country." Wei Jun's last words were almost a shout, piercing the hearts of the officials like a final drumbeat to the pounding rhythm already in their hearts. Suddenly, a powerful will surged from deep within Wei Jun's body. The others spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the result of a broken Dao heart and shattered cultural courage. Wei Jun, because he spoke his mind directly, once again received the recognition of the righteous chi of heaven and earth. His strength soared. Meanwhile, those ministers without a firm stance, only fearing Tianji Pavilion and lacking stability, vomited blood from the backlash of their own righteous chi. In an instant, the court was stained red. The court at this moment, in Qian Dia's eyes, without a word, formed a beautiful picture, red with treacherous officials and comforted by the righteous chi of loyal officials. The angry officials cursed, "Wei Jun, you're too cruel, cutting off our path to enlightenment. A killing blow that doesn't even draw blood. Wei Jun, you've ruined my future. I'll never let you rest in peace." "Damn righteous chi, daring to betray me," Wei Jun snorted, not bothering to turn around as he retorted to the officials. "Righteous chi betrayed you? You're wrong. It's not that righteous chi betrayed you, but that you betrayed righteous chi." These words, once spoken, also forced all the officials to face an unpleasant truth, their beliefs suddenly collapsing, their faces all fallen. At the same time, once again a surge of noble aura rose from Wei Jun's body, resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, shining brightly in the main hall. "It's the righteous chi of heaven and earth." Several other officials were stunned when they saw this. How is this possible? The righteous chi of heaven and earth actually responded to Wei Jun's words. The righteous chi surrounded Wei Jun's body, making his image even more awe-inspiring and majestic. Some officials, because of this, began to weep, blaming themselves. "I was once like him, receiving the recognition of the righteous chi. I have become the very kind of person I once despised the most. I also once read the books of sages. I swore before my teacher's deathbed that I would become a virtuous official remembered in history." "Teacher, your student has disappointed you." This bleak atmosphere gradually spread out, and countless officials also looked up to the sky and wept. "Righteous chi. Years bought with 10,000 taels of silver. I am also a scholar who awakened righteous chi. How can I have the face to teach my students to be honest officials? Facing north, I gaze at the stars. Drawing my sword, I vowed to serve the country for life. I wrote this poem when I was 20 years old, yet now I am doing things that betray the country. How ridiculous! How ridiculous!" Hearing this, Wei Jun just curled his lip. "Knowing regret now, I'm afraid it's too late. With your cultural courage shattered, you are as good as crippled. But still, you're better than that bunch of crazies." Sure enough, besides those officials crying and regretting and blaming themselves, there was still a group of officials, angrily erupting, reporting to Qian Di, "Your Majesty, Wei Jun ruins other people's futures. He deserves to die. Your Majesty, Wei Jun deceives the ruler and defies his superiors. He has no regard for the law, daring to kill his colleagues before your very eyes. If he is not killed, it will be difficult to appease the people's anger. Please execute Wei Jun immediately. If Wei Jun does not die, Dai Qian will not be at peace." Wei Jun remained silent, observing Qian Di, feeling uneasy in his heart. "I really hope it will be as you wish, and quickly execute me." "Too bad, your Majesty is as steady as Mount Tai. I've stirred up this much trouble, and he hasn't even twitched. Seems like this Qian emperor, despite being a useless ruler obsessed with cultivation, isn't completely incompetent. Guess I gotta keep pouring gasoline on the fire. Gotta give the Qian emperor a reason to definitely want me dead." Thinking this, Wei Jun began to speak, interrupting the officials. "Gentlemen, no need to get so worked up. Even if you don't say anything, your Majesty will kill me anyway." Wei Jun stared directly into the Qian emperor's eyes, deliberately mocking. "Your Majesty isn't much different from you useless lot, just a dog raised by the Cultivation Alliance." After saying this, Wei Jun was pretty sure he was a goner. Heh. Let this heavenly emperor see if you can still sit calmly on your throne this time. The assembled officials in court went silent as a graveyard, whispering to each other in fear. A dog? Did he just call His Majesty a dog? I didn't mishear, did I? This time, even if we don't say anything, Wei Jun is definitely dead. The second prince immediately rushed to the rescue, putting on an act, and shouted directly at Wei Jun, "Wei Jun, you've got a death wish. What the hell are you freaking out about?" Quickly apologized to Father Emperor. He looked fierce, but one eye was still winking, signaling, "Apologize now." Wei Jun pouted at the second prince. "Stop flirting with me, you're gonna go cross-eyed." "I'm fine. I know you mean well, but some things need to be said. If you guys don't dare to say it, then I will. An emperor who hasn't attended court in 5 years, focused solely on cultivation. Am I wrong to call him trash?" Wei Jun deliberately spoke loudly so that the Qian emperor could hear. A ruler who neglects important state affairs, focusing only on seeking immortality. A ruler who changes the laws of his country to lick the boots of a cultivation sect. Am I wrong to say that he's a dog, raised by the Cultivation Alliance? As he spoke, Wei Jun observed the Qian emperor's expression, only to see that he still didn't say anything.
staring down with bullet-like eyes, truly no different from a paper tiger. Seeing this, Wei Jun glared, looked up and laughed. Looks like your majesty's cultivation has really turned you into a turtle. I've said all that and you can still endure it. The Qian emperor finally spoke slowly. Wei Jun, you wanna die? Hearing this, Wei Jun was secretly delighted. I'm dying to die, but sadly, no one can grant my wish. So Wei Jun continued to confront him. Even an ant lives on, let alone Wei Jun. But I'm different from your majesty. If I can't live upright as a human, and have to be a dog for others, then I'd rather die here. Some people are alive, but they're already dead. Some people are dead, but they're still alive. The Qian emperor calmly said. Some people are alive, but they're already dead. Some people are dead, but they're still alive. These two sentences are not wrong. The great Tao returns to simplicity. But I'm a little curious. Who are you referring to? The late emperor, or my missing nephew, Wei Jun. Are you a member of the Ironblood National Salvation Society? After saying the last words, the Qian emperor glared, and a cold will emanated from his body, causing everyone in the court to feel a chill down their spines, as if death was holding a knife to their necks. The officials were so scared that their throats were stiff. It's the emperor's aura. His majesty is using the emperor's aura to threaten Wei Jun. Wei Jun, however, was not afraid at all, taking a deep breath. HMPH. You think this little emperor's aura can affect this heavenly emperor? Prepare to fire. After catching his breath, Wei Jun began to curse. Don't judge a gentleman's heart with a petty man's mind. Do you really think I care about your royal family's petty affairs? Whether it's the emperor or the late emperor or the former crown prince, it's just a rotation of power within your family. You don't think people in the world care about this, do you? What people in the world care about is whether the person sitting on the dragon throne can feed them, can keep them warm, and can let them live with dignity. What does it matter to the people who becomes emperor? What does it matter to the people who is the rightful heir? The Qian emperor's face darkened like a time bomb, Wei Jun's words still ringing loudly, echoing throughout the court. Looking at the great Qian court today, 10,000 horses are all muted, and the civil and military officials are all subservient to cultivators, while the one who is the supreme of Great Qian is even more wagging his tail and begging for pity from the Cultivation Alliance, with the honor of an emperor. The Great Gan dynasty's founder rose to power from his youth, having obtained the inheritance of ancient sages. His initial purpose in establishing the nation was to protect the common people, not to grant you, the royal family, eternal life. The Great Gan has existed for nearly 1,000 years. Countless noble and benevolent individuals have sacrificed their lives and shed their blood to create the Great Gan of today. You are the emperor of the Great Gan, representing its dignity. But look at the rotten things you've done. Look at yourself. After ascending the throne, does the Great Gan deserve your ancestors? Do you not feel ashamed before the common people? Do you feel worthy of your position as emperor? How dare you ask me if I'm a member of the Ironblood Patriotic Society? Does it matter? Do you think only the Ironblood Patriotic Society wants to rebel against you? Wrong. Anyone with a brain can't wait to get rid of you ASAP. Do you know why? Wei Jun looked at the Gan emperor with burning passion, his words becoming increasingly fierce. Because you clearly look like a human, but you don't do human things. If I were you, I would immediately kowtow and kill myself to apologize to the world. You being alive serves no purpose other than to disgrace the Great Gan. For someone like you to be the emperor of the Great Gan is a tragedy for all its people. The Gan emperor's eyes were bloodshot as he gnashed his teeth. The entire scene fell silent. The assembled officials, both civil and military, were left gaping. Holy crap, this is too exciting. Someone actually dares to speak to His Majesty like this. Truly an eye-opener. This Wei Jun is crazy, so awesome, so addictive. He completely speaks the words in the hearts of those of us who haven't surrendered to the Cultivation Alliance. Lord Wei is truly speaking our minds. Everyone was moved to tears. The Gan Emperor, his face full of rage, gritted out each word. Wei Jun, you deserve. The second prince immediately interjected. Father, your son is guilty. Before your son came to attend the court, I received a message from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, telling me to activate the Heaven Mirror. The Gan Emperor paused slightly, then asked, You mean what happened today in the court has been broadcasted? The second prince replied, Yes. This was arranged by the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Father also said that we princes must not turn against the Cultivation Alliance. The Gan Emperor smiled, veins bulging on his forehead. Ha. So you're saying it's still my fault. Wei Jun was secretly worried. He realized what the second prince's move meant. The Heavenly Secrets Pavilion wanted to open the Heaven Mirror to see clearly which ministers opposed them. But publicizing today's events will definitely create immense public pressure on the Gan Emperor. The second prince revealed the Heaven Mirror's affair so that the Gan Emperor wouldn't dare to kill me. No way. I can't give the Gan Emperor the chance to hold back. Wei Jun thought carefully, continued to stand in front of the second prince, and shouted loudly, Of course it's your fault. When the upper ranks are not righteous, the lower ranks are in chaos. If it wasn't for your majesty personally licking the boots of the Eternal Life sect, how would the princes below listen to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? In the end, didn't you create this mess? You're weak,
and want to cultivate a bunch of upright and rigid sons? The Gan Emperor glared angrily. You're being outrageous. Wei Jun laughed and replied, what about it? Did I hit you where it hurts? So you got angry out of embarrassment and resorted to violence? Gan Emperor, the great immortal sect is happy. Isn't this what you always do? An official behind him angrily shouted. Wei Jun, your words are arrogant. According to the law, you should be executed. Can't be wrong, even more wrong. This majestic official is the vice minister of the censorate. He continued, like chopping nails and cutting iron. My great Gan and the Cultivation Alliance are a completely equal alliance relationship. You're still spreading rumors. This official will slap you to death, Wei Jun just sneered, pointing to his temple and teasing, RORO. Is this the dog of the Tianji Pavilion? Putting on an act of loyalty? Come on, hit me here. If you can't kill me, you ain't a man. Hearing this, that old dude got blood rushing to his head and angrily launched a palm strike. You little punk, how dare you bully me like this? Eat this fist. In that moment, everything seemed to slow down, and Wei Jun thought to himself gleefully, this punch has enough power, and the speed is definitely enough to kill me. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. Next up, I'll transform into the Heavenly Emperor, activate my invincible mode, and reach the pinnacle of life. Boom. The person who took the hit from that palm strike unexpectedly turned out to be the second-ranked Grand Minister of the left. He was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Wei Jun was dumbfounded. What the hell? He was blasted away and crashed to the ground with a thud, suffering at least serious injuries. The one who was even more hurt was Wei Jun, who was gritting his teeth and cursing, dude. Who is screwing me over? You better hope I, this Heavenly Emperor, never find out who you are, or I'll definitely show you why your butt is gonna sprout flowers. At this moment, the Qian Emperor spoke up. So, someone finally couldn't resist making a move. Seems like there are quite a few people who both want to protect Wei Jun, and are dissatisfied with me, huh? That official got up unsteadily, yelling, You are committing treason, and have committed an unforgivable crime. Now you even want to sow discord between the Great Qian and the Cultivator Alliance? I truly cannot tolerate this. Your Majesty, if you don't immediately sentence Wei Jun to death, it will chill the hearts of the righteous immortal sects. Wei Jun continued to glare at him, scoffing, Trisk, you really are a loyal dog. What's with all the desperate licking? You're so eager. Why don't you go settle the score with the big shot who sent you flying? At a loss for words, he tried to salvage the situation. Wei Jun, you are so protective of the Cultivator Alliance. What are your true intentions? The righteous immortal sects of the Cultivator Alliance shed blood and fought bravely against the enemy during the National Defense War. They are benefactors of the Great Qinayan. Wei Jun smirked. Although this guy was just sent flying by some bastard, unable to kill me himself, his persistence in attracting the Cultivator Alliance's hatred for me is pretty awesome. Rest assured, I won't let your good intentions go to waste. With that, Wei Jun began to turn and scold that official. You say the Cultivator Alliance are benefactors of the Great Qian. I spit on that. The truth of the National Defense War still hasn't been investigated. If the National Defense War was indeed caused by cultivators, then they are the sinners of the entire continent. Even if the National Defense War had nothing to do with them, the fact is that the country is in ruins, the sects are destroyed, and the Great Qian has no way out, and neither do they. They're just protecting themselves. Benefactors, bullshit. Who knows? Maybe the Great Qian is their benefactor. That official adjusted his hat, but was speechless, unable to say anything. This kid is truly insane. Speak. Keep talking. Quickly reveal all the truths. The more you say, the closer your death will be. Of course, Wei Jun continued. Cultivation originally requires severing worldly ties. But cultivation also requires resources. Therefore, the Cultivator Alliance wants to popularize the 9-rank immortal sects, turning the Great Qian Court into a tool for the Cultivator Alliance to plunder cultivation resources. Among you, there are many who can see the truth, but no one dares to stand up and raise their voice. Of course, you can't be blamed for this. A useless soldier is one person's problem, but a useless general is a problem for everyone. Who told you to have a useless emperor? Hearing the words useless emperor, the Qian Emperor remained silent. Wei Jun was still pacing back and forth, waving his hands and cursing. The immortal big thieves won't stop. Already being forced to this point by the Cultivator Alliance, the Great Qian has no way out. You guys are afraid of death, but I, Wei, am not. I have the will to kill the bandits but lack the strength to turn the tide. I only hope to die meaningfully. Then, Wei Jun stopped and recited a line of poetry. Ji yi han xing chuan, bi u xiao wo, yi wo shu, Zhan Xuan Yuan. Though my loyal heart may not reach the heavens, I offer my red blood to Xuan Yuan. Old Emperor, you can kill me now and then claim credit with your cultivator buddies. Qian Di was trembling with rage, grinding his teeth as if they would shatter. Wei Jun watched intently. He even mentioned the earliest Xuan Yuan emperor of the human race in this world. No way you can keep holding back. Hurry up and make your move. Order my execution, and I'll repay you with a prosperous day. Ni Qi. After a moment of silence, Qian Di sighed and said, Wei Jun, I pity that your studies did not come easily, and you are still young, inevitably hearing false rumors. I will give you one last chance to wake up. Now quickly bow your head and admit your mistakes to me, and I will spare you from death." "Bullshit," Wei Jun cursed. "Who wants your chance? Hurry up and grant me a happy death."
He then laughed and replied, "Wei Mu is indeed young, but precisely because I am young, Wei Mu still has passion in his heart, so my knees cannot bend. Unlike those great and small lords of the court, and even more unlike the thieving usurper sitting on that dragon throne."
"You know everything clearly in your hearts, yet you still do things that sell out the country for personal glory."
Today, many people are watching what is happening in the Golden Luthien Hall. And certainly there are not a few who want to watch me make a fool of myself.
But I guess Daiqian probably has no shortage of patriots filled with benevolence and passion. Before I die, Wei Mu hopes that my Daiqian people can break free from the chill, only advancing forward, not needing to listen to words of resignation. At this moment, all over Daiqian, everyone is watching everything that is happening in the court. Through the light images created by the celestial mirror,
everyone is holding their breath, listening to every word Wei Jun speaks.
Do what you can do. Speak up, if you can. If you have a bit of heat, give off a bit of light. Even being an ordinary firefly can emit a little light in the darkness. No need to wait for a torch to be lit.
From now on, if there is still no torch, I will be the only light." With each word, the righteous chi resonated and erupted even more. Wei Jun, filled with confidence, looked straight at Qian Dian, challenging him. "I've said everything I wanted to say. Make your move, you tyrant."
At this moment, in the princess's mansion, Princess Mingzhu's expression also grew increasingly grave. "Have a bit of heat, contribute a bit of light, huh?" Her masters also watched. Seeing Wei Jun's spirit, he scoffed. This Wei Jun has more backbone than old man Tianji expected. But that happens to fit the intention of the Tianji sect, to activate the celestial mirror. Only by making everyone aware of the corruption of the Daiqian court can the Cultivation Alliance smoothly popularize the 9-rank Immortal sect system, and even replace the court.
Daiqian, even a loyal and righteous subject like Wei Jun, the Daiqian court cannot tolerate.
Is such a court even necessary to exist? Princess Mingzhu, hearing this, was furious and retorted, "His Majesty is not a waste. He understands this situation, and will absolutely not comply with your intentions."
Her master, hearing this, found it even more ridiculous, expressing disdain.
"Yi Qian, this is where you are not as good as Qian Di." Qian Di is a smart man. He knows that power is only temporary, but immortality is eternal.
So he traded Wei Jun's life for 3 longevity pills, along with a promise to old man Tianji and the imperial advisor, that once the 9-fold Immortal sect takes official control, Qian Emperor would be the next leader of the Cultivator Alliance.
Princess Mingzhu slammed the table in anger. "Leader? How can he be so naive? Without enough strength, a leader is just an empty shell. What does he have to control you guys?"
The master squinted and smiled. "Who knows? The Jun family has the human emperor's inheritance. Their strength isn't weaker than any immortal sect to begin with.
Maybe he's using these things as a bargaining chip. This way, he can start his own sect in the cultivation world and have the qualifications to be a leader."
Princess Mingzhu couldn't believe her ears.
"Damn it, is he going to sell out his ancestors?" The master continued to analyze, to win her over. "Don't put it so harshly, you're the one who's being a hero. This world is controlled by those who survive." "Yi Qian, I hope you don't act foolishly. Wei Jun, I admit he's a hero, but what good are heroes?"
"Just a discarded tool." Princess Mingzhu's face darkened. "Master, you're not qualified to pity Wei Jun, much less to judge heroes."
The master didn't show any anger, continuing to mock. "Qualifications are determined by strength, not by you or Wei Jun."
"Just like you. Even if you're angry, you can only be locked up in my mansion. Like Wei Jun, even if full of righteous indignation, he'll only end up dead." Suddenly, Princess Mingzhu coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Master, what's wrong, Yi Qian?"
But then, it was the master's turn to cough up blood. Princess Mingzhu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, glaring as she said, "I'll say it again, you're not qualified to pity Wei Jun, much less to judge heroes." The master, nearly out of strength, fell to the ground, trembling as she asked, "Jun Yi Qian, are you crazy?"
"You poisoned me. What kind of poison is this? When did I get poisoned?"
Princess Mingzhu began to sneer and analyze. "You said something very true. Qualifications are determined by strength, but most of the time you were cultivating. You don't know that strength isn't just fists. Strength also includes intelligence, including secretly enduring, including sacrifice, and those are my specialties." Blood began to flow profusely from the corner of the master's mouth. She gritted her teeth, asking, "When exactly did you poison me?" "Why didn't I notice anything?" Princess Mingzhu began to recount. "From that year, when you saved me, after I became your disciple until now, I wasn't worried about my life at all that time. You lured the enemies in, and then saved my life in a crisis, gaining my trust, and logically becoming my teacher." "Teacher, am I wrong?" Her face turned ashen. You saw through it long ago."
The princess began to recount. "Your strength is too strong. I couldn't expose you rashly, but I had to guard against you, so from the very first day I became your disciple I started preparing to make you lower your guard. For all these years when we met, our clothes, food, and possessions were all the same, and each time those things would be smeared with my specially made poison.
Although the dosage was very low so it wouldn't be detected each time, over the years a large amount of toxins had already accumulated in both our bodies. This kind of poison normally doesn't have anything unusual about it. But as long as the poisoner uses a secret technique to activate the poison, it can immediately erupt.
Both of them now emanated poisonous gas from their bodies. The master trembled. To deal with me you were willing to sacrifice yourself.
You're truly vicious. The princess tried to balance herself on the chair, replying, the poison we've been exposed to can cause people to lose the ability to act, but death still takes time. As long as we detoxify in time before dying, we can still survive. Unfortunately, master, you probably won't have another chance. Suddenly, a strange purple poisonous mist appeared behind Princess Mingzhu, gathering into a human form. After converging, the mist turned into a woman. She squinted and smiled, emitting poisonous gas from her body. Princess, the people your master brought have all been cleaned up. The master saw this person and shouted, it's you, the remnant of the demonic sect Poison Granny. Impossible. Aren't you dead already? Your sect has been destroyed too. Jun Yiqian, it's you. You dare to keep a remnant of the demonic sect? Are you crazy?
The princess ordered, kill her. The master heard this order and burst into tears, begging, don't kill me, Yiqian.
I'm your master. Although I was sent by the sect to approach you, I never wanted to kill you.
The princess coldly replied,
you wanted to destroy my country, so you deserve to die.
If you don't die, Wei Jun won't survive. Let's do this.
With that, Dunulangzi immediately charged forward, flashing a sinister grin.
Princess Mingzhu thought to herself, Wei Jun, I'll be like you, unleashing all my light and heat.
With everything settled, the princess began to leave. Dunulangzi asked, Princess, where are you going? What you need to do now is to take care of your body. It can't handle any more torment. The princess remained determined. Didn't you just help me stabilize the poison? I must go to court now, Dunulangzi still worriedly advised. The poison has seeped into your bones. If there's anything, I'll personally handle it for you. You'll be risking your life if you're not careful. The princess's heart burned, but she was still determined to go to court. It's not just me whose life is in danger in this world. Wei Jun is also risking his life, let alone this princess. This princess has made up her mind. There's no need for you to dissuade me. Following that, the princess shouted, someone, bring my armor, help me put it on. I want to go to court to help Wei Jun. As Princess Mingzhu disregarded her own safety and went to court, people inspired by Wei Jun were also emerging throughout Datian. At the Imperial Academy, two people were standing up and shouting, fellow students, we are classmates of Wei Xiong, and we were also students of the Imperial Academy. We don't yet have the qualifications to enter the court, but Wei Xiong is speaking up for the country and the people in court, forgetting life and death. We, as members of the Imperial Academy, should also contribute our strength.
Please join me in a petition, asking His Majesty to grant Wei Jun amnesty. Hearing these words, countless scholars responded.
Senior Wei spoke up for the sake of righteousness. If Senior dies, then this imperial exam should be cancelled. I'll go and support Senior. I'm willing to sign. Count me in. I'll co-sign. I'm willing to co-sign. For Senior Wei Jun. In the Sun Yu study, Meng Jia was leading a man to meet Fenfeng Zhu Jiju. Zhu Fenfeng asked Meng Jia, are you advising me to give up on your grandfather?
Meng Jia replied frankly,
Jiju, if Wei Jun dies just like that, grandfather won't be at peace even if he survives. This isn't my decision. It's what grandfather said. He owes Wei Jun a life, and he's long been ready to repay it. As Meng Jia spoke, her eyes welled up with tears. Fenfeng turned to the other person and asked, Lin Tanhua, do you also want to get involved in this? Last time when I submitted the memorial, I remember you said you didn't want to implicate your family, so you chose to stay out of it. Unexpectedly, Li Tanhua frowned and replied righteously, those words were all just excuses for my weakness. I only thought about not implicating my family, but I never thought about whether the family wanted me to implicate them or not. Our Leek family is a great Confucian family. When faced with the great righteousness of the country, we must have the courage to face danger.
Hearing these words from Li Tanhua, Fenfeng was extremely surprised. She smiled. Even you guys can disregard everything. I really am getting more and more backward as I get older.
When I hadn't become a semi-sage, I did things as I pleased. But now that I've become a semi-sage, I'm so constrained. What's the point of me becoming a semi-sage? Following that, she stood up directly. Stepping past the two of them, she snapped.
If old Meng is ready for death, then I will immediately charge to the National Preceptor's mansion.
As long as the National Preceptor dies, even if Qian Emperor has 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to kill Wei Jun. At the same time, at the National Preceptor's mansion, old Meng was also observing the situation through the monitoring mirror. He burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face. Ha! The strategist saw him laughing and didn't understand. Old thing? What are you laughing at?
Worried to the point of madness,
old Meng replied. I'm laughing at myself. I'm old, but I don't have the courage of young people. I'm laughing at myself. I'm a dignified great Confucian, but I'm being used by you to threaten a young man. I'm laughing at myself. I've been stuck in the Great Confucian realm for so long, that I've lost the courage to break through. Old Meng's body began to crackle, catching fire. He then closed his eyes and said, I remember that I aimed to become a sage back then. The strategist freaked out seeing the flames. What do you want to do? Old Meng recited calmly. Life is what I desire, and righteousness is also what I desire. But if I cannot have both, he roared the last line, I will forsake life and choose righteousness. Instantly, flames engulfed his body, and he began to immolate himself. The poem he recited meant, I want life. I also want righteousness. But if I have to choose, I must give up life to uphold righteousness. The strategist panicked and rushed forward. Stop! He was shocked. This isn't good. He wants to self-destruct. If we really let him die here, Zhu Fenfen will go insane. I don't want to deal with a berserk semi-sage. Boom! Suddenly an explosion erupted, shaking the strategist's manor. The flames on Old Meng's body dissipated due to the distraction. Unbeknownst to them, in the Prime Minister's residence, Shangguan Jingfeng was writing a letter, drawing characters in the air with golden ink. A scholar beside him asked, Are you writing to those who passed the exams in recent years, asking them to protect Wei Jun? Shangguan Jingfeng hummed in agreement. The scholar sighed. There's no wall that wind can't penetrate. If you keep doing this, it can't be concealed anymore. Shangguan Jingfeng shook his head. Those things don't matter right now, the old man continued. But those who are exposed to the light like this, their future prospects won't be smooth. This time, helping Wei Jun is as good as suicide, and you'll offend both His Majesty and the Cultivation Alliance. Shangguan Jingfeng frowned. I don't care about the future. This time it's a practice for the final battle. When the country is in trouble, I must strive to forget myself, do what I can, speak up when I can, give off a bit of light and heat. If I stand by and watch, I'll never be able to hold my head high for the rest of my life. At the residence of the Vice Minister of Rights, the Vice Minister's son was kneeling and begging, Father, this son is unworthy. Just now, I saw Lord Wei's righteousness and self-sacrifice, and my heart was filled with passion. So I returned the gifts the Cultivation Alliance gave to our family, and also used the Shangxi seal to speak out against the injustice towards Wei Jun. Hearing his son's words, the Vice Minister looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, I feigned illness and didn't attend court today because I didn't want to participate in this matter. Today you helped me make a decision. I am proud of you. Why would I blame you? At the Jiannandao military camp, General Su Jiangjun, was kneeling and crying before his parents' corpses. Mother, you refused the elixir they offered to prolong your life, in order to make me draw a clear line between myself and the Cultivation Alliance. Your son swears. From now on, I will never associate with the Cultivation Alliance again, and I will definitely become an upright person. I will follow your wishes, and submit a letter to the court to plead for Wei Jun. At this moment, more and more people in Daiqian were infected by Wei Jun's words, and in the Tang court, more and more ministers were moved by Wei Jun's heroism. An official in red robes stepped forward and sighed. He cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, please spare Wei Jun's life. This man was Qiandi's number 2 confidant in the military, Niai Zhang Sam. The other officials began to whisper, Why is General Zhang pleading for Wei Jun? Isn't he His Majesty's trusted aide? That's right, but he's not very good at fighting battles. He personally commanded 3 major battles, and all his armies were annihilated. It is precisely because of his loyalty and dedication to His Majesty that he has the status he has now. Otherwise, with his skills, the number 1 person His Majesty wants to promote in the military would definitely be him, so why is he opposing His Majesty? Looking at His Majesty's expression, it doesn't seem like he arranged it. Qian Di glared at Zhang Sam. You want to go against my will? Zhang Sam lowered his head and calmly replied, This humble general dares not, but this humble general doesn't want to retreat anymore. He began to explain. Back then, this humble general led 3 major campaigns, and this humble general retreated, not dying with the soldiers. Not being able to defend Yanshan, this general still retreated, keeping my life to continue serving the country. In the end, Zhongdu couldn't be defended, and the general, following your advice, still chose to flee. This time, he hesitated, then resolutely shouted, This general doesn't want to run away from battle anymore. This general's abilities are limited, unable to stop the raging waves. But my loyalty to the country cannot lag behind others. Your Majesty, this general is a general. A general can die in battle but cannot surrender. Haha, well said. What General Zhang said today truly makes this commander see you in a new light. A black-robed official standing nearby laughed loudly. This person was none other than Ji Chongkong, Marshal Ji. He also turned serious and echoed, Your Majesty, this general also wants to plead for Wei Jun. The Qian emperor was so angry he trembled, his hands gripping the dragon throne tightly. Good indeed. So it seems you all want to rebel. Is there anyone else who wants to plead for Wei Jun? Thanks to Ji Changkong's appearance, Prime Minister Shangguan and the Minister of Punishments also had the courage to step forward and say in unison, We are willing to plead for Wei Jun. The Zhongzheng of the imperial clan court and the second prince also stepped forward and said, We are willing to plead for Wei Jun. Your subject is willing to plead for Wei Jun. This subject is also willing to plead for Wei Jun. Princess Mingzhu then pushed the door open and entered. Like a dam bursting, almost all the civil and military officials shouted in unison, "We are all willing to plead for Wei Jun. We are willing to plead for Wei Jun. Please, Your Majesty, forgive Wei Jun." This scene was projected through the spirit observation mirror, moving all the people of Daqian to tears. Daqian still has hope. Daqian has Wei Jun. It's not just Wei Jun who's contributing a share of warmth and light. At this moment, countless people are flickering and shining together. When these lights gather together, it is the power to dispel the darkness. Seeing that the Qian emperor said nothing, all the officials repeated in unison, "We are willing to plead for Wei Jun, begging Your Majesty to forgive Wei Jun." Before this development, besides the Qian emperor on the throne, another person was also annoyed, and that was Wei Jun. He was grinding his teeth. "What's going on? This is not right, not right. This isn't how it's supposed to go. No way. If this continues, all my efforts will be in vain. I have to continue provoking the Chilean emperor. As long as he gets angry and loses his mind, I will definitely die." So Wei Jun continued to mock. "Haha, how sad, Your Majesty. As the emperor, you are truly too much of a failure. You're losing face." The Qian emperor trembled all over, his face darkened. The more he did, the more excited Wei Jun became. "Go crazy. Flare up and quickly sentence me to death. Otherwise you'll really be a loser who loses both the war and the face." The prime minister stepped forward to stop him. "Lord Wei, please leave some face for His Majesty." "Your Majesty, how about you give me some face and take a step back?" The Qian emperor replied through gritted teeth to Shangguanyin, "I think you are old and senile. I am the supreme of the 9-5. Who in this world can tell me to retreat?" Wei Jun retorted immediately. "Then what about the cultivation alliance? Aren't you always fawning on foreigners and prioritizing power internally?" The prime minister was shocked. "Lord Wei, you..." The Qian emperor was even more enraged upon hearing this. "Wei Jun, you want to die? Then I will grant your wish." The prime minister was more anxious than ever, sweat pouring down his forehead, and said loudly, "Your Majesty." A step back leads to a vast sea and sky. Killing Wei Jun now will truly cause you to lose all reputation in the world. The Qian emperor tremblingly asked Shangguanyin, "I trust you so much, and this is how you repay me?" The prime minister still answered frankly, "Your Majesty, this minister is simply fulfilling my duties. I am the prime minister of Daqian, not a guard dog for the cultivation alliance." Qiandi angrily pointed at his face and roared, "Shangguanyin, you have some nerve. You dare to insult me like Wei Jun?" Wei Jun continued to add fuel to the fire. "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. Prime Minister Shangguan is clearly insulting dogs. Dogs are way better than people." The prime minister was speechless. "Lord Wei, can you just shut up?" Qiandian's face was full of veins. Bai Qingxin below had to rush up to cover Wei Jun's mouth, whispering, "Lord Wei, please stop talking." "An opportunity to survive has appeared," Wei Jun cursed inwardly. "Do you think I don't know? An opportunity to survive has appeared. That's why I'm not going to become this rare opportunity. Good job, Bai Qingxin, daring to control my actions. The Heavenly Emperor." "Just you wait." After a moment of silence, Qiandia began to speak. "So every single one of you want to oppose me, is that right? You, the head of the civil officials, and you, the head of the military officials. Step forward. Jin Changkong. First you followed the previous emperor, then you followed me. Now you want to switch masters again. You want to be a slave to 3 families? Changkong, without a change in expression, coldly replied, "Your Majesty, this general only wants to be human." Qiandi glared and shouted, "I've already made you the top of the army. What more do you want? Why must you jump out and oppose me?" Changkong continued to answer straightforwardly, "Your Majesty, isn't the first general of the army you desire General Xiang? And doesn't a general standing firm in the court rely on Your Majesty's favor?" Qiandi laughed mockingly. "Haha, that's right, I remember now. You rely on the guidance of the national teacher. In the end, national teacher, you're also just relying on the cultivation alliance." Changkong still replied loftily, "Doesn't Your Majesty know the reason why the national teacher guides this humble general? It's because this humble general came from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, gaining the qualifications to speak equally with him. Therefore, he has no choice but to guide this humble general. Otherwise, the national teacher's position in the court will be affected. He helps this humble general, and this humble general helps him. This is an equal partnership, not that this humble general depends on the national teacher." Qiandi frowned and asked, "If you cooperated happily before, why aren't you continuing to cooperate now?" Changkong continued to answer clearly. "Cooperating with him in the past was to accumulate power. Although the current power is still insufficient, the time for him to die and me to live has come." Speaking to this point, Changkong was no longer calm. His pupils contracted, and he bit out each word. "Your Majesty, the great Qian's land is protected by people like us, using our lives, every inch of mountain, every inch of blood. Telling us to offer the land to others with our hands is a very difficult order to accept. If Your Majesty cultivates the Tao for 5 years without caring about state affairs, then this humble general believes that Your Majesty should continue to cultivate the Tao." The entire court of civil and military officials fell silent. Everyone looked at each other and whispered, "What did Commander Ji just say? Am I hearing things? He told His Majesty to continue cultivating the Davo. Is he forcing the abdication?
Should we stand up to protect His Majesty? Are you looking to die? That's Commander G. He kills people like flies. Just shut up and watch. Wei Jun was also startled. Holy crap, this Commander G is so brave. How dangerous.
If things don't go well today, not only will I not die, but Qiandi will have big troubles.
Qiandi being forced into a corner, his voice became even more somber. Ji Chengkong.
Are you trying to seize my power, Shang Guanyun? Is that what you think too? The Prime Minister glanced at Zhang Kong, sweat dripping down his face. Ji Zhang Kong, if you're gonna go big, you should at least give me a heads up. Well, might as well go all the way, since we're already in this mess.
Fine. I'll bet my life with you today, he thought hard, and answered,
Your Majesty, for the past 5 years the court has been running just fine without you.
Please cultivate in peace, Your Majesty. I will do my best to manage the court affairs. The Qian Emperor stood up in anger, shouting, Absurd! You want to treat me as if I don't exist, and you dare to openly force me to abdicate. Traitorous officials. A bunch of rebels. Imperial uncle. As the clan elder of the Imperial Clan Court, who manages the Imperial family and ensures the imperial power of our clan, are you just going to stand by and watch a bunch of rebels commit treason?
The Imperial uncle sighed. Your Majesty, Wei Jun is actually right about one thing. No matter who among our clan becomes the emperor, it's all in the family.
Whether it's the late emperor or Your Majesty, we're all from the same clan. Back then, the Imperial Clan Court supported Your Majesty because we didn't want Daqian to change hands.
But that doesn't mean the Imperial Clan Court will stand by and watch Your Majesty give the clan's kingdom to the Cultivation Alliance.
So I hope Your Majesty understands. Hearing these words, the Qian Emperor trembled, unsure whether it was from anger or panic. The Imperial uncle looked coldly at the Qian Emperor and said, The Imperial Clan Court only needs an emperor with the surname of Jun. Who it is, doesn't matter, Your Majesty.
Hearing the last words, the Qian Emperor felt as if he had lost all support, and he suddenly lost his strength, slumped back into his chair, then took a breath and said, You must know that today's Grand Court meeting is a setup by Old Man Tianji, with the purpose of seeing how much power is left in the Daqian Court to oppose the Cultivation Alliance.
Zhang Kong interrupted without fear. If he wants to see, then let him see. If he wants war, this general wouldn't dare to say that I can wipe out the Cultivation Alliance. But once the war starts, this general will gather all his strength and only attack the Tianji Pavilion until they are dead. The Qian Emperor slowly expressed his concerns.
Ji Zhangkong, I know you are very talented in battle, but you don't know the peak combat power of cultivators.
Want to crush the court?
You should know very well the destructive power of a great cultivator.
Even if the army formation can resist, the army formation needs a large number of soldiers to set up the formation, and the attack range is also limited.
Great cultivators come and go without a trace. Even if your army formation is strong, how can you kill them if you can't lock onto them?
Zhang Kong replied.
Your Majesty, there are always more solutions than problems. There is no war in this world that is 100% certain, but if you don't try, you will definitely lose. Moreover, if you really want to kill someone, there will always be a way. For example, Zhang Kong seemed to be talking to someone. Demon Emperor, how about I exchange my head for Old Man Tianji's head? The entire scene continued to be in shock. A voice echoed from afar in response to Zhang Kong. Ji Zhang Kong, are you serious? If you really exchange your head for Old Man Tianji's life, this emperor can swear to the heavens that I will definitely offer Tianji's head at your grave.
Zhang Kong was happy when he heard the answer. Haha. This general was just giving an example.
Demon Emperor, you don't need to be so anxious. If one day I have to die, I will look for you to make a deal. The Demon Emperor clicked his tongue. Trisk, you got my hopes up for nothing. You've killed so many demons, and framed the 5 great demon kings of the demon race. I really can't resolve the hatred in my heart if I don't kill you. But this emperor admires you very much. If you are willing to bathe in this emperor's demon blood to transform into a demon, this emperor will appoint you as the great marshal of the demon court. Your position will definitely not be below your current one. How about it? Zhang Kong burst out laughing. Haha, thank you for the demon emperor's consideration. But the hatred between the human and demon races is too deep. Naturally, it cannot be resolved. I, G, was born a human, and I only want to be a human in this life. The demon emperor replied disappointedly. What a pity. Such a person has met a useless emperor. Alright, I ain't got time to waste with you. If you're looking for a death wish, come find me another day.
The Qian Emperor was stunned by this conversation. He lowered his head. So it seems you guys are dead set on taking down the Cultivation Alliance.
But you're thinking way too simple. You want to snatch my power? Shouldn't you ask the national teacher if he agrees? As soon as he finished speaking, a shout echoed through the capital. National teacher, come out here and meet your doom.
The Qian Emperor's face turned pale then green. He stammered.
You guys invited Zhu Fenfen to deal with the national teacher.
He recognized that the voice just now belonged to Zhu Fenfen, at this moment, conveniently appeared outside the national teacher's residence, slowly descending. Hearing this, the officials were in an uproar again. What? Zhu Fenkefen went to challenge the national teacher. She dares to do that. The national teacher has been famous for a long time. His strength is unfathomable.
Although Zhu Fenfen has just advanced to the semi-sage realm, her combat experience and awareness are much inferior. Chancellor seized the opportunity and stood up to say, "Your Majesty, we did not invite Zhu Fenfen to kill the national teacher. But if things have progressed to this point, we have already made our decision." The Prime Minister took a deep breath and shouted, "I request to send troops to kill the national teacher and take the national teacher's head to protect the national prestige of our great Xixian." Countless officials responded, "I agree, I agree, I agree." The Qian emperor trembled after hearing this, then gritted his teeth and sneered, "Ha ha! Originally, I possessed the inheritance of the human emperor. Even if I don't agree with you in this palace, no one can do anything to me. But if you haven't cried until you see the coffin, then I will give you a chance to let you see if a great cultivator like the national teacher is so easy to kill. If the national teacher really dies today, from now on I will quietly cultivate and not interfere in your affairs. But if the national teacher is fine, then even if I exhaust the royal family's karma, I will settle the score with you." To be cautious, the Qian emperor made a request. "That's right, there's still one more thing. Today, only Zhu Fenfen is allowed to take action. Everyone else stays here and waits until they determine the winner." Cut to Fen Kaifen's side. She waved her hands and shouted, "National teacher, come out here and meet your doom." Fenfen's spiritual energy, in the form of plants, shot towards the national teacher's residence, beginning to deploy the 100-herb garden domain. Instantly, the national teacher and Meng Lao were surrounded by countless spiritual energy vines, and then disappeared. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a strange dimension. The scenery was all made up of dabs of ink like in ink paintings, and there were plants everywhere. This is the 100-herb garden domain, a barrier of Fenfen's. The national teacher noticed that Fenfen was standing far away on the main gate. Here the gate also has a sign that says the 3 words 100-herb garden. The national teacher therefore realized that this is Zhu Fenfen's 100-herb garden. The national teacher did not show any fear and only asked one question, "Zhu Fenfen, are you giving up on Meng Qi by doing this? I know that your 100-herb garden has all kinds of spiritual medicines and poisons. One wrong step and you will be hit, but do you think my realm will be easily poisoned?" Yun Fenfen replied with a smile, "Which eye of yours saw me give up on old Meng? Aren't I here to save him, national teacher? The 100-herb garden is your grave." The national teacher smirked. "Very good, Zhu Yunfen indeed does things unconventionally, if this is your own choice." He then channeled spiritual energy into his palm, a thin layer of blue aura faintly appearing on his left hand. The national teacher shouted and then struck Meng Lao with his palm. "Then I will immediately kill Meng Qi, so that your saintly path will destroy itself without needing to be attacked." Meng Lao said in fear, Z wrote. "The national teacher will fall head over heels." The national teacher laughed loudly. "Ha ha, Meng Qi, are you scared, silly? Without becoming a semi-sage, the words of Confucianism can't do anything to me." Only unexpectedly, the national teacher fell head over heels, just as Meng Lao had predicted. Losing face like that was unbearable. He angrily stood up and cursed, "Bastard, what trickery are you playing?" Seeing his attack succeed, Meng Lao was filled with confidence, pouring spiritual energy into his fist and shouting, "Confucius says you're gonna get hit by this fist of mine, BAM." Just as Meng Lao said, the national teacher was indeed hit by him, sent flying far away. At this moment the national teacher was shocked. "A half-saint? Impossible. Since when did you break through to half-saint?" Meng Lao didn't bother to reply. Unleashing a flurry of attacks, Confucius says, "This old man will kick your precious jewels." Confucius says, "You'll immediately be poisoned and vomit blood." Confucius says, "I'll strangle your goddamn mother." The national teacher was beaten black and blue, gathering his strength in his hands to fling Meng Lao away. "Enough!" He angrily looked towards Fen Feng and questioned, "Meng Qi absolutely couldn't have suddenly broken through to half-saint. Did you forcefully elevate his realm? Is this your domain of equality, Zhu Fenfeng?" Yunfeng flashed a confident smile and replied, "Correct. Too bad there's no reward." Veins popped on the national teacher's head as he said, "Zhu Fenfeng, you truly are a peerless genius, but you abandoned Meng Qi, choosing a false king. Why isn't your path of equality affected at all?" Old man Heavenly Secrets calculated that you would definitely be affected. Fen Feng scoffed. "Huh? He doesn't understand grand righteousness Qi. Nor does he understand the domain of equality. What the hell can he calculate? If randomly capturing a few innocent people can threaten me, then how am I supposed to use this path of equality?" Finishing her words, Fen Feng stomped her foot and charged towards the national teacher. "Now it's 2 half-saints fighting you alone. Obediently accept your death." "National teacher, old Meng, let's go together and kill him." The national teacher was flustered. His excessive anger caused him to circulate spiritual energy to envelop his entire body. "Just the 2 of you. This kind of powerful path of equality, I don't believe you can maintain it without limits. As long as I can persist for half an incense stick's time, your domain of equality will definitely collapse, and that will be the time for both of your heads to fly." The 3 half-saints collided. Meng Lao's and Fen Feng's 2 palm strikes were blocked by the national teacher's protective layer. Then all 3 were sent flying into the sky, fighting evenly matched. Clearly their strength was equal. But the national teacher leveled the gap with his combat experience, fighting 2 against 1 without showing any signs of losing. Fen Fang began to show worry. Damn it, this guy is too good at defending, we can't break his defense. Meng Lao was sweating profusely, feeling his power fluctuating. What? My realm is starting to drop. He turned to scold Fen Fang. Xiao Fang, why are you so fast? The national teacher laughed loudly. Haha, so you've dropped back to Grand Scholar. Then you'll die first, Meng Qi. He gathered his strength to attack, then began to realize something was wrong. That's not right. My realm seems to be. This was a trap set by Fen Fang. She used her fastest speed to appear in front of the national teacher, and with a wave of her hand, sent the national teacher crashing into the ground. Fen Fang then said, I never said I could only raise Meng Lao's realm to your level, I can also lower your level to his, you idiot. Riding the wave of victory, Fen Fang smiled arrogantly. National teacher, do you still feel like we can't kill you now? The national teacher scrambled to his feet, gnashing his teeth and saying, Zhu Fen Fang, your domain of equality is indeed extraordinary, but, he started shouting, a power too monstrous must have flaws, this old one doesn't believe I can't break it. His hands began to form seals. Break, break, break. It wasn't clear what he was doing. Fen Fang panicked and vomited blood. Meng Lao also couldn't avoid the same fate. Fen Fang felt the rules of her domain were in chaos, her spiritual energy was disrupted, she trembled. He's actually self-sealing his cultivation. We're both being backlashed by my domain. Seeing Fen Fang injured, the national teacher burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, it really worked. Let me see how long you can maintain your domain of equality. He began to dismantle the formation himself, rushing forward to attack. There is no invincible ability, only invincible people. Today this old man will teach you a lesson. Yun Feng and Meng Lao, despite their internal injuries, were still determined to charge forward, 2 against 1. Are we supposed to be scared of you? The domain of equality continues to open. The clash of righteous and evil power created an explosion in the 100 Herb Garden. Before the smoke even cleared, 3 rays of light shot out from the explosion. These 3 rays of light then collided in succession, creating a series of explosions in the air. Those 3 beams of light are the 3 demigods fighting, and the situation has momentarily fallen into a stalemate. Guo Shi is fighting 2 opponents alone, but this time it seems that he is increasingly at a disadvantage. Although he has figured out the flaw in the field of equality, it still takes time to break it, and the master of 100 Herb Garden is Zhu Fenfang. Dealing with 2 demigods at the same time is still too much. He can't continue like this, or he will really have to stay here today. Suddenly, a voice rang from Guoshi's mind. Shifu, where are you? Is that so? This is Chen Jia's sound transmission talisman. Guoshi was overjoyed to hear the voice of his favorite disciple. He immediately used all his strength to break through and escape. Very good. There is a way to break the situation. He poured all his spiritual power into his right arm, forming a blade shape. Yunfang saw this and shouted, Not good, he wants to break through the 100 Herb Garden and escape, can't give him a chance. At this moment, both Fenfang and Meng Lao successfully caught up and struck 2 palms straight at Guoshi's back. This time he did not turn around to meet the attack, reluctantly took the damage, and poured all his strength into slashing forward. The blade in his hand tore the space, creating a tiny gap leading to the outside. Yunfang scolded. Even if you risk your life to open a crack with a punch, what's the use? The crack will immediately close. Do you think we will give you time to get out? However, Guoshi did not show any hesitation. Blood was all over his mouth, but he still grinned. Who told you I wanted to go out? Through the crack, a figure in black clothes rushed in, raising a sword and preparing to attack. Fenfang was stunned, and only had time to shout, It's Guoshi's disciple, Chen Jia. Sure enough, Chen Jia was rushing forward. Spiritual power gathered at the tip of the sword, unleashing a wind-tearing slash towards the 2. Fortunately, Fenfang managed to pull Meng Lao back in time. At this moment, Guoshi laughed. Now all 3 of us are injured. In your field of equality, Chen Jia is at a lower cultivation realm in reality, and conversely becomes the one in the best condition. Zhu Fenfang, you've lost. Dissolve the field of equality. I will kill Meng Qi in an instant. If you use extreme equality now, in a 2-on-2, you are no match for me. Meng Lao worried. This time it's troublesome. What to do? Zhao Fang Yunfang gritted her teeth. What else? Kill that motherfucker. Guoshi's eyes were bloodshot. Desheng, charge, Chen Jia, follow Shifu and kill these 2. Yes, Shifu, Chen Jia followed closely behind him. At the moment of preparing to charge, Guoshi taunted. Zhu Fenfang, you are really strong. If you were given time to continue to grow, your future would be limitless. Unfortunately, you have angered me, so you no longer have the chance to grow. Today is your death day, ha? Still gleefully laughing, blood surged from his abdomen to his mouth and spewed out. Both Fenfang were confused by this situation. Guoshi was seriously injured for an unknown reason. He turned his head and looked back. Unexpectedly, the one who attacked him was his beloved disciple, stammering, Chen, why? Chen Jia's expression was cold at this moment, and slowly said, I have been waiting for this sword for 10 years. Let me reintroduce myself. I, Chen Jia, from the Ironblood National Salvation Society. Each word was like a knife cutting into Guoshi's heart. Recalling the past, Chen Jia once spoke with Peng Yu. This friend was wearing a cloak with a golden badge. He must be from the Crown Prince party. He asked Chen Jia, "Have you decided?" Chen Jia med. In response, the other person said again, "Once you take this path, you will be ridiculed by many people. You can only live in the dark, but you must not let the darkness swallow you. Even if you stand under the sunlight, you will not feel the warmth of the sunlight. No one will understand you. You will become the loneliest person in the world." Chen Jia indifferently replied, "Your Highness, there are some things that always need someone to do. Many colleagues chose the battlefield to repay the country. The Iron Blood National Salvation Society needs a spy to sneak into the Cultivator Alliance. Chen Jia is willing to be a spy." The Crown Prince continued to remind, "This will be a dark path of no return. Not understood. You may even die under the sword of your own people in the name of a traitor." The Zhu family shakes his head. "Your Highness, please don't persuade me anymore. When I joined the Iron Blood National Salvation Society, I already agreed with the Iron Blood National Salvation Society's ideals." Back to the present, Zhu family continues, letting out a bitter laugh. 10 years of drinking ice, hard to cool the burning blood. Lonely star of disaster, Iron Blood National Salvation, the national teacher is finally dead. Only just waking up from the shock, Fen Fang and Old Mang came down to ask what happened. "I've heard of you. You're Old Shu, right? No wonder you've been mercilessly killing Cheng Sheng sect disciples all these years, so you're a member of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society." Shu family politely clasps his hands in reply. "Thank you, Zhu Jiju, for creating this opportunity for me." Yun Fang cheerfully waves her hand. "I should be thanking you. If it weren't for your sword strike, Old Mang would really have been done for here this time." Old Mang also awkwardly coughs a few times. "Cough, cough, cough. I've already lost half my life, but seeing a senior like old Xu, I can die here without regrets. I heard my niece say that you were also there the day Ji Dangtian provoked Hao Fantian. Now that I think about it, you killed that Ye Sanyang, right?" Speaking of this, Shu family remembers and replies, "Yes, the national teacher sent me to investigate the Yang family, so I used a counterplot to eliminate Ye Sanyang, who was secretly lying in ambush beside Hou Fantian." Fen Fang continues to ask, "I heard that you met Ji Lingyun and Jin Shi afterwards." Ji Lingyun is the only member who clearly identifies himself as a member of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society, so you discuss things with Ji Lingyun. Shu family shakes his head. "The eldest young master doesn't know my identity. Before everyone in the world, the only person who knows I am a member of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society is the Crown Prince. The fewer people who know my identity, the safer I will be. It's precisely because of this that I can achieve my goals." Listening to the retelling, Fen Fang also feels Old Shu's iron will and expresses her admiration. 5 years of sharpening a sword, testing its sharpness once. A true man, worthy of being a member of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society. The late Crown Prince really built an amazing organization. Old Meng suddenly asks, "Zhao Fang, now that I think of it, why did you reject the late Crown Prince's pursuit in the beginning?" "I met him. I could tell he was the same kind of person as Old Shu. You didn't like that kind of guy." Yun Fang replies, "The late Crown Prince's character is impeccable, but his face just wasn't my type. If he was even half as handsome as Wei Jun, I might have accepted him." Old Meng and Old Shu are speechless at Yun Fang's answer. Old Shu remembers that the Crown Prince and Zhu Fenfeng once spoke to each other. "She's a pretty girl, but it's a pity. Her mouth is a little too wild. If I said it out loud, I'd definitely get beaten to death." Seeing the strange look on Shu family's face, Fen Fang frowns and asks, "Little punk, I see that look on your face. Do you have an opinion?" Shu family honestly replies, sugarcoating it a little, "I remember that the Crown Prince really did fall in love with you at first sight, Jinju, but after the two of you met, the Crown Prince said that he only wanted to revitalize Great Qian now and didn't want to be in a relationship." Old Meng cuts in, "Zhao Fang, that doesn't seem to match what you said, so the late Crown Prince wasn't actually a simp." Yun Fang understands Old Shu's meaning when she hears that, clenches her fist, and says through gritted teeth, "Little punk, are you sure you remember correctly?" Zhu family is startled, sweat pouring down as he replies, "The Crown Prince even said you were the eternal goddess in his heart. It's just that he felt he wasn't worthy of you, so he gave up pursuing you." Hearing these words, Fen Fang is much more satisfied. "Little punk, you have to tell the whole story. Otherwise, people will think I'm full of myself. You're not bad, not fabricating, not spreading rumors. I'll reward you with 2. The other 2 are speechless. Part 2. Yun Fang continues to ask, "What do you plan to do in the future? Do you need to prove your identity?" "I can help you," Xu family replies. "No need. I don't plan to reveal my identity yet. Although the national teacher is dead, the Cheng Sheng sect still exists. The national teacher is only the supreme elder of the Cheng Sheng sect. Behind the Cheng Sheng sect is the Cultivation Alliance. Please, Jiju and Old Meng, pretend you never met me here. The Imperial Advisor died at your hands. It has nothing to do with me," he continued to instruct. "Currently, His Majesty knows you're looking for the Imperial Advisor to gamble your life, and has promised that as long as you win, he won't interfere with court affairs anymore. Only this way can Wei Jun be protected. So what you need to do now is go straight to the court and announced that the imperial advisor is dead. The other two had no idea about any of this, and they were shocked to hear it.
Fen Feng nodded. I understand, I'll go. But what about you? You had the imperial advisor protecting you in the Changsheng sect. Now that the imperial advisor is dead, who will protect you when you return to the Changsheng sect?
Chen Jia calmly replied, I have my own ways. Yun Fang, however, thought differently. She glared and said, You're just ready to die. Chen Jia was suddenly speechless. After thinking carefully for a moment, he continued. Jiju, in this chaotic world, life and death are uncertain. Before everything is settled, I must risk it all. Back then, on the battlefield of the Wei Kingdom, the members of the Ironblood National Salvation Society never retreated. They didn't betray their oaths, and neither will I. It's just that my battlefield isn't on the front lines, but in the Cultivation Alliance.
Hearing these words, for some reason Fen Feng felt a sense of desolation in them. She angrily shouted, If you want to deal with the Cultivation Alliance, just grab a real sword and spear and fight them head on.
You should be fighting bloody battles in the sunlight as a hero, not seeking light in the darkness. You have the right to choose to be a hero respected by everyone, not a rat chased away by people.
Chen Jia continued to reply.
The Daqian is currently troubled by internal and external problems. This country has nearly 1,000 years of history. The 1,000-year cycle of Daqian's rule has begun to crumble. At this critical moment of life and death, Daqian needs people to fight selflessly on the battlefield, needs a half-sage like you to stabilize people's hearts in front of the stage, needs righteous gentlemen like Wei Jun to step forward and cheer, and also needs people to hide in the shadows and do things that heroes cannot do. There are different ways to repay the country. I made my choice long ago and have no regrets. Please grant my wish, Jiju.
Seeing Chen Jia's firm attitude, Yun Feng saw familiarity. I once advised Wei Jun to take a step back. His talent is high. As long as he's alive, he can hope to become a sage. And he said the same words as you.
He said that someone must sacrifice first in order to preserve the spark of hope for others. Fortunately, Daqian still has people like you. I'm extremely grateful. Yun Feng put her hands forward and recited a poem, Initial Rivers Forever Remembered. Righteous spirit endures. I'll wait for the day Chen Xiang returns in triumph. If you don't come back, I'll personally write a biography for you. Chen Jia was moved and laughed loudly. Haha, thank you, Zhu Jiju. I've made a huge profit. Even His Majesty doesn't get the privilege of having you write a biography. Yun Feng smiled and asked, I respect heroes, not power. Writing a biography for you is my honor. What else do you need me to do? Chen Jia replied. Help me thank Wei Jun. My identity needs to be kept secret from others, but Wei Jun can definitely be trusted.
Yun Feng wondered.
You know Wei Jun? Chen Jia shook his head. I don't. We only met once by chance, but I greatly admire him. Yun Feng was even more puzzled. You don't know him, so what are you thanking him for? Chen Jia immediately replied. What people like us fear most is having no hope. I fear that while I'm still fighting, my country and its people will have already surrendered. Over the years, I've been disappointed in Da Qian, disappointed in His Majesty. It was Wei Jun who gave me hope, making me realize that the blood of many people is still warm. I'm not fighting alone. My path isn't lonely. I'm so happy. So happy.
Hearing the praise, Yun Feng was once again moved and stared blankly at him, happily replying, I understand.
I will definitely pass on the message. Now I'm going to save him. I'm sure he'll be extremely touched.
With that, Yun Feng appeared before Wei Jun, meaning she had won, meaning the Qian Emperor had lost the bet, meaning Wei Jun was out of danger.
That's why, seeing Yun Feng appear, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. The entire hall was immediately stunned. The Qian Emperor trembled and asked Zhu Yunfeng, You're still alive and standing here. Could it be that you really killed the imperial advisor? Yun Feng said triumphantly. That's right, he's lying in my 100 herb garden, getting ready to turn into nutrients. What's wrong? Are you heartbroken? She thought to herself. There's no other way. To protect Chen Jia and Wei Jun, I can only take action myself. Zhang Kong stood up, deeply grateful. Having Lord Zhu here is truly a blessing for our nation. The officials echoed in unison. Having Lord Zhu here is truly a blessing for our nation.
Seeing the officials so grateful, Yun Feng waved her hand, slightly embarrassed. I am, for better or worse, the libationer of the Imperial Academy. This is my duty. No need to thank me.
All right. The national preceptor is dead. Leave the rest to you all. I'm a little injured. I'll head back to the Imperial Academy to recover. Passing by Wei Jun, she whispered to him, Wei Jun, after the court session, come to the Imperial Academy for a bit. I have something to discuss with you.
The officials misinterpreted her intentions. Whispering amongst themselves, Zhu Jiju is making her stance clear, saying that Wei Jun is her man. After the court session, she's looking for him, so not only will he not die, he won't even be imprisoned. Wei Jun overheard the whispers and internally screamed, This is bad. So, taking advantage of Yun Feng's still present form, Wei Jun shouted, Teacher, I'm afraid this student won't be able to make it. To protect the dignity of the great Qilian's laws, this student must die here today. Wei Jun was extremely worried. He truly didn't expect Zhu Yunfeng to actually be able to kill the national preceptor. You dare to oppose this celestial emperor like this?
Don't think I'll let you off easily. I need to control the tempo. I must die today. Yunfang turned her head, puzzled. What do you mean?
What does the Great Qian's law have to do with your death? Wei Jun replied calmly. Of course it's related. Wei Jun began to analyze in detail. Before, at the Golden Luqian Hall, I passionately denounced the Great Qian's laws for changing due to the Chengxing sect's power. This student hates this phenomenon to the bone and will naturally use the same standards to judge myself. This student shouted in court, insulted His Majesty, fought with superiors, and disrespected those above me. According to the Great Qian's laws, I deserve to die.
Today, teacher, with your overwhelming strength, saved this student's life. Wei Jun is extremely grateful, but please let this student confess. Wei Jun cannot accept it.
Because if this student truly survives under your protection, teacher, what difference would there be between your actions and the national preceptors?
Wouldn't I be the same as those Chengxing sect disciples who run rampant in Great Qian?
Bai Guangxin, Great Bai, back then decisively killed the national preceptor's personal disciple to protect the dignity of the Great Qian, and because of that she lost her eyes. I once told Great Bai that what she did was right, and if I were her, I would have made the same choice.
Now a similar choice is before me. Teacher, please let this student be a man of his word. Please let the Great Qian's law have the dignity it deserves. Use Wei Jun's fresh blood as a sacrifice, so that the world knows there are no privileges that can surpass the Great Qian's laws. Wei Jun will die without regret.
Hearing the passionate speech coming from Wei Jun's mouth, Yunfang was speechless. The entire hall listened in silence to Wei Jun.
He's not acting, he's truly determined to use his death to realize his principles.
Guangxin's eyes welled up with tears.
Wei Jun, no, you can't die like this.
Wei Jun coldly replied, Great Bai, you lost your eyes, and from now on your world will only have darkness. But I want you to know, you did nothing wrong. The long night is hard to break, darkness prevails, but I am willing to risk my life to ignite a flame, so that people like you will not be oppressed by power for enforcing justice. These words were so right that they were undeniable. Guangxin could only helplessly shed tears.
Of course. Seeing everyone at a loss for words and silent, Wei Jun laughed loudly, then gloated inwardly.
This time, you guys have no reason to stop me, right? Although the process was a bit turbulent, the final victory will definitely belong to this celestial emperor. Princess Mingzhu suddenly stood up and asked, Lord Wei is truly determined to protect the dignity of the Great Qian's law.
Wei Jun frowned and replied, Yes, Wei Maun uses death to protect it. Unexpectedly, Princess Mingzhu's face lit up when she heard this. Very good.
Then Lord Wei must also know that the Great Qian's laws
state that the emperor can grant amnesty to others, right? The words, grant amnesty, were like rubbing salt into Wei Jun's wound. His jaw dropped when he heard it.
The Prime Minister suddenly remembered and immediately gave a thumbs up. That's right, why didn't I think of that, Princess? You're a genius.
Yunfeng also happily echoed, Mingzhu is right, Wei Jun. Don't you want to protect the dignity of the Great Qian's laws? Then you must not violate the Great Qian's laws, right?
Well, that's it, Wei Jun cursed.
Crap. A tiny slip-up can ruin everything. This feudal society is too cruel. The emperor has the right to pardon anyone he wants. Princess Mingzhu grinned even wider. Surprised? No need to thank me. I've always been this smart.
Wei Jun gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath.
I'll thank your ancestors for 8 generations. I wish I could stab you to death. Not all hope is lost. Wei Jun desperately looked for another way.
Wait, don't panic yet. The Qian emperor does have the power to pardon criminals, but I've already offended him to the death today. He definitely won't agree. Princess Mingzhu then began to plead with the Qian emperor. Your Majesty, I beg you to pardon all of Wei Jun's death sentences.
Wei Jun has done great service to the country, enough to offset his crimes. Please grant this request to avoid disappointing and hurting the people.
Chief Commander and the Prime Minister pleaded in unison. Your Majesty, pardon Wei Dabaren's death sentence, to avoid disappointing and hurting the people. This was like a bucket of cold water on Wei Jun's plan. He prayed to the heavens. Don't, Emperor. Hold your ground. Absolutely don't give up your own ideas. You're the best.
All the civil and military officials began to repeat in unison. We beg your Majesty to pardon Wei Daren's death sentence to avoid disappointing and hurting the people. The Qian Emperor's face darkened, and he cleared his throat angrily. Are you trying to force my hand?
The Prime Minister replied. Your Majesty, please don't forget that the whole world is watching you right now. Please pay attention to your image and reputation.
The Qian Emperor laughed loudly. Ha ha, what image do I have? Haven't the common people already seen everything?
Do you really think the common people will feel that I am a wise ruler? The Prime Minister continued to answer.
Your Majesty, he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world. It's not too late for you to wake up now.
The Qian Emperor smiled wryly. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world.
This saying is just a lie that generations of monarchs have used to deceive fools.
Shangguan Yun, do you also believe in this nonsense that he who wins the hearts of the people wins the world?
I'm telling you the truth. He who wins the world will win the hearts of the people.
Hearing the Qian Emperor's rebuttal, the happiest person was, of course, Wei Jun. Well said.
Don't compromise. The Heavenly Emperor is watching you. The Prime Minister, upon hearing this, also felt uncomfortable. Well said, Your Majesty. This is you liberating yourself? Are you really trying to go down in flames? Don't you want to be the emperor anymore? Or are you throwing caution to the wind, wanting to drag Wei Jun down with you to his grave? Suddenly, someone threw something rolling towards the Qian emperor. When the object stopped, everyone could see that it was the head of the national teacher. The Qian emperor's face turned pale when he saw it. The person who threw it was Fen Fen. She glared and asked, "Is there a problem with pardoning Wei Jun?" The Qian emperor seemed to have lost his argument, remaining silent. Unexpectedly, the one who spoke up was Wei Jun, and he shouted, "Your Majesty!" Absolutely. Don't back down. You are the exalted one, the number one in the world. Don't worry, the old master won't dare to kill anyone. Killing me absolutely won't have any consequences. Your Majesty, you're out of options. Only by killing me now can you protect your imperial dignity. After thinking carefully, the Qian emperor began to answer. Zhu Jiju, you must know that I possess the inheritance of the human emperor. No one in this palace can touch me, so it's not that I'm afraid of you. But after thinking carefully, I feel that what my beloved minister Shangguan said makes a lot of sense. I can agree to pardon Wei Jun. Is this a little too fast? The faces of the ministers and emperors were dumbfounded. But the one who was most panicked must be Wei Jun. Wei Jun angrily cursed, "Jun Tanjihi, are you even a man?" Before he could say anything more, Qing Xin covered Wei Jun's mouth and whispered, "Wei Jun, I'm begging you, please be patient. You can scold as much as you want when we're alone, okay?" For some reason, Qing Xin also felt that something was wrong. The Qian emperor isn't right, extremely not right, his behavior is very normal. Legend has it that the Chilean emperor relied on killing his senior brother to ascend the throne, so the Chilean emperor's methods and scheming must be incomparable to ordinary people, and even more powerful than the previous emperor. Even if he spends all year cultivating and is increasingly interested in longevity, he absolutely can't let power slip out of his control. But looking at things today, his control over the entire court is too weak. Even the regular generals and the royal family are standing up to oppose him. This is definitely not the level an emperor who relied on ruthless tactics to ascend to power should be at. While still stunned and observing Qiandi, he looked directly at Qing Xin, as if realizing he was being watched. Qing Xin worried. A mistake. It seemed like he just looked at me. Seeing that Qiandi was still hesitating, Zhang Kong stepped forward to add, "Your Majesty, now that the national teacher is dead, the conflict between Daqian and the Cultivator Alliance is unavoidable, and war could break out at any moment. I beg Your Majesty to keep your promise and continue to focus on cultivation." Cheng Xiang also chimed in. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, Daqian belongs to the army. I only wish to fight to the death, and would never dare delay Your Majesty's cultivation." Qiandi slowly stood up and laughed loudly. "Haha, so, you've all decided to depose me. Do you really think you can achieve your goals without me?" He unexpectedly just left like that, laughing like he'd gone mad. "Haha, very well. I'll do as you wish, and give this nation back to you all. Let me see where you rebellious traitors can lead Daqian." Zhang Kong and Cheng Xiang bowed, and respectfully saw him off. "Your Majesty, this is too strange." Qing Xian also worried. Something's really wrong. Qiandi is too weak. He's really too weak. As if he could read Qing Xian's thoughts, he directly used sound transmission on Qing Xin. "After court, come to the Qingxin Hall to meet me. Furthermore, you are not to tell anyone about anything you see or guess." Qing Xin was also extremely surprised. It's His Majesty's sound transmission. After the curtain fell, Wei Jun went to the Imperial Academy and learned the truth about the battle in the 100 Herb Garden. Chen Jia, he was the mole sent by the Ironblood National Salvation Society. Changsheng sect was also Chen Jia, who killed the national teacher while he wasn't paying attention. Fen Feng nodded in response. "That's right, in order to hide Chen Jia's identity, I had no choice but to take all the blame." Furthermore, that Ye Sanyang was actually killed by Chen Jia as well. Before Chen Jia left, he specifically asked me to pass on his thanks to you. It was you who brought him hope. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have had the chance to personally kill the national teacher. Wei Jun's whole body trembled with anger, and he almost cried. "Bai Qing Xin, Ming Zhu Gongzhu, Zhu Fen Fen? It's one thing for these women to go against me all day long, but why is even Chen Jia on the enemy's side, someone from Daqian?" I said, "Zhu Fen Fen's strength is at best 50-50 with the national teacher. How could she have killed the national teacher? Why is it so hard for this heavenly emperor to just return?" Yun Feng was stunned when she saw this. "Wei Jun, why are you crying?" Wei Jun made up an excuse, saying he was touched. "I'm simply moved by Chen Jia's story." Yun Feng praised. "As expected, heroes cherish each other." "Haha, now you're also a hero changing the Daqian dynasty." Wei Jun really wanted to curse. "But this heavenly emperor doesn't want to be a hero. This heavenly emperor just wants to die, okay?" At the same time, in the Qingxin Hall, Qing Xin was secretly meeting with Qiandi. Seeing Qing Xin, Qiandi could tell at a glance that her eyesight had recovered, and he asked, "By Qing Xin, the poison that blinded you was personally refined by the national teacher, who helped you detoxify." Qing Xin was a little distraught when she heard this. "Zhao Jiangjun saw through me last time, and now it's Your Majesty.
Could it be that others have also seen through me, they just haven't shown it? As if understanding Qing Xin's doubts, Qiandi continued. Rest assured, ordinary people won't notice it. Only a few people with pure hearts, or those with discerning eyes, can detect it. Qing Xin found it strange. Zhao Jiangjun is the kind of person with a pure heart, so Your Majesty has discerning eyes. Take this. Qiandia threw something at Qing Xin. Qing Xin looked at her hand. It was a jade slip. Qiandi explained. This is a jade slip, containing a transmission of a concealment technique. After activation, the sealed image inside will be transmitted into your head, helping you cultivate this technique. After you master it, unless the difference in strength is so great that you can't resist, people like you won't be able to see through your disguise. Qing Xin was even more surprised. My strength is currently increasing rapidly. This is exactly what I need. With this trump card, I'll be able to conceal myself. Qing Xin politely thanked him. Thank you for your Majesty's reward, but why do you want to help? Qiandi suddenly started trembling all over, and his expression became terrifying. It was as if he was enduring something extremely frightening inside his body. Bai King Xin worriedly asked, Your Majesty, what's wrong? After enduring it for a moment, the Qian Emperor waved his hand and replied, I'm fine. But perhaps he was just pretending. His whole body was still covered in sweat, and his face was extremely pale. Bai Qingxin, if you have many questions you want answered, then first cultivate this technique in Qingxin Hall. I will explain it to you when I have time. Now I have some personal matters to attend to, you don't need to ask more. After speaking, the Qian Emperor disappeared. At this moment, Qingxin's heart was filled with countless questions. His Majesty's condition isn't right, and it's even more serious than I guessed. Forget it. I should cultivate this aura concealing technique first, so that I can help Wei Jun more in the future. Then she suddenly thought, oh, right. I probably won't leave the palace tomorrow. I'll use a sound transmission charm to tell Wei Jun, so he won't worry if he can't find me. Hey. So Qingxin transmitted a message to Wei Jun. Lord Wei, I need to take a day off tomorrow and won't be able to accompany you. Wei Jun replied, Lord Bai, please take care of your affairs first. I'm not in a hurry. Wei Jun was extremely frustrated at this moment. This time, my attempt to die in court failed. It seems I can't rely on the Qian Emperor. Now I can only rely on asking for the Imperial Treasury's money, forcing my enemies to come at me with swords. Playing with the sound transmission jade slip, Wei Jun turned to ask Fenfeng Laoshi. The weapons of the Western continent are more advanced than those of our Daqian. What about other aspects? In terms of science and technology, it's mostly civilian tools, Fenfeng replied. That's also much more developed than us. I heard that the Western continent has carriages that don't need horses to run, and they've started researching aircraft that can fly in the sky without relying on talismans. Hearing this, Wei Jun wondered. Oh, learn the skills of foreigners to subdue them. Why aren't we learning from them? Yun Feng pouted and replied, What's so good about learning? Talismans and formations engraved on carriages or aircraft are much faster than the tools developed by the Western continent. This explanation was a bit unreasonable, Wei Jun continued to ask. The research direction and tools invented by the other side are more suitable for ordinary people, and conversely, science and technology are more developed, while cultivation not only requires aptitude, but also resources. Yun Feng then continued to explain, I heard that they are carrying out a scientific and technological revolution, but the requirements of science and technology for resources are also very high, consuming no less than cultivation. Remember that nothing can be gained without paying a high price. Wei Jun nodded in agreement. Teacher is right, I understand. Hearing this, he understood somewhat. Indeed, the path that Daqian is taking is completely different and has formed its own system. Changing to a different path is just climbing a tree to catch fish. It's still about making improvements based on the present, so that ordinary people can also use the tools of cultivators. Creating is the right way. Wei Jun raised another question. Teacher, is our struggle with the Western continent like fighting for the Great Tao, to allow two completely different civilizations to clash with each other, and finally see which side is stronger in the end? Yun Feng frowned upon hearing this. You're overthinking it. If it's really as you said, wouldn't there be someone manipulating things behind the scenes? What are they plotting? Wei Jun put forward his own speculation. Perhaps this is just an experiment by some high-level existence. Is it possible that our entire world is just a testing ground for some supreme being? He casually sows some seeds and waits for them to take root and sprout. After the seeds grow up, he will start harvesting. Yun Feng felt a chill all over his body upon hearing this. Impossible. Your thoughts are too terrifying. Wei Jun muttered to himself upon hearing this. What's impossible? I've killed so many such existences in the past, Wei Jun continued to analyze. Teacher, according to the reaction of the Tianji Pavilion, the high probability of the Cultivation Alliance is the external explosion of the National Defense War. Then what Yang Dashi wrote in his diary is very likely to be true. Then a new problem arises. He hesitated for a moment and said, If there is an indestructible barrier between us and the Western continent since ancient times, and many people on our side have gone overseas to seek immortality and ask about the Dalo, but did not pass, but some people went to the Western continent, why has no one ever broken the barrier?
Why can the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion break through the barrier and enter the Western continent? If there really is a high-level existence playing tricks from within, then everything is clear. The more Fen thought about it, the more worried she became. Could the existence of that powerful figure be the true god of the heavenly phoenix? I heard that a true god descended in the Western continent that year. Is it true? Wei Jun asked. Yunfeng nodded and said, yes, the Daqian paid a heavy price to kill that god. Hearing this, Wei Jun became even more worried. In that case, the National Defense War probably involves the existence of the Heavenly Court, but this is just speculation for now and not enough. First, we must determine whether Yang Daxi's diary is real or fake, and then start the investigation from the Tianji Gate. Then tomorrow, I will go to the Dali Sea to ask for the sacred trial, to determine whether the diary is real or fake. The next morning, Wei Jun was already at the Dali Sea, and he was extremely excited. Bai Qingxian took a leave of absence, and Lu Yuanhao was sent out by the Qian Emperor and hasn't returned yet. With less protection from those two, I feel much better. Who knows, before I even ask for the sacred trial, someone might rush out to kill me, ha ha ha. The weather is so nice today, something good is bound to happen, ha ha ha. The more Wei Jun thought about it, the more pleased he became, and he looked up to the sky and laughed. Whoa, are you Wei Darren? By chance? An official leaned in close to Wei Jun to greet him, startling him so much that he yelped, "Who are you?" suddenly popping out of nowhere and scaring me half to death. The official smiled brightly and introduced himself. Wei Darren, I've admired you for so long. I am Shi Shilun, Shaoqing of the Dali Sea, specially responsible for receiving Wei Darren. Yesterday, Wei Darren's eloquent speech at the Jin Dian, displaying righteousness from chastity, truly made me look up to you. I, like you, must live for 10,000 years to protect our Daqian. Wei Jun sneered, cursing inwardly. Pui! Bad luck! Can you shut your mouth? The Shaoqing opened the door and invited Wei Jun in. Wei Darren, please wait here for a moment. Activating the sacred altar requires some preparation. In the end, Wei Jun didn't react, just stared at him, making him a little flustered. What's wrong, Wei Darren? Why are you looking at me like that? Nothing at all. I'll come in right away. Wei Jun returned to his usual cheerful expression and went inside. As soon as he stepped 1 foot inside, a magic formation immediately lit up. Wei Jun laughed happily. Oh, as expected, there's a trap. From that magic formation, spiritual energy erupted, and the scenery around Wei Jun suddenly became so bright that he couldn't see clearly. It felt like everything was unreal. Wei Jun realized that this was the passage of a teleportation array. At this moment, the Shaoqing knelt down. Wei Jun smiled and replied, I know. The Shaoqing looked at Wei Jun blankly. So that's why you looked at me like that just now. Was it the legendary Zhi Chengji Dao warning you? Wei Jun mocked. Oh, you even know about the Zhi Chengji Dao? The Shaoqing honestly replied. The information they provided was very detailed. They spent a lot of effort to deal with you. They? Wei Jun asked. The Shaoqing cried and replied, It's the Tianji Gai, Tianji Laoren. Wei Darren, I really didn't mean to harm you. I have my own hardships. I'm just a beast. You can hit me or scold me as you please. Wei Jun rejoiced inwardly. You're sending me to my death. This heavenly emperor will not only not hit or scold you but also reward you. Wei Jun then asked, So this wants to teleport me to the Tianji Gate? The Shaoqing trembled and replied, Yes. Moreover, it's a one-way teleportation, there's no turning back. In order to deal with you, the Tianji Gate spared no expense to use a priceless formation plate. Wei Darren, if you foresaw the danger, why did you step into this trap? Wei Jun sneered, thinking in his head, Would you believe me if I said I wanted to die? So he started bullshitting. Because I saw that you don't look like a bad person, and besides, there's no feud between us. If you want to harm me, you must have your own hardships. If I didn't step into the trap, wouldn't that be harming you? Hearing Wei Jun's words, Shaoqing slapped himself even harder. I'm a beast. I actually laid a hand on a national scholar like you. Lord Wei, after I confirm my wife's safety, I will definitely take my own life to atone, the noble Wei Jun reminded him. Alright, stand up first. I'm not used to people kneeling at my feet. Wei Jun asked with concern. So, the Tianji Pavilion captured your wife to threaten you? Shaoqing slowly stood up and nodded. Although I'm not as upright as Lord Wei, if I had another choice I definitely wouldn't have harmed you, Lord Wei. Wei Jun smiled and replied. I can feel your pain and sincerity. Anyway, I'll die if I go to the Tianji Pavilion. If saving my wife means I die in vain, then so be it. Hearing Wei Jun's words, Shaoqing knelt down again, unable to hold back his tears. Lord Wei, I'm really ashamed. I'm too embarrassed to even talk to you, Lord Wei. Actually, I've known for a long time that my wife is from the Tianji Pavilion, and I'm just a pawn that they propped up. Wei Jun was even more surprised. How interesting. Doesn't your wife know that you've discovered her identity? She doesn't, Shaoqing replied. Wei Jun shook his head. Knowing that she's from the Tianji Pavilion, yet you're still worried about her safety, you're such a lovesick fool. Shaoqing recounted. When I was young, I was also full of enthusiasm, hoping to use my talent to bring change to the court and the great Chilean dynasty. But in the end, facing the alienation of colleagues and the obstruction of superiors, let alone helping the world, I couldn't even do my own job properly. It was my wife's appearance that saved me. I knew she was from the Tianji Pavilion, but I couldn't resist her. The current me can't compare to the talented me of the past. But after I married my wife, all the colleagues who used to alienate me and the superiors who made things difficult for me disappeared. I didn't do anything. I just surrendered to the Tianji Pavilion, and then I rose like a rocket, promoted rapidly, becoming the Grand Justice of the Court of Judicial Review. Dali Si Qing. Xiao Qing cried, I really love my wife, but I really can't figure it out. I just surrendered to the Tianji Pavilion. Why has everything changed? Why has the world changed so much? Wei Jun calmly replied. You're at fault, but the circumstances are also at fault. Turning a good person into a bad person only requires letting the injustice around them exceed their tolerance. Grand Justice Shi, you don't need to blame yourself too much. Your backbone isn't strong enough. But you're not so evil that you deserve eternal damnation. Having been enlightened by Wei Jun, Xiao Qing bowed gratefully. Lord Wei, thank you. Thank you for understanding me, Wei Jun simply smirked. You're wrong. I said that not because I understand you, but to thank you. Thank you for sending me into the teleportation formation to the Tianji Pavilion. This time, I'm facing the entire Tianji Pavilion alone. Let me see who can come to save me. Scene changes to Qingxin Palace. In the Imperial Palace, Qingxin is facing Qiandi for the second time. He asked gently. By Qingxin, do you have anything you want to ask? This emperor? Just ask. Qingxin spoke her suspicion. Your Majesty, you haven't attended court for 5 years. You're supposedly cultivating, but actually, you're enduring, right? I want to know, are you trying to deceive the Cultivator Alliance, or do you have a stronger enemy? Qiandi smirked. Enduring for 5 years is just being a turtle with its head retracted for 5 years. Why don't you ask this emperor why he killed the previous emperor? Isn't there always such a rumor? Qingxin answered bluntly. Because I feel that the previous emperor wasn't killed by you at all. Many things don't actually need to be pondered. If your Majesty really killed the person, why would you keep Princess Mingzhu alive? The princess has many female cultivators who travel to the moon behind her. You couldn't protect her. Couldn't even kill the previous emperor, but couldn't kill a single Mingzhu. Killing a princess wouldn't have worse repercussions than killing an emperor. Qiandi nodded. Bai Qingxin, as expected of Bai Qingxin, you always see issues more clearly than others. Then, Qiandi's expression changed. About what happened to you back then, I was truly in the wrong. When it happened, I knew about it but didn't intervene, because I didn't think it was the right time to strike back. Because you weren't worth it. I abandoned you, so you have every right to hate me. Qingxin was stunned, then felt lost and asked tremulously. Then when does your Majesty think is the right time to strike back? Qiandi replied. Retreat until you can't retreat anymore, then there's no need to retreat. Now is when we can't retreat. Hearing this, Qingxin understood. So your Majesty is actually enduring humiliation, blinding the Cultivation Alliance. Qiandi burst out laughing. To put it nicely, it's enduring humiliation, but in reality, it's just that our strength isn't as good as theirs. Qingxin worried. 5 years have passed. How big is the difference in strength now? Qiandi answered. A bit better than before, but I'm still not sure if we can win. However, Qiandi's face revealed satisfaction. Seeing so many people willing to step forward yesterday at the court, I was very gratified. With them here, Daqian has hope, Qingxin said again. But your Majesty, they have abandoned you. Wearing a mask for too long will make you forget your original appearance. Even if you don't forget, the people will. Hearing this, Qiandi didn't show any regret, just laughed loudly. A bit of bitterness mixed in. Ha ha, seeking benevolence and gaining benevolence. That's the ending I deserve. In these 5 years, although I haven't done anything tyrannical, I've practically condoned the Cultivation Alliance, causing havoc in Daqian. I'm not a good emperor. This point can't be changed. If there is fault in all directions, the fault lies with me. This is an immutable principle. History will remember my crimes. Hearing this, Qingxin broke out in a cold sweat, trying to persuade. Your Majesty, if you reveal the truth, you will definitely be forgiven by everyone. 100 years from now, history will definitely have a fair record of you. Qiandi was still resolute. It's not necessary. Daqian needs an incompetent and tyrannical ruler. Someone has to take responsibility for Daqian's humiliation in recent years, and there's no more suitable choice than me. If one day Daqian defeats the surrounding powerful enemies, future generations restore this history of grievance, all the misfortune, all the grievance will be brought about by this incompetent ruler. A new Daqian will have a wise and divine new ruler. Along with loyal and patriotic officials and hardworking and confident commoners, they will lead Daqian to the light, so I am willing to be an incompetent ruler, and then die at the appropriate time. Before these sincere words, Qingxin could only remain silent. What His Majesty said was all from the heart. Whether it was reputation or life, he could give it up. He was truly ready to be torn to pieces for Daqian. Qingxin continued to ask. You nurtured the second prince into an upright and benevolent prince.
and deliberately created opportunities for Princess Mingzhu to show off in front of others. The successors you are aiming for are the two of them, right?
You want to take all the grievances to hell, leaving hope for the next generation of emperors?
It seems these guesses were correct.
Qiandi laughed loudly. Then his face turned serious and he threatened, Bai Qingxin, if you dare to reveal even half a word about what happened today, I will definitely take Wei Jun's life.
Qiandi's threat to Qingxin with Wei Jun made her face turn red. Your Majesty can even see my feelings for Wei Jun, she replied.
You won't touch Wei Jun. From the beginning you didn't intend to touch my Wei Jun.
It can even be concluded that when we were at Jinluan Palace, it was you who stopped Zuo Du Yushi until Wei Jun could survive. Qiandi didn't confirm whether that guess was right or wrong, continuing to threaten. Excessive intelligence will inevitably lead to injury. Sometimes knowing too much isn't a good thing.
Bai Qingxin, I've even thought about whether I should kill you right now.
Qingxin still confidently replied.
If I dared to come here, I'm not afraid of you killing me, Your Majesty. On the contrary, why are you so cruel to yourself?
Can't the ruler and minister work together with one heart to fight the enemy? Is this huge sacrifice you're making even worth it?
Emperor Qian then said. The enemy's strength far exceeds what you imagine. Someone has to make a sacrifice for this matter. I also initially asked my elder brother and my nephew if it was worth it. My nephew said that we, the people of the Jun family, are descendants of the human emperor, inheriting the human emperor's bloodline. The human emperor's bloodline is not inherently noble. It is only because the human emperor did many great deeds that the bloodline became glorious because of the human emperor. Those who enjoy the greatest glory in this world must also bear the greatest price in this world. When the nation is in peril, others can retreat, but the Jun family cannot. That's why my nephew happily went to his death.
Qingxin then subtly picked up on another piece of information. Crown Prince Tian is truly dead.
Emperor Qilan continued to recount. My elder brother said, the Son of Heaven guards the nation's gate. The sovereign dies for the state's altars. He protected the nation's gate with his life.
Qingxin was stunned again. The former emperor died protecting the nation's gate. Emperor Qian finally spoke.
I am not as great as my elder brother, nor as great as the nephew I watched grow up, but they are both dead. The sovereign dies for the state's altars. Now it's my turn. The hope is left for the next generation. The fight is for people like Zhang Kong, Zialong, and Lu Qian. The sacrifice must be led by those from the Jun family.
Bai Qingxin, since you know everything, you only have two choices. Help me, or I kill you. Hearing this, Qingxin immediately cupped her hands and shouted, This humble servant is willing to serve your majesty wholeheartedly, even forgetting my own life.
Then, the light in Qingxin seemed to be illuminated by the sun, and she couldn't hide the joy on her face. Da Qian still has hope. My perseverance and struggle all have meaning.
Emperor Qian nodded. Very good, Qingxin continued to wonder. Your Majesty, there is still one thing I want to confirm. Since you've made up your mind to oppose the Cultivator Alliance, you must have made some arrangements, right?
But Zhu Jiju, killing the Grand Preceptor, seems to have been completely outside of your Majesty's expectations.
So this matter wasn't something you arranged? Emperor Qian asked back, full of doubt. What are you trying to say? Qingxin said directly. I heard that your Majesty sent Chief Steward Lu and Lu Yuanhao close to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion to investigate the whereabouts of the former Crown Prince, but the former Crown Prince is already dead, so this humble servant boldly speculates that your Majesty's true goal is to kill the Heavenly Secret Elder.
Emperor Qian neither confirmed nor denied but offered a compliment. To be able to deduce the truth of the matter based on just a little bit of information, Bai Qingxin, you are truly terrifying.
Emperor Qian sweated a little and added, Wei Jun, being liked by you, is truly pitiful. He probably won't be able to keep any secrets in the future. Qingxin blushed and scratched her head. Your Majesty is too kind, she continued to ask. Relying solely on Lu Yuanhao and Chief Steward Lu to kill the Heavenly Secret Elder is probably not enough. Your Majesty must have prepared another contingency plan, correct?
Emperor Qian answered. Of course. I have invited a powerful helper for them. I can't be sure about dealing with the entire Cultivator Alliance, but at least the Heavenly Secret Elder will definitely die this time.
Speaking of Wei Jun, at this moment he had just arrived at the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. He was full of hope of meeting the Heavenly Secret Elder, awaiting his definite demise.
The teleportation ended. Wei Jun started walking around and looked, but saw no one, so he wondered, we're here. I don't see the Heavenly Secret Elder here. Isn't this the Heavenly Secret Pavilion?
Xiaoqing also wasn't exactly sure of the place, only daring to confirm. This is definitely the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, no mistake.
While walking around, suddenly there was the sound of someone crying, Immortal, please spare my little sister. Not far away, two men were harassing a pair of siblings. The older brother stepped forward and pleaded, Immortal, please be merciful and let us off easy. My little sister is about to get married to someone. Please spare her. The man didn't hesitate, kicking the young boy directly in the mouth and yelling, Get lost. The little sister saw this and cried loudly with worry, Big brother. The two men, judging by their attire, seemed to be Taoists. The tall and thin Taoist said, Your little sister's innate essence is special, and she's still a virgin. She's a perfect tool to aid my cultivation.
You brat,
Scram right now. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion is compassionate and merciful. We won't take your lives. Come back in 3 years to take your little sister back. You can also start a family by then. I will even give her some dowry at that time. The fat Taoist burst out laughing. Haha. Senior brother is truly merciful. I really admire you.
Seeing this injustice, Wei Jun immediately stepped forward. Xiaoqing grabbed his arm to stop him, shook his head and whispered, Lord Wei, don't go.
This is the territory of the Tianji Pavilion. We can't interfere. The older brother continued to kowtow and pleaded. Two immortal masters, please show mercy. I am a personal guard of General Deng Jiang. For the sake of General Deng, please spare my sister. Our family will surely repay you generously.
Hearing this, Wei Jun said to Xiaoqing, General Deng Jiang of the Tiannan province. His position is similar to General Zhao Yun, right?
The Tianji Pavilion should show some respect. Xiaoqing just sighed. The two Taoist priests laughed loudly. You dare to threaten us with General Deng. If you were General Deng's son, we would definitely show you some respect. But a mere personal guard. Who do you think you are? General Deng is an honorary elder of our Tianji Pavilion. Even if you report it to General Deng, would he stand up for a measly personal guard like you? The Taoist priest leaned down with a smile. Kid, the disciples of the Tianji Pavilion value righteousness above all else, and we don't want to kill people.
You should listen to my advice. Leave your sister here, and scram yourself. Otherwise, after you die, the Tianji Pavilion has plenty of senior and junior brothers to serve your sister. Saying this, he gritted his teeth and threatened the boy. Hearing this, the boy felt utterly hopeless and trembled. We won't die easily.
The Taoist priest angrily channeled his spiritual energy into his hand and struck the boy's face, shouting, Courting death!
Suddenly, a voice shouted, Get lost! Immediately, the Taoist priest went rolling away.
The fat Taoist priest was dumbfounded. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Then, a figure walked over. The fat one turned his head and shouted, Who's there? It turned out that this person was none other than Wei Jun, his whole body radiating righteous qi, slowly saying each word, Someone who's here to kill you all. The technique he just used was the same technique that Elder Meng used. The righteous qi, I speak, law follows. The fat Taoist priest was shocked. Wei Jun, you're Wei Jun. How is that possible? How did you become so strong?
Wei Jun ignored him. He looked at the two kids and said, You two, stand up. It's okay now.
The boy teared up. Lord Wei? It really is Lord Wei. The boy stood up, clasped his hands towards Wei Jun and said gratefully, Thank you, Lord Wei, for saving us. Why are you at the Tianji Pavilion? The skinny Taoist priest staggered to his feet and chuckled. He, why is he at the Tianji Pavilion, you ask? The fat Taoist priest happily said, Senior brother, you rolled back over here. The skinny Taoist priest wiped his face, veins popping on his forehead, and gritted his teeth. Of course we invited him here. Wei Jun. Don't think, just because you're a well-known figure in Jingdu, with many people protecting you, that you're anything special in the Tianji Pavilion. You're already having a hard time protecting yourself, yet you want to protect others.
What nonsense. After speaking for so long thinking that Wei Jun would respond, who knew that he would calmly turn his face to Xiaoqing and instruct, Lord Xiao, General Deng Jiang of the Tiannan province is a scumbag.
Why does he just sit by and watch the common people being bullied by the Tianji Pavilion? The Taoist priest angrily shouted. Are you listening to me? You're not allowed to ignore me. He began to become complacent. Wei Jun, have you read yourself stupid? Do you think this is the capital city? In the Tiannan province, our Tianji Pavilion is the real supreme emperor. Understand? General Deng is also an honorary elder of our Tianji Pavilion. How could he dare to offend the Tianji Pavilion for a mere soldier and his child?
Xiaoqing was extremely worried. Lord Wei, you really are too impulsive this time. General Deng wouldn't care about something like this.
He recounted, I've seen a statistical report. In the past 5 years, in the Tian province, there have been intentional killings, robbery, abduction of women, plundering of property, and countless other crimes, averaging 1 incident every 2 days. The number of deaths is as high as more than 20,000 people, where most cases are actually committed by Tianji Pavilion disciples. But no Tianji Pavilion disciple ever faces legal consequences for their crimes. Wei Jun was stunned. Has the world really come to this?
Xiaoqing continued. The capital is a bit better, especially if the general in charge is responsible. But the overall situation of the world is indeed like this. Wei Jun was speechless. Yang Lao Fu Ren was right. Before, I only interacted with good people because I was lucky enough to only meet good people. I didn't see the crimes and darkness that make up the vast majority of this country, or even this world.
That's why the people I met, who are clearly talents of this world, can only struggle to hold on, and can't change heaven and earth, Wei Jun growled. And what's truly terrifying is that many people have come to see this kind of world as normal.
Xiaoqing was sweating profusely, wiping his face repeatedly. Even His Majesty listens to the Cultivator Alliance, so what guts do the officials below have to object?
Wei Darren, the Dacian court hasn't been tough these past few years for nothing. The result is either demotion or death. Even if we have the heart to save the country, if His Majesty surrenders first, what's the point of us saving the country?
Wei Jun angrily said. Saving the country and being loyal to the emperor have never been the same thing. You're just making excuses for your own weakness.
He glared at him. Shidarin, You're not a bad person, but you're definitely one of the surrender faction.
No matter the reason, the surrender faction will never be forgiven, but the Qian Emperor, who led you to kneel before the surrender faction, is even more deserving of death.
As soon as these words were spoken, the Qian Emperor in the palace immediately vomited blood. Qing Xing worriedly, Your Majesty, what's wrong? The Qian Emperor clutched his chest, coughing up blood. I'm not sure, but it seems like my internal injuries are getting worse. His voice trembled. But I feel very uneasy. Could it be because I did something wrong?
So heaven is punishing me. Returning to Wei Jun, he continued. The Qian Emperor really deserves to die, but you two are even more deserving of death right now.
The two Taoists laughed loudly upon hearing this. Haha, too bad your words don't mean anything. Haha, even the Dacian laws can't punish us. Who do you think you are? While they were still laughing, blood poured from the 7 orifices of the two Taoists, and they immediately fell down, stone cold dead.
The remaining 3 people stared in disbelief. Wei Jun coldly looked at the corpses of the two Taoists and indifferently said, Because I wanted them to die. In fact, this was the result of speaking out. Wei Jun's will affected the will of heaven and earth.
As heaven and earth, it is an existence that overwhelms all wills. From the moment the Dacians heaven and earth sensed Wei Jun's existence, it has been constantly channeling cultivation and chi luck towards him.
When Wei Jun actively sought to communicate with the will of heaven and earth, the will of heaven and earth increased his strength so that he could use abilities far beyond his own realm. To put it simply, the will of this world is simping at Wei Jun's feet.
Wei Jun almost realized this as well. Too bad the will of the world is just a formula, only able to follow certain set rules. Therefore, it can help me become stronger, but it can't help me die on its own. Whatever, can't ask too much of a formula. Wei Jun turned to the 2 kids and said, You two can leave on your own now. Get going if you can. I can help you once, but I may not be able to help you a second time. The boy then said, Yeah, I've already bribed the other Hai Yingge disciples. As long as these 2 aren't stopping us, we can still leave.
Thank you for saving our lives, Waidarin. In the future, my brother and sister will definitely... Before he could finish speaking, the boy saw something rushing towards Wei Jun and immediately shouted, Waidarin, watch out above! Sure enough, a streak of golden light shot straight down. Unexpectedly, Wei Jun faced it with a cheerful attitude, waved his hand to push the remaining 3 people away, and said, Looks like Tianji Laoren wants to see me.
Hurry up and go, don't worry about me, boom! The streak of light struck the ground like lightning with a loud bang.
Wei Jun had just pushed the 3 people away, avoiding the blow. Xiao Qing struggled to get up, adjusting his hat. Wei Darin was taken to that mountain by that Taoist light.
Is Tianji Laoren there? The little girl was still underground, worriedly crying. Wei Darin even pushed us out at the last moment. Is Wei Darin going to die? Why are good people always having such a hard time in this world? The boy clenched his teeth helplessly. Because good people aren't strong enough yet, he looked up at the sky and shouted, Wei Darin! If you unfortunately lose your life, I'll risk everything I have in my life and definitely avenge you. If I break my promise, may the heavens strike me down. Because Wei Jun's presence had ignited a flame in the young man's heart. The first seed of resistance in Tianandao had been planted.
Speaking of Wei Jun, after being struck by that ray of light, when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a massive building located on a snow-covered mountain.
At this moment, Wei Jun was facing an old man with messy hair. He said sarcastically, Is it meaningful? You saved those siblings, planted a seed of hatred in their hearts, but they will only become more desperate later on, because no matter how they resist, they won't be able to fight against Tianji Ge.
Wei Jun cut straight to the chase.
You are Tianji Laoren, the old man replied. No, just an old fortune teller. I'm here waiting for you on my master's orders. Wei Jun plopped down on the chair next to him, annoyed. TCH, I thought I could meet that old thief. Why did he leave you to wait for me? Where did he go? The old man replied. My master went to meet your friend.
Friend, Lu Yuanhao. It seems that he and his foster father were sent by Tian Ditri near Tianji Ge. Thinking of this, Wei Jun wondered, Tianji Laoren went to meet Lu Yuanhao.
What does he want to do? At this moment, somewhere on the snow-covered Tianji Shan, where the snow was so thick that it was difficult to walk, there were 3 people, 2 old and 1 young, strolling on the mountain.
These 3 people were Tianji Laoren, Tianji Zi, Lu Yuanhao, and his foster father, Zongguan Jianxi Lu Qian. Tianji Laoren smiled with narrowed eyes. Lu Zongguan, could you introduce this young hero Lu Daren to this old man?
This old man is very curious. How exactly did you raise him? Lu Qian humbly replied. Would you believe me if I said I never taught him anything? Tianji Laoren burst out laughing. So you're saying Lu Daren is self-taught?
Tianji Laoren nodded.
How interesting. It seems that Lu Daren has great potential and an unlimited future. Yuan Hao was flattered. Aha, you are really too kind. I'm just an ordinary chubby kid. Upon hearing this, Tianji Laoren looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Ha ha! At such a young age, your acting is already so natural and flawless. Clearly you have great strength, yet you are so reserved. Truly a dragon among men.
Lu Qian.
You have raised a good adopted son, Yuan Hao. Feeling that the atmosphere was more relaxed, dared to ask, Tianji Qianbei, do you really know the whereabouts of the former crown prince? How much longer do we have to go before we can meet him? Tianji Laoren smiled mysteriously. Haha, soon. You will meet him soon. Suddenly, he shouted loudly, then turned around fiercely, spiritual energy gathering on his hand, vaguely forming the shape of a gourd. With a loud bang, a huge explosion resounded across the snowy mountain. Fortunately, Lu Qian and Yuan Hao managed to escape in time, landing not far from Tianji Zi, and asked, Tianji, what are you doing? Why did you attack Lu Yuan Hao? Tianji Laoren replied. Haha, what else could I be doing? Of course killing him, and then stealing his chi luck. As he spoke, he juggled a go-board formed from spiritual energy in his hand, his entire body radiating turbulent spiritual energy, clearly wanting to unleash a killer move to completely destroy Yuan Hao. Then he added, don't tell me you didn't know that this fatty is a chi luck child that only appears once every 1,000 years. Yuan Hao angrily snapped. What nonsense are you talking about? You're the chi luck child. Your whole family is the chi luck child. I'm just a normal fatty. If I were really a chi luck child, I would have killed you with a single sword strike long ago. Lu Qian also angrily scolded. Tianji, even if Lao Ju is the chi luck child, I won't let you kill. Fighting 2 against 1. If you don't want to die, I suggest you scram. Tianji Laoren still said indifferently. Lu Qilian, didn't Qilian Dia tell you to cooperate with all my actions? If you're unwilling to help me kill Lu Yuan Hao, then stand aside. Otherwise, I can only bury you and him together. As he said this, he compressed his spiritual energy into the go-board, causing it to turn pitch black. Yuan Hao stared blankly at the go-board. Why did it turn black? Lu Qian recognized this object. The Rotten Key Game. A powerful divine artifact containing the Dao of time and space. One of the most powerful divine artifacts under heaven. Didn't expect you to find the Ranke game board, something I only heard about in legends. Tianji activated his spiritual power, his eyes glowing brightly, and launched an attack. Haha, not bad knowledge. Lu Qian, I'll give you a chance. Scram aside now, or you'll all die together. You can't save Lu Yuan Hao today. It's all within this old man's calculations. Tianji used the Ranke game board to unleash his moves. Lu Qian and Yuan Hao struggled to block, fighting and retreating. This entire battle was being broadcast live in a go-board-like interface at the Tianji Pavilion. Right now, Wei Jun was sitting with the fortune-telling old man at the Tianji Pavilion, observing the 3-person battle. Wei Jun nodded. To be able to see images and hear the voices of Lu Yuan Hao and the others through the game board, the live streaming tech is pretty good. The old man smiled and said, the master is about to kill Lu Yuan Hao, but you don't seem to care. Wei Jun didn't say it directly, just cursed inwardly. Why should I care? As long as I successfully die and revive, they're just bullshit anyway. He smirked. The one who laughs last laughs best. Tianji old man isn't necessarily guaranteed victory. Suddenly, Wei Jun's expression changed, revealing astonishment. On Tianji old man's side, he was also surprised by the new development. Something dark red shot out from behind, almost piercing his chest. Before anyone could react, Tianji managed to dodge this dangerous attack. Feeling a chill run down his spine, the red lightning bolt continued its momentum, drawing an arc in the sky, then hovered in place. Now, everyone could clearly see that it was a blood-red sword, even emanating a dense killing intent that constantly swirled around it like droplets of fresh blood. When Yuan Hao and Lu Qian saw this, Lu Qian unexpectedly smiled triumphantly and said, looks like we're safe. Take a good look at that sword. Its master is the only man in this world who is considered a god. At the same time Lu Qian was speaking to his son, a figure appeared, slowly grasping the azure blood sword. This person is the sword god Gu. White hair, indifferent eyes, elegant clothes, dense spiritual energy, a mortal body standing alongside the gods. This person is none other than the sword god Gu. On the other side, Wei Jun was so angry he wanted to cry, slapping himself a few times. WTF, why is another big shot here? Son of a BTCH. So unlucky. Is the will of heaven helping me get back to the battlefield? Over there, Yuan Hao curiously asked his adoptive father, isn't the sword god a member of the Cultivation Alliance? Why is he helping us? Lu Qian replied, I'm not sure either, but we'll probably find out soon. Tianji angrily shouted, Gu, why are you attacking? What do you want? The sword god coldly replied, I'm entrusted by someone to take your life. Sharp eyes and sword moves. Saying you're crazy is an understatement. Looks like you really are crazy. The Tianji Pavilion and Sword Pavilion have been on good terms for generations and are both founders of the Cultivation Alliance. You're still the Pavilion Master of Sword Pavilion. Wanting to kill me is starting a civil war with the Cultivation Alliance, or want to start a full-scale war between the Tianji Pavilion and the Sword Pavilion. The Sword God still answered indifferently. First, I am no longer the Pavilion Master of the Sword Pavilion. Tianji was stunned, Really, pretending or not, the cultivation world has always talked about you wanting to withdraw from the Sword Pavilion. Did you really betray the Sword Pavilion? Even so, your identity will still cause a war between the Tianji Pavilion and the Sword Pavilion.
Still with that icy voice, the Sword God continued to reply. Second, the Sword Pavilion and Tianji Pavilion will also not start a war, because the Sword God caressed the body of the Blood Sword. Wherever his fingers touched, the symbol inscriptions there lit up, reflecting a wisp of blood-colored spiritual energy that began to swirl around the sword.
After today, the Tianji Pavilion will become history. Those final words were filled with thick, killing intent. It's not just a saying, or even a threat. The fact that it came from Sword God Guyu's mouth makes it simply a decree, once spoken, an obvious truth that Tianji Pavilion will disappear.
Tianji Old Man, even though he and the other Tianji Pavilion masters are of equal strength to Guyu, his hair stood on end. After hearing those words, he stuttered. You're really crazy.
What on earth? Do you want to kill me? Why did you betray the Cultivation Alliance? And why do you want to help Dao Xian? At least out of respect, can you let me die knowing why?
Seeing Tianji Xian's fearful face, that hypocritical bastard cursed a blue streak. Tianji Old Thief admits defeat, doesn't he?
You can calculate. You wanted to die knowing why right from the start you're too useless.
Sword God didn't hide anything.
I can answer you, if I really had to say it. It's probably because of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society.
Tianji Old Man was full of question marks.
The Iron Blood National Salvation Society. What do you have to do with the Iron Blood National Salvation Society?
Sword God continued to tell the story. After the Patriotic War, the Cultivation Alliance was targeted and slaughtered by the higher-ups of the Western Continent's Holy See.
I am a sword cultivator of the pro-war faction, and I won't back down, so I killed a lot of people. After that, I lost my sword. Originally, the people of Sword Pavilion should have gone to Sword Mountain to get a sword. But the people of Sword Pavilion have longer lifespans in cultivation, and fewer people die, so the swords on Sword Mountain are naturally becoming fewer and fewer. At that time, it was very difficult to find a usable sword on Sword Mountain. In the end, Zhang Yuan and Wang Qingyang of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society forged a sword for me. My sword was broken, Sword Pavilion didn't help me, and the Cultivation Alliance didn't help me, but the Iron Blood National Salvation Society, which was always against the Cultivation Alliance, found me. Crown Prince himself introduced the two great sword-forging masters, Zheng Yuan and Wang Qingyang, to me, recalling when Sword God first met them. When Sword God wasn't yet called Sword God, Zheng Yuan patted his chest confidently and said, "Haha, you're the #1 sword cultivator in the world. Just rest assured and leave your sword to old Zheng here. Although I've never been on the front lines, I've forged swords for countless soldiers on the front lines." Qingyang also happily agreed. This lady, only forges swords for those I choose. But the #1 sword cultivator in the world is qualified for me to take action. Guyu still had that indifferent attitude. You guys talk too much. Instead of wasting time talking, hurry up and do it. This attitude shocked both of the young people, veins popping out all over their faces. Do you know how to be polite? We're helping you, Guyu. Yue still replied with that attitude, which made the two hot-tempered people annoyed, so the two sides talked, as if they were cursing each other. What's the use of being polite? Can it kill people? Moreover, I didn't actively look for you, Qingyang stuttered. You are all the people in the Cultivation Alliance scumbags like you,
Zheng Yuan persuaded. Forget it, little Wang, don't forget the Crown Prince's entrustment. Guyu crossed his arms and said, "Forge a good sword, make it pretty." Qingyang was so angry that her hair stood on end. "Get out, can you get the hell out?" And so on the first day, Guyu stuck his head in. "Is my sword done yet?" Qingyang replied. "Not yet, Geez, how can it be done? On the first day, I'll let you know when the sword is finished." Zheng Yuan was sweating profusely. On the second day, Guyu stuck his head in. "Is my sword done yet?" Qingyang grumbled. "Not done yet, it's only the second day." How can a peerless Yu sword be so easily forged? How can the pavilion master of Sword Pavilion be so impatient? On the third day, the fourth day, it just kept repeating. Until the seventh day, Guyu stuck his head in, still with the same question. Is my sword done yet? Qingyang was so angry that he threw the hammer straight at Guyu's head and cursed. Annoying as hell. You've been rushing me all 7 days. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? It's not done yet. Zhang Yuan's eyes widened. He didn't expect Guyu's head to be so hard, taking a hammer blow without any damage. Guyu didn't mind. Focusing his attention on a billet of steel floating on the forge, the spiritual energy around it was dark red. So the sword billet is complete. Guyu was also very surprised. Couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. His eyes were full of eagerness. It's just a sword billet, but it already has such an aura. This must be a good sword. Qingyang saw Guyu's longing gaze for the precious sword and immediately became excited. Ha. The way you look at it is completely different. Don't worry. With the two of us taking action, we will definitely forge the best sword in the world. Guyu told me. You must use this sword to protect the people well. My biggest wish in life is to live a little longer. Definitely don't let the enemy come and kill me. Guyu listened in silence. Thought for a moment.
and clicked his tongue. Trisk. What a coward. The battlefield is really not suitable for you. Hurry up and forge swords for me and then go home. While touched, Qing Yang was driven mad by Ji Yu's cold words and continued to throw another hammer at his head, yelling, "So what if I'm afraid of death? You cultivators aren't afraid of death, so why do you cultivate for a long lifespan? I worked so hard to forge a sword for you and you still mock me. Humph, you're so ungrateful." On the day the sword was completed, a blood sword floated above the forge, its body covered in countless text symbols, emitting a reddish-gold light, surrounded by rotating blood mist. Seeing this sword completed, Ji Yu couldn't maintain his indifferent attitude anymore, and laughed out loud. "Ha ha, a good sword. A good sword. Truly a good sword. Standing here, I can already feel its unparalleled aura. This is the best sword I've ever seen in my life. You two are truly talented. Thank you for forging such a good sword for me. It can truly be called the best sword in the world. It's just unexpected that even Ji Yu had to admire this precious sword." But the two brothers kept clicking their tongues and shaking their heads. It's a good sword, but it's still not enough. In the end, it can only be called a sword of the mortal realm. That's right, the more they looked at it, the more their words were filled with endless regret. Swords of the mortal realm can be forged with strength and talent, but a divine sword is a sword that surpasses the ability to forge in reality, so something needs to be used to renew it. You too. That's right, for some reason Ji Yu had an ominous premonition and loudly called out to them, "You too? No need to continue. This is already a superior sword compared to my previous one." Sometime later, the patriotic war shifted its scene to the battlefield at Daqian's Yumen Pass. Daqian was surrounded by countless battle armor and soldiers, but what threatened them was a major figure floating in the air holding a sword. This figure possessed extraordinary aura, with a halo above his head, arrogantly said, "This is Yumen Pass. If this venerable one makes a move, this place will be leveled in an instant. You Qian country ants, listen carefully. This is the ultimatum for you. No surrender means death." This major figure is one of the four great land true gods, a completely different level. Every word he spoke was infused with spiritual power, permeating every person in Yumen Pass, allowing anyone, young or old, male or female, to hear that threat, and unconsciously, everyone trembled with cold. Death was imminent. Soon after, the military officials gathered. The chief general of Yumen Pass made a calculation. They had to kill this true god, otherwise our Daqian would lose all peace. The position of Yumen Pass is crucial. Once it falls, the enemy will advance rapidly and seize the capital. More importantly, Daqian will absolutely not surrender to a murderer who slaughters the people of Daqian. Knowing this, but saying it and doing it, are two completely different things. Ji Yu was also standing below, listening at this time, his face extremely melancholy, and the chief general at that time was the former crown prince's chief advisor, Yumen Guan. Ji Yu stepped out with a worried expression, saying the unpalatable truth. "We can't do it. The difference in strength is too great. I can't imagine how mortals can kill a god." Everyone who heard this silently agreed. Ji Yu continued to analyze in more detail. "This true god has taken action twice before, and in an instant he could destroy tens of thousands of Daqian's troops. Now we can only leave Yumen Pass and preserve our strength." Some soldiers were frustrated and sighed helplessly. Even the head of the indomitable sword pavilion has given up. "Damn it, are we really out of options?" the former crown prince suddenly said. "Sect leader Ji Yu, I once heard of you creating a killing move called Sword Sweeps the World." Upon hearing the four words, "Sword Sweeps the World," Ji Yu's expression changed greatly, indicating that this move was no ordinary feat. He then shook his head and sighed. "Indeed, I comprehended this move thanks to Zhang Yuanji and Wang Qingyang sacrificing themselves to forge the sword. With enough sacrifices, I can unleash even greater power from the divine sword. But the true extent of this technique remains unknown, as very few are willing to become sacrifices." Qian Taizi, with a determined look, stared straight into Ji Yu's eyes and said, "Sect leader Ji Yu, I am willing to be the sacrifice. To sacrifice all cultivation, luck, and lifespan." Silence fell over the scene. Was Qian Taizi offering himself to forge a sword something to be taken lightly? Ji Yu was stunned and didn't know what to say. A prince willing to be a sacrifice, why? Why would he make such a decision? After a moment of thought, he stammered, "Ah, you're not confident in winning." Qian Taizi wasn't discouraged by this statement. How can one be certain of victory when a true god descends? "I'm putting all my eggs in one basket, so I can only rely on sect leader Ji Yu to do your best." Ji Yu was speechless and blurted out what was on his mind. "You are the prince of a nation. Why not preserve yourself for the future, instead of gambling on an uncertain future?" Qian Taizi answered without hesitation. "Because behind me lies my country. If I retreat, the countless citizens of Daqian will be in even greater danger, and the nation will face an even greater risk of destruction. What's the point of being a prince without a country?" These words once again left Ji Yu speechless, and Qian Taizi even lowered himself to kneel before him. "I am willing to be the sacrifice. I beg sect leader Ji Yu to fulfill my wish." In that moment, Ji Yu the sect leader, and the sword pavilion masters, felt genuine respect for a person for the first time. Behind the small figure of a mortal was the image of a vast country. And yet, the shadow of that mortal seemed to grow larger, encompassing the people of the nation, shielding the future of that country. Ji Yue still didn't want Qian Taizi to sacrifice himself, and immediately turned his head and shouted, "Where are the 17 members of the Ironblood National Salvation Society? Hurry and persuade the prince. He's your leader of the Ironblood National Salvation Society. Are you just going to watch him throw his life away?" Expecting the 17 to rush forward to stop him, but what happened was even more shocking to Ji Yu. "I am willing to be the sacrifice. I beg sect leader to wield your sword." All the soldiers and civilians of Yumen Pass kneeled down, clasping their hands towards Ji Yu and shouting in unison, "An orphan star. Ironblood National Salvation. Is this the Ironblood National Salvation Society?" Ji Yu wondered to himself. So from the beginning until now, even after traveling across continents to learn and cultivate, what he had seen was still too small. So this is what's called national spirit. This is what's called patriotism. So this is the meaning of the 4 words, Ironblood National Salvation. Seeing Ji Yu silent and not saying a word, everyone shouted in unison again, "I am willing to be the sacrifice. I beg sect leader to wield your sword. I am willing to be the sacrifice. I beg sect leader to wield your sword." These words repeated, echoed in Yumen Pass, echoing deep within the heart of a sword pavilion master. Ji Yu began to speak. The first sentence he uttered was, "Prince, is the Ironblood National Salvation Society still recruiting?" The prince laughed heartily in response. "Ha! Anyone in this world who is a benevolent patriot, wholeheartedly dedicated to saving the country, can become a member of our Ironblood National Salvation Society." Tears streamed down Ji Yu's cheeks. In this heroic atmosphere, a cold-faced sword cultivator was melted and burst into emotion. Ji Yue turned around, knelt on one knee in front of Qian Taizi, and shouted, "This is the greatest honor of Ji Yu's life." And so on that day, sword energy soared to the heavens. Tens, hundreds, thousands of soldiers and civilians of Yumen Pass were willing to sacrifice themselves, increasing the power of Ji Yu's sword. The blood-colored azure-edged sword radiated more intensely than ever, because now its red light was also the red of patriotic blood, the heroic blood of the Dacian people, the blood of the Ironblood National Salvation Society. On that day, Ji Yu fought alone for 3,000 miles. One sword became 1,000,000 soldiers. One sword split mountains and overturned seas. One sword shattered everything. One sword had to make heaven and earth change. On that day, Ji Yu used a mortal body to successfully kill a god. A true god descending before the iron blood sword was no different from livestock. The world was shaken, and the heavens were terrified. Zhang Qi fought without knowing when. Ji Yu's jet-black hair had turned white. From then on, Ji Yu was revered by the world as the sword god. Returning to the present, after hearing the whole story, Tian Jizi gnashed his teeth in jealousy. So it was because you sacrificed Qian Taizi and other talents that you were able to successfully kill a god, and also allowed you to use a mortal body to stand shoulder to shoulder with a god. Sword god Min coldly said, "The mortal body is mine, but the ones standing shoulder to shoulder with the gods are the prince and the 17 Iron Blood National Salvation Society brothers, the 3,721 veterans above and below Yumen Pass. It was they who sacrificed all their cultivation and lifespan, even sacrificing their 3 souls and 7 spirits, in exchange for the glory of my sword god, in exchange for the peaceful world of Dakian today." Speaking of the fallen heroes, the sword god's heart seemed to tremble fiercely once again. The sword's bloody color seemed even more scarlet, filled with fiery light. "Therefore the nation they protected with their lives will be protected by my sword from now on." The aura emanating from the blood sword made Tianji's hair stand on end once more, his scalp tingling. "Tianji, you can die now." As he spoke, the sword god gripped the blood sword with both hands and charged forward to attack. Iron-blooded savior, Ji Yu has come to kill. With a sword tearing through the wind, Tianji old man raised the rotten keyboard to block it. On the surface, the strength seemed balanced, but in terms of internal energy, Tianji old man was shaken to the point of internal injuries and vomiting blood. No wonder he's Ji Yu. So strong, can't be confronted head-on at all. The other two were naturally not just there to watch, they immediately unsheathed their swords and rushed forward. "Sword god, we're here to help you, Ajia. Let's kill the old thief Tianji together." Rumble, rumble, rumble. In an instant, countless loud explosions rang out in the sky, shaking a region of the Tianshan Mountains. Back to Wei Jun's side, he disgustedly turned his face away and said with a snort, "Alright, no need to watch anymore. That petty villain Tianji is definitely dead." Facing 3 super sword cultivators, he basically had no choice but to retreat. The more Wei Jun spoke, the more he fumed. But giving the initiative to that sword cultivator was tantamount to choosing death. "TCH, your master is known as an unparalleled strategist, yet he can be schemed against by others. So embarrassing." The fortune-telling old man saw Wei Jun's attitude and wondered, Great Wei, you seem very disappointed. They're suppressing your master. Shouldn't you be pleasantly surprised? Wei Jun cursed inwardly. Pleasantly surprised my ass. Horrified is more like it, he continued to criticize. Of course I'm disappointed. I originally thought that being able to manipulate the 9-rank Immortal sect, he should be a formidable hero capable of anything, making the entire Dakian group feel so suppressed that they couldn't breathe, possessing methods that even ghosts and gods couldn't fathom. As a result, not only is his combat strength lacking, but his brain isn't smart either. Having such a useless opponent, how can I not be disappointed? I advise you to quickly change masters. Let him be a good-for-nothing Janano. The old man could only remain speechless, having to listen to these rebukes for no reason. Switching the scene to the battlefield, Tianjiji was in an extremely difficult situation. His body was battered, with countless wounds, constantly coughing, but he had no time to rest. Just a moment of carelessness and a sword almost took his life. The rotten keyboard was also accidentally knocked away. He continued to circulate his energy and fled. The rotten keyboard is gone. I can only avoid it for now. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Another sword from Lucian stabbed straight at the center of Tianjizi's face. He managed to dodge again, but his body trembled uncontrollably. On the other side, Yuan Hao also jumped up and charged forward. It's not over yet. Because he underestimated him too much, Tianji old man was careless and allowed Yuan Hao to succeed. A sword slashed down, severing his right arm. He cried out in pain. Ah, 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 ah. My arm. Tianji, old man, then continued to scurry away, only knowing to curse Chudong behind him. Bastard. You wait for me, I won't spare you, Yuan Hao shouted as he chased. Then don't run. Come back. The three of us will fight you one-on-one. Suddenly, Lucian shouted from behind. Old Ninth, be careful behind you. Yuan Hao glanced behind him and saw Tianjizi's severed arm moving on its own, charging straight at his face. Because he wasn't good at lightness skill, Yuan Hao couldn't dodge in time. He only saw the arm suddenly light up and immediately explode. The earth-shattering explosion illuminated a section of the Tianshan Mountains. The other two could only click their tongues in amazement. Tianji old man saw this and laughed triumphantly. Ha ha, you little brat, you know how powerful I am now. Even if I can't deal with Jiu Yue, it doesn't mean I can't kill the youth leader. The guy hadn't even finished gloating, and his face was already blank. Turns out, after the explosion cleared, Yuan Hao was still perfectly fine, just a little dusty. He scratched his head and asked, "What was that just now?" Tianji Lauren gnashed his teeth and snapped, almost completely unscathed. How the hell did you train your defense? Why is there someone as tough as a turtle shell in this world? Are you a reincarnated turtle? After being stunned for a moment and then scolded, Yuan Hao angrily continued the chase. You ambushed me already. Why are you still cursing at me? Adoptive father, sword god. Quickly, let's deal with this nasty old geezer with no class. Tianjizi once again ran for his life. Hey. Damn it. This fight is so frustrating. I blew him up like that and he's still fine. How am I supposed to fight? Wei Jun found the scene of Tianjizi being chased like a dog extremely disgusting. This is too pathetic, even I can't stand it anymore. The old fortune teller also sighed. I knew Lu Yuanhao was a swordplay master, once killing 3 demon beasts with a single sword, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Now that I see it, even Lu Qian might not be his match. Wei Jun indifferently said. Whether 2 people win or lose has never only been about strength. Lu Yuanhao isn't very bright, but Chief Manager Lu has plenty of experience. If they fight to the death, the final victor can only be Chief Manager Lu. You're exactly like your master, you can only see the surface. You really are 2 brainless losers. The old man wasn't angry at all, just smiled meaningfully. Haha. You really think Tianji Laoren is such a useless bum? Let's wait and see, he said, then attentively observed the chessboard. On the other side, Tianji Laoren, after running for a while, was cornered by 3 experts, surrounded on all sides. Tianji Z, give up. With me and the sword god here, you can't escape, he angrily retorted. What's so great about the 3 of you ganging up on me? Yuan Hao argued. What do you know? We're about unity. Unity is strength. Strength is skill. Lu Qian also chimed in. That's right, you're already weakened, so we don't even need me and the sword god to make a move. We're just preventing you from escaping, then using your death to train the younger generation. The sword god calmly instructed. Zhao Pengzi, Tianjizi's body is quite strange. Be careful he doesn't blow himself up again. Lu Qian mocked. Haha, I think even if he blows himself up again, he probably won't be able to break Yuan Hao's defense. The sword god agreed. Makes sense. Even I would have been slightly injured by that explosion just now, but this Zhao Pengzi's defense is indeed very amazing. Only Yuan Hao was still clueless. Huh? Was that explosion just now very strong? Why didn't I feel anything? Tianji Z was so angry that he trembled. Excessiveness is infuriating. Tianji Laoren unleashed all his stored spiritual energy. Countless golden lightning bolts flickered around him, and he roared, There's no way that's happening! I am Tianji Laoren, an expert of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. How could I let you humiliate me like this? Even if I die together with you today, I absolutely won't let you live in peace. This is all because you forced me. Mixed with his scream was the roar of thunder in the sky. Countless dark clouds gathered, and lightning flashed, as if a lightning tribulation was about to occur right here.
Lucian and the sword god rushed forward immediately upon seeing this. Not good. He wants to use the tribulation to lure heavenly lightning, forcing us to kill the person undergoing tribulation before the tribulation lightning descends. Swish. 2 sword beams cut through, and Tianjizin's head flew into the sky.
Lucian and the sword god ended his life. But the thunderclouds kept gathering, with thunder rumbling non-stop. Lucian looked up in panic. That's not right. The lightning tribulation shows no sign of stopping.
Retreat now. Sure enough, Tianjizi's severed head was still alive. It laughed loudly, a shrill laugh. Too late.
Haha, I've already buried a lot of explosives here. The reason I ran away was to lure you all here to die together. Ha! The 3 of them looked down, exclaiming inwardly, "We're done for," only to see a brilliant light erupting from below. The ground exploded with an earth-shattering roar on Tianshan, instantly creating a mushroom cloud. Within the smoke of the explosion, the figures of the 3 people could be vaguely seen, their fates unknown. The lightning tribulation began to strike down at this moment. Resonating with the smoke and fire, the scene was no different from a living hell. On this side, Wei Jun observed without the slightest tremor. He even smirked, which made the old fortune-teller even more confused. They're about to die, but you don't seem to be sad at all.
Isn't Lu Yuanhao your friend?
Wei Jun replied calmly. With this level of explosion, I'm not so sure about Ji Yu and Lu Qian, but Lu Yuanhao definitely won't die. But I admit my previous judgment was a bit off. Wei Jun glanced directly at the old fortune-teller sitting leisurely beside him. He revealed the truth.
Now I grudgingly admit you're qualified to catch my eye, Zhen Tianji, the petty Tianjizi.
Tianjinjizi was a little surprised, but still calmly asked, "When did you see through that?" "I am Tianji Laoren," Wei Jun replied. "Him. Just now." He began to analyze the points he noticed. Would Tianji Laoren, who aspires to ascension and eternal life, use a suicidal method to deal with his enemies? Isn't that a bit too fake? If I'm not mistaken, that useless, dead Tianjizi was your puppet or substitute?
Tianjizi squinted and smiled.
That's right. He's a substitute, I refined, he just doesn't know it, so he really thinks I'm his servant. And he's Tianji Laoren. Wei Jun was overjoyed and stood up laughing, "Ha, as expected. Not bad. Not bad, little brat. You've really shown me another trick, concealing yourself, using a substitute to bear all the consequences. This kind of layout is worthy of being a great cultivation elder, suppressing the entire Daiqian." Wei Jun's strange attitude made Tianjizi even more suspicious. Is this kid praising me, complimenting me? But what's with that arrogant attitude? Wei Jun seemed to see the suspicion on Tianji Laoren's face. He continued, "Don't be unconvinced. I rarely praise others. Your chess game is truly worthy of your name. You didn't disappoint me." In fact, Wei Jun was really smug. This time the villain has brains. It seems this time this heavenly emperor really has hope to successfully seek death. Tianjizi felt that Wei Jun's compliments were mocking him, and frowned. "Then I thank Wei Daren for his praise, but the thing that will really surprise you is still behind." He looked at the chessboard and suggested, "Do you know why you can clearly observe the battle?" Wei Jun looked around and exclaimed, "Could this be the real Rotten Key chessboard?" So the 3 of them had already entered your chessboard without knowing it. Haha, interesting. Truly a wonderful chessmaster. Still, with that strange laugh, Tianjizi was speechless. I don't know if this little brat is crazy or just too confident. What exactly is wrong with this Wei Jun? He snorted and waved his hand. Instantly both of them turned into beams of light and entered the chessboard. Opening his eyes, Wei Jun found himself standing on Tianshan. On a pile of rubble, Wei Jun looked around and couldn't help but click his tongue. Damn, what a massive explosion. Could all 3 of them be dead? From the misty smoke below, a man coughed loudly, and then a voice came out. Cough, cough, cough that hurt like hell. What's wrong, Yifu? Cough, cough, cough. Sword god, wake up. Wei Jun recognized this as Lu Yuanhao's voice. That fatty really can't die. Tianjizi stomped his foot and began to slowly fly down. He said, "Stop pretending, Ji Yue. Lu Qian, your little tricks can only fool Lu Yuanhao. Come out. You have no chance to sneak attack this old man." Wei Jun was also shocked. Almost got fooled by you guys. Sure enough, 3 figures emerged from the smoke, supporting each other. They were all alive, though other than Xu Feng, who was slightly injured, the other 2 were severely wounded and looked utterly exhausted. Lu Qian trembled as he leaned on his sword. "Looks like we fell for it. This is the real Tianji Laoren." Cough, cough. Xu Feng looked worriedly at Wei Jun. "Is that Wei Daren? He's been captured by Tianji Laoren." Tianji Laoren looked at the 3 of them with disdain, then began to mock. "I must say, you really surprised this old man. I sacrificed a doppelganger and set up such a flawless situation, yet you were able to survive. I calculated Lu Qian, calculated Ji Yu, but the only one I couldn't calculate was Lu Yuanhao. So young, yet your strength is so astonishing. Such talent is truly terrifying. If I had another 10 years, perhaps this old man really wouldn't be your match. Indeed, Even a single miscalculation can greatly change the overall situation.
Lu Qian recalled the dangerous situation just now. If it weren't for Lao Jiu trying his best to protect Jiu and me at the moment of life and death, we would have kicked the bucket. If he hadn't borne the brunt of the shockwave and the most tribulation lightning strikes, with Lao Jiu's resilience, he wouldn't have been injured at all. The sword god's condition wasn't too optimistic either. He recognized the severity of his injuries, so he had to stall for time to recover, and hopefully have a chance to continue fighting.
He started stalling for time. You say you calculated me. In terms of cultivation realm, you're half a level higher than me, but in terms of actual strength, you're half a level lower. You couldn't calculate me, that's the truth. This couldn't escape Tianji's calculations, he said. Stalling for time is useless. This place is inside your rotten key game of chess. It will forever remain. At the moment you are heavily injured, I won't give you any chance. However, I can answer your question. You're right. I didn't directly calculate you. Sadly, I divined for myself. And the hexagram was clear. I will die by the sword, it continued.
And under all of heavens, the sword that can kill me is only the god-slaying sword, the sword that once slaughtered gods. Therefore, I used the death of my doppelganger to deceive the world and lure you into my rotten key game.
Guu. This setup was designed specifically for you. Guu continued to question. Impossible.
People of the Tianji sect cannot divine for themselves. I know this rule very well. Tianji smirked and said condescendingly.
The Tianji sect is divided into two types of people. One type is everyone else, and the other type is Tianji Laoren. Wei Jun couldn't help but exclaim after hearing this. Damn, that's one hell of a cheesy line. Damn it, he got to show off. Tianji put his hands behind his back, looked down at the sword god, and said, alright, we almost created a scenario where Guu died in my hands. It wouldn't disgrace your status. The sword god angrily stepped forward and said, you really think you've got me cornered?
Instantly, an icy aura erupted, making everyone around him shiver uncontrollably.
Tianji paused slightly, then praised. Sword god, well done, very well done. Even at this point, I can still feel the threat of death from you. Worthy of being the sword god Guu. After you die, I will carefully collect your sword.
Whoosh! The sword god raised the blue blood sword high and said with soaring momentum, you won't get this sword because it carries the belief of 3,721 Yuemengwan soldiers who willingly sacrifice themselves.
This kind of sword intent, you are not worthy to possess it in your entire life. Tianji was slightly stunned. He didn't reveal any emotions and calmly said, is that so? This old man is also very curious to know if there is a sword in this world that I cannot wield. I'll let you make the first move, Guu. Even the sword god isn't entirely sure of victory. He turned to Lu Qian and asked, Chief Steward Lu Gai, I still have enough strength for one strike. I'm willing to risk my life to create a chance for a young man like Lu Yuanhao to live. Can you still fight? Lu Qian clutched his chest and replied shakily, I'm afraid I'm not doing so great. I'm getting old. You're not just saying that to refuse, are you? Lu Qian raised his hand and then suggested, just kill me. I am willing to sacrifice myself to your sword. Yuan Hao was moved to tears. Foster father, what nonsense are you talking about? Lu Qian continued. Speaking of which, the former crown prince also invited me to join the Ironblood National Salvation Society. I saw that most of them were young people, so I didn't participate myself, only sent a few of my adopted sons in. Brother Gu, my old fourth, was also there that day at Jade Gate Pass. Even the sword god didn't expect this truth. Yuan Hao wept, but didn't stop him, because he knew that once his foster father decided to do something, he would be determined to see it through. Lu Qian looked at him and said, it is both tragic and fortunate for a commoner to die for his country. If I had to choose a way to die, I would rather be like those kids, dying on the battlefield. Do it, sword god. Tianji clearly saw everything, but he still showed disdain. Is that the god-slaying sword sacrifice to the world from back then? Very well. This old man really wants to see how powerful the god-slaying sword will be after being sacrificed. The sword god added, if I can't kill him, I will sacrifice myself and leave a chance for Lu Yuanhao.
Do it. With that, he pointed his sword straight at Lu Qian. Brother Lu, go to the Yellow Springs in peace. Jiu Mu might be there soon too.
Wait, Wei Jun shouted, and rushed to where the three of them were standing. He analyzed. With the sword god's current state, and Chief Steward Lu's condition, even if you sacrifice him, I'm afraid it won't have much effect. This statement isn't entirely unreasonable, so all three of them were stunned. Listening,
Wei Jun continued to analyze. Looking at how Tianji Laoze doesn't even bother to move, he must have calculated that even if Chief Steward Lu is sacrificed, there won't be any threat. Therefore, Wei Jun grabbed the sword god's shoulders with both hands and shouted, just sacrifice me.
Hurry up and do it, please kill me. I guarantee that the power when you sacrifice me will definitely be able to kill Tianji Laozi. In his heart, he was also shouting, kill me, kill me. What are you waiting for? We're running out of time. After hearing Wei Jun's explanation, Tianji laughed and sneered. Just sacrificing, you can kill this old man. Kid, I admire your confidence. Wei Jun cursed inwardly after hearing these taunts. I really hope you can still laugh like that after I die.
With this heavenly emperor's fortune, not to mention Tianji Laoren, even you, when the time comes, Jiu might just wipe you off the face of the earth with a single sword strike.
The sword god thought for a moment and replied, Master Wei, I know you, but you're too weak. I'm afraid it won't do much.
Wei Jun didn't show any anger, and said frankly, give off as much light as you have heat.
Back then, when Jaden Gate closed, not everyone was stronger than the other. I'm still young. The power of sacrificing my lifespan will definitely be significant. I am willing to be the sacrifice. Please grant me death, sword god. Seeing Wei Jun say that, the sword god was a little moved. Master Wei, you are more righteous than I thought. Alright, I agree with you. If your death is useless, Chief Steward Luke and I will definitely sacrifice our lives as well. Then the sword god raised his sword and stabbed straight at Wei Jun. Here I come, Master Wei. Go in peace. Tianji Zi still observed calmly, without the slightest worry. HMPH. Utterly ignorant. Originally, I could have used this to tease you and win you over, but you're so stupid that you're seeking death in vain. Looks like there's no need anymore? That's not right, this feeling. Suddenly, a chill ran down Tianji Zi's spine, making his hair stand on end. On the other side, the sword was close to Wei Jun's face, who narrowed his eyes happily. Finally, I get to die. King. Just as the sword tip was centimeters away from Wei Jun, the rotten key chessboard blocked the strike. The sword god flicked his sword, sending the chessboard back to Tianji Laoren. Enraged by the near-death experience, Wei Jun whirled around, cursing, Tianji, old thief, what the hell are you doing? The sword god coughed a few times and joined in, Tianji, didn't you want to see my one sword? Unexpectedly, Tianji Laoren had lost his usual calm demeanor. His eyes were wide, and sweat poured down his face. Something's not right. Seriously not right. I just felt a premonition of death again. I underestimated you. Worthy of someone who once killed a god, I was too arrogant. The sword god's face also showed a blank expression upon hearing Tianji Zi's words. Am I really that strong now? Why can't I feel it myself? Only Wei Jun clearly understood. This old thief is pretty good, actually predicting that he'd die after I die, even though he mistook the source of the death threat, but he saved my life. Tianji Zi was still exclaiming in admiration. Looks like this divination was correct. This old man really might die by your sword. A pity. I originally wanted to ask for guidance on your god-slaying sword. The sword god sneered. You scared, Tianji Laoren. Didn't hesitate to tell the truth. Yes, this old man is scared. This old man doesn't need to compete with you in strength, just in living longer. He looked behind him and called out, Pavilion Master, General Deng, come out. Immediately 2 figures appeared, landing on a nearby clifftop. One was the Pavilion Master of Tianji Pavilion, Long Shao, in a Taoist robe holding a whisk. The other was Deng Jiang, the great general of Tianan province, in full armor. Seeing Deng Jiang's appearance, Lu Qian trembled with anger. Deng Jiang, you've really betrayed the country. Deng Jiang frowned in response. Chief Eunuch Lu, this general received a secret order from His Majesty instructing me to cooperate with Tianji Pavilion. Where is the betrayal? Lu Qian angrily shouted. Sophistry, Deng Jiang continued without flinching. Everything this general said is the truth. Didn't His Majesty specifically instruct you to cooperate with Tianji Pavilion before you left the capital? Chief Eunuch Lu spat in anger, sneering. Don't play dumb. Don't you know in your heart whether you've betrayed the country? Deng Jiang, you were once a passionate warrior willing to charge on the front lines, but now you've become a dog that Tianji Pavilion raises. How pathetic. Deng Jiang looked up at the sky and laughed. Chief Eunuch Lu feels I'm pathetic. But conversely, I feel that Chief Eunuch Lu is the one who's pathetic. The Cultivator Alliance is an unstoppable trend. Even His Majesty is willing to cooperate. What's the point of your stubborn resistance? Is just throwing your lives away. It's not about being a dog for the Cultivator Alliance, but about choosing a roundabout way to save the nation when things can't be resisted. How do you know that Great Qian can't coexist and prosper by relying on the Cultivator Alliance? The more he heard, the angrier he became. Lu Kochen couldn't help but curse again. A bunch of sophistry and nonsense. Surrendering is surrendering. No matter how many reasons you find for yourself, you can't hide the fact that you're a traitor. A roundabout way to save the nation. Save your mother's ass, Yuan Hao praised. Righteous father curses well. Truly worthy of someone who's educated, making those monitoring me so angry. At this point, Deng Jiang couldn't maintain his impassive face. He threatened Lu Qian. Rest assured, I'll send everyone from the overseeing bureau down there to join you. Lu Qian gritted his teeth, gnashing. Deng Jiang, you deserve to die. Even if I die, I'll drag you down to hell with me. You won't have the chance. As he spoke, Tianji Zi pulled out a scroll. It turned out this scroll was a painting, and the painting depicted a single black ink saber. He said, See this painting? This is the final surprise I've prepared for you. Its author is the saber god of the heavens. He began to explain. In the heavens, There was originally a sword god, who was the saber god's nemesis. In order to restrain the sword god, the saber god drew 9 paintings of worlds within the painting. Each world in the painting is a world of sabers. The sabers in this world don't have any sword Q, and saber users can receive a power boost of double. So the sword god eventually died at the hands of the saber god, G-U-U-A, Lu Qian, Lu Yuanhao. No matter how miraculous your swordsmanship, once you enter the world of blades, you'll all be fish on a chopping block. Except for your basic fist and kick skills, all sword-related abilities will be completely sealed. Are you ready to embrace death? Hearing about the painting's world ability, Wei Jun couldn't help but grin smugly. Awesome. This Tianji Laoren is the real deal. This time, you're definitely dead meat. Lu Qian gritted his teeth in anger. The Tianji sect is indeed in cahoots with those above. Tianji Laoren chuckled. It's not just the Tianji sect that has connections with the celestial realm. Which of the major sects in the Cultivation Alliance doesn't have ties to them? The Great Qian trying to oppose the Cultivation Alliance is like an ant trying to stop a chariot, completely overestimating themselves. Jian Shen calmly calculated. You raised a question. Forcing the painting's world like this. The power of the world of blades is indeed extraordinary, but too bad this kind of power isn't something you can just use whenever you want, right? If it didn't require a huge price, you wouldn't have waited until now to bring it out. Tianji Z flashed a weird smile. Heh. You're right, telling you guys is no biggie, since you can't escape the painting's world anyway. Using the power of gods really does require a price. Activating the world of blades will probably drain my and the sect leader's spiritual power in a short time, and we won't be able to recover. At this moment, sect leader Long Shao also appeared next to Tianji Z. They both placed their hands on the back of the painting's world and continuously poured spiritual energy into it. Instantly, the black, ink-painted blade shone brightly. Tianji Z continued. But the 3 of you will have your sword cultivation immediately restricted. Since we're all super experts, General Deng using his mace to kill you will be as easy as flipping his hand. While Tianji Laoren was still explaining, Deng Jiang and the other 4 had already turned into white beams of light and began to be sucked into the painting. Yuan Hao shouted anxiously. Not good. We're being sucked into the painting's world. Only Wei Jun was overjoyed. Yes. We're going to be completely restrained after being sucked into the painting's world. Everyone was sucked into the painting. When they opened their eyes, they all found themselves in a strange space. Everything was only in black and white, with simple strokes. All around, there were all kinds of large and small blades, some as tall as 100 meters, and some so short they were like daggers. Tianji Zi and Long Shao began to sit down cross-legged and instructed Deng Jiang, "We're temporarily unable to act anymore. We're leaving the rest to you, General Deng." Deng Jiang said confidently, "Don't worry, they're dead meat." As he spoke, he took out a pair of maces, his aura surging. "Lu Qian, I'll spare you for now. I'll kill the adopted son you love the most right before your eyes. Then I'll kill Gu and Wei Jun, and finally it'll be your turn, so you can witness their deaths and taste the greatest suffering in the world before you die." Wei Jun, still maintaining his disdainful attitude, stood out and cursed the enemy. "You're messed up too. It seems like all villains are like this, more vicious to their own people than to their enemies. Completely shameless." Deng Jiang sneered. "You don't need to provoke me, you'll die soon too, but you and Lu Qian aren't related at all. Lu Yuanhao, come out and die first." The more Wei Jun thought about it, the more ecstatic he became. "Great! According to Deng Jiang's speed of killing people, I'll be able to die very soon. Let the countdown begin." He eagerly called out, "Yuanhao, Lord Lu, don't be afraid, just fight bravely. I believe Deng Jiang is just a useless piece of trash in front of you." Yuan Hao, thinking that these were words of encouragement, happily replied, "Wei Darren is right, I will listen to you." Seeing this situation, Lu Qian worried about his son, Lao Ju. "What do you want to do?" Yuan Hao still stepped forward slowly, still holding his sword even though he couldn't use swordsmanship. He turned his head back and said, "Adoptive father, right now I'm the least injured, and my strength is also quite strong. Just let me give it a try." Seeing this scene, Deng Jiang laughed loudly. "Ha!" Deng Jiang narrowed his eyes and said, "To dare to stand up and sacrifice yourself at the crucial moment? The shame of the supervisory department and the legends doesn't seem quite right. If that's the case, then taste my maces." Deng Jiang roared and lunged forward, his murderous aura soaring to the sky. Lu Qian and Jian Shen were extremely worried, only Wei Jun was the happiest. The maces are full of deadly intent. "Next it'll be my turn to die, haha." In that critical moment, the sword in Yuan Hao's hand suddenly underwent a change. All that was seen next was a decisive strike. Yuan Hao chopped off one of Deng Jiang's arms. No one was more shocked than Wei Jun. So once again, his plan fell apart. He stuttered and asked, "What did you take out?" Yuan Hao scratched his head. "A saber, a saber." Both of them were chatting, completely ignoring Deng Jiang screaming in the distance, clutching his severed arm. Wei Jun mouthed, "A saber, a saber, a saber. What are you taking out a saber for? This is a world of sabers. Sabers are scary." Yuan Hao looked reluctant, hesitating for a moment before daring to continue. "Well, actually, I'm a saber wielder." The 3 behind Wei Jun stopped crying, while the other 2 were dumbstruck. All 3 hating this fatty so much. Oh my god, Wei Jun was about to explode. A saber wielder? Are you kidding me? This is the world of sabers, so isn't Lu Yuanhao twice as strong now? Wei Jun, still annoyed, pressed. Lord Lu, aren't you a swordsman? I saw with my own eyes that you killed 3 great demons with one strike of your sword. Yuanhao hemmed and hawed again, looking extremely embarrassed. Actually, my specialty isn't swordsmanship. I only learned 2 sword moves to disguise my identity as a saber wielder. Then I deliberately carry a sword so that I can deceive my enemies and increase my chances of survival. I just want to survive, so I've worked hard to make everyone think that my specialty is the sword. But still, the bottom line is that I'm too weak. Tianjizi coughed up a mouthful of blood for no reason. Long Xiao asked worriedly. Ancestor, why did you vomit blood? Wei Jun mocked. Damn, you're really something else. You pissed off old thief Tianji so much that he vomited blood, Yuanhao awkwardly replied. Lord Wei is too kind. I still have many shortcomings and need to improve. Tianjizi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, shaking his head repeatedly. No, it's impossible. Why is this happening? His whole body trembled helplessly. He could only rely on verbal attacks at this point. You, a dignified saber wielder. Why would you disguise yourself as a swordsman? Lu Yuanhao, you are truly a disgrace to saber wielders. Wei Jun looked utterly disgusted. He just wants to finish this and go home to eat and sleep. Accept it, Tianji. Although it's a bit reluctant, you really lost. What you did was not a problem at all. Even if you failed, it was not because you miscalculated, but because you encountered a freak. You are very powerful. Absolutely do not doubt yourself. Looking at the utter despair of Long Xiao and Tianjizi, Wei Jun felt a bit of sympathy. This heavenly emperor is very sympathetic to you, and even more sympathetic to myself. Deng Jiang regained his composure after a bout of shouting. Who said we lost? He pointed at Yuanhao with his sword and said, This general is not defeated, so there is no way to lose. Yuanhao's face darkened, and he started to speak. General Deng, I respect you for your past achievements in the patriotic war. When I was in the palace, I read the military books you wrote. You probably forgot that you personally came to the palace to teach, and I once met you in your glory. So to show my respect for you, I will use all my strength to kill you with one saber. After saying that, he slowly raised his saber, preparing to unleash a killing move. Deng Jiang also felt the powerful aura emanating from Yuanhao. Such a strong aura. A saber wielder in a saber world is indeed unparalleledly terrifying. I am no match for him. Don't mention the past anymore. I absolutely do not regret my choice. Come and kill me, Lu Yuanhao. But I will not lie down and wait for death. Deng Jiang shouted back. Suddenly, Lu Qian interrupted. Lao Jiu, wait a minute, don't kill him yet. Lu Qian looked into Deng Jiang's eyes and questioned. Deng Jiang, if you are willing to fight to the death, why did you betray Great Qian? Deng Jiang sneered. Betray, I betrayed Great Qinian. As a result, the power and position again seal a large territory. Is Yang Great Master not betrayed Great Qinian? Is he stable today? Lu Qian. I am a little ashamed of Lu Yuanhao's group. Some of them grew up listening to my stories, so I have no face when I face them. But our generation has experienced everything, Lu Qian. You tell me in recent years in the court, you are in a high position, one person count, one person, who does not secretly communicate with the Cultivator Alliance. Is Jishi not have this? Is the Shangguanthua Prime Ministers not have this? Even you are not have this. Am I the only Deng Jiang in this world who's buddy-buddy with the Cultivation Alliance? Hearing such stupid words, Lu Qian immediately retorted. We're not the same as you. We're just playing along. Deng Jiang burst out laughing. I was the same at first, but wearing a mask for too long makes you forget your original face. Then I figured it out. What's so bad about this? Lu Qian angrily shouted. Of course it's bad. You've betrayed your country, forgotten your ancestors in the afterlife, and have no face to face the former Bao Zi. Hearing this, Deng Jiang still looked up and laughed, but in his laughter there was some bitterness and regret. Ha ha ha, why didn't I have such thoughts back then? But when our emperor started listening to the national teacher's every word, what was the point of my persistence? Lu Qian, you're awesome, you're righteous, you can lecture me like this, but do you dare to lecture the emperor like this? Even if Dei Qian is more powerful, even the emperor surrenders to us. What can a subject do? I'm just following the emperor's example, Lu Qian. The winner is always right. Today, you win, so whatever you say is right. But if I win today, 100 years later, you'll be the traitor, and I, who joined the Cultivation Alliance, will be the loyal patriot. Deng Jiang's last words were like a deathbed confession. General Deng, does this world even distinguish between right and wrong? The winner is always right. The atmosphere suddenly became serious, and everyone was silent. The person who broke the atmosphere unexpectedly uttered complaints that were all nonsense and grating to the ears. This person was Wei Jun. He dug his ear with a bored expression and pouted, saying, Listening to you has made my ears so full of wax that they've mutated? Do you think you're very reasonable? Are you so moved by yourself from talking so much? Being criticized made Deng Jiang feel ashamed, even more ashamed, that these words came from the mouth of a greenhorn like Wei Jun. He angrily retorted, Wei Jun, I know you. I know you are a hero who disregards death, but you are still young. You have never experienced what I have experienced. When I was young, I was also as tough as you are now." Wei Jun immediately cut off Deng Jiang's words. "Don't compare me to you, you're not worthy." Wei Jun cursed directly at the fake general. "In this world, right is right, and wrong is wrong. Being loyal to the country is right, and betraying the country for personal gain is wrong. Stop twisting concepts and saying nonsense. A martial artist like you is far inferior to scholars." Deng Jiang was scolded and couldn't save face. "Betraying the country for personal glory. You dare say that to me? Jun Aojia is the emperor. He doesn't even care about the country, so why should I care?" Wei Jun asked back. "You are not satisfied with Jun Aojia?" Deng Jiang immediately raised his neck and replied, "Is an emperor who cultivates the Tao like him worthy of my respect? But if he had half the virtue of the previous emperor, I would be willing to fight to the death with him. But he surrendered first, so my persistence is a joke." Wei Jun started like a teacher, pointing out Deng Jiang's mistakes. "Firstly, you didn't persist at all. Secondly, if you are dissatisfied with Jun Aojia, even to the point of becoming a traitor and selling out the country, then why didn't you choose another way?" Deng Jiang was stunned. "What way?" Wei Jun did not hesitate to reply. "Kill Jun Aojia, and then change to a new and responsible emperor. What else? You have 10,000 ways other than selling the country, but you chose to sell the country, and you're still confidently holding your head up." These treasonous words that Wei Jun spoke were as casual as eating and drinking, causing Yuan Hao to panic, and even Deng Jiang had completely lost his previous confidence. "What are you talking about? How can a subject kill the monarch?" Wei Jun laughed and sneered. "General Deng, a subject shouldn't betray the country either, but haven't you already done it? How do you have the courage to betray the country, but not the courage to kill the emperor? In the end, you're just a coward. Because betraying the country is easier than killing the emperor, so you chose to take the easier path, kneeling down, and that's it." Deng Jiang was speechless and started to quibble. "Wei Jun, you're arguing for the sake of arguing. Does anyone in this world even consider killing the emperor?" Wei Jun once again sneered at Deng Jiang. "I do. From my observation, Ji Shi and Prime Minister Shang Guancheng probably have thought about this aspect as well. So a traitor who sells the country is just a traitor who sells the country. Don't make excuses. At the nation's time of crisis, you defect to the enemy, then put on a crying face and whine about your hardships. Deng Jiang, you're like a prostitute trying to erect a shrine to virginity. It makes me want to puke." General Deng always held his head high. The imposing and majestic General Deng is now being scolded by the Wei army until his face is all twisted and his forehead is full of sweat. Wei Jun lowered his voice and asked, "But there's one thing I can't figure out. If you believe the victor is always right, then we've clearly defeated you, cowardly lot. Why not surrender?" Before Deng Jiang could speak, Tianji Laoren explained, "Because there's a restriction in his body." After Ji Jiang didn't publicly state his position, I placed a restriction on Deng Jiang. With just a thought, he'll definitely die. Tianji Zi frowned, sweat pouring down his face, and humbly said, "This old man admits defeat this time. How about we make a deal? Release me and the clan heads, and I'll remove the restriction on Deng Jiang for you. How's that sound?" Tianji Zi continued to analyze the pros and cons. "Lu Qian, Deng Jiang is the great general of Tiannan Dao. Killing Deng Jiang means treason. You claim to be a loyal subject of Da Qian. Surely you don't want to rebel, right? Just release me and the heads, and I can swear a great Dao oath to definitely remove Deng Jiang's restriction. At that time, whether you recruit Deng Jiang or kill him, it's all up to you. How about it?" Wei Jun replied without hesitation. "This is what happens when you become a traitor. In their eyes, you're just a dog that can be thrown away at any time." And General Deng himself even said, "I, this general, am willing to be beaten and admit defeat to Lu Qian." Jiu Jianshen is also holding a non-compromising attitude. "Tianji, seems like you really have no leverage anymore, spouting nonsense like this. At this point, whether Deng Jiang lives or dies doesn't matter at all. But you and the Tianji pavilion heads must die. If you don't die, Da Qian will never be at peace." Hearing this from Lu Qian, both of them trembled uncontrollably. Long Xiao stammered, "We're done for. The old ancestor is hell-bent on killing us." Deng Jiang suddenly said, "I advise you not to kill Tianji Loren." Lu Qian was puzzled. "Really? Even now, you're still protecting him?" Deng Jiang slowly replied, "No. Even if he uses the restriction to kill me, I won't protect him. I'm advising you for your own good." Deng Jiang frowned and said, "Tianji has the Tao God's mark on him. If anyone dares to kill him, they'll encounter huge trouble." All four of them were extremely surprised. Wei Jun suddenly thought, "You mean, whoever kills Tianji Laoren, the Tao God will come and kill them?" Deng Jiang nodded. "That's right. The power of the Cultivation Alliance surpasses your imagination. They have immortals from heaven backing them. Being their enemy is like an ant trying to stop a chariot, overestimating yourselves." Wei Jun's whole body immediately trembled. Everyone thought he was scared, but in reality he was extremely happy. Fate is truly looking after me too much. And so, Wei Jun's expression suddenly became firm, and he turned to Gi U Jianshen and said, "Please, lend me your sword for a moment." Jianshen was worried. "Wei Darren wants to borrow my sword to kill Tianji." He earnestly tried to persuade him, reminding Wei Jun of the consequences of what he was about to do. "You're just like my brothers from back then, all true heroes. You certainly deserve to wield the divine sword. But you better not do it yourself. If you kill Tianji Laoren, you'll be marked by the Tao God, so just let me do it.
The sword god spoke and slowly drew his sword. Wei Jun looked towards Deng Xiang and sneered, "General Deng, do you see that?
This is the difference between you and a true hero." Deng Xiang was speechless, sweat beading on his forehead.
After mocking Deng Xiang, Wei Jun turned back to sword god Ji Yu and said, "Sword god, you're heavily injured right now and suppressed by the world of the saber. Your strength isn't even equal to mine, right?
So, the decision is in my hands." Wei Jun snatched the Azure God sword before the sword god could react. He swung the sword around gleefully and said, "You should keep living. Leave the death-seeking to me." The sword god still loudly reminded him, "Lord Wei, I know my body can't stop you right now, but you're still young. You should cherish your life." Wei Jun shook his head. "Age has nothing to do with it." Without turning back, he said solemnly, "Everyone only gets one life. That's why Wei here doesn't want to see others sacrifice themselves for me." These words made the sword god relive the heroic feeling of those years. At Jade Gate Pass, he clasped his hands and respectfully said, "Noble is Lord Wei." Lu Qian also said, "Brother Ji Yu, is this Wei Jun? This is the hope of Great Qian, the hope of the world, the hope of humanity." Wei Jun's nose almost touched the sky as he heard the praise. "Whether I'm hope or not isn't important. What's important is that I can't let you guys stop me from seeking death." Wei Jun menacingly held the sword and approached Long Xiao and Tianji Zi. He coldly asked, "What's your name?" Long Xiao stammered, "Me what? My name is side character? It's not important." Wei Jun swung his sword and lopped off the head of the sect leader of Tianji sect. Side characters don't deserve names. Long Xiao is synonymous with side character. Even in death he can't close his eyes in peace. Is it a coincidence? Am I really named side character Long Xiao? His disciples and grandsons had already lost their heads. Old man Tianji felt a chill down his spine. Wei Jun swung his sword, placing it against his neck, and said, "Tianji, you're next. Do you have any last words?" The moment he stepped onto the hot coals, his mind began to race. "If I don't say something valuable, he'll definitely kill me." Without hesitation, after a moment of thought, he shouted, "I know the truth about the National Defense War. The National Defense War was indeed intentionally caused by us. This information is kinda interesting." Wei Jun retracted his sword. "Oh, interesting. Congratulations, you can live a little longer. Continue." Tianji Zi began to spill the beans. "There are two reasons why we caused the National Defense War. First, it's the same as what Yang Shuye guessed. It's for the sake of fate." Qi Yun. Hearing this reason, the sword god couldn't help but shout, "How dare you! You guys are cultivating and causing this kind of mortal war. You'll be bound by karmic fire, and Wanjian, 10,000 swords, can't be restored." Old man Tianji replied, "That's right, so the one who caused the National Defense War has already had their soul scattered." Wei Jun, in his identity as the Heavenly Emperor, indeed confirmed that these words were reasonable. Supernatural powers can't interfere in mortal affairs, is the rule that this Heavenly Emperor established back then. Only by being willing to pay a heavy price, or by having absolute powerful strength, can one resist this rule. Tianji Zi and his group don't seem like they can be powerful enough to resist the Heavenly Emperor, which means they've paid a big enough price. He continued to ask, "What's the second reason?" Tianji Zi lowered his head in shame and answered, "You might think I'm pushing the blame, but I'm really just following orders from above. No one understands better than me how much karma a war can create. If it weren't for the Celestials wanting to cause this war, I definitely wouldn't have dared to do it." These words made Wei Jun frown. The Immortals from the Celestial Realm. Why would they want to create the National Defense War? Tianji Zi shook his head and said, "I don't know. Our levels are different. We just know to do it. They don't explain the reasons to us." Wei Jun swung the Azure God sword and asked, "Is that so you don't have any last words, huh?" Thinking Wei Jun would spare his life, but now hearing this kid say that, Tianji Zi broke out in a cold sweat and shouted, "Wait, Wei Jun, Deng Zhang didn't lie to you. I really do have the Saber God's mark on me. If you kill me, the Blade God will definitely kill you. Even if he doesn't descend himself, his divine envoy will, and you can't resist it. Let's shake hands and make peace. I can swear to the great Davio that I will never cause you any trouble from now on." Wei Jun slowly approached and repeated once more, "So you're so sure that if I kill you, the Blade God will definitely kill me?" Tianji Zi anxiously replied, "Yes. The Blade God told me that he values me very much. My divination can also shine in the upper realms, so he will definitely avenge me." "If he didn't value me so much, he wouldn't have given me a world-stepping move within a painting." "This is a treasure," Wei Jun smirked and said, "Very good." He coldly stared at Tianji old man and said, "Tianji, you said you divined a hexagram for yourself, right? That in the end you will die by the sword, right? As expected of Tianji old man. Your calculations are never wrong, accurate as can be." Wei Jun, before Tianji Zi's shock, slashed his head off with a single sword. He even mocked, "No need to thank me, I'm just that kind, letting you keep your reputation for never being wrong even before you die." At this moment, Tianji old man, Tianji Zi, died with wide open eyes. The three sword gods were stunned. Wei Jun actually killed Tianji old man without hesitation. Deng Jiang was also trembling.
having completely lost the demeanor of a great general.
As expected of Zhu Fenfen's disciple, his mouth is too vicious. He not only kills people but also wants to completely trample on them. I don't want to die by his hands.
So Deng Jiang turned to Yuan Hao and shouted, "Just finish me off." Yuan Hao couldn't decide on his own and turned to Lu Qian for his opinion. Godfather, no need to wait for Yuan Hao to call him, he was already calculating. Tianji old man and the heads of the Tianji sect are dead. Whether Deng Jiang dies or not doesn't really matter. Perhaps it could make him rethink working for Datian.
But this kind of person must be completely controlled. Before anyone could decide anything, Wei Jun turned his head and suggested,
"Chief Manager Lue, ancient sword gods, you're all here. Now that Tianji old man and the heads of the Tianji sect are dead, how about we make a big move?"
Lu Qian asked in confusion. Make a big move? What does Wei Daren mean? Wei Jun said with a bright smile. How about we take this opportunity to destroy the Tianji sect? What do you all think? Lu Qian was horrified by this idea. Destroy the Tianji sect. Based on our current state, I'm afraid we can't do it. Wei Jun smiled meaningfully. Don't worry. Don't we have helpers?
Wei Jun looked at Deng Jiang and ordered, "General Deng, how about you lead your troops to destroy the Tianji sect?" Deng Jiang shook his head and replied, "I'm sorry, I can't do it." Wei Jun gritted his teeth in anger. "Why?
Are you disloyal to Daiqian, but loyal to the Tianji sect?"
Deng Jiang reluctantly replied, "It's not that I'm loyal to the Tianji sect, but that the leaders of the Tiannandao from top to bottom have been infiltrated by the Tianji sect. They won't take action against the Tianji sect. If you really want to destroy the Tianji sect, you'll have to replace the entire leadership of the Tiannandao first."
Deng Jiang revealed an unexpected truth at this moment. This caused all four of them to fall into silence. Everyone was extremely tense.
Lu Qian gritted his teeth in anger. "Deng Jiang, you really deserve to die. I really don't understand why you changed so quickly, and even pulled so many people to change with you."
Deng Jiang replied calmly. Shengyu Suo Hao, Shabi Shenyan. I have a close relationship with the Tianji sect. If you're not close to the people of the Tianji sect, you'll definitely be excluded. Those who have a close relationship with the Tianji sect like me have smooth careers.
The Tiannandao is a small imperial court, and the situation of the Tiannandao is a microcosm of the imperial court.
Lu Qian. You say I deserve to die? Well, maybe I do. Then what about Jun Chanzi? Does he deserve to die? Thinking of the Qian emperor, Deng Jiang's words became even colder.
Lu Qian was somewhat reasonable.
What do you understand? His Majesty is. Wei Jun was different, and casually replied, Jun Chanzi, of course, also deserves to die. Are you satisfied with this answer? Deng Jiang continued. Wei Daren, I believe in your character. You have the decisiveness to kill Jun Chanzi, so of course you have the qualifications to look down on me, but Lu Xian doesn't have the qualifications. Wei Jun continued. Chief Manager Lu is for the country and the people. There is nothing to be ashamed of. He can also look down on you.
Deng Jiang roared. That's wrong. He's not qualified. Ji Changkong isn't qualified either. Neither is Sheng Guanyun. If they didn't dare to step up at the beginning, they don't get to point fingers at me now.
Lord Wei, you're the first person who dared to call out Jun Chenzhen as a heartless tyrant. I respect you, but the others don't deserve my respect.
Wei Jun retorted. Didn't dare to step up at the beginning. What do you mean? Deng Jiang began to calm down and said, Lord Wei, do you know why Bai Qingxin lost her eyes? Wei Jun replied. Of course, it was because a Cheng Sheng sect disciple assaulted a civilian girl, and Lord Bai insisted on enforcing the law fairly, ultimately suffering revenge from the national preceptor.
A tear slowly rolled down Deng Jiang's face as he resentfully said,
Then do you know that the civilian girl who was assaulted was the granddaughter of old General Lai Da, who sacrificed himself during the National Defense War?
Old Lei was old, but he was the #1 fierce general under my command, always at the forefront of defending the nation. For 7 years, our army was ambushed unexpectedly, and Old Lei voluntarily stayed behind to cover our retreat. In that battle, he chopped down over 74 demons, killed 321 people in the Western Continent Allied forces, fighting to exhaustion without taking a step back, ultimately making a heroic sacrifice. And after he died, he was torn into 8 pieces by the Western Continent Allied forces and the demon race, left to rot for 10 days, but we couldn't even retrieve his body. No one dared to interrupt Deng Jiang's story, listening attentively as Deng Jiang's voice became increasingly choked with emotion. Such a hero should have his name recorded in history, and his family should be treated as the family members of martyrs, right? But what was the result? That year, after Old Lai's granddaughter was violated and died, when I went to the imperial palace to request justice, our emperor told me that the surveillance department had reported the matter to him, claiming that Lai Dai's granddaughter had actively seduced the national preceptor's disciple, and warned me not to meddle in other people's business. Lord Wei, tell me, isn't it ridiculous? Saying this, Deng Jiang was in tears, utterly indignant. Wei Jun carefully digested this information, frowning without saying a word.
Lu Qian loudly retorted to Deng Jiang, I, Lu Qian, swear to the heavens I absolutely did not report any such case to His Majesty, and the surveillance department never reported anything to His Majesty either. Deng Jiang gave a bitter laugh. Haha, does that even matter? He shouted in indignation. Lu Xian, you didn't stand up back then, and now you're talking about loyalty and patriotism in front of me.
I spit on that. Ole saved my life, and as a result, I couldn't even protect his granddaughter. This is all because our king condoned the murderer. You tell me, what reason do I have to continue risking my life for such an emperor after I, your daddy, surrendered to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? At least my family won't be randomly violated by people from the Cultivation Alliance. Lu Qian was immediately speechless. Wei Jun finally started to speak. You said that surrendering to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion can protect your family. Can it really protect them?
When I first arrived at the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, I personally witnessed 2 disciples of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion robbing your bodyguard's younger sister. Deng Jiang gritted his teeth. Unable to say a word, Wei Jun continued. Stop with the poetry, Deng Jiang.
A dog is a dog. Even if it bites people fiercely after changing owners, it's still just a dog. The owner won't value you.
Deng Jiang, at a loss for words, cursed.
Who says that being a dog is just being a dog? Anyway, it's better than being a dog for Jun Chenjie. He continued to yell. When the country needed me, I risked my life to fight. When I needed the country, where the hell was the country? Tell me.
Can old Lajai rest in peace under the 9 springs? While he was still rambling on, the flat of a sword struck him right in the face. It was Wei Jun.
All 3 were once again in shock. Deng Jiang's side lost balance, and he fell to the ground. Wei Jun, what are you doing? If you want to kill me, then kill me. Why do you have to humiliate me like this?
Wei Jun slowly said, I'm not humiliating you, I'm teaching you a lesson. You have a reason to be angry for the words you just spoke, but what right do you have to mention the general? Wei Jun calmly said each word, as if piercing straight into Deng Jiang's brain. Bai Qingxian at least didn't give up on your general's granddaughter, and after you begged Jun Chenjian and he refused, you turned to hug the thighs of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Are you worthy of mentioning General Lai Lai? How can you let him rest in peace? Deng Jiang, still not understanding what Wei Jun was saying, continued to yell. What other choice do I have?
If I don't rely on the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, what can I do? The Changsheng sect. This dumbass is getting roasted again by Wei Jun's killer words. After you surrendered to the Tianji Pavilion, what did you do for the Changsheng sect? Bai Qingxian tried her best for Lai Da's granddaughter and lost her eyes.
Did you secretly help her? Grand Prince Jiling Yun and Princess Ming Zhu also helped Bai Qingxian.
Zhao Yun fought the national preceptor for Bai Qingxian. Shangguan Xingfeng, the young master of the Shangguan Chancellor, secretly took care of Bai Qingxian.
Deng Jiang, what have you done? Deng Jiang was so stunned by the words that he staggered and couldn't stand still.
Wei Jun continued to scold him. The only thing you did was become an accomplice to murderers, so you really deserve to die.
Deng Jiang really had nothing to say at this point and repeated the question from before. You're right, I deserve to die.
Then what about Jun Tanzi? The old question still gets the old answer. Wei Jun replies. He deserves to die even more. I promise you, as long as I'm alive, I'll kill him. Even if I die, I'll drag him down with me.
With an emperor like that in Daqian, most of the people in the country won't be able to stand up.
Faced with this harsh attitude, the sword god and Lu Qian stepped forward to explain, Lord Wei, actually His Majesty has his own difficulties, and maybe His Majesty isn't what you think.
Wei Jun frowned and glanced at them, saying,
Seeing the ancient sword god appear, I can guess that Jun Tanzi might not be what I think, but does it matter?
He still made his attitude clear. Regardless of what great scheme he has caused countless innocent people to suffer injustice, made the people of the country kneel to him, and made many patriotic heroes shed blood, so he must die.
To dare call it changing the world, when so many brave men sacrifice themselves. Being afraid of death will never save Daqian.
Hearing what Wei Jun said, Lu Qian and the sword god really didn't know what to say. Deng Jiang immediately knelt down on both knees, he burst out laughing, and exclaimed at Wei Jun's words, haha,
to dare call it changing the world, when so many brave men sacrifice themselves? What a line. Lord Wei is right. I was really wrong. I, Deng Jiang, am willing to accept death as atonement.
General Deng was moved by Wei Jun's heartfelt words, tears streaming down his face. Lord Wei, if you were the one sitting on the throne, I, Deng Jiang, would never betray our country, and would definitely charge forward with you.
I, Deng Jiang, was also once a warrior of the Iron Blood National Salvation Army. I was not born a traitor.
Wei Jun glanced down, and silently swung his sword.
Wei Jun chopped off Deng Jiang's head.
Deng Jiang died in the 7th year of Yongsun, buried in the 6th year of Yongsun. 2 years ago, on the day when the Qian Emperor abandoned Lai Dai's granddaughter, Deng Jiang died. It was just today that he was buried. The 3 of them just watched silently. No one said a word. Wei Jun sadly looked down at Deng Jiang's corpse and said, I will make Jun Tanzi kneel and kowtow an apology before General Lai in his granddaughter's grave. I promise. This is the promise of the Heavenly Emperor.
After Wei Jun calmed down, Lu Qian said, The world in the painting is maintained by the cultivation of the Tianji Old Man and the masters of the Tianji Pavilion. Lord Wei, before this place collapses, I have a few words to say to you. Actually, you've misunderstood His Majesty. His Majesty has his own difficulties. He is the king of a country. He can't act on emotions that don't solve anything.
Wei Jun replied indifferently. The Qian emperor isn't hot-blooded, but has he solved anything? Lu Qian hesitated. At least His Majesty endured for many years, making his opponents careless, and waited for the opportunity for us to kill the national preceptor and the Tianji old man. Wei Jun smirked sarcastically. Chief Lu, you truly deserve to be the leader of the special forces. You can say lies that even you don't believe in, with a straight face. Amazing. Did the deaths of the national preceptor and the Tianji old man have anything to do with Juntanzi? You can whitewash it like that. If it weren't for me, the national preceptor and the Tianji old man would still be lording over the Qian kingdom. Do you believe it? Lu Qinian continued. Lord Wei, you overestimate yourself. His Majesty has many backup plans. Wei Jun felt more and more ridiculous, and wished to confront him directly. Oh, backup plans. Grand Eunuch Lu, tell me, who killed the national preceptor, Zhu Fenfen? How could Zhu Fenfen possibly kill the national preceptor? Well, it's because Zhu Fenfen broke through to the semi-saint level, Lu Qian replied. Wei Jun raised his voice. Then why could Zhu Fenfen break through to the semi-saint level? Only then did Lu Qian realize he'd been tricked. Well, it's because Wei Jun didn't wait for Lu Qian to think further and directly replied, because she was guided by me. That's why I said if it weren't for me, the national preceptor wouldn't have died at all. Am I wrong? But in that process, what contribution did Qian Emperor make? Lu Qian was speechless and could only manage to say, Lord Wei, you're absolutely right. His Majesty really didn't plan to make a move against the national preceptor in the short term. He was truly setting up a plan to hunt down old man Tianji. Wei Jun sneered, haha, can't whitewash Wu Guoxi, so you're switching to another topic. Then let me ask you, what did Juntanzi do to plot the hunt for old man Tianji? Lu Qian replied, His Majesty invited the ancient moon sword god. Wei Jun continued to point out the key point. Never mind that the ancient sword god gave face to the former crown prince, Grand Eunuch Luca. Let me ask you, what threat did the ancient sword god pose to old man Tianji? Sword god coughed and interjected into their debate. Cough cough. In terms of strength, I'm still half a step stronger than old man Tianji. Wei Jun immediately turned to the sword god and said bluntly, in terms of scheming, old man Tianji had already calculated your death. The sword god was embarrassed and couldn't argue back. Wei Jun continued to analyze everything. You see, Juntanzi's backup plans and layout to hunt down old man Tianji were completely broken by old man Tianji, who even used them against him. If it weren't for Lu Yuanhao's sudden outburst, you'd all be dead. Juntanzi thought he had a sure victory. But in reality, there were countless flaws, and he was completely played by old man Tianji. If Jiyu Jianshen was persuaded by Juntanzi, I would still admire him a bit. But Jiyu Jianshen is a man of the former crown prince and has nothing to do with Juntanzi. Grand Eunuch Lu, you tell me to respect Juntanzi. I really don't know what he has that's worth my respect. His cowardly turtle way of cultivation, these stern words, with solid arguments, made the three of them stand still, sweating profusely. It seems His Majesty is very likely to bear the title of cowardly turtle, Lu Qian stubbornly added. But Yuan Hao was also sent by His Majesty. His Majesty is not as thoughtless as you say. Wei Jun refuted once again. Grand Eunuch Lu put your hand on your chest and ask yourself, did Juntanzi know that Lu Yuanhao was so strong? Did he really see Lu Yuanhao as a hope? Was Lu Yuanhao's strength part of his plan? Besides, if it weren't for wanting me to be alone in the court, would Lu Yuanhao be here with you? Grand Eunuch Lu Kmei, you should know the answer to this question very well. So once again, Lu Kmei Qin was speechless. In the end, he could only sigh and salvage a bit. Lord Wei, you're right, it's just that His Majesty is also a good person. Wei Jun shook his head and said, judge by actions, not by intentions. I only know that before he ascended the throne, disciples of cultivator alliances killing the people of Daiqian was still against the law, and cultivators didn't dare to be tyrannical towards the people of Daiqian. After he ascended the throne, everything changed. Direct blood relations, meritorious deeds for the country, even innocence cannot be guaranteed, and even cannot be redressed. Wei Jun glared at Lu Qian and continued, I really don't know what's the point of enduring like this. Deng Jiang said one thing correctly. If it is such a country, it is not worth being loyal to at all. If Dajin doesn't change the emperor, Juntanzi, the people of the world will change him sooner or later. Chilean emperor was scolded, and even Lu Qilian's face twisted. He continued to speak up for Chilean emperor. Lord Wei, I said, His Majesty is already preparing to change. Taking action against old man Tianji is the clearest evidence. His Majesty has decided not to endure anymore, so you don't need to have so many bad views of His Majesty. Let's just see what His Majesty will do next, okay? Wei Jun raised his hand and sneered. Okay, we still have time to see, alright? Although I want to kill Juntanzi, I don't have the ability to do so right now, he snickered. But who knows, in another couple of days, I don't even need to cultivate now, my strength is still increasing by leaps and bounds every day. Lu Qian tried to persuade Wei Jun. Lord Wei, do you really want to kill His Majesty? I suggest you go back and have an exchange with His Majesty. Maybe after exchanging with His Majesty, you will change your mind. In fact, if it weren't for His Majesty's constant forbearance over the years, our Daqian might not have had this time to rest and recuperate. Wei Jun heard and wanted to retort, rest and recuperate. Also, I want to ask you, if the surveillance division needs someone to pretend to surrender to the enemy, would you be that surrenderer?
Lu Qian didn't understand the meaning of the question and immediately replied, "Of course not. If I surrender, the surveillance division is truly done for. I'll send my subordinates to pretend to surrender."
After answering instinctively, Lu Qian finally had time to ponder the meaning of the question and his answer.
Wei Jun continued, "See, you think so too. Even if it's to save the country and its people, everyone has their own roles. Dai Qian needs someone to be a spy, but that person can't be the Qian emperor? Isn't that logic easy to understand?"
Lu Qian replied with a darkened face. "Lord Wei, you're absolutely right, but I bet His Majesty hasn't considered it as thoroughly as you. He might not have thought of this point, that doing so would affect so many people."
Wei Jun smirked, having won the argument against Chief Eunuch Lu. "Maybe so, but that's not important to me."
"Chief Eunuch Lu, you're a great minister loyal to the emperor and patriotic, but let me give you a piece of advice. Patriotism is necessary, but loyalty to the emperor isn't." Lu Qian was speechless. "I'm the emperor's confidant, how can I accept what you're saying?" He turned his head to talk to his adopted son.
My ears seem to be injured from the explosion just now. I can't hear anything you're saying."
"Yuan Hao, go and see what's wrong with me." Yuan Hao also rushed over anxiously, thinking it was real. "Yes, Godfather."
"These two actors are so bad, even Sword God and Wei Jun can't stomach it. No wonder Lu Yuanhao knows how to play dumb so well, he learned it from them." At this moment, the entire space churned. Yuanhao shouted, "The world in the painting is about to collapse. Let's get out of here." Only then did Wei Jun turn to ask, "Sword God, ancient Sword God, when you spoke to old man Tianji, did you say that after today Tianji Pavilion would become history? So you guys are planning to deal with Tianji Pavilion later?" Sword God replied. "My mission is to kill old man Tianji. Other things have nothing to do with me. I'm not too familiar with the military plan."
After the conversation just now, Sword God also had his own thoughts. "I originally had some goodwill towards the Qian emperor, but after hearing Wei Jun speak, I changed my mind. Indeed, only the sacrifice of the former crown prince makes me admire him." He made a guess about the Qian emperor. "Although I don't know the specific arrangement of the military plan, I guess it must be related to you."
Wei Jun was surprised. "Related to me?" Sword God nodded affirmatively. "That's right.
If it's confirmed that the National Defense War was caused by Tianji Pavilion, just writing the truth in the history books will directly strip half, or even more, of Tianji Pavilion's sect fortune. At that time, Dai Qian can occupy the absolute upper hand. So I guess the military plan must be to have a scribe write the truth first, and then launch a thunderous strike against Tianji Pavilion." Wei Jun nodded, somewhat smug. "Is that so? I'm willing to lend him a hand." Afterward, Wei Jun used the teleportation array to return to the capital that Lu Qian had prepared. And the news of his killing old man Tianji also became widely known. Upon arriving in the capital, everyone had gathered to welcome him. Fen Feng and Qing Xin rushed over, all clamoring to ask questions and thank heaven and earth.
"Lord Wei is back. Wei Jun, you're really alive. That old thief Tianji Pavilion didn't hurt you, did he?"
"Lord Wei,
it seems I have to protect you every step of the way from now on." Lord Wei actually killed old man Tianji and wasn't injured himself.
Wei Jun waved his hand in greeting. "Everyone, rest assured I'm fine." Without wasting time on greetings, Wei Jun's expression turned serious, and he began to speak. "I have some information related to the truth behind the National Defense War that I want to tell you all, who are considered the pillars of Daijian. I hope you can listen for a moment." Then, Wei Jun recounted everything he had understood about the truth of the National Defense War.
The scene was eerily silent. Fen Feng's face turned pale. "The National Defense War is actually related to the heavens. We paid a great price for just one true god back then. If several more gods come, Daqian is truly finished."
Shang Guanyin also frowned. This general previously suspected that the major sects and cultivator alliances all had their own secrets, but their secrets are deeper than this general expected. This time, we're really in trouble.
Qing Xin felt a chill down her spine. With her current strength, how can she resist the gods of the heavens? Why wage war in the mortal realm? Princess Mingzhu, however, is paying attention to another detail. Is His Majesty always disguising himself?
The second prince is also utterly astonished.
"Father!" Everyone's still whispering and gossiping. Wei Jun claps his hands to get everyone's attention. "Everyone, I know this news is truly shocking, but that's just how it is, that's the situation. I'm publicly disclosing this information in the hopes that you pillars of the Great Qian can come together and decide on a countermeasure." Without immediately speaking, knowing they can't win, he continues his analysis.
After the sudden deaths of the national preceptor and old man Tianji, including the heads of Tianji, we have a sliver of a chance of victory in a full-scale war against the Cultivator Alliance. But if the Celestial Realm intervenes, we definitely won't be a match. The Great Qinian's current battle strength is far inferior to that of the true gods.
These words are so realistic that Wei Jun pauses. So you want to just give up without a fight? Amidst this situation, someone suddenly shouts, "Trouble, Lord Wei!" It turns out it's Yuan Hao rushing over, announcing, "Lord Wei, His Majesty wants you to enter the palace." Wei Jun scoffs. "Lu Yuan Hao, it's perfectly normal for His Majesty to want me to enter the palace. Why are you so scared? Does His Majesty want to kill me?" Yuan Hao finally catches his breath and continues, His Majesty really might want to kill you this time. Wei Jun immediately becomes excited.
Oh, tell me about it, Fen Fen angrily shouts. What are you joking about? What reason does he have to kill Wei Jun? Yuan Hao's face is filled with worry, he replies. The Saber God is the Saber God. He truly valued Old Man Tianji, and sent a divine decree from the heavens, telling His Majesty to kill the person who killed Old Man Tianji, otherwise he will personally descend.
Wei Jun can't help but grin. The Saber God has already made a move so quickly, fast and efficient, I like it. Yuan Hao finally catches his breath at this point. He starts to explain more clearly. A disciple of the Tianji Pavilion brought the Saber God's divine decree. His Majesty has received it now. His Majesty told me to bring you to meet him, Lord Wei. You must plan ahead.
Wei Jun starts moving without a second thought,
casually asking Yuan Hao, plan ahead.
Plan what? Run away. Yuan Hao is flustered, sweating. We can't just sit here and wait for death. Wei Jun still maintains a nonchalant attitude. Don't worry, I'll go see what this His Majesty of ours is planning to do. Princess Mingzhu is worried, trying to stop Wei Jun. Wait, Wei Jun, don't be in such a hurry. Let's think of a solution together.
Xing Jin also agrees. That's right, Lord Wei. There are so many of us here, we must come up with a perfect plan. Yuan Hao, standing closest, earnestly advises him. Lord Wei, there's an image of the Saber God on the divine decree, facing a true God descending. His Majesty might not be able to protect you. He might not even stand up to protect you. Wei Jun still tries to refuse all help. Everyone, don't worry anymore. Wei Mu has never needed his protection. He uses a decisive attitude to say, if I was afraid of death, I wouldn't have become a scribe.
So Yuan Hao has no choice but to escort Wei Jun to court.
The others can only stand there and watch Wei Jun leave.
The princess says worriedly,
everyone, what should we do? Are we just going to watch Wei Jun be killed by the Saber God? A moment later, the scene changes to the royal palace. Yuan Hao has escorted Wei Jun to this place. He leisurely steps into the court. Just as he steps into the middle of the hall, someone calls his name, Wei Jun. This person is a Taoist. With the words, Tianji Pavilion on his robe, he clears his throat. Kneel before me. He's also holding a copy of the divine decree in his hand. Wei Jun pouts and curses. Who's this idiot?
The person starts to introduce himself. Wei Jun, you're so bold. I am Lian Yinan, divine envoy of the Tianji Pavilion, here to deliver the Saber God's divine decree.
You see the divine decree, and you're not bowing down to it. Wei Jun covers his mouth and laughs. Trisk, I'm asking who this idiot is. You say your name is Li Ken Yin Yinan. It seems you're well aware that you're an idiot, huh? Yinan is teased, stammering in anger. You. Yinan's face is full of bulging veins, gritting his teeth and saying, Wei Jun, I don't have time to argue with you. The divine decree has arrived. Let me see how arrogant you can still be.
Wei Jun sighs, continuing to mock. Taoist, I can be arrogant until the rivers run dry and the stones crumble, until the end of the world, but I'm afraid a short-lived person like you won't have the chance to see it.
Yinan is mocked again, and shouts, fine, then let's see who's more short-lived.
Wei Jun ignores this guy, looks at the Qian Emperor and asks directly, so what did your Majesty call me here for?
Didn't I scold you enough at the Chao Hui last time? You want a round two?
The Qixin Emperor and Lu Qian were a little speechless at Wei Jun's arrogant attitude.
He said, look at the divine decree first. Yinan, who had been waiting for this line from the Qian Emperor, immediately shouted, unveil!
Then he released the divine decree. As soon as the divine decree was released, each character on it began to emit divine power, transforming into letters floating in the air. These characters began to coalesce into the image of a human figure. From the shape of this figure, it could be seen that this was a projection of the Blade God. The Blade God's voice rang out. The killer of Tianji shall die. The national defense war is sealed. Stop here. Those who disobey will die. These words seemed to echo from a distant realm, somber and cold.
Wei Jun also silently observed. This is the projection of a true God in the mortal realm. The divine decree finished transmitting its orders, and Yinan immediately retrieved it. He commanded the Qian Emperor, Your Majesty, act quickly. I'm still waiting. Yinan glared fiercely at Wei Jun. Whose head will he bring back to Fu Ming?
The Qian Emperor showed no expression, and asked Wei Jun, what do you think? Wei Jun looked at him with disdain, pointed to his own head, and said, Wei's head is right here, waiting for your Majesty to chop it off. I'm in a real hurry, so hurry up. This heavenly emperor is so impatient. This is the divine decree of the Blade God. A turtle-necked emperor like you should obediently listen to the God's words. The Qian Emperor unexpectedly said, don't worry, we won't kill you. Wei Jun was filled with question marks. What's going on? The Chilean Emperor wore an expression of concern, unlike his usual self. He continued to explain the reason. But we want you to take a step back.
Let the national defense war stop here. We will do everything in our power to protect your life, but if you don't give up and continue to investigate the truth behind the national defense war, even if we want to, we won't be able to protect you.
Wei Jun narrowed his eyes and asked, no more investigation. What about the brave warriors who died in this national defense war? What about the glory and historical recognition they deserve? The Qian emperor didn't know how to argue, trying to persuade Wei Jun. We understand your intentions, but staying alive is the most important thing. Only by staying alive is there hope.
We never expected that the immortals behind the Cultivator Alliance could personally end things. We can't stop them.
Wei Jun burst out laughing at this pile of nonsense. Ha.
In the end, you want to continue. To continue to endure, right?
The Qinian emperor frowned, not showing any anger, and replied,
There's no other way, Wei Jun. We know you're young and hot-blooded. But impulsiveness doesn't solve the problem.
It's not difficult for you to angrily kill Lian Yinan today, but what will we use to deal with the Blade God?
Wei Jun sneered.
Haha.
Your Majesty, what have you been enduring for all these years, and what will you use to deal with the Blade God?
The Qian emperor then clicked his tongue, his voice filled with helplessness. Right now we definitely have no way, but in a few years maybe there will be a way.
Maybe. An unparalleled hero will appear to save the people from the fiery abyss.
Wei Jun became even more angry upon hearing this, and continued to scold the Qian emperor. Useless coward.
I really didn't misjudge you. You are a soft, compromising faction from the bones. You only know how to place hope in the future, but you will never understand that the future is not something to wait for. The future is created by putting all your effort into the present.
The Qian emperor's face turned pale from the scolding, while Lu Qian just sighed helplessly. Yinan took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Your Majesty, you've been seen as a wolf in sheep's clothing by Wei Jun.
If that's the case, then kill him quickly. Then we can give the Blade God an answer.
Wei Jun chimed in.
That's right, useless coward. Kill me. Killing me will give you a chance to breathe.
If you don't kill me, I will definitely continue to investigate the National Defense War, and I will soon write the truth behind the National Defense War in the history books and proclaim it to the world.
Unable to advance or retreat, the Qian emperor felt increasingly frustrated as he thought, Wei Jun, are you insane?
The great Qinian is not ready for an all-out war.
Don't be impulsive. Give me more time. Things can still calm down. The great Qian can't win right now. We need to buy time to prepare more.
Seeing the Qian emperor's stubbornness, Wei Jun shouted, You're just being stubbornly pathetic.
Abandon your illusions and prepare for battle. What's coming is coming, sooner or later. The enemy won't wait until you're ready. You've knelt once. Kneeling again will make it impossible to stand up.
If you die standing, the great Qian still has hope. Even if you die, another emperor will take over. But if you keep kneeling, a second emperor won't be born, and there won't be a new great Qian.
What Lord Weiss said makes sense. At this moment, a few more people appeared from outside the hall.
Wei Jun turned his head and angrily yelled, Princess Mingzhu, second prince!
Why are you two here? It turned out that the newcomers were Princess Mingzhu and the second prince.
The princess stepped in and said, What's coming will definitely come.
The princess then summoned a bow from the void, gathered spiritual power into an arrow, pulled back the string, and aimed directly at the Tianji Pavilion Taoist holding the divine scroll, Yinan.
Seeing this, Yinan shouted, Mingzhu, you want to attack me?
I am a divine messenger. I dare to blaspheme.
Thwack.
Before he could finish, the arrow pierced his forehead.
The Qian emperor and Lu Qian finally processed the current situation.
As soon as Yinan died, the divine scroll was released. All the text was once again freed and began to gather into a projection of the Blade God. The massive projection immediately attacked. How dare you, a mere mortal woman, blaspheme against the gods? Without flinching, the princess continued to draw her bow, gritting her teeth. It's just a projection. What is there to fear?
She glared, focusing her power into the arrow once more, aiming directly at the projection to attack. Spiritual power began to swirl, and the bowstring glowed. The Qian emperor was extremely anxious and shouted, Mingzhu, stop, swoosh! An arrow tore through the air.
The Blade God sneered, his white eyes glaring. A mortal woman overestimates herself. Are you tired of living? But Princess Mingzhu wasn't alone. 6 others also unleashed their attacks. Swords, blades, dusters, and palm strikes.
Wei Jun was also surprised by this turn of events.
The Blade God's projection, with its immense aura, was easily destroyed by the 7 powerhouses, shattered into small pieces.
The Qian emperor, like Wei Jun, was stunned. Did we win?
The moment the Blade God vanished, he could only curse, damn it all. The divine scroll also lost its power and slowly fell.
Sheng Guanyun reached out to catch it. Your Majesty, look, use your power to burn the divine scroll. Proudly declare that killing a god isn't so difficult.
The Qian emperor stood up, paused for a moment, and then clicked his tongue.
You all think too simply.
This is just a projection of the Blade God, not his true form. Mingzhu also stepped forward and loudly said, It's not like we haven't killed true gods before.
Back then, my elder brother and the 17 Iron Blood warriors of the National Salvation Society, the 3,721 old soldiers of Jade Gate Pass, sacrificed themselves, and with the help of you, we successfully killed a god.
My second uncle, the current human emperor, made a sacrifice. For me, killing a god is no longer a difficult matter.
The Qian emperor's expression immediately changed.
Mingzhu continued to speak passionately. Rest assured, after you die, I will be the second to volunteer to sacrifice myself. My elder brother can die for the nation, my father can die for the nation, and so can I." The second prince wasn't as intense. He encouraged his father, "Don't compromise anymore, fight. If we keep compromising, the entire Dacian populace will truly kneel forever." The princess and princes take the lead, followed by Shang Guanyuan and General Ji. "Your Majesty, your old subjects believe that if you still can't make a decision, then continue cultivating in the Qingqian Hall. Princess Mingju and the second prince have both grown up. Your old subjects will discuss state affairs with them." This old master has the same thought. Lu Qiqian, Chief Eunuch Lu. "You've always wholeheartedly supported the Qiqian emperor, but now you can only sigh. Alas, your Majesty is only making things worse. For the sake of Dacian, this old servant can no longer stand on your side." Zhu Jiju and Qingxian remain silent. Wei Jun, seeing this, suddenly burst out laughing. He narrowed his eyes. This time, he didn't die yet, but it's genuinely enjoyable. Everyone's actions reminded him of his like-minded comrades from back in the day, the ones who went through thick and thin with him. Wei Jun cheerfully recited a poem. Northward 14. How many heroes crossed the dusty road? Loud laughter in the central encampment, risking the nation for the sake of the Fengma. Green Hills forever remember your mission. To everyone's astonishment, he cupped his hands respectfully and said, "Wei Jun, thanks you all for saving my life today." Seeing this, everyone felt a bit happier. The Qiqian emperor, still deep in thought, stood up and said, "Do you think I've done all this to become the ruler of a fallen nation? Do you think I don't want to throw caution to the wind and fight with everything I've got?" His tone grew louder as he spoke, almost shouting, "I just don't want you to sacrifice yourselves in vain. Too many people have already died. My big brother entrusted the country to me, entrusted you to me. I can't let you sacrifice yourselves for nothing. Right now, our strength is inferior to theirs, so what can we do? Knowing that death is certain, am I supposed to just watch you die?" The difference between the power of the shadow projection of the saber god and his main body is like a drop in the ocean. If the gods initiate a war to defend the nation, it won't just be the saber god. If many gods join forces, how are we supposed to fight in this battle? Zhang Kong frowned and replied, "Your Majesty, the Qian emperor, in reality, the difference between sword gods like Gu and true gods isn't that great. Even the difference between us and immortals isn't too huge. Immortals are just a bit stronger than mortals, but in essence there's no difference. Your Majesty has endured for so many years. Surely there must be some achievements." The Qian emperor sweated more and more, revealing his worries. "Before, I thought the enemy was the Cultivator Alliance, with at most one more god. The current situation has far exceeded my expectations, and it's beyond the scope of my abilities to deal with." Zheng Kong was somewhat surprised to hear this. "Your Majesty can deal with a god." The Qian emperor didn't hide anything and replied, "I can deal with 2 gods. Wei Jun got riled up when he heard this. "You can deal with 2 true gods, so why are you enduring all this humiliation? Just fight them." The Chilean emperor's expression was a bit strained. "When I say I can deal with 2 true gods, I mean by sacrificing all of the imperial family's heritage." If the imperial family has no heritage left, what will we use to suppress the world? Even if we repel the Cultivator Alliance, Dacian will be replaced by another dynasty. Wei Jun didn't know what to say after hearing that. This is the limitation of a feudal dynasty, a family's world. The Qian emperor is a feudal emperor. Ultimately, he'll consider the benefits of the imperial family. The Qian emperor continued to analyze the situation. "I guarantee that under the condition of not completely depleting the imperial family's heritage, I can indeed hold back 1 true god. But we don't know how many gods will descend from the heavens. What's the point of paying such a high price just to eliminate 1 true god?" "It's worth it," Wei Jun affirmed. "I can tell you very clearly that there are restrictions on both the upper and lower realms. Gods have to pay a huge price to descend, and this price is definitely something they can't afford. Otherwise, the saber god wouldn't have sent a shadow projection." The Qiqian emperor was doubtful. I and many others have speculated that gods descending to the lower realm have to pay a heavy price, but there's no evidence of this. Wei Jun, "I want to know why you're so sure." Wei Jun smirked and said, "Because a very powerful person once did something. The severing of heaven and earth. Heaven above, earth below. Gods and humans each have their own affairs and don't interfere with each other. For the upper realm to send down a deity, they need to sacrifice at least 1 deity first in a blood ritual." Fen Fang was utterly bewildered. The severed heavens passage. Is that rule really a thing? I once saw a similar statement in an ancient text, but it didn't record the name of the deity, nor did it offer any credible proof. Wei Jun chuckled. Of course there wouldn't be any records. This heavenly emperor decreed long ago that mortals can't discuss the heavenly emperor's rules. Unless you can tear space or cross the starry seas, you ain't got the cred to even know I exist. The Qiqian emperor continued to ask, sweat pouring down, "Wei Jun, this concerns the future of the great Qiqian. You're just a regular scholar. I don't understand how you know so much about the severed heavens passage." "Because this heavenly emperor is the one who made that rule. That's the truth." But how could Wei Jun explain it like that? "The point is, to stop you mortals from getting bullied by those up there. Of course, I ain't gonna tell you lot this." Wei Jun stepped forward and said, "Everyone has their secrets. Your Majesty doesn't need to ask so much. I can swear to the heavens that the severed heavens passage rule definitely exists. I think with your levels, it's easy to tell if I'm lying or not. So the situation is pretty clear, right, Your Majesty? I'll just ask you one question. Are you finally willing to risk everything and fight for the future of the great Qian? The Qian Emperor nodded. If what Wei Jun says is really true, then there's still hope. Although the chance of winning is still small, we can barely fight. I'm willing to give it a shot. Wei Jun was still a little confused. The gods can only descend with limitations. Is the chance of winning still that small? The Qian Emperor immediately replied, offering his speculation. The Cultivator Alliance is stronger than you think. Just one Tianji Laoren was able to contact the Tao God, and they have so many trump cards. If Lu Yuanhao hadn't suddenly exploded this time, Ji Yuyue and Lu Qian would have been buried. And who knows how many Tianji Laoren are in the Cultivator Alliance. General Ji also agreed with the Qian Emperor. It's really hard to win. Those who can reach the peak ain't scrubs, and the longer they cultivate, the longer they live. The potential background of the Cultivator Alliance far surpasses ours. If the Cultivator Alliance acts together with one heart, the Great Qian might not stand a chance. But he added what he had investigated, which could help in the upcoming battle. But from what I know, their sects aren't united. This gives us a chance to divide them. As long as we and the Great Qian don't have internal strife, and nothing like Dengjiang happens, our chance of winning will greatly increase. Lu Qian immediately interjected. That's probably very difficult. In recent years, many generals of the Great Qian have been in contact with the Cultivator Alliance. It's not just Dengjiang. In fact, the Cultivator Alliance can't really work together wholeheartedly. But neither can we. In recent years, many officials of the Great Qian and the Cultivator Alliance have shared the same fate as one. If the court wants to go to war with the Cultivator Alliance, which side will they ultimately be on? No one can guarantee it right now. The Qian Emperor's face darkened and he said, "Leave those people to me. If I have the power to withstand two true gods, then eliminating these rebellious officials won't be difficult at all. Even if I am buried with them, I won't let them interfere with the decisions of the Great Shijan. You can rest assured." Everyone fell silent. No one said a word. Wei Jun also sighed. It seems that the Qian Emperor is prepared to die. That's good. If he really dies for that, I won't have to take action, he said excitedly. Very good. Since your Majesty has such determination, then next I will start writing the truth about the National Defense War into the history books, weakening the fate of the entire Cultivator Alliance, thereby giving the Great Qian an advantage. The reason he's excited is because he knows that this move can not only help the Great Qian, but also make him a must-kill target for the Cultivator Alliance. Even the gods in the sky will develop killing intent toward him, a win-win situation. Awesome. As soon as Wei Jun said this, the Qian Emperor became worried again. Wait, you want to involve the entire Cultivator Alliance and the gods of heaven now? Isn't that too fast? For now, just targeting the Tianji Ge for writing into the history books is a solid strategy. One is to stabilize the gods of heaven, and two is not to let the common people know that the enemy of the Great Qian is the gods. Otherwise, it will only bring chaos to the world. Seeing the Qian Emperor's humility, Wei Jun suddenly became angry. You gutless wimp! My impression of you had just gotten a little better, and now it's back to zero. You really are like a dog that can't stop eating shit. In your heart you always think about surrender. The princess also said irritably, Your Majesty, have you ever thought that even if we hide the truth, the gods will eventually take action against us one day? The reason they aren't taking action against us now isn't because we haven't exposed their true faces, it's just because they can't come down here. Shangguan Yin also analyzed the pros and cons. Your Majesty, if we don't take the lead in defining the national defense war, once a miracle appears, and a true god descends, claiming to be on the side of justice, then we will be completely passive. When it comes to bewitching the masses, we're nowhere near as good as those gods playing at religion. The only way to fight back is with history. Written by an incorruptible historian, Qian Emperor stubbornly stuck to his point. It's not that I don't understand the logic you're talking about, but I'm worried. How could ordinary people dare to go against the immortals? The national defense war has already caused so many commoners to lose loved ones. If the Dai Qian launches another war, a war with gods, will the people not fear war? Will Dai Qian descend into chaos before even fighting the real enemy? Wei Jun looked up to the sky and laughed. Haha, Jun Tanzi, the way you're worrying yourself sick is just laughable. He continued. You think you're so rational, seeing the dangerous situation more clearly than anyone else? You don't understand at all. When the country is on the verge of collapse, no one needs someone to point out how dangerous the situation is. What they need are warriors willing to shed blood and fight. What the people of the world will ultimately choose, at least they should be given a chance to choose. Lay the truth before them. Let them choose for themselves. Jun Tanzi, you keep saying you're considering things for the people, but you're not letting them choose at all. Qian Emperor finally got angry. Annoyed by the scolding, he frowned and shouted, What nonsense! How could the ignorant masses understand matters of state? We just need to find ways to make them cooperate. There's no need to tell them the whole truth. Wei Jun scoffed. Bullshit. History is created by the masses. What makes you think you're so much nobler than them? Qian Emperor angrily waved his hand and yelled. That's not right. History is created by heroes and emperors together. The people just need to follow in the footsteps of the decision-makers and move forward.
Wei Jun shook his head and laughed contemptuously.
Ha? A hero's typical view of history. Of course, I don't expect you to understand the people's progressive view of history. I don't care what you think. If you're willing to kneel, then kneel, but I will definitely record everything truthfully. He resolutely repeated. Unless you kill me. Otherwise, I'll write down the truth of how the National Defense War happened.
Not long after, Wei Jun arrived at the Hanlin Academy. Qing Xin was facing him there. She asked, Lord Wei, when will you begin writing the history?
Wei Jun used action instead of words. From his right hand, a pen slowly appeared, along with a scroll of paper. Wei Jun said. Right now, Qing Xin was a little dazed. If it's been confirmed by Tianji Laoren, then it's time for the final verdict on the truth of the National Defense War. Wei Jun stared intently at the scroll in front of him, thinking, seeing so many people fighting for Daqian, I can't afford to be lazy anymore. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I will definitely fight alongside you to the end. And so, Wei Jun finally began to write down all the events in the history of the National Defense War. At the same time, at the Miao Yin brothel, countless people cheered, It's out! It's out! The projection of the Heoran book has appeared. Wei Daren's Heoran book is here. We can now see the origin of the National Defense War. The atmosphere here suddenly exploded. Until they read the content, everyone was shocked. Heavens! Wei Daren really knew everything. The real truth is the Cultivation Alliance, and the gods in the sky. The evil behind the scenes are the gods in the sky. Heavens! Wei Daren disregarded his own safety and wrote such a shocking secret. While everyone was arguing, two people were observing from upstairs. These two were Meng Ji Yu Niang and her junior sister. Both were marveling at Wei Jun's actions. As expected of Wei Gongzi, he really dares to write. This is truly risking his life. Shiji really has a discerning eye. Wei Gongzi is indeed no ordinary person. Seeing her little sister praising Wei Jun, Meng Ji Yu Niang's cheeks flushed red, and she squinted her eyes with a smile. Of course, my eye for men has never been wrong. Outside the capital, countless people were also gathering to read the Hao Ran scroll. Quick, look. After the truth is Wei Daren's last testament. Is he preparing for his death? As the people were pondering the content of the Hao Ran scroll, a middle-aged man shouted loudly, We must choose a side. Choosing neutrality only helps the oppressor, not the oppressed. Silence encourages the abuser, not the abused. I, Wei Jun, now choose my side. I will continue to investigate all the truths of the National Defense War. I will spread the news of all the truths. I will demand justice for all the wronged souls. At the same time, I must also frankly tell everyone that this time, Daqian is not sure of victory. The Cultivation Alliance is very strong, the gods in the heavens are even stronger, and there are many problems within Daqian. A hasty war could even put Daqian at risk of destruction. Furthermore, I must also say that if war breaks out, Daqian will lose many more lives, perhaps even more brutal than the National Defense War. Families that are currently happy and warm will be torn apart, and everyone may have to endure the pain of separation from their wives and children. I cannot guarantee to everyone that we will definitely win. I cannot promise everyone that Daqian will be the ultimate victor, nor can I guarantee that everyone can protect their lives when they rise up and fight with us. But I can promise everyone that from now on, Daqian will abolish all the privileges of the Cultivation Alliance in Daqian's territory. From today onwards, if any cultivator in Daqian's territory commits evil and oppresses the people, compatriots can directly take up arms. The whole world will punish that person. I can assure everyone that everyone who rises up to fight will die with dignity. The era of cultivators blatantly acting without restraint in Daqian is over. I can promise everyone that I, Wei Jun, will lead the attack. Every word stirred up the fighting spirit of all the people of Daqian. Everyone felt Wei Jun's burning enthusiasm, ready to stand on the opposite side of the Cultivation Alliance. Remember to have great ambitions and be willing to sacrifice. Dare to teach the sun and moon to change the future. Wei Jun. The people were stunned when they read the last lines. Suddenly, a middle-aged man noticed a change on the Hao Ran scroll. Someone had signed their name after Wei Daren's name. The number of names is constantly increasing. Are they expressing their desire to fight together with Wei Daren? I, Sun Qian, also want to sign my name. Someone show me where. I, Li Dazhuang, also want to add Zhang Ergao's name too. I, Song Wenzi, will sign too. Thus, the number of signatures on the Hao Ran scroll increased day by day. The Qian emperor in the palace was also extremely surprised by this development. They are the common people. How clearly the hope of victory is so slim, knowing that they may face the separation of wives and children and the destruction of their families. Why can they still sign their names regardless of everything? Are they really ready to sacrifice? Perhaps I was wrong. The Qian emperor was stunned. An indescribable feeling surged in his heart. I have always claimed to endure humiliation and hardship, but compared to them, what are those humiliations and hardships worth? Hot tears streamed down his face. The Qian emperor, the one who proudly carries Daqian, has never been me, but Wei Jun, Shang Guanyun, Ji Zhangfeng, Lu Qian, Zhu Fenfen, Lu Yuanhao, Bai Qingxin, Jun Yueqian, Jun Zishen, The thousands upon thousands of unyielding common people who are unwilling to kneel and be subjects of a fallen nation. They are the true key figures of Daqian. Scene shifts to Wei Jun's location. He and Qingxin were observing the changes in the Haoran scroll. The number of people signing their names continued to increase. Is this the choice of the common people? This country is indeed worth protecting. Still smiling, Wei Jun felt something crack in his head, followed by a sharp, piercing pain, and he instinctively clutched his head. Getting emotional again is unsealing the Heavenly Emperor's memories. Seeing this, Qingxin worried, Lord Wei, are you all right? Is it because you're tired from writing history? Wei Jun shook his head, replying, I'm fine, just recalling some things, and an old friend. Hearing this, Qingxin became even more anxious. Old friend, male or female? Why is Wei Lang's tone so complicated? Could it be a past confidant? That's not right. I've seen Wei Jun's records. He never cared about anything extraneous. Focusing solely on reading sacred texts, he had no chance to make any confidants. Wei Jun paid no attention to Qingxin's worries, continuing to explain, saying, old friend, but in this life I haven't met him again. It can only be considered a spiritual connection. Qingxin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Phew, so that's it. Who is he? Wei Jun replied casually. He's not human. Leaving Qingxin even more dumbfounded, Wei Jun suddenly asked, Lord Bai, what do you think? Were cultivation methods innate? Qingxin pondered, and then answered, Of course not. The cultivation system of cultivators was also perfected step by step. She was also a bit confused as to why Wei Jun suddenly asked this question. Wei Jun continued, Then do you know how the initial cultivation from breathing was born? Qingxin immediately replied, I've never paid attention to that, and there doesn't seem to be any information about that aspect. Wei Jun said, That's right, there isn't. It's like suddenly, there was someone in the world who could cultivate. Perhaps there was no path in this world, it's just that some being passed through it, and it became a path. Qingxin seemed to understand something, Lord Wei. Is the friend you have a spiritual connection with related to the birth of the cultivation system? Bai Qingxin is indeed intelligent, grasping the crux of the matter with just a bit of information. Wei Jun turned around, secretly highly praising Qingxin. Lord Bai, let me tell you a story. A long time ago, there was actually no supernatural power in this world. The so-called immortals were just something created by ancient beings to overcome the fear of the unknown, and to place some spiritual things. Humans at that time were just one species among countless beings. Then, there was a being who witnessed the death of a loved one beside him, which was the biggest shock to him, so he began to think about how to achieve longevity, which was the starting point of the path. After a long period, a being finally took the first step. That being walked on a new path. That path was called martial Dao by later generations. Martial Dao gradually prospered. The individual strength of beings was also enhanced, and supernatural power began to take shape. But the world was too barren. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was insufficient, which would limit the achievements of beings in one world. Therefore, martial Dao ultimately could not allow beings to overcome the limit. Life expectancy was 100 years, and the whole world still could not achieve immortality, until the outstanding, invincible genius of an era was born. In order to resist the shackles and limited lifespan of heaven and earth, he created two kinds of divine arts. The devouring demonic art, absorbing the cultivation of others for his own use, bypassing the limits on cultivation due to the lack of spiritual energy in heaven and earth. Relying on this art, he drained the cultivation of 90% of the martial artists in an entire era. The turtle breath grand art, which can allow oneself to enter a state of hibernation for 30 years. The hibernation time will not consume lifespan. When he woke up after hibernation, the martial artists of the new era had all grown up. Era after era, he stepped over the bones of countless martial artists, constantly moving forward. And finally, quantitative change led to qualitative change. He successfully broke through the limitations of martial Dao, stepping on a completely new path. That path is called Immortal Dao. Since then, the myriad realms entered a dark age. All living beings became his rations, and he was also honored as the Dao ancestor. Qingxin frowned, placing her hand on her ear and rubbing it, then asked, What did you just say he was honored as? Dao ancestor, Wei Jun replied. Qingxin was still confused. Wei Jun repeated, I said, Dao ancestor. Qingxin still couldn't hear it. What did you say, Lord Wei? Why can't I hear clearly? Seeing this, Wei Jun was helpless, and didn't want to say any more. Never mind, it's not important. You kinda figured it out too, huh? Guess a name of an existence like that can't be heard by others. The rules of heaven and earth will automatically silence it. That's why Qingxin can't hear it no matter how hard she tries. Qingxin, sweat dripping down her forehead. Wei Darren, is it really just a story? Assuming that existence is real, it's totally despair-inducing. Wait, she just thought of something else. An idea she doesn't even dare to think about. Her gut feeling is telling her that this isn't a story. Could it be that you know that existence? Qingxin asked directly. Wei Jun just didn't answer a word, remaining completely silent. Then, he casually replied to Qingxin, That's right, I know him. He was my old teacher. Moreover, I'm the one who killed him. This truth, This information made Qingxin panic once again at what she knew. Dao Zu was indeed killed by the Heavenly Emperor, but not completely killed. Just like how you can't completely kill the Heavenly Emperor, you can't completely kill Dao Zu either. Dao Zu's farm stretched across the myriad realms, and in the end, the Heavenly Emperor was just a small dish in the farm. He occasionally received cultivation techniques that Dao Zu scattered throughout the mortal realm, embarking on the path of cultivation, and when he showed his talent, revealing astonishing natural gifts, he eventually caught Dao Zu's eye. In order to make the food tastier, Dao Zu accepted the Heavenly Emperor, who didn't know the truth, as a disciple. Thus, the Heavenly Emperor became Dao Zu's most beloved disciple. Unfortunately, on the day the truth was revealed, when the Heavenly Emperor thought he couldn't escape death, Dao Zu laughed and said to him, "Disciple Huang, don't want to die. Then abandon yourself and become my right-hand man. Then go find more food for me, your teacher." At that time, the Heavenly Emperor refused Dao Zu's invitation, refused to abandon himself, and refused to become food. This time, Dao Zu still spared the Heavenly Emperor because the food wasn't ripe enough yet, but this doesn't mean that Dao Zu's minions will spare him. They have a duty to make their master's food delicious as soon as possible. Thus, the shocking reverse stream of the myriad realms officially began. Step by step, overcoming hardships, risking death to fight time and time again, the young man grew stronger and stronger, and more people followed his trail. No matter what, Dao Zu never expected that, in the end, he would still be raising a tiger as a danger. The Heavenly Emperor killed his master and destroyed his lineage, completing the most irresistible counterattack in the eyes of all living beings. Since then, the Dao Zu era ended, the Heavenly Emperor era began, and the myriad realms opened a new chapter. Wei Jun clicked his tongue, shaking his head with a sigh. "Old teacher, are you trying to come back to life?" Qingxin, who had been listening to everything all along, understood everything, but suddenly felt a headache coming on. She just felt a sharp pain, her mind was dizzy, and she couldn't tell what was going on. Qingxin, holding her head, asked Wei Jun, "Wei Daren, what were we just talking about? Why don't I have any impression at all?" Seeing this, Wei Jun immediately understood the reason. Sure enough, one cannot violate the master. She can come into contact with it, but even if she knows, she will be forced to forget by the rules in some way. "Oh well, just consider it as finding someone to listen to the secrets in my heart." He changed the subject and didn't say anything important. "By Darren, it seems someone is here to find you." Sure enough, as soon as Wei Jun finished speaking, a voice came from outside the door. "Excuse me, is Bai Darren here? Secretary Shu invites you. There's an urgent matter to discuss." Qingxin then left immediately. "Bai Darren, I'll be back later." Wei Jun waved goodbye. Go. Qingxin was a little suspicious. It's strange how he knew someone was looking for me. Wei Jun raised a hand, spiritual energy swirling around it. He sighed. "Sigh, my spiritual sense can already sense people outside, and my strength has increased explosively. I can't suppress it at all anymore." Wei Jun's expression then became more serious. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Old teacher, if it's really him, then this might mean I have to betray and kill my master one more time." Speaking of Bai Qingxin, upon invitation, she immediately went to the Prime Minister's residence to find out the reason. The Prime Minister didn't beat around the bush, directly saying, "Bai, I have an important matter that requires your assistance." Qingxin nodded. "Please speak, Prime Minister." The Prime Minister turned his face away, clasped his hands behind his back, glanced at Qingxin and said, "I want you, in addition to helping Wei, to find the whereabouts of the Demon Lord." These two words, Demon Lord, made Qingxin stunned. She asked again to be sure of what she heard. "Demon Lord? Are you talking about the demon who suppressed the human world for 10,000 years? The Prime Minister also repeated. "That's right, it's him. An hour before that, I was contacting my daughter Wonher. Is the Tianyin sect doing anything to you? Your brother and I have signed the Book of Haoran, and you're currently at the Tianyin sect, so you might suffer a bit." His daughter, through the communication mirror, also replied, "Father, don't worry, the Tianyin sect wouldn't dare do anything to me. They only suggested that I publicly sever ties with the Shangguan family." Hearing this, the Prime Minister felt somewhat relieved. "Okay then, seems like I was worrying too much. After all, your true identity is the reincarnation of the Yin God, and the Tianyin sect is the Dao lineage that you passed down to the human world in the past." The person appearing on the other side of the mirror was Shangguan Wanzhe, the daughter of Prime Minister Shangguan. The Prime Minister continued to care and instruct. "But your current strength hasn't recovered yet, and the higher-ups of the Tianyin sect aren't necessarily completely loyal to you. When necessary, make a clear distinction between you and us. Don't delay your own important matters." Wanzhe asked emotionally. "Father, you already know that the enemies of Daiqian are the gods of the heavens, and I also come from the heavens. Why do you still care about me so much?" The Prime Minister sincerely replied, "I only know that you are my daughter, and as a father I naturally have to think of you. Wanzhe, your husband is the Prime Minister of Daxian. Loyalty to the country is what must be done, but your husband is also a father. As long as you don't force me to choose between you and the country, I will do my best to help you. Of course, in war, each side has its own master. If one day you become my enemy, then I will have to ask someone else to kill you. Don't show mercy when you meet me." Wanker hesitated, and then replied, "Father, don't worry, I won't kill people. In this life you and I have karma, which cannot be severed, so just go with the flow." Wanker then continued, "My descent to the mortal world is only to find a demon from the heavens. This has nothing to do with you and Daqian. We probably won't become irreconcilable enemies." Returning to the present, Qingxin was wondering. A demon returned from the heavens. As far as I know, the only recorded demon who broke through the void and ascended was the Demon Lord, who was once invincible in the world for 10,000 years. She put her hand on her chin and thought, but didn't he choose to ascend because he couldn't find an opponent in the human world? Why would he come down from the heavens again? The Prime Minister speculated. The most likely possibility is that the Demon Lord was defeated in the heavens. I've read some historical records. During the era when the Demon Lord was rampant, half of today's 10 great righteous sects were called demon sects back then, and those sects that are called demon sects today are hunting down the 10 great righteous sects of the past. Speaking of this, Qingxin immediately saw the situation. You mean the Demon Lord was defeated in the heavens, so those cultivation sects that supported the Demon Lord turned into demon sects? Did Wanner reveal the relationship between the 10 great sects and the gods of the heavens? The Prime Minister immediately shook his head. Wan Deer is probably under control at the Tianyin sect. She probably wants to remind me through this news. His voice became deep. The gods in the sky are not as strong as steel. The Demon Lord must have done something in the heavens that caused the gods to hunt him down. If we find the Demon Lord one step ahead, then we may have a pawn to negotiate with the gods. Speaking of this, he turned away and sighed. But the world is too vast. It's not easy to find the Demon Lord. We can only try our best. Qingxin thought for a moment and said, the Demon Lord's condition is definitely not very good right now. He wouldn't risk going to those sects that have become demon sects. The Cultivation Alliance will definitely follow the instructions of the gods to hunt him down, and Daqian and the Cultivation Alliance are like fire and water right now. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If I were the Demon Lord, I would hide in the capital of Daqian. Qingxin immediately deduced this answer. And indeed this was also a very reasonable answer. The Prime Minister was also a little stunned. Bai is indeed worthy of his reputation. Immediately narrowed the scope to the capital in an instant. It was indeed right to find you. Qingxin didn't even show any expression, and even her face had some doubts. Prime Minister, you flatter me. There will always be traces to follow the Demon Lord's direction. What makes me suspicious is that the Demon Lord is someone who can easily kill gods when he's in the tribulation realm. What kind of existence could force him to only be able to flee back to the human world? Back at Wei Jun's place, he was still hung up on the same problem. If Daozu really has started to revive, then he must have already taken action, right? Of all the things happening now, which ones are actually his doing? Come to think of it, could my final life be specially designed for a trap? Otherwise, there's no way I'd be forced to die by someone else's hand to reach perfect realm. If it's about being killed by Daozu, then perfectly revived, and finally suppressing Daozu again, it all makes so much sense. Thinking that, he himself broke out in a cold sweat. Is this daddy so despicable? Have I been misunderstanding myself all along? Whatever. There are too few clues now. There's no point in thinking about it anymore. I'll just be a true gentleman, disregard death, mind my own business, go with the flow. No matter what tricks anyone pulls, I'll meet them with a sincere heart. Lost in thought, after figuring it out, Princess Mingzhu appeared before Wei Jun. She happily exclaimed, "Great, so Wei Jun really is here." Wei Jun was also shocked by this coincidence. That was fast. Problems arises as soon as I make up my mind. He asked, "Princess Mingzhu, what brings you here?" Princess Mingzhu cut straight to the chase. "When you were tricked into going to the Tianji Pavilion by Shixilan, did you save a pair of siblings?" According to the letter from our mole in Tianji Pavilion is making a move against those siblings again. Wei Jun calmly asked, "Are Tianji Laoren and the Tianji Pavilion master both dead? Would they dare to challenge the imperial court with those two gone?" The princess thought the same. She speculated, something fishy must be going on. I bet they're doing this on purpose, likely testing the imperial court's limits. The mastermind behind the scenes might not even be Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion is likely a blade of the Cultivation Alliance. Wei Jun nodded, then stood up and walked towards the princess. "Yeah, that's very possible. Is there anything you need me to do, princess?" The princess's eyes immediately hardened. She said, "Jishui has arrived at the tally platform. The imperial court is preparing for the great battle against the Cultivation Alliance. Wei Darren, you have high prestige among the people. Could you go to the Imperial Palace and use the Azure Sky Mirror to reassure the common folk?" Thinking it was something serious, Wei Jun immediately replied without hesitation upon hearing this request. "Of course, I'll take care of it." Cut to Tianan Dao. Right now, countless Taoists are gathered in front of a household there. Judging by their attire, these Taoists are all disciples of the Tianji Pavilion, led by the chief disciple of Shodi Tianmen, Gan Shen. A Taoist, standing next to Gan Shen, pointed at the house and said, "Senior brother, this is the house of those siblings." Gan Shen nonchalantly replied, break down the door." That Taoist broke out in a cold sweat. "Senior brother, are we really going in? Are we challenging Daqian when Tianji Pavilion is at its weakest?" Gan Shen, helplessly closed his eyes and sighed. Sing. It's precisely because we're too weak that we have to do this now. The Tianji Pavilion no longer has any autonomy, and can only obey the orders of the Cultivation Alliance. Gan Shen then turned to instruct the other disciples. Go inside. And remember to maintain our consistent, overbearing demeanor. Don't reveal any signs of weakness. Once others see that we're strong on the outside but weak on the inside, many people will rush to tear us apart. We can't give them this opportunity? Don't worry. We just need to do our job well, and others will take care of everything else. This time, we're just the initiators. The real showdown is yet to come. Who knows how many pairs of eyes are staring at us from the clouds right now? Straight above, right above Gan Shen's head, just as he suspected, there were two people, hovering and laughing, carefully observing them. These two people, one old and one young, giggled and laughed. The young woman praised, Master, this Gan Shen is very smart. The older person, the young woman's master, squinted and said, The chief disciple of Shodi Tianji Pavilion, of course he's not an idiot. My child, learn from him. You're not as good as him. The young woman naturally got compared and criticized, so she angrily clenched her fists and retorted, Who says I'm not as good as him? One strike from me could obliterate him. The old man continued to mock. Gan Shen isn't skilled in combat. Even in a one-on-one fight, you might not be able to defeat him. The young woman sulkily said, Master, why do you always put me down? The old man replied, Because there's always a higher mountain and a more skilled person. Even someone as strong as Tianji Laoren died just like that. We must learn to be respectful. The girl snapped. Tianji Laoren died because he wasn't strong enough, duh. If the Tianji Pavilion was truly powerful, these people wouldn't need to listen to our orders. The old man shook his head. You're not strong enough either. The girl was speechless with frustration, unable to retort. Seeing that his disciple seemed to accept the truth, the old man continued to instruct. Zhao Wu, I'm taking you out to see the world, to curb your arrogance. Remember, you haven't achieved anything yet. You have no right to be arrogant. The girl named Zhao Wu finally stopped arguing. Yes, master, I understand. Master, does this mean something big is going to happen today? Is the Dacian Empire really going to start an all-out war with the Cultivation Alliance over this? The old man's face turned visibly colder, he said slowly. The answer to that question is what we all want to know, which is why we're conducting this reconnaissance. Below, Gan Shen finally led his disciples to confront the siblings Wei Jun once saved. Wei Jun and Princess Mingzhu were also observing this scene through a lens. These siblings, the older brother, is called Tan Ji, and the younger sister is called Tan Ru. The Tan family is considered to have some reputation in that area, with a family-inherited technique. These siblings also cultivate, but that day they couldn't dare to fight back, because of the pressure from the Tianji Pavilion. The princess explained the origins of the siblings to Wei Jun. Lord Wei, rest assured, these siblings will not be in danger. News has arrived from the capital. The formation has been fully deployed. We can rush to Tianandabayo at any time. As soon as we get intel, we'll show up immediately. Today, no one on the Tianji Pavilion side can escape. Wei Jun listened to the entire arrangement and sighed. Not bad. It seems everyone is well prepared. This time, we'll definitely stabilize the situation in the entire Tianandao. He suddenly had an idea. If there's such a good show, how about we live stream it for the common people of the whole country to see? The princess thought it sounded interesting, but she didn't quite understand what Wei Jun meant by live stream. Wei Jun happily explained to her, I heard it's a term that came from the Western continent, like when the whole country saw me in the Jinluan Hall. The princess was a little embarrassed when she heard this. So that's what it is. If that's the case, it will cost a lot of resources. Wei Jun tried to persuade her. Well, Your Highness, consider it. I think just shouting slogans won't convince many people. Ultimately, everyone needs to see the actual actions of the imperial court. Of course, if the imperial court doesn't have enough resources, and Your Highness thinks these resources should be saved for more useful things, then I have no further comments. It was rare for Wei Jun to try so hard to persuade her, which made the princess think. She pondered for a moment, and then decided. Then let's avoid the families of Tianandao, and let people from other Daos see what's happening in Tianandao. This action of the imperial court is indeed valuable, letting the common people of the whole country see it. In addition, it will also allow us to see what Tianandao is like now, whether it has the ability to fight from top to bottom or not. Wei Jun replied with satisfaction. Okay. Not long after, a screen suddenly appeared in the sky above the people walking in the capital, and Wei Daren's voice came out. Hello everyone, I am Wei Jun. What you are seeing is what is happening in Tianandao. The Tianji Pavilion ignores the warnings of the imperial court, and once again shows its demonic claws towards the common people of Tianandao. All the people stopped what they were doing and watched the screen intently. Wei Jun continued to narrate the current situation. Before this, Dajiangjun Dengjiang of Tianandao colluded with the Tianji Pavilion, always turning a blind eye to what was happening, causing Tianandao to remain silent. But now Dengjiang is dead, and the imperial court is ready to fight the Cultivation Alliance. I hope everyone will watch this action of the imperial court carefully. I promise everyone that the era when the common people of Dakian were arbitrarily humiliated by cultivators is over. From today onwards, everyone has the right to pick up weapons and start resisting. The imperial court will be your strongest support." The princess was very satisfied with these words. "Lord Wei speaks very well. Finding you to pacify the people was indeed the right decision." Wei Jun humbly replied, "Your Highness is too kind. The key is that the imperial court must show the right attitude in the future. Otherwise this time the common people will be completely disappointed in the imperial court." The princess immediately replied, "Don't worry. All the teleportation formations have been arranged. The Ministry of War has been fully activated. We are ready to fight at any time. Next up, let's just wait and see." Right now, on the scene, Gan Chen is facing the two siblings, Tan Ji and Tan Rao. Gan Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "Have you two siblings signed the righteous book yet?" Tan Ji gritted his teeth and replied, "Gan Chen, senior disciple of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, I know you. What do you want bringing people here? This is Tianandao." Gan Chen said arrogantly, "Of course, I know this is Tianandao, that's why I came here. In Tianandao, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion can do whatever it wants," Tanji shouted. Wei Jun once said, "Times have changed. The court has abolished all the privileges of the Cultivation Alliance in the territory of Great Qian. Don't even think about blatantly bullying my Tan family. We will definitely not surrender without a fight." Gan Chen scoffed and sneered. "Wei Jun, who the hell is he? Can he even manage court affairs? Your younger sister has a destiny. With my Heavenly Secrets Pavilion disciple, today we are here to take her back to the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Tanji, try laying a hand on her and see if anyone in Tianandao will stand up to protect you." Finishing speaking, he turned around and ordered the other disciples, "Take Tanru away. Kill anyone who dares to stop you without mercy. Remember, in Tianandao, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion is heaven. It was like that before, it is like that now, and it will be like that in the future." Tanji started sweating. He stood in front of his younger sister and shouted, "I won't allow you to touch my sister." The first two Taoists who rushed in were knocked away by Tanji's palm strike. A Taoist seized the opportunity to rush behind Tanji, mocking him, "You stinky brat, not bad." A sky-splitting kick landed, and the boy was kicked by the Taoist, slamming into the wall. Tanru panicked when she saw this, and called out, "Brother!" She took out a dagger, and, with tears in her eyes, rushed up to fight back. "I'll fight you to the death!" With a whoosh, it was unclear who took the dagger from Tanru's hand. In the blink of an eye, it appeared in the hand of a Taoist. He said, "Take a good look at the difference in strength between us. I advise you not to waste your energy in vain." This person was Gan Chen. He directly ordered, "Take her away." So Tanru was quickly tied up and taken away, sobbing uncontrollably, feeling powerless. "Stop." A person appeared from nowhere, looked at the Taoists and said, "Release my daughter." This person was missing a leg and an eye, struggling to walk out with a cane. Gan Chen asked indifferently, "You are Tan Ming. You've gotten so old you can still get out of bed. You're making it hard for yourself, old man." Tan Ming gritted his teeth angrily. "Thanks to your Heavenly Secrets Pavilion." Gan Chen's face was cold and mocking. "Tan Ming, accept your fate. Back then you were an old veteran defending the country, standing up for Tong Liao, offending my Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, and this is the result you got. Among those Tong Liao commanders of yours, did anyone dare to stand up to protect you? Just like today when I say your daughter has a destiny with my Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, who in Tianandao dares to object, get lost. Your daughter will not be in mortal danger. In another 2 years, her fate with our Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will be exhausted, and someone will definitely bring her back." Hearing these arrogant words made Tan Ming furious. He shouted, "Unless you kill me today. Otherwise, today I will absolutely not let you take my daughter away." Gan Chen glared at him. "You think I don't dare to kill you? No one in Tianandao will stand up for you. Do you believe it or not? I don't believe it." Suddenly, a chorus of voices shouted from afar. A group of people approached, fully equipped with helmets and armor. A group of soldiers appeared from nowhere, all of them were full of energy, and said righteously, "I will stand up for Old Tan. Old Tan, we brothers are sorry for you. Only today do we dare to stand up and fulfill what we said on the battlefield years ago, that we would be brothers for life. But after the war, each of us became a cowardly turtle. Old Tan is our brother, sorry for you. I watched Tan Rao grow up. Today, even if I have to give up my life, I will not let the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion take Tan Rao away. The general's dead. The era of the Tianji Pavilion wreaking havoc in Tianandao is over." As a former soldier, seeing his comrades come to help and say these words, deeply moved, "Tan Ming, brothers." Gan Chen was a little scared. He looked at the group of soldiers and threatened, "Very well. Looks like someone really disrespects our Tianji Pavilion. A bunch of rabble." "You're asking for death," a soldier angrily shouted. "Kiss my ass." "Real fighting, huh? You think I'm scared of you? If it wasn't for the cowardly superiors, I would have gone all out with you guys already. Brothers, get ready to fight. Form up." Immediately after the command, the soldiers formed a formation, arranged in a special battle array. "Today, I'll open your eyes to how awesome a bunch of rabble can be." Well said. Even a mob can make these cultivators swallow their hatred right here and now. At this moment, another group of soldiers stepped forward. These soldiers were younger, Tanji's colleagues.
Brother Tanji, we're late. Before, we were Deng Jiang's personal guards. We couldn't go against his orders.
But now it's different. Today, even if we die here with you, we absolutely won't retreat a single step.
Tanji was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. Brothers, thank you, thank you. A Taoist priest looked at these people and sneered. You're all Deng Jiang's personal guards.
As far as I know, Deng Jiang's personal guards number over 100. Now count how many of you there are. The Dacian army numbers in the tens of thousands. But only a few of you dare to stand up and fight. Who gave you the balls? A soldier angrily shouted. We are Deng Jiang's personal guards, that's right, but we're also soldiers of Dacian. Dacian soldiers have the courage to face everything, and more people will stand up to fight. We're just the first batch, definitely not the last. Tianji Pavilion, your good days are over. Gan Chen turned around and glared. He channeled his spiritual power into his hand and rushed forward to attack. Spouting nonsense. You're courting death? Suddenly, something appeared, blocking his path. More specifically, a beggar appeared. Yet he had the strength to contend with Gan Chen. A protective barrier erected by this beggar was incredibly solid, blocking all attacks. The soldiers were stunned by this scene. A beggar. Who is he? He can actually block Gan Chen's Tianji plate with his bare hands? No way. That's not right. It's not a beggar. That's our young general. That's General Deng Jiang's son, Deng Buyi.
He really came back to Tiannandao, Princess Mingzhu said. Wei Jun observed Deng Buyi and also had some doubts. Does the princess know him? The princess recounted. Deng Buyi, Deng Jiang's eldest son, joined Deng Jiang on the national defense battlefield at only 13 years old. After the national defense battlefield ended, Deng Jiang sided with the Tianji Pavilion. Deng Buyi was ashamed of Deng Jiang's behavior, publicly severed his father-son relationship with Deng Jiang, and then left Tiannandao, one of the talented young people of Daqian's military generation. Over the years, he has always been on the front lines of the West Sea coast, and Tianyuan City are the places he visits most often. Back at the scene, after blocking Gan Chen's attack, Buyi turned around and said to the soldiers, Sorry, everyone, I'm late. The soldiers cheered joyfully. It's good that the young general has returned. We've been waiting for you for a long time, young general. Great general, Buyi coldly said. I know, Deng Jiang's death isn't punishment enough. He turned to look at Gan Chen and asked, You want to die too? Gan Chen was sweating profusely at this time, his whole body trembling. According to information from the Tianji Pavilion, Deng Buyi had even gone deep into the Western continent and the Demon Court, and still returned safely. Compared to that killer star, my cultivation potential might not be bad, but my combat experience is way worse. Soon after, he regained his composure, his face turning stern. Deng Buyi, what are you doing back in Tiannandao? The Heavenly Calculation sect has problems, but it's not like you can just wipe them out. Wu Si glanced sideways at Gan Shen and said, If I can't wipe them out, someone else will. You don't need to worry. Gan Shen heard these threatening words, and knew it wasn't just a joke, sweat pouring down him. With that look in his eyes, he's definitely going to make a move today. HMPH, other sects want me as a counterweight, but they don't stand a chance. Weighing the pros and cons, he immediately looked up to the sky and shouted, Please, senior, make a move. His words were aimed directly at the master and disciple in the sky. The girl named Xiao Wu was surprised. Oh, how did he know we were here? The old man sighed. He guessed. The disciples of the Heavenly Calculation sect are really good at calculating the strength of their sect. Even in playing dirty tricks, they're top-notch. Xiao Wu asked, Senior, do you want to make a move? Of course. The old man reached out and summoned a black blade. Black spirit energy radiated from the blade. If the Cultivation Alliance doesn't protect the Heavenly Calculation sect, everyone's morale will be scattered. Blade King, if you don't want to die, don't make a move. A reminder shot straight into the head of the old man called Blade King from somewhere. Blade King muttered in response. You dare threaten me based on just that? You're underestimating me too much, Princess Mingzhu. So the one who just used voice transmission with Blade King was Princess Mingzhu. She continued to threaten, I'm definitely not your opponent, but together with the heaven monitoring mirror, you're dead meat. Blade King grinned strangely. Is that so? Then I'll be waiting for you to come and kill me. With that, a black blade plunged straight down to the ground, tearing the sky apart. Buyi below also gradually felt something flying towards him. The opponent is too strong. I can't dodge, clang. A woman appeared out of nowhere and struck the blade, blocking the attack aimed at Deng Buyi below. He also felt it through his spirit sense. It stopped. Who made a move to stop it? The person who just arrived used a golden sword, she said. The Divine Power Sect will be sealing the mountain today. Any objections? The one with the power to fight Blade King, the one who just appeared, is Zhu Jiju Zhu Fenfang. Blade King looked down at Fenfang and said grimly, Even the sword that Confucian sages carry when traveling the world is brought out. Zhu Fenfang, do you want the Confucian school and the Divine Blade sect to have an all-out conflict? Fenfang's eyes were indifferent, provoking. Blade King, if you have the guts, come on, you're already washed up and still talking big. Calm down, don't be angry. A voice appeared from somewhere.
Can Zhao Bunsheng listen to this old man for a word?
Next to Fenfeng appeared a giant golden figure, like a god descending. This god continued to say, "This old fool doesn't want the great Qianyan to be wiped out. The Bliss sect is still half-talking." Jishui interrupted this god. "Shut your mouth for me today." Grand Tutor Ji Zhang, "No. Does the great Qian really want to start a war?" A shadow holding a whisk appeared in the clouds, the voice echoing from a distant realm, extremely dignified.
"Do you really think you have that much power?" Jishui didn't answer, raising his hand to give the order.
Beside him was a line of artillery preparing to launch an attack. With a wave of his hand, countless explosions rang out. The entire artillery began to attack. Wei Jun stood on this side watching with great excitement. Is that cannon fire Jishui's determination to start a war? The people saw the whole event just now, and everyone was moved to tears.
Wei Darren said, "That's right. The period when Daqian was pressured by the cultivators is finally over." On Jishui's side, he was still loudly addressing the deities. "Daqian can't destroy the Cultivation Alliance, but I can guarantee you guys, destroying 2 or 3 immortal sects is still possible. Now, whether or not to start a war is your decision." He frowned and gritted his teeth, saying, "But once the war starts, when it ends, is up to us." His words still echoed on the battlefield. Tiannandao deliberately targeted the disciples of Tianji Pavilion. "If you don't want war, then get the hell out of Tiannandao. Don't get involved in Daqian's internal affairs anymore. Looks like you guys have been abandoned."
Indeed, the azure blackblade in front of Zhu Jiju blurred, and the yellow-robed god sitting next to her also faded away and disappeared, as did the silhouette of the person holding a whisk earlier.
Bu Yi sneered. "So all the deities have abandoned Tianji Pavilion." Si Shen angrily looked up at the sky and shouted, "Senior, don't fall into Daqian's trap. They're just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The Cultivation Alliance is still united." Bu Yi said imposingly, "Daqian is just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. But Jishui's threat is real. Daqian can't destroy the Cultivation Alliance, but it can destroy 2 or 3 immortal sects of the Cultivation Alliance." "Who do you think wants to become the 2 or 3 sects that get destroyed?" Si Shen kept yelling in denial. "I don't believe it."
"Daqian dares to risk everything," Bu Yi smirked in response. "Whether Daqian dares or not I'm not sure, but these cultivators cultivate diligently to live longer. These fakes in the Cultivation Alliance definitely don't dare." The 3 gods were speechless after being mocked. Bu Yi then charged forward to attack. "The times have changed." Si Shen, prepare to go with Tianji Pavilion. As the war broke out, Wei Jun worriedly asked, "Do we need to send reinforcements to Deng Bu Yi?"
The princess replied, "No need. Deng Bu Yi will win quickly. Even if they're of similar strength, cultivators who meditate deep in the mountains are never a match for martial artists with battlefield experience."
She added, "Deng Bu Yi is the son of Deng Jiang, a recognized young general throughout Tiannandao. Now that Deng Jiang is dead, Deng Bu Yi's return to Tiannandao will involve a transfer of power."
"This is our opportunity." Wei Jun was surprised. "We're going to actively attack Tianji Pavilion."
The princess led Wei Jun to meet. "I'll go." A voice transmission arrived. Wei Jun recognized this as Jishui's voice. The princess held out her hand to Wei Jun and said, "Take my hand, I'll take you to meet Jishui." "Jishui has something he needs your help with." Wei Jun took her hand, and he wondered, "Princess, you're so strong, you can even take people through spatial teleportation." The princess explained, "Only when I'm in the Imperial Palace do I have this ability. Moreover, the distance can't be too far, so we have to find another way to return." Wei Jun slightly curled his lips. "So it turns out you're relying on the added power of the Imperial Palace like this. It at least doubles the strength, right?" In an instant, the two teleported in front of Zhenkong. The princess opened her mouth. "Jishui, I've brought Wei Jun." Wei Jun narrowed his eyes and smiled. "You have something you need from me." "Jishui, feel free to arrange it. The more dangerous the better. Wei Jun is not afraid of strong enemies." Jishui smiled strangely. As expected, Vidaren disregards death. He turned his head and said, "This marshal is preparing to send troops to attack Tianji Pavilion. Is Vidaren willing to join me?" At the same time, at the headquarters of the Cultivation Alliance, a secret meeting was taking place between the leaders of the various sects. A skinny guy stepped forward to analyze. "Recently, Zhenkong's army has been active near Tianji Pavilion. Plus today's events, we have reason to suspect that Daqian is about to attack Tianji Pavilion. What do you all think about this?" There were a total of 10 people at the conference table, representing 10 sects in the Cultivation Alliance. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 9 people were silent in thought. An old man with a white beard, the pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion, spoke. "Fellow Taoists, back then, our 10 great sects swore together to establish the Cultivation Alliance, agreeing to help each other. Now that my Tianji Pavilion is in trouble, I still hope that you will lend a hand. Everyone in Tianji Pavilion will definitely remember everyone's kindness, and the sword god in the sky will also be grateful to you fellow Taoists." The Divine Blade sect leader also chimed in. "The true Cultivation Alliance shares blessings and perils together. This one here, haha. On behalf of the Divine Blade sect, I declare that we will spare no effort in assisting the Heavenly Calculation Pavilion.
We will absolutely not sit idly by and watch the heavenly calculation pavilion be destroyed by the great Qian dynasty. The Blissful Heart sect master calmly said, Patience, patience. I also believe that the heavenly calculation pavilion cannot be destroyed. The other two sect leaders echoed in agreement. That's right. If the heavenly calculation pavilion is destroyed, the reputation of our True Cultivation Alliance will plummet. Then those smaller sects will definitely have other ideas. The Everlasting sect will fully support the heavenly calculation pavilion. The strength of the Great Qian True Cultivation Alliance lies in our unity. Great Qian will definitely not be a match for us. The current Sword Pavilion Master naturally has no objections. The Sword Pavilion's 7 swords will set off immediately to reinforce the heavenly calculation pavilion. Another female sect leader sneered. I'm also willing to rush to reinforce the heavenly calculation pavilion. But isn't it true that the sword god Guu, the former pavilion master of your sword pavilion, is on Great Qian's side? Will he influence your decisions? The sword pavilion master chuckled. Guu is just a traitor who was expelled. What right does he have to dictate the sword pavilion's decisions? A sect leader sitting in the presiding seat summarized the opinions. Very good. Since everyone has reached a consensus, let's mobilize all our forces and rush to aid the heavenly calculation pavilion. The imperial court gained the upper hand in the previous battle, so Ji Zhengkong is probably feeling smug right now. We, at the heavenly calculation pavilion, will wait for an opportunity, and when he shows an opening, we will strike. We'll also let the people of the world know that this world still has to listen to our True Cultivation Alliance. In unison, all the sect leaders roared, "We obey the alliance leader's orders." At this time, on Wei Jun's side, he was also analyzing with Ji Shuai. Now that the heavenly calculation pavilion is at its weakest, if Great Qian's experts were to strike, they could easily achieve victory, right? Ji Shuai was silent for a moment before replying. Sadly, the situation isn't optimistic. Most of the experts are currently on other missions. In this attack on the heavenly calculation pavilion, besides my army, I will only bring General Zhang Bin and my son, Ji Lingyun. The True Cultivation Alliance will definitely not stand idly by, so this time we attack the heavenly calculation pavilion. Many people will die, possibly including you and me. Wei Jun was stunned when he heard about the many people will die part. Then he eagerly shook Ji Shuai's hand and said with a smile, It's that dangerous. You should have said so sooner. I have been a true man since I was young, determined to be brave, unafraid of danger, and unafraid of hardship. I agree, I must participate in this battle. Seeing Wei Jun's attitude, both Zheng Kong and the princess were filled with question marks. Wei Jun was extremely smug. Although I didn't intentionally seek death, I have no reason to refuse the opportunity right in front of me, do I? Must try it, in case of something, the princess wondered. Wei, don't you want to know the reason for taking you along? Wei Jun waved his hand dismissively. It doesn't matter. If Ji Shuai needs me, I won't be afraid of strong enemies. Ji Shuai couldn't help but say, You may not ask, but I must explain it to you clearly. The thing is like this. Ji Shuai then explained the reason to Wei Jun in detail. After hearing everything, Wei Jun's face turned pale. So that's how it is. This is the first time he has felt so close to death. Alright, maybe this time I really can die. No, I mean, the chance of dying in battle is even higher than before. Because of this, Wei Jun really appreciated Ji Shuai much more than before. Ji Zhengkong. You are the only person willing to sacrifice your life for this celestial emperor. You truly have keen eyes. You are a true talent. Rest assured, after this celestial emperor dies, I will definitely take you to heaven to enjoy the good life. Involuntarily, amidst the tense atmosphere, Ji Shuai suddenly felt a strange sense of elation all over his body, because he was now being blessed by the celestial emperor. Suddenly, the jade slip received a signal. On the other end was Yuan Hao. Wei, are you with Ji Shuai now? Wei Jun replied. That's right. Is there something you need, Sixth Sir? Yuan Hao replied. His Majesty wishes to see Ji Shuai. He hopes that Ji Shuai will come to the imperial palace immediately. The princess, standing beside, didn't understand the Qian emperor's intentions. Why does His Majesty want to see Ji Shuai now? Don't tell me they want to stop us from attacking Tianji Pavilion? If that's really the case, then Ji Shuai is extremely annoyed. He darkened his face and muttered, His Majesty isn't stupid enough to do that, right? A few minutes later, Ji Shuai arrived at the royal palace, and for reasons unknown, Qian Di loudly grunted. Someone must be cursing him behind his back. Jin Shuai clasped his hands in greeting. Your Majesty, you summoned me, Qian Di asked. You think? You've really made up your mind to send troops, Jin Shuai replied firmly. Yes, this is a rare opportunity, the best time to weaken the Cultivation Alliance. Qian Di took out a scroll from his person and threw it at Ji Shuai, saying, Take this. Jin Shuai was surprised by the Holy One's action. Qian Di explained the scroll's function, the sealed heaven formation diagram. Activate it, and you can use it immediately. It cannot be dispelled within 2 hours, unless 2 venerable immortals from the outside work together to break it. Ji Shuai was amazed by the power of the Great Formation. I didn't expect there to be such a thing. How did your Majesty obtain it? Qian Di replied. I have been patient for the past few years. I couldn't just sit idly by. Qian Di still reminded Ji Shuai not to be careless. Don't be happy too soon. It's true that the sealed heaven formation can seal the Tianji Pavilion, but once the sealed heaven formation is activated, the formation will be covered indiscriminately, and you will also be sealed within the sealed heaven formation. Automatically entering the sealed heaven formation means that if you don't use the sealed heaven formation, you still have a chance to escape even if you lose the battle, but once the sealed heaven formation is activated, you will no longer have any chance to escape. I'm giving you this sealed heaven formation diagram. Whether you use it or not is up to you. Ji Shuai clenched the great formation in his hand, his face full of determination. Such a good thing, of course, I have to use it. Since I've decided to attack Tianji Pavilion, I'm ready to fight until only one person is left. That night, at Wei Jun's manor, he was staying up late, looking extremely happy, muttering to himself, "This daddy has a premonition. This time I can definitely die," he carefully calculated. Although I guess that I am very likely to be specially set up in this life to confront Tao Ancestor, the arrangement in this world is very likely to be arranged by a small soldier under Tao Ancestor, so giving up the opportunity to die just to wait for Tao Ancestor is too uncertain. It is better to follow the natural order. Thinking clearly, he finally made up his mind. Okay, it's decided. Tomorrow I will transform into the Heavenly Emperor, and then crush everything, understand my true nature. Wei Jun then slept soundly, and sleep-talked happily, "Haha, let's go all in." Suddenly, a figure appeared, calling, "Wei Lang." This person was Bai Qingxin. She was looking at Wei Jun, whose face was extremely haggard. "I already know that you want to attack Tianji Pavilion. I'm really worried about you." She felt helpless, pursing her lips. "But don't worry, I won't advise you not to go to Tianji Pavilion. I know you are a gentleman, so you will definitely not run away when something happens. I still have to look for Demon Lord, so I can't go to Tianji Pavilion with you tomorrow. There are too many cultivators in Tianji Pavilion. Even if I go, I may not be able to protect you safely. But even if I can't be by your side, I will do my best to protect you." As Qingxin spoke, she slowly placed her hand on Wei Jun's forehead, and then she transferred spiritual power into his forehead. A surge of spiritual power flowed in, and another version of Qingxin that was still being transmitted into her mind angrily revealed, "Are you crazy? This is the power we have accumulated for a long time. Why give it all to him?" But the dark way has been successfully integrated, obviously. "You can use that power to merge with me right now. Do you know that if you merge a third personality, your power can be equal to a saint?" The spiritual power gradually disappeared, and Qingxin's sweat was pouring out. She gritted her teeth and said, "It was Wei Lang who gave me a new life. Even if I live in this world, I am just a soulless shell, so I must help him. No matter what the price I have to pay, I will not regret it." But that other way just clicked his tongue. A woman caught in love is really confused. You don't know what you are giving up. Qingxin smiled contentedly. Her face turned pale. "I don't care. I just need Wei Jun to live well." The spiritual power just kept pouring into Wei Jun's body. The next morning, Wei Jun woke up. Not knowing what had happened last night, he put on a new set of clothes with a very refreshed spirit. The battle armor that Lu Yuanhao gave is not bad. Tianji Pavilion, here I come. As he stepped out of the manor, he ran into Qingxin. "Bai Daren, what brings you here?" Qingxin smiled at him and said, "I've come to see you off, Wei Daren. I wish you a safe return." There seemed to be an indescribable feeling contained within these simple words, causing Wei Jun to be momentarily stunned. He squinted his eyes and laughed, replying, "Bai Daren, rest assured, we'll definitely meet again." He thought to himself that when he became the Heavenly Emperor, he would return to find his old friend. Qingxin spread out her hands and said, "It's all right. I'm also certain that we'll definitely meet again. I'm very happy to be your partner, Wei Daren. Give me a hug before you go." With that, her cheeks flushed red, looking incredibly charming. Wei Jun was stunned once again, as if the emotion from Qingxin's heart had touched his own, so he stepped forward and embraced Qingxin tightly, promising once again, "Bai Daren, see you later." Qingxin was overflowing with happiness. See you later? Immediately after, Ji Changkong led his troops to besiege the Tianji sect. At Tianshan, a massive formation protecting the Tianji sect appeared, a truly magnificent sight. The Dacian army stood in neat ranks, filled with murderous intent. Everyone was waiting for the right moment to attack. At this moment, the troop numbers and important figures were closely watching the Tianji sect. Taoists were also aplenty, banners fluttering in the wind. An old, bald man with almost no teeth left, the supreme grand elder of the Tianji sect, stepped forward and shouted, "Ji Changkong, how dare you attack our Tianji sect? This old man advises you to think carefully. With the support of fellow Taoists from the Cultivation Alliance, what do you plan to use to fight our Tianji sect? If you surrender now, you will still be a top guest of our Tianji sect. The Ji family will still be treated as a first-class immortal sect by the world." Ji Shuai frowned and replied sternly, "Even the Supreme Grand Elder who was sealed away has been summoned. It seems the Tianji sect is really putting everything into this, but you sure are long-winded, old man." Then, glaring, he shouted directly at the old man's face, "Ji Changkong is not one to defect to the enemy on the battlefield. Words are useless, come and fight. When it comes to fighting battles, you can't compare to me." The Grand Elder clicked his tongue and shook his head. Preposterous. Absurd. If that's the case,
Don't blame this old man for being impolite. He then used all his strength to shout, his shout containing inner force that stirred up all the Taoists. Tianji sect disciples, attack! Fellow Taoists, please join hands and kill all the elite troops of Daqian. Kill all the elite troops of Daqian. Let them know the power of our cultivation alliance.
Of course the Daqian army wasn't just a bunch of scarecrows, Jishuai shouted. Form up to meet the enemy. Thus, the armies of both sides charged into battle, a great battle erupting. A leading Taoist opened his heavenly eye, and seemingly discovering something, suddenly shouted, "Fellow Taoists, hold on!
Something's not right. This isn't the main force of Daqian. Apart from Ji Changkong, Zhang Bin, Ji Lingyun, and Wei Jun, the other experts are all disguised pawns. Indeed, the troops charging forward to meet the enemy only appear as illusory phantoms upon closer inspection."
Jishuai smirked as his plan was exposed. Sing, the Confucian tactic of using the fake to attack the real, really can't hold out for long. Jishuai took out a scroll containing a grand formation from his person, and immediately activated it. But you won't escape this time. Activate the Seal the Heavens Grand Formation.
Spiritual energy was released from the scroll, enveloping the entire battlefield in a cage covered in densely packed inscriptions, looking incredibly majestic.
The Taoists, even more so those who understood the power of this grand formation, began to panic. This isn't good, all directions are sealed, we can't leave this place. What kind of monster is this? Why is the power of heaven and earth that I can sense so weak? Damn formation, what kind of formation is this? The Grand Elder broke out in a cold sweat, roaring angrily. Is this the Seal the Heavens Grand Formation? How is that possible? Shouldn't the Seal the Heavens Grand Formation have been lost long ago? Ji Changkong, what is your purpose in sealing us here? Where is the main force of Daqian? Jishuai replied triumphantly. I already said, when it comes to fighting battles, you can't compare to me. At this point, he didn't hesitate to reveal his plan. Now that things have come to this, it doesn't matter if you know, my leading troops to attack the Tianji sect is just a feint. The real target of Daqian is the Sword sect. At this moment, the Sword sect was indeed engulfed in a sea of fire. Scene shifts to the Sword sect battlefield. A fierce battle is taking place between the Daqian army and the Sword sect cultivators. A general leads the charge, wearing silver armor, fighting valiantly on all sides. He roared, "Brothers, charge! Kill them all, no matter what, we must take down Sword Pavilion today."
This general was Su Jiangjun, the chief strategist of the Daqian army on the Sword Pavilion battlefield.
He thought to himself, Jishuai, rest assured, we will not fail your trust.
He recalled the day before, when he sat with Jishuai, who entrusted him with the mission, Lao Su. Tomorrow I will personally lead the army to feint attack Tianji Pavilion. I hope you will be the chief strategist on the Sword Pavilion battlefield. Su Jiangjun was immediately stunned and replied, "How can that be?
I made a big mistake. Not prestigious enough in the army. Attacking Sword Pavilion must be led by you as the chief strategist to win. The Tianji Pavilion battlefield is likely to be a dead end? Fine, let me be the chief strategist there.
Before her death, my mother told me to be loyal and protect the country, and I also need a chance to atone for my sins," Jishuai said, without a change in expression, analyzing, "No way.
You don't have enough weight. Only a Daqian chief strategist like me can personally go to Tianji Pavilion to deceive the allied cultivators. Although you once colluded with Sword Pavilion to save your mother, you have never allowed them to run wild in Jiangnan province, which you are in charge of. I see that you also have your own stance. I think you want to eliminate the threat of Sword Pavilion in Jiangnan province more than anyone else. You also understand Sword Pavilion better than anyone else, so you are the most promising candidate for the position of chief strategist on the Sword Pavilion battlefield, and attacking Sword Pavilion is the best way for you to atone for your sins." These words finally swayed Su Jiangjun. At this moment, he officially led the Daqian army, the chief strategist, in the great battle at Sword Pavilion. "Thank you, Jishuai. You have given me the opportunity to personally eliminate all the dangers in the area under my jurisdiction. Thank you for giving me the chance to atone. Rest assured, most of Daqian's talented warriors are here. We can definitely take down Sword Pavilion quickly and support you." Leading the battle line, sweeping the vanguard of the army, are Zhu Jiju Zhao Zilong and Princess Mingzhu, each sword and spear strike reaping the heads of several enemy Taoists. The current pavilion master of Tianji Pavilion was surprised by this development, angrily shouting, "Damn it! Isn't Daqian attacking Tianji Pavilion? Why are they appearing at Sword Pavilion?" The other Taoists were equally angry at this unexpected development, which caught them off guard. The entire army came here through the transmission array, without any warning. "Pavilion Master. We can't hold on anymore, what should we do, Pavilion Master?" Enraged, he gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Damn it! You want to destroy my Sword Pavilion? Not so easy, I'm here. Even if Sword Pavilion is taken down, I will definitely kill your top masters, so that Daqian will suffer heavy losses. Too bad you won't have that chance." A cold voice rang out. This cold voice appeared behind the Pavilion Master, accompanied by a cold, killing intent, as if from the abyss of hell. The Pavilion Master immediately recognized whose aura this was. Turning his head in response, "Gu, why are you here?" Sword God Gu didn't say a word, swinging a sword to slash out a crescent-shaped sword energy to take the pavilion master's life, but he was not ordinary. Turning around in time to take out his sword to block the move, only being blown away several meters, his life was saved, but he still received injuries. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The surrounding Taoists panicked. Pavilion master, are you... Alright, this is bad. Former pavilion master, she's really on Daichian's side. The pavilion master still had blood dripping from the corner of his mouth, angrily with bloodshot eyes cursing. Guu. As the former pavilion master, I can forgive you for betraying Sword Pavilion. Now you are even helping Daichian attack Sword Pavilion. Do you want to destroy the foundation of our ancestors? Sword God remained icy, frankly replying, Shut up, you idiot. You are the ones destroying the foundation of our ancestors. A sword wielder must cultivate integrity, representing the righteousness of the world. Yet you allied with the Sword Pavilion to oppress the common people, and the elders expelled me from the Sword Pavilion. Now, I'm merely restoring it to its original state, bringing the Sword Pavilion back to the right path. Those who don't want to die, give up resisting. Today I will reclaim the Sword Pavilion back to the battlefield of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, where everyone is trapped in a grand formation. At this moment the Taoist priests were still in an uproar, stunned by the events unfolding. What? They were just pretending to attack the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? The Sword Pavilion is their real target? Damn it, we've been tricked. With the Fengshen Grand Formation here, we can't reinforce the Sword Pavilion. This is bad. The Fengtian Grand Formation seals off heaven and earth. We can't replenish our celestial energy, we only can fight on our own. Don't worry, the Grand Elder shouted, using his inner strength to reassure all the disciples. This army is just a smokescreen to deceive us with a feigned attack. Even if we can't replenish it, we can still kill them all. As long as we kill them all, we can break the Fengtian Grand Formation. At that time, we'll go reinforce the Sword Pavilion. These words from the Grand Elder immediately galvanized all the other Taoist priests, who cheered, The Supreme Grand Elder is right. Kill them all, well said. We have the advantage. Kill them all, take Ji Zhangkong's head, and let the world see the consequences of opposing us. On the Dacian army side, they were still biding their time, intending to use their momentum to suppress the spirit of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's faction. However, seeing the spirit of the enemy faction growing more and more excited, Ji Shuai also clicked his tongue. TCH, can't scare them. Looks like we can only do this for real. Lao Zhangbin, the vice general, replied, I've long been prepared to die, but Commander Ji, you're the strategist here just to trick them so you can't die here. These words had a deeper meaning, Ji Shuai asked. Lao Zhang, what do you mean? Zhang Bin replied. Before leaving, His Majesty entrusted the control of the core of the Fengtian Grand Formation to me. I can teleport one person out of the Fengtian Grand Formation. Commander Ji, let me teleport you away. Ji Zhangkong, hearing these words, angrily shouted, What the hell are you talking about? I'm the strategist. How can I run away, teleport Wei Darren out of here? He is a civil official, and can't die on the battlefield. The purpose of bringing him here was to attract the attention of the Alliance of Cultivation Experts. His mission is complete. Wei Jun, riding his horse in the back, happened to hear these words, and his face immediately darkened. The hell? What does this have to do with me? I already praised you when I blessed you yesterday, right? Are you kidding me? No way, I have to be firm. This time, he probably won't be able to persuade me. So he started gesticulating wildly. Commander Ji, forgive Wei Jun for not being able to obey. Since I've come here, I've never intended to return alive. Military generals die in battle, and civil officials also fight to the death for the country and the people. Ji Shuai immediately thought of someone else, he shouted. Have you all gone crazy? Then teleport Ling Yun away. He's young and has a better future than us. Ling Yun also immediately reacted. Father, no way. He analyzed clearly. Remember the poem I wrote in my youth? Remember that Ling Yun in his youth was once the best in the world. Ji Ling Yun should have died for his brothers long ago. Living until now is already enough. Today, I will die for my father. Die for my country. I hope father will grant my wish. Everyone he mentioned refused, and Ji Shuai was so angry that he trembled. He glared at Vice General Zhang and said, Lao Zhang, His Majesty has given you control. If you want to leave, you go yourself. Screw it, I'm not leaving, Zhang Bin replied calmly. Commander Ji, you know what? Honestly, I'm kinda jealous of you and Grandmaster Yang. You guys are gods of war, winning every single battle. But all 3 campaigns I commanded ended in defeat. Couldn't hold Wang Qiping, I bailed. Couldn't hold Yanshan, I bailed. In the end, couldn't even hold Zhongdu, and I still bailed. Today, Zhang Bin ain't repeating history. I want, before I die, for the whole world to remember my name. For the common folk of Dacian to know that Zhang Bin ain't no deserter. His words were rock solid, his determination maxed out. Facing Ji Changkong's angry glare, Zhang Bin yelled, Brothers, our only chance to escape is for our commander. Anyone got a problem with that? The entire army shouted in unison without hesitation. Zhang Bin, as if waiting for this, immediately said, Awesome! Then pointed at Commander Ji, channeling his spirit energy. Can't go against the will of the people, Commander Ji. Commander Ji was so startled that he leaned back. Zhang Bin, what are you doing? I order you to stop. Zhang Bin grinned, Farewell Ji Chen Kong, take care Commander Ji. Commander Ji helplessly yelled, Zhang Bin, you bastard! Light burst from Zhang Bin's hand, and teleported Ji Chen Kong right off the battlefield. The whole scene was witnessed by all the Taoists. They cheered, they teleported Commander Ji away. So you guys were planning to go down in flames. This army is just cannon fodder. The Tianji sect Taoists didn't wait for orders and charged forward. Then there's no need to hold back. Fellow Taoists, charge together, kill them all, then reinforce the sword sect. Kill them all, Zhang Bin, seeing the Taoists charging, immediately yelled, Deploy! Generals and soldiers, listen up, form ranks, and kill them with me, all the soldiers shouted. Slay! Then they grabbed the reins and began to fight. The Tianji sect battlefield officially erupted in battle, starting from Wei Jun's side. He casually swung his sword, taking several lives. These small fry Taoists seemed no match for him, and even some who tried to sneak attack were blocked by Wei Jun's armor. Their attacks didn't inflict much damage, and when he counterattacked, it was an instant kill. After fighting for a while, even Wei Jun had to admire, this gear that Liu Yuanhao gave me is too OP. Normal cultivators can only scratch it. With this armor on, only nascent soul stage cultivators can even hurt me, right? In reality, the main reason Wei Jun's strength skyrocketed was because Quan Xin had almost completely transferred all of the spirit energy she had been saving up to him the night before. The Taoists, standing nearby, saw Wei Jun's bravery and hesitated a bit. This Wei Jun, how is he so strong? Isn't he just starting to cultivate? He's just a scholar? Don't be intimidated by him. Charge together, kill him. Wei Jun smirked and charged head-on at the three Taoists. Alright, then you guys charge together, let me see just how strong I am right now, he thought to himself. Although I haven't cultivated since awakening righteous chi, my strength has been constantly increasing. Even during battle, my memories in this aspect are constantly recovering. Enough to deal with you little shrimps. On Zhang Vice-Marshal's side, he was still on horseback, observing Wei Jun. Although the enemies Wei Darren is killing aren't that strong, isn't his kill speed a little too fast? Damn it, I finally understand why the ancient Confucian sages were so OP. Wei Jun heard these praises and happily replied, Haha, General Zhang, I'm a scholar who cultivates righteous chi. I can use a pen to pacify the world. And on horseback, I can dominate the universe. But don't look at me as some weak scholar. Hearing these words from Wei Jun, Zhang Bin's spirit seemed to lift a few notches. He jumped off his horse and yelled, Well said, Grandmaster Wei. Brothers, charge. We martial artists can't lose to a scholar like Grandmaster Wei. Right behind him was Ji Lingyun, the son of Ji Chengkong. Haha. Never thought I, Ji Lingyun, would fight alongside Grandmaster Wei on the battlefield today. Separating, Zhang Bin swung his sword, cutting off limbs and eliminating 3 or 4 Taoists. Die, all of you. On the right flank, Ling Yun planted his sword in the ground, channeling his energy to launch it upwards, blasting 4 or 5 other Taoists into the air. Flying debris took out several more. Ji Ling Yun is here, who dares to challenge me? And so, on their side of the battlefield, 2 streams of red and blue spiritual energy swept across the area, forcing the Taoists to scramble for cover. As for Wei Jun, he used his slender frame to weave through and eliminate the weaker Taoists. Analyzing the situation as he fought, General Zhang Bin set an example for the soldiers, and Ji Lingyun also went crazy killing enemies. These 2 were the strongest forces in this army, disregarding their own safety, bravely fighting enemies, only wanting to eliminate as many cultivators as possible before they die. However, while they desperately eliminated cultivators, the great cultivators were also killing many Dacian soldiers. The other side was a massacre. The great cultivators used earth-shattering moves to wipe out the Dacian soldiers. It was a terrifying scene to behold. The power gap between the 2 sides was too large, so it was only a matter of time before this army was annihilated. So I will soon face the great cultivators, and then be killed. The moment the Heavenly Emperor appears is approaching. 1.5 generals later, Ji Shuai, after being teleported out of the Grand Formation, still stood there observing the massacre inside, trembling, partly angry at being pushed out of the battlefield. Suddenly, 4 people flew up from behind him, calling out Ji Shuai's name. These 4 were General Su, Zhu Jiju, Princess Mingzhu, and Xiao Zilong. Ji Shuai, we're here to reinforce. We've defeated Sword Pavilion. Ji Yue is now guarding Sword Pavilion, opening the Myriad Swords Grand Formation. What happened at Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Why are you the only one outside the Sealed Sky Grand Formation? Ji Shuai turned around wearily and replied, His Majesty gave control of the Sealed Sky Grand Formation to Zhang Bin. He teleported me out. Now only the 3 of them are left on the battlefield. Zhang Bin, Wei Jun, Ji Lingyun. The 3 of them were now back to back, surrounded by countless Taoists. Lingyun, breathing heavily, seemingly exhausted, smirked and said, Grandmaster Wei, General Zhang, it is an honor to fight alongside you both on the battlefield today. Lingyun wants to take a step ahead. With that, Ji Lingyun kicked off the ground and flew into the sky, charging straight into the densest gathering of Taoists, his whole body glowing brightly as he laughed. Come, fight one last battle with me. Those outside the Grand Formation panicked at this sight. This is bad. Lingyun is cultivating the path of self-destruction. He wants to take those experts down with him. Ji Shuai also shouted anxiously, Ling Yun,
but his words could not reach inside the grand formation. He could only watch Ling Yun self-detonate, turning his entire life's cultivation into an explosive, blasting the Taoists around him to pieces. Throughout his entire life, Ling Yun's eyes had never been so full of happiness. Goodbye, father, I'm off.
Fellows of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society. As the dust settled, Zhang Bin and Wei Jun were stunned, not believing their eyes, while the group outside were silent.
No one could say a word. Ji Shuai was the one who suffered the biggest shock, losing his last son.
Zhao Zilong finally broke the silence, advising him, Ji Shuai, eldest young master, died valiantly, reserving the chance to live for you, proving that you know how to raise a son, proving that eldest young master ultimately did not forget the Iron Blood National Salvation Society's tenet of Kothan Guyet Tu, Iron Blood National Salvation.
Ji Shuai continued to blame himself. Why reserve the chance to live for me? No, that shouldn't be. The ones who deserved to live should have been Ling Yun, Zhang Bin, Wei Jun. Zhu Jiju glared and roused Ji Shuai's spirit. This was their choice.
They were willing to sacrifice their lives so that you could live, because they believed that only you could lead Dacian to victory against the Cultivator Alliance. They sacrificed for you, but more broadly, they sacrificed for Dacian.
With her final words,
she shouted, Ji Chung Kong, you are the head of the Dacian military.
They are all dead, so you must continue to face it. Everyone is waiting for you to issue orders. Don't let their sacrifices be in vain. These passionate words seemed to restore Ji Chung Kong's spirit. His face turned stern. He commanded, General Su, Princess Mingzhu, at my command.
Both clasped their hands in unison. Marshal Ji roared, assemble the heavenly origin cannons. We must prepare thoroughly before the Fengtian Grand Formation dissipates. This marshal wants them to be buried with the fallen soldiers.
Speaking of the heavenly origin cannons, they are one of the most powerful weapons of mass destruction currently available to the Dacian Empire.
The craftsmen of the Dacian Empire poured their hearts out and combined their skills with technology from the Western continent, creating a power in each shot comparable to a strike from a peak, transcending Tribulation Realm powerhouse.
Gathering the strength of the entire nation, Dacian only managed to create 8 heavenly origin cannons, 2 of which were damaged during the National Defense War. After the cannons were fully assembled, General Su stepped forward to report, Marshal, the heavenly origin cannons are fully assembled.
Besides the 2 that are unusable in Tianyuan City and the West Sea Coast, the princess and I have mobilized the remaining 6.
General Su looked at the Grand Formation and continued. Now we only wait for the Fengtian Grand Formation to dissipate before we can fire, but the 2 on the battlefield are still holding on. It seems General Zhang is exhausted.
Although Wei Jun is severely injured, he still seems to have some strength left. What should we do? Does Marshal Ji still fire? Seeing Wei Jun's fighting prowess, the princess was also a little surprised. I didn't expect Wei Jun to be so strong. I don't know why he always seems to be able to avoid fatal injuries. Even Zhu Fenfen was strangely surprised. I never taught him how to fight. Could this mutt have another teacher? But where would he find the time? He's only been cultivating for a few days. Suddenly, the textual symbols on the Grand Formation emitted a flickering light, then dimmed a bit. General Su shouted, the Fengtian Grand Formation is starting to dissipate. Once the cultivators scatter in all directions, we will lose the most precious time.
Make a decision quickly, Marshal Ji.
Ji Changkong remained silent. He wasn't just sitting idly by, he was just struggling internally. With every second that passed, he didn't know how many times he struggled in his heart. Inside, the Taoists were also realizing that the Grand Formation was gradually weakening. Ha ha! The Fengtian Grand Formation is about to dissipate. We've won. Only, as this Grand Formation thins, the scenery outside becomes a bit clearer. A Taoist, standing next to the Grand Elder, pointed towards the hillside and shouted, Grand Elder, what is that on the mountain? The Grand Elder turned to look and cried out in alarm. Not good. It's the heavenly origin cannons, he immediately ordered. Without delay, those who are besieging Wei Jun and Zhang Bin, stop now. Leave us a way out. This is our bargaining chip.
As soon as the order was given, the Tianji Pavilion Taoists immediately stopped fighting,
leaving Wei Jun and Zhang Bin stunned.
The Grand Elder then shouted, deliberately projecting his voice outwards. Because the Grand Formation had weakened, his voice could be heard outside. Ji Changkong, don't fire. Don't get excited. We won't kill Zhang Bin and Wei Jun. There's still a way out. Whatever conditions you have, we can sit down and discuss them slowly. Wei Jun immediately interjected, shouting with all his might to drown out the words of the Tianji Pavilion's Grand Elder. Don't listen to that old fart's nonsense.
Fire, fire. Aim at us, Zhang Bin also shouted in unison. Marshal Ji, for Dacian, for the fallen soldiers, fire. The final words were like sparks, crackling and igniting the time bomb in Marshal Ji's heart. He roared, fire, fire, fire. Immediately, all the soldiers shouted in unison, followed by a series of thunderous explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Heaven and earth seemed to shake. The 6 cannons were like 6 dragons spewing fire, immediately piercing through the Grand Formation and raining artillery fire onto the entire battlefield inside.
The Tianji Pavilion cultivators only managed to shout, run! Not good! Then they died miserably under countless artillery shells. and mushroom clouds rose violently. The Grand Elder, being annihilated in that instant, still cursed Ji Shuai. Ji Cheng Kong. You won't die peacefully. You're even killing your own people. Ji Cheng Kong, I'll curse you in hell. On Zhang Bin's side, he burst into carefree laughter. Ha ha, awesome. This old man Zhang Bin isn't a deserter? Wei Jun didn't say a word, only smiled eerily. Finally, I'm dead, everyone. When we meet again, I'll tell you everything, no more pretending. Get ready, all realms, to welcome the return of the Heavenly Emperor. More than half a day later, Ji Shuai finally spoke. All the soldiers who died in this battle, you've made a great contribution. Dai Qian will never forget it. The battlefield of Tianji Pavilion was now nothing but smoke and ashes. From within the smoke and dust, a group of cultivators got up. Cough, cough, cough. Damn Ji Cheng Kong. Damn Dai Qian. So hateful. Luckily, I still had some protective magical items. Quickly see how many of us are still alive. On Ji Shuai's side, a soldier ran up to report. After a round of shelling, more than half of the Cultivation Alliance was dead, and those who survived were seriously injured. Ji Shuai nodded. Very good. Then he glared and ordered. Soldiers, listen up. Kill those who are still alive. Leave no one behind. As soon as the order was given, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the generals. This figure stopped Ji Shuai. Hold on, Ji Cheng Kong. Ji Shuai glared back. Appearing before my army at this time, are you here to offer your life, Alliance leader Zuo? It turned out that the Taoist with the extraordinary demeanor who appeared in front of Ji Shuai was the Alliance leader of the Cultivation Alliance, Zuo Buguo. Zuo Buguo looked down and raised his voice. Ji Cheng Kong, Sword Pavilion has fallen. Da Qian has gained a lot of advantages today. Why not stop here? Surely you don't want a Pyrrhic victory, do you? Ji Shuai smirked. What if I don't stop? Buguo analyzed. It's not difficult for the remaining cultivators to recover their injuries. If we continue to fight, Daiqian will lose at least half of its great generals today. Of course, we will also suffer serious losses. The result will only be heavy losses on both sides. You will die, Jun Yishan will die, Su General will die, many people will die. Are you sure you still want to keep fighting? Ji Shuai chuckled, frowning as he replied. This marshal thinks you'll die too. Buguo continued to threaten. The Cultivation Alliance has only used half of its strength today. Even if I die, do you think Daiqian has the ability to deal with the Cultivation Alliance? Furthermore, even if you severely injure the Cultivation Alliance's vitality this time, are you ready to face the true gods behind the Cultivation Alliance? Everyone suddenly felt a chill down their spines. Ji Shuai thought for a moment and replied, there can't be too many true gods coming down from the heavens. If only one or two gods come down, then Daiqian will kill them for you to see. But it's not impossible for me to retreat. He looked directly into Zuo Buguo's eyes and made a request. I want you to swear an oath to the Heavenly Tao that Tianji Pavilion will seal the mountain for a year and not come out. This request immediately made Zuo Buguo look uncomfortable. Are you dreaming? Tianji Pavilion is our important intelligence sect. Without them, how can we understand the situation? 2 months. I can only agree to 2 months with you. 1 year, Ji Shuai replied. Zuo Buguo stubbornly argued. If you keep fighting, aren't you afraid that the demon race will take advantage of the situation? Why don't we both take a step back? How about half a year? Seeing Zuo Buguo's flustered appearance, Ji Shuai became even more complacent. Clearly, the demon emperor has no reason to intervene. Moreover, the demon race hates you cultivators who kill demons to take their cores. I'll say it one last time. Still, those 2 words. 1 year, Ji Shuai shouted. Zuo Buguo trembled with anger but could do nothing, muttering, okay, then 1 year. Then he pointed one hand to the sky, and a wild light appeared above his head. I, in the capacity of Alliance Leader of the Cultivation Alliance, swear an oath that from today onwards, Tianji Pavilion will seal the mountain for 1 year and not come out. If I break this oath, the Cultivation Alliance will be buried with it. When he finished, Zuo Buguo's figure also dissipated, not forgetting to leave a message. Ji Cheng Kong, consider this round a win for you. The road is still long. Ji Shuai snorted. No need to see you off. He lowered his voice and said, no need for your reminder. The road is still long. This marshal will avenge the brave warriors who died today. Right after, the soldiers scattered to search for the remains and belongings of those who sacrificed themselves. When Ji Cheng Kong picked up a precious sword, he immediately realized. Ling Yun, I'm sorry. He hugged the sword tightly, warm tears streaming down his cheeks. General Su tried to comfort Commander Ji. Please restrain your grief. Old Zhang's mother still has family, and the brothers who sacrificed themselves are still waiting for us to take care of them. He bit his lip in pain, almost drawing blood. Lao Su, you're right, now is not the time for grief. After returning to the capital, we need to hold a solemn memorial service for the heroic souls of the fallen soldiers. The brave warriors who devoted themselves to the country may have passed away silently, but we who are still alive cannot turn a blind eye. Commander Jin then raised the sword to the sky and ordered, brothers, quickly clean up the battlefield, and then bring news of our victory today back to the capital. In another corner, it seemed Princess Mingzhu had found something, and shouted, Zhu Jiju, come quickly and see. Zhu Fenfen ran over and was also shocked. Unbelievable. The body wasn't blown into dust by the heavenly origin cannon.
It turned out that they had found Wei Jun's charred corpse.
Fen placed her hand on Wei Jun's body and sighed.
This is truly a miracle. Princess Ming Zhu asked curiously. Sister Zhu, do we still need to save him?
Zhu Fen began to shed tears.
Unfortunately, it's too late. He's already stiff.
Wei Jun's body just lay there motionless. He was really dead.
At the same time, Bai Qingxin was looking for the Demon Lord, when suddenly she lost her strength and had to lean against the wall to catch her breath.
She also sensed that Wei Lang was really dead.
Soon after, news of the battle at Sword Pavilion and Heavenly Secrets Pavilion spread throughout the world, shaking Great Qian.
The court and the people were in an uproar. The whole country rejoiced. As the supreme ruler, Emperor Qian was also very happy, and on the same day took Luheng Qian to the most prosperous place in the capital, disguised for a private visit, and the most prosperous place in the capital was the wonderful Sound Quarter. Emperor Qian and Lu Qian secretly stood on high, observing the people below, countless people toasting each other. Everyone was overjoyed. Commander Ji used his troops like a god, scheming and planning, and one battle raised the prestige of our country. He is indeed the divine general of Great Qian.
Sword Pavilion was conquered by General Su. Commander Ji also praised General Su as the most talented general in the court. I think the next head of the Military Affairs Bureau will be General Su. So satisfying. So satisfying. The false alliance has been rampant for so many years, and this time we defeated them. It is said that the ancient sword god appeared, and the swords in Sword Pavilion all rebelled. Only the sword god has such prestige in the world. While still smiling happily, when they mentioned the fallen, everyone was moved. Alas, the eldest son also died in battle. Iron blood saves the country. Lonely god and ill-fated child. All deserve these 8 words. And General Zhang Bin and Lord Wei both deserve to be heroes. Emperor Qian listened to everything, feeling the joys and sorrows of the people below, and sighed. This atmosphere makes me very happy. This is the great Qian that I want to see. But then, he put his hand on his beard, stroked it, frowned, and thought, but why isn't anyone praising me? It's fine if the rumors about me weren't good before, but now, under my rule, we've won such a great victory. Praise me quickly. This trip out of the palace is precisely so you guys can praise me. Speaking of our emperor, Emperor Qian perked up his ears when he thought someone was mentioning him, and listened intently to what the person was saying next. What a loser. Countless veins bulged on Emperor Qian's forehead. Great Qian won the battle. Why are you scolding me? Is it popular to scold me now? Immediately afterwards, the wonderful Sound Quarter became lively. That's right. If it weren't for winning these 2 battles, I wouldn't have known Great Qian was so strong. If the court had been tougher sooner, we wouldn't have had to endure such humiliation for so long. Turns out it's not Dai Qian that's too weak, but His Majesty who's too cowardly. Good thing Dai Qian isn't short of heroes. Scholars willing to speak truth to power. Warriors willing to fight to the death. Otherwise, our country would really be doomed. Sigh. It's not that I'm a treacherous official, but the king is. Careful what you say, bro. Drink up. Drink up. Right, drink up. To our brave warriors, a toast. The Qinian emperor's face darkened, seeming extremely displeased. Lu Qinian, being perceptive, noticed this. Sigh. Your Majesty, you want to be praised so bad, but what can I say? This victory will definitely get all the warmongers singing your praises. But it has nothing to do with you. You provided the Tuifeng heavenly array, but the people don't know that, and your turtle-in-a-shell personality is well known. He happily smiled and said to the Qian emperor, Your Majesty, don't get hung up on those ignorant commoners. They don't understand your heart. The Qian emperor coldly replied, No need to advise me. My heart isn't that narrow-minded. Lu Qian immediately turned to make preparations. His expression had also softened, seemingly not really caring about being badmouthed like before. I must hold a national mourning for the heroic spirits of the fallen warriors in this battle. The commoners are right about one thing. These people are not treacherous officials. I must let them die a glorious death. Without turning his head, he ordered Lu Qian, Leave this to Jiju and Mingzhu to handle. I won't show my face. Returning to the palace, Lu Qian sighed in relief. His Majesty is wise. He felt fortunate. It's just that His Majesty knew this day would come. Why bother then? Watching the Qian emperor's retreating figure, Lu Qian couldn't help but feel that the Qian emperor seemed a bit more worn out. 2 days later, according to the proposed plan, all of Daqian held a national mourning. The entire capital was filled with paper money, and every household wore mourning clothes. All these people flocked to a square, in the middle of which was a blazing furnace. At this moment, the eulogy began to be read. Today we are here at this memorial service to pay our respects and mourn the sacrificed heroes. Most of them have no remains left, and we can only build tombs to bury their belongings. Some people were fortunate enough to have their bodies recovered. The court has helped them restore their appearances. Later, the remains and belongings of these heroes will be cremated together. The person who delivered the eulogy was Wei Jun's master, Zhu Jiju Zhu Fen. She looked at the entire populace and announced, Before that, let me introduce the great lives and achievements of these tragically deceased. Finally, these martyrs will follow the flames to nirvana. The first, General Zhang Bin, a patriotic general, volunteered to kill the enemy, died heroically, and was the greatest contributor to the heavenly design pavilion battle.
Ji Ling-yun, a member of the Iron Blood National Salvation Society, son of Commander Ji. When he had the chance to return alive, he gave up this opportunity, died heroically, preferring death to becoming a prisoner of the Cultivation Alliance, ultimately self-destructing and taking his enemies with him.
Wei Jun, the newly appointed #1 scholar, Hanlin Academician, my student. This battle had nothing to do with him originally. He is a civil official, responsible for the duties of a scholar, and could have been exempt from going to the battlefield. But when Commander Ji opened his mouth, he immediately agreed, knowing that only one person could leave the Fengtian formation.
Ji Shuai's first choice was to send Wei Jun away, but Wei Jun firmly refused, sacrificing himself for the greater good.
He was the youngest hero to die in this battle, but his heroic spirit will be passed down for thousands of years. Although Wei Jun is gone, he will forever live in our hearts. As she spoke, Fen Fang pointed to Wei Jun's corpse lying on the ground.
Just then, as everyone focused on the direction Zhu Jiju pointed, Wei Jun's corpse slowly sat up.
The most shocked was Zhu Fen. Her mouth almost dropped to the floor, followed by everyone standing below. Yuan Hao was so scared that he screamed, "Lord Wei, he's alive!"
Wei Jun sat up,
the burn marks on his face completely healed. He looked around blankly, then looked at his rosy hands and wondered, "I'm alive again."
Then he burst into tears.
What the heck is going on? The crowd was horrified. A zombie? Someone go check it out, what's going on? Only one person had a different attitude. It seemed she knew this would happen. That person was Bai Qingxin, the corners of her lips curving into a meaningful smile. A phoenix feather-like spiritual power radiating from her eyes, possessing the power of a phoenix. I secretly gave it to you that night, so of course I can revive you, Wei Lang, no need to thank me. With the power of the phoenix, you can rest assured that you can be reborn later. I will always be by your side to protect you.
Fen Fang slowly approached Wei Jun and said, "Now take off your clothes." Wei Jun turned pale, sweat soaking his clothes. "Huh? What?" It turned out that the two had returned to the palace, Wei Jun said shyly. "Lao Shi, doing that kind of thing in broad daylight isn't good."
Yun Fang snapped, "What are you talking about? I want to check your body to see what's going on."
"Don't waste words. Take it off quickly." The Qian Emperor also explained Zhu Fenfang's actions. "Wei Jun, the examination is necessary. Dai Qian needs to ensure that you haven't been possessed by some demon lord to come back to life.
Zhu Jiju is the #1 physician in the world, and also your teacher. You can trust him with confidence."
Since everyone said so, Wei Jun reluctantly complied.
"All right, then examine me."
Wei Jun's expression was also terrible at this moment.
"It just so happens that I also want to know why I was inexplicably revived. It's best not to let this heavenly emperor know who the culprit is, or else this heavenly emperor will definitely make him wish he were dead." At the moment of preparing for the examination, everyone watched attentively. Qingxin was carefully talking to another version of herself. "Will it be detected in my heart?" she asked. The phoenix ego floating in the air replied, "Don't worry, their realm cannot detect me," she added. "However, this sweetheart of yours isn't very suitable. You gave him so much phoenix power, enough to revive half a saint, but he consumed it all in one go. What kind of man do you like? Is he not some saint who has been reincarnated?"
Qingxin was also very surprised by this information.
A reincarnated saint? Is Wei Lang that powerful? I have seen some information that saints initially will not fake death, but can only be killed. If so, how can they reincarnate? The phoenix ego continued. Ordinary people certainly cannot, but if you are strong to a certain degree, why can't you defy fate? In short, your little lover has many secrets on his body. You should be careful in the future. However, this is also good. The more secrets he has, the harder it is to discover yours.
Hearing this series of information, Qingxin became even more puzzled. It's not surprising that Wei Lang is so special. On the contrary, why do I keep awakening other personalities and becoming stronger because of it?
Am I really the Grim Reaper, or the Demon Lord that everyone's looking for but can't find? Back to reality. Fen Fang is currently using her abilities to examine Wei Jun's body. After what felt like forever, Fen Fang finally opened her eyes and concluded, Wei Jun isn't possessed by a demon. He's really back from the dead. Instantly, the entire hall erupted in cheers. That's amazing. Lord Wei is blessed by the heavens. Good guys always catch a break. Old Fu exclaimed excitedly. Today, I'm definitely having 3 bowls of wine. 3 bowls ain't enough. This old man is drinking 3 jars. Ming Zhu, still suspicious, asked, Zhuji, what's going on? At the Tianji Pavilion, didn't you confirm that Wei Jun was dead? Fen Fang understood her confusion and replied, I couldn't pinpoint the exact reason, but I did notice that Wei Jun's body is extremely abnormal. His innate talent is ridiculously off the charts, so much so that it's unlike that of a normal human. The second prince chimed in. When Lord Wei ascended Dengshu Mountain, he broke Lord Zhu Jiju's record. Everyone knows his talent is monstrous. Yun Feng immediately retorted, It's not that simple. The gap between my talent and Wei Jun's now is as vast as the gap between my talent and yours. You guys get it. Impossible to overcome. Do you guys know how terrifying this is? Turns out, she felt looked down upon, Hence, the sulkiness.
Both Mingju and the second prince understood Zhu Jiju's attitude and quickly replied, "Sorry, we know we're lacking. We'll work harder from now on."
Yunfeng turned to Wei Jun and added, "Furthermore, there's a mysterious force within Wei Jun's body. It's this mysterious force that brought Wei Jun back to life."
Emperor Qian curiously stepped forward. A mysterious force, even Zhu Jiju couldn't trace its origin.
Yunfeng nodded and continued, "That's right. It's the first time I've encountered it too. All I can say for sure is that this force contains intense death energy, but hidden within it is a vibrant life force, like a phoenix being reborn from the ashes. Only a successful nirvana leads to a new life." Suddenly, the Prime Minister shouted, "Could it be the legendary technique that allows one to live 9 lives, the 9 deaths demon art?" Everyone looked stunned, while Wei Jun's expression only turned more grim. The civil and military officials exclaimed in shock, "Impossible. Isn't the 9 deaths demon art lost?" "If I remember correctly, the 9 deaths demon art is the demon lord's secret, never to be passed down." Lord Wei and the demon lord? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They have nothing to do with each other. I don't believe Lord Wei knows the demon lord either. Besides, hasn't the demon lord ascended?
The Prime Minister frowned and continued his speculation. "According to my reliable sources, the demon lord has returned to the mortal realm and is likely hiding in the capital."
So everyone started chattering again. What? The demon lord descended? Can celestial beings just come and go as they please? The demon lord, in the mortal realm.
Could Lord Wei be the demon lord's successor? I think it's possible.
The demon lord saved Lord Wei's life for some reason? Could it be that the demon lord intends to take Lord Wei as his successor? Or that the demon lord has planted a demon seed in Lord Wei's body, wanting to turn Lord Wei into a furnace for cultivation? Yunfeng let them talk for a while, then loudly corrected, "Wei Jun is definitely not the demon lord's successor. The surging qi in his body is unmistakable, but there are no traces of cultivating the 9 deaths demon art, nor did I detect any demon seed. If he were really the demon lord, his power would far surpass mine. It's normal that I wouldn't detect a demon seed he planted. All I can confirm is that Wei Jun's soul is not tainted. Wei Jun now is the same Wei Jun as before."
Hearing these analyses, Qing Xin continued to question that phoenix persona of hers. "Could it be that you are the demon lord?"
she asked directly. But the phoenix casually replied, "Don't lower my standards, will you? These people cannot be thought of as the 9 deaths demon art, just because of their limited vision. It's better this way. Let the demon lord take the fall for me. That way, no one will pay attention to you, and we can grow up in peace."
The Prime Minister stroked his beard and said,
"Then the demon lord is more likely to be in the capital. In order to win more pawns for Daqian, we need to find him quickly."
The Qian Emperor echoed, "The demon lord's strength is unparalleled, and he's hiding in the capital. Finding him would be a great thing for Daqian."
Only Ji Shuai was the most alert, he reminded. "Your Majesty, please don't be blinded by the victory in the war with the Cultivation Alliance. We are still at a disadvantage. The weak have no right to rest. We must act unexpectedly, otherwise we are doomed to fail."
Mingzhu nodded in agreement.
"We need to find the demon lord to know what exactly he did to Lord Wei. Otherwise, Lord Wei's safety is hard to guarantee."
Fen said with a very serious expression, "I also want to know what the strongest fiend of the past millennia wants with my disciple."
If he really planted a demonic seed in Wei Jun, then we can't let it go. Of course, the most annoyed person at this time had to be Wei Jun. He gritted his teeth. "Demon lord, is this bastard the one who saved me? Who gave him the guts to ruin my good deed? You want to die, huh? You wait. This heavenly emperor will find you." At the same time, in a small courtyard in the capital, a man was coughing up blood. The man was resting in an ordinary house. He wiped the blood from his mouth and muttered, "Dead. He's revived again. The wound shouldn't have relapsed for another 3 days. Why is it earlier?" Early the next morning, at Wei Jun's house, another new day arrived. Wei Jun stretched comfortably. Just as he stepped out of the door, someone was sitting idly on the wall next to it, waiting. "Lord Wei, good morning."
It turned out that Qing Xin was waiting outside. Wei Jun was stunned. "Lord Bai, what are you doing sitting on my wall?"
Qing Xin pointed behind him and said, "It's my wall now too. Lord Jinju has assigned me to be responsible for your safety, so I've moved next door to you." Wei Jun was shocked. "Lord Bai, this is not appropriate. Men and women shouldn't be too close. If it gets out, it will affect your reputation."
Qing Xin cleared his throat and replied, "I'm not afraid. What is Lord Wei afraid of? Do we need others to tell us what to do as neighbors?" Then she jumped down and walked towards Wei Jun.
"Lord Wei, just rest for the next couple days, and see if we can find the demonic seed in your body. I will do my best to find the demon lord's hiding place. I'll inform you immediately if I have any news." Demonic seed. Wei Jun pursed his lips. "That's right. My strength has increased dramatically since the battle at the Tianji Pavilion. Now I should be able to see through my body and soul. With my current strength, even Teacher Zhu can see through me, let alone my own body."
So Wei Jun began to check his body with his spiritual sense. There were no remnants of anything strange, let alone a demonic seed. The whole body was transparent like jade. The check was also even more of nothing.
Wei Jun put his hand on his chin and pondered. "Then it must not be the demon lord playing tricks. Then who is it?
Being suddenly seen, Wei Jun was stunned in contemplation. Qingxin called out, "Lord Wei, what's wrong?"
It's nothing, I'm looking. He still focused his spiritual power on his eyes, and indifferently looked at Qingxin to answer.
It turns out it's you.
Coincidentally, because Wei Jun was using his spiritual sense to observe, he unexpectedly saw something in Qingxin's body, and Qingxin's face immediately turned pale.
Lord Wei, what are you talking about, Wei?
Jun didn't answer her, he shouted. Get out here!
Get out here! Get out here! These three shouts were like pouring directly into Qingxin's heart, causing her to stagger and her mind to be dizzy instantly.
The Phoenix persona rose, glaring at Wei Jun. You can see me. Who exactly are you? The Phoenix persona continued to question. Why can you see me? Who exactly are you? Unexpectedly, Wei Jun shook his head. It's not you, causing that persona to be somewhat taken aback.
Wei Jun repeated once more, his face extremely cold.
I said, the one I'm looking for isn't you.
Bring out the one who truly saved me. That persona suddenly felt terrified by Wei Jun's attitude, trembling as it replied. This great one, it was I who saved you.
It clearly sensed that Wei Jun's strength wasn't strong at all, but it didn't know why it felt an extremely powerful, oppressive aura from Wei Jun, even unable to stop itself from shivering uncontrollably.
Hearing that answer, Wei Jun only sneered. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?
You think you could save me? Even if Bai Qingxin merged with you, her strength would only be on par with minor gods in the heavens. How could she make me defy fate and be reborn? That persona still didn't understand anything. The more it listened, the less it understood. Great one, I don't understand what you're saying. It was I who used the Phoenix power to save you.
Wei Jun frowned, his face darkening. He said through gritted teeth, Bai Qingxin was concealed. This Phoenix persona was also concealed. Even I was almost deceived.
You hid so deeply, senior sister. At this moment, a third eye on Wei Jun's forehead opened. This was the Heavenly Emperor Divine Power, Truthseeker, that he had just happened to activate.
From this eye, spiritual energy radiated in the form of electric sparks. They aimed directly at that Phoenix persona.
Instantly, Qingxin's face became lifeless. Then, from her 7 orifices, countless black electric sparks broke away from her body, gradually gathering into the figure of someone hovering above Bai Qingxin's head.
These black auras also enveloped Wei Jun, forming a circular cocoon in order to conceal the truth as well as the content of the upcoming conversation between Wei Jun and the character who had just appeared.
As for the newly appeared Big Shot, the electric sparks gathered to form the shape of a woman. After a moment, a clearer body formed. It was a girl with long black hair, wearing a body-hugging outfit that accentuated her hot curves, with phoenix eyes and willow eyebrows, and crimson lips. This girl narrowed her eyes and looked down at Wei Jun, then spoke. I've finally found you, senior brother.
The girl then dropped down.
This is because I set up a wisp of illusion. Only senior brother could trigger it. Back then, senior brother risked his life to save me. That's why I was able to retain a sliver of true spirit from master's hands, and reincarnate, and at that time, I had already anticipated that senior brother would reincarnate to experience tribulations. Pursuing a higher realm, this process would inevitably be fraught with dangers. Dangers upon dangers. Speaking up to here, the expression on the girl's face brightened like that of an innocent little girl.
Senior brother, back then you stood up against master for me. In the future, let me protect you and overcome this tribulation.
This is a belated thank you. After tens of thousands of years, senior brother won't blame me for being late, right? Wei Jun replied with an expressionless face, his face twitching. So you let me be reborn in order to repay my kindness. Do you think you're very clever? That girl seriously replied, rambling on. Senior brother doesn't need to praise me. Although it was very difficult for me to search for senior brother in reincarnation through myriad kalpas, although I also suffered a lot in this process, although in order to protect senior brother I will definitely be injured or even lose my life, but it's okay. As long as senior brother is safe, senior brother's kindness to me will be remembered forever, even after reincarnating through myriad kalpas. Senior brother, please wait for me. Don't rush to establish a heavenly empress. There will be a day when I will definitely return as the king.
Seeing this enthusiastic attitude of his junior sister, Wei Jun also couldn't bear to scold her, reluctantly replying, Don't worry, I will definitely wait for you.
Lest the day you become the king, I will give you a big surprise.
The girl, hearing this, joyfully looped around in the air, then shouted, Yay!
I knew senior brother was the best to me. After that, the girl even leaned down and put her hand on Qingxin's shoulder, and said, Senior brother, please treat this life of mine a little better too. She is me, I am her, it's fine, as long as you treat her as well as you treat me.
Wei Jun gritted his teeth and endured,
trembling as he replied, No problem. I will treat you two as one, and express my gratitude to the best of my ability. He was trembling with anger. If it weren't for your clever brain, I would have become the Heavenly Emperor at a higher realm by now. Luckily, you're still a dead person now, otherwise I, this Heavenly Emperor, would definitely let you know what it's like to wish you were dead. No, I must quickly eliminate this danger. He let out a sigh of relief, then asked, When will you be able to fully awaken? The girl thought for a moment, then shook her head. I don't know. Master's move was too ruthless. I can only slowly recover. Then she stretched out her arms and slowly flew towards Wei Jun. Senior brother, the next time we meet, it might be after countless eons. Can I have a hug, senior sister? Wei Jun was annoyed. Hug? What's with the sudden urge to hug? Do you think I'm still the same idiot as before? He secretly glanced at the girl in front of him. The memories of the Heavenly Emperor are also awakening with your appearance. After inheriting the Heavenly Emperor's position, she became the most valued disciple of Tao Ancestor, the Hidden Master. He recalled the old memories of this girl. The Hidden Master cultivated a unique path, believing that all living beings in the world have 1,000 faces. Controlling these 1,000 faces meant controlling their life and death, and also absorbing power from them. She constantly explored her own 1,000 faces, eventually becoming a multiple personality, each personality explored to the extreme, possessing terrifying power. The Hidden Master's ability could instantly awaken the hidden personality of a living being. An ordinary person would immediately become a powerful entity, and the beings she awakened would obey her commands. Billions of living beings in the world were her subordinates. The Hidden Master alone was an entire army. It was because the Hidden Master cultivated such a special path that Tao Ancestor chose her as a disciple. Tao Ancestor treated her like his own child, imparting all the knowledge he had learned. Tao Ancestor even told her that she would be his most outstanding successor, inheriting everything from him. The Hidden Master believed it, but the price for that belief was becoming Tao Ancestor's military rations. The Heavenly Emperor sacrificed his life to save her, to fight against fate, and was able to retain a little bit of her true spirit. Back to the present. The Hidden Master was still looking at Wei Jun, wanting to hug him. Honestly, the Hidden Master was so beautiful, worthy of the Heavenly Emperor, but this person was a multiple personality psycho. The first time he met her, she also took the initiative to hug the Heavenly Emperor. At that time, he was too young to refuse. As a result, as soon as he hugged her, the Hidden Master shed crocodile tears, demanding that he marry her, saying that hugging meant taking responsibility. Then, before he could react, the Hidden Master switched to a ferocious personality, directly pulling out a great saber, and started hacking and slashing, chasing after him while cursing. How can there be such a shameless person, wanting to take advantage of me? Taste my blade! Wei Jun still felt a chill down his spine thinking about it. Let whoever likes to hug this extreme pervert do it. I can't handle hugging her, so it's better to create an excuse so that she won't save me in the future. He coughed and suggested. I say, Junior sister, use all your strength to recover yourself. No need to protect me anymore. I will seal your true spirit. Wait until the day you recover slowly. I have my own methods. No need for you to protect me. Wei Jun said firmly. You just need to protect yourself. I suspect that the Master is planning something. If you don't have enough strength, you might still become food for him. The Hidden Master was stunned. Master, I was sucked dry by Master before I died, went through time and space, and found that in the future you killed him. Wei Jun immediately tried to smooth things over. Junior sister is joking. Killing you is already difficult, let alone Master. Try to recover. Don't waste your strength on me. I can save you once, but I'm not sure if I can save you a second time. Hearing this, the Hidden Master nodded and replied, I understand, senior brother. Wait for me. This time facing Master, I will definitely fight alongside you with one heart. Seeing his junior sister's attitude, Wei Jun breathed a sigh of relief. Unbelievable. He actually managed to persuade her. Too good. If there is no one here, and I won't die, then what's the meaning of being alive? The Hidden Master unexpectedly continued, Senior brother, I owe you so much I feel like I can never repay it all. How about I repay you with my whole body? As she spoke, she winked, extremely cute and endearing. But Wei Jun still maintained that cold attitude and replied, Are you done yet? Another fake innocent personality, right? The Hidden Master replied, It's done, you can go now. Wei Jun chased her away. The Hidden Master pouted, snorted, and suddenly drew a knife from her waist, threatening, her face and attitude changing 180 degrees. Shameless, consider yourself smart, not daring to take advantage of this lady. If you dare to hug this lady will make you completely pure in heart forever after, Wei Jun said wearily. Enough already. Then the Hidden Master once again switched attitudes, her eyes filled with tears as she whined, Senior brother, I was just kidding with you. Sister doesn't understand, brother. Just that sister loves brother very much. Senior brother, if you marry me, I can bring you different surprises every second. Wei Jun was silent. Once he started talking, it was the same old formula, the same familiar flavor. He just stood there quietly, sweating as he watched the Lord of Secrets change. But the sound of the wedding was the same as marrying thousands of other women. Aren't you moved at all? Haha, lucky you didn't agree. Otherwise this sister would have killed you already. Senior brother, actually I like girls. How about we just be siblings? Senior brother, why are we stuck in this space? What do you want? I'll make it for you. Junior sister, come a little closer. After watching the drama for half a day, Wei Jun finally beckoned the Lord of Secrets over. She obediently moved closer. Unexpectedly, Wei Jun poured all his strength into a perverted punch, shattering the Lord of Secrets' form, along with a curse, Get lost. The Lord of Secrets' form shattered, also causing this spherical space to collapse. Everything returned to normal. Wei Jun looked up at the sky and sighed. To keep having such novel surprises is just too much. Changing personalities every day, I could consider it. While Qing Xin wasn't awake yet, Wei Jun flipped her off, aiming at the Lord of Secrets hiding inside her. He cursed inwardly. You don't even know how to seduce someone. Useless. After an unknown amount of time, Qing Xin slowly opened her eyes. When she woke up, she found herself lying on a bed. Wei Jun was sitting at the head of the bed. He said, "Great Sir Bai is awake." Qing Xin was a little embarrassed. "Great Sir Wei, what happened to me?" Wei Jun looked straight at Qing Xin with knowing eyes and said, "Great Sir Bai, I've seen through everything about you." Qing Xin was ashamed when she heard this. Her face flushed red. She pulled the blanket over herself and whispered, "Great Sir Wei, you really are. You've already seen it, so why tell me? I'm so embarrassed." Wei Jun felt like something was off. You're really pretending to be innocent, aren't you? If you weren't blind, I would have thought. Come here. Wei Jun used his spiritual sense to glare at Qing Xin and was shocked. Hey, something's not right. Her eyes are healed. That's right, she's already starting to awaken the extraordinary personality. It would be strange if her eyes hadn't healed. This woman has been pretending to be blind in front of me the whole time? This heavenly emperor won't expose you today? Let's see how long you can keep acting. Wei Jun was stunned for a moment, then continued. Great Sir Bai has misunderstood. The awakening of your other personality, Qing Xin, was even more embarrassed. Great Sir Wei, how did you know? Wei Jun understood Qing Xin's worries, so he reassured her. Great Sir Bai, rest assured, everyone in this world has their own secrets. Although I know everything, I'm not interested in your secrets at all. He continued to remind Qing Xin. I also have my secrets. Great Sir Bai, you don't need to ask. You just need to know that the gradual awakening of other personalities isn't a bad thing for you. Gradually merge with them, control them, and become stronger. That's all. You don't need to secretly protect me like that. It will ruin my plans. Qing Xin finally felt relieved and sat up. But she also had a question. Great Sir Wei, I can't see through you. Could it be that you're really a reincarnated sage? Wei Jun scoffed. A sage. They're billions of times inferior to me. Qing Xin couldn't believe her ears and stammered. You're kidding, right? Sages and demon lords are true peak powerhouses. It's said that they're even stronger than the gods in the sky. Wei Jun continued without any reservations. Not only me, but even sages are billions of times inferior to you. Of course, you're still a bit inferior to me. Qing Xin tried to examine the matter with reason. Her intuition told her that what Wei Jun said was true. Her face gradually turned pale. So, we were that strong. More accurately, we used to be that strong, so why are we so weak now? Wei Jun was happy to explain in detail when he saw that Qing Xin was curious about her identity. That's a great question. You ended up this way because you believed in an untrustworthy entity. As for me, I have my own plans. You don't need to worry about it. You just need to know that not helping me in the future is actually helping me. Even though Qing Xin couldn't believe this shocking truth. Her intuition told her, something's not quite right, but Wei Lang wouldn't lie to me. The fact that he knows how many personalities I have already makes lying unnecessary. Being the smart cookie she is. It suddenly dawned on her. Did me saving you that one time mess up your plans or something? Naturally, that was the truth. But Wei Jun wasn't petty either. He didn't get angry at her, casually replying, relax, you still couldn't save me. Things like that won't happen again in the future. Qing Xin went silent for a moment before asking, Wei Darren, you said I'm some big shot's reincarnation, right? Wei Jun didn't quite understand the question, replying immediately. More or less, what? Qing Xin instantly got worried. Then, after she awakens, will I still be me? Compared to the rich experience of a powerhouse, won't my shallow few decades of life be worthless? Just like a drop of water in the ocean? Wei Jun finally realized Qing Xin's worries, trying to encourage her. Bai Darren, do you remember what you did when you were 1 year old? Weren't you still you back then? If you deny your own existence like that, you're worthless. But as long as you believe in yourself, you'll always exist. A drop of water in the ocean doesn't mean the drop disappears, it's always there. That's the principle. Qing Xin still couldn't hide the sadness on her face. Wei Darren, let me think about it for a bit. Wei Jun then turned to leave, not forgetting to remind her, you can think for as long as you want, but definitely don't fixate on petty things. Also, you can get out of my bed now. Qing Xin was startled to hear that, her cheeks flushing red with embarrassment. It's just that she was a little reluctant to be lying on Wei Lang's bed, even under his blanket. It was all Wei Lang's scent around her, so fragrant, really wanted to stay a little longer. So Qing Xin pouted. Wei Darren, I don't have any strength left in my body, can you help me? Wei Jun teased. Need me to carry you home? Qing Xin giggled, and replied, Yes, I can't see anything. Right now I don't have any strength left. If I walk alone, I might crash into a wall. Knowing full well that Qing Xin had recovered, yet, her eyes, Wei Jun was a bit helpless, not knowing what to say. So Wei Jun actually helped Qing Xin home. At the door, he asked, Bai Darren is right next to you. Now that we are here, you should be able to get back yourself, right? Qing Xin still held her head and shook it. Ow, I'm dizzy again.
Sorry to trouble Wei Darren to see me off a little further. Anyway, you're on vacation now, why not come to my place for a few drinks?
Just then, someone appeared, greeting, Wei Xiong, are you heading out for something?
Both of them, Wei Jun, recognized this person, Lian Tanhua Xiong. Did you come to find me for something?
Li Tanhua cupped his hands respectfully in farewell.
Actually, I have a small favor to ask of you.
But if Wei Xiong and Bai Darren are busy, I'll come find you another day to avoid misunderstandings.
Wei Jun immediately stepped forward and said, while intentionally winking at Qing Xin, It's okay, Li Mazhong, just say what's on your mind.
Bai Darren and I are just playing a little game, right?
Qing Xin stammered in embarrassment. Ah, right, Wei Jun continued. Li Chong, go ahead and speak.
Li Tanhua felt like a third wheel. Extremely awkward. You two are really in the mood. Then, Lian Tanhua said the reason for coming to find Wei Jun, I want to invite you to comfort my crush a bit.
As soon as he heard this reason, Wei Jun choked on his saliva, while Qing Xin pursed her lips in anger.
Li Tanhua didn't understand seeing both of their attitudes. What's wrong with you two?
It turned out, Wei Jun was thinking that Lian Tanhua was asking him for a threesome. Embarrassedly clutching his head, didn't expect Lian Tanhua to have that kind of special kink.
Are people in this era so wild? He firmly refused. Li Gangzhong, I respect everyone's special kinks. You have some unknown hobbies, I can understand that too. But I'm afraid I can't participate with you. I'm a man of principles, a friend's wife is off limits.
It was only then that Lian Tanhua realized why those two were acting so weird.
He himself blushed and quickly explained. Brother Li, what are you thinking? My crush's grandpa just passed away. Plus the family's putting pressure on her. She's been down and tired lately. I tried cheering her up, but nothing worked. Then I remembered how much she admires you, so I wanted to invite you to comfort her, maybe scold her a bit, that's all. Hearing this, Wei Jun and the other guy both sighed in relief. Oh, so that's what it was. But even a fair judge struggles with family matters. If you can't handle it, I don't know what to do either. Family squabbles aren't against the law. I'm willing to help, but I don't know how.
Li Tanhua nodded.
I know. If it was just a normal family feud, I wouldn't have come looking for you.
Ling Tanhua's expression then turned serious. He said,
My crush's grandpa is Zhang Bin, General Zhang.
Recalling the moment Zhang Bin sacrificed himself, he suddenly became dazed. General Zhang wasn't that old, yet he has a granddaughter your age. He sighed, Li Tanhua said sadly. General Zhang was a cultivator after all. It's normal for his appearance not to match his age. Sigh, he loved this granddaughter the most when he was alive. Wei Jun carefully considered and then assigned a task. If that's the case, please ask Brother Lin to make an appointment with her. I want to find out more about the current situation of the Zhang family, and what kind of help she needs.
Can Lord Bai come with me? You're like a god when it comes to solving cases. No matter how complicated the Zhang family's affairs are, I believe you can sort them out clearly. Li Tanhua cheered happily. That's great. Thank you both for being willing to help.
Wei Jun frowned and replied, It's just a small matter. General Zhang died for the country not long ago. If anyone dares to do anything wrong to General Zhang, I won't let them get away with it. If anyone dares to bully the descendants of martyrs, I will definitely report it to Commander Ji and Prime Minister Shangguan.
The next morning a girl appeared in Wei Jun's mansion to pay her respects. Greetings, Lord Wei, Lord Bai. I am Zhang Qianzhuan, and I have long admired your reputation. This girl was Zhang Bin's granddaughter, General Zhang, she continued politely. Lord Wei strongly condemned the monarch in the Golden Lutian Hall, and Lord Bai solves cases like a god. Under your administration, there has never been a wrongful conviction. You are both shining examples in my heart, Wei Jun humbly replied. Ms. Zhang, you're too kind. Brother Lai said that you've been feeling down lately because of something related to General Zhang. Is there anything that I and Lord Bai can help with? If you need anything, please let us know. Although General Zhang and I weren't close, I can be considered his comrade on the battlefield, as he took care of me. I, Wei, will definitely not stand idly by.
Li Tanhua was very much looking forward to this meeting. He pointed into the house and said, We're all friends, so please don't be so polite, everyone. Please sit down and talk.
Afterwards, the four of them sat down at the tea table and began to talk. It was only then that Xianwan dared to tell her story. It's a little embarrassing to say this. We shouldn't talk about our family's dirty laundry, but I really don't know what to do. There are some things that I still don't understand. And recently I've discovered some things that make me even more uneasy.
Wei Jun replied calmly. Ms. Zhang, please speak. There's no need to rush. Wei Jun carefully observed her every move at this time. Zhang Qianzhuan's situation was indeed not good. Although she had a heroic appearance, she couldn't hide the obvious dark circles under her eyes, which were clearly caused by too much worry. Qianzhuan lowered her head sadly and said, Lord Wei, Lord Bai, Lord Li, do you all think that my grandpa, was the one who had the last word? Wei Jun didn't understand this question. Isn't that? So, General Zhang was the highest-ranking official in the family, right? Qianzhuan's expression worsened a bit, she continued, recounting her grievances. Actually, my grandpa wasn't liked in the Zhang family. Even though my grandpa's official position was the highest, my second grandpa, even though he didn't have any official position, was favored by the great-granny, who is also my grandpa's younger brother.
My lineage is all single-line transmissions. My grandpa only had one son, who is my father, and my father only has one daughter, which is me. Now, even though my grandpa just died not long ago, my second grandpa has already proposed dividing the family, using the reason that I am a woman who wants to inherit the entire Zhang family's estate.
What I don't understand is that great-granny actually supports my second grandpa.
They are all her children. My grandpa's achievements are clearly much greater, so how could great-granny be so biased? Kuai Zian then interjected. I remember hearing a rumor before that after Zhang Laofuren heard the news of General Zhang's death, she immediately cried, but she had a smile on her face. Tianjuan immediately gave a bitter smile upon hearing these accusations.
The part about smiling on her face is true, but the part about crying was spread by my family to avoid being ridiculed.
Qing Xin continued. Ms. Zhang, do you have any suspicions about this?
Clearly Chan Wan wanted to say something, but she pursed her lips, not daring to speak.
Li Tanhua, standing beside her, immediately encouraged. Chanwan, if Weidaren and Baidaren aren't trustworthy, then no one in this world is, she said tearfully.
It's not that I don't trust Baidaren and Weidaren, it's just that I don't want to suspect my own family.
Baidaren. This little girl once accidentally saw the old matriarch using pills, Qing Xin asked. Using pills? How old is the matriarch this year? Chen Wan replied. 97, but she looks like she's only 60, Qing Xin guessed. If that's the case, then the pills that the matriarch is using must be longevity pills of cultivators. What is your second grandfather's relationship with cultivators? Chanwan continued. This little girl doesn't know. I used to think my second grandfather was just a scholar. But when White Duren revealed the truth about the National Defense War, about how the Cultivator Alliance somehow broke the barrier between our continent and the Western continent, my grandfather and second grandfather had a big argument. During that time, I heard my second grandfather say that he had been constantly researching the connection since he was young, and that breaking the barrier was likely related to him.
Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Wei Jun's expression turned serious, and he frowned, saying, I wasn't planning to stand idly by from the start. Now that it seems to be my duty, then Wei will have even more reason to get involved. Then, Wei Jun began to make promises to reassure Chanwan, Ms. Zhang, rest assured, in this world, good and evil are distinct. No matter what your second grandfather has done, Zhongbin General is still a hero who sacrificed himself for the country. No one can change that. His merits will shine brightly in the historical records, and I will record them fairly.
Chanwan happily clasped her hands in gratitude. That's great, thank you, Weidaren. Wei Jun politely replied. I'm only doing what I should do, so you don't need to be so polite. Also, on what day is the Zhang family planning to hold the funeral for Zhongbin General? Wei will come to the house to express my condolences and meet with Zhang's old madam and Zhang's second master. Hearing this, Chan Wan gritted her teeth and said, Second master and the old matriarch believe that since the imperial court has already held a state funeral, the Zhang family doesn't need to hold another one.
Li Tanhua angrily couldn't help but shout, That's outrageous! The state funeral is the intention of the imperial court. What about the Zhang family's intentions?
Wei Jun was angry but didn't show it, only continued to instruct.
Please trouble Miss Prinji to return and inform your family that Commander Ji, Prime Minister Shangguan, Princess Mingzhu, Second Prince Shu Jiju, and the 6 chief stewards will come to the Zhang family in 2 days to express their condolences.
Chan Wan was stunned when she heard this. If that's the case, then the old matriarch will have to hold a funeral for grandfather. Will those big shots really come? Wei Jun affirmed. Of course.
We are willing to see Zhongbin General off for one last journey. 2 days later, as Zhang Chanwan had announced, the Zhang family reluctantly had to hold a funeral for General Zhang.
At this time, the entire family was gathered to prepare to receive the group of people coming to pay their respects to General Zhang.
The 2 people standing in the middle representing the Zhang family were Zhang's old madam and Zhang's second master. It seemed that it was already the end of the funeral, and Zhang's old madam smiled and stepped forward to speak. Thank you, everyone, for coming to offer your condolences to me and my children. Now that the funeral is over, please go back and rest.
Wei Jun stood below, observing attentively. She and Qing Xin have already started seeing off the guests. Is she rushing to end this funeral?
Old madam, Commander Ji heard that the Zhang family is planning to divide the family property.
A person stood out to speak, none other than Commander Ji.
Commander Ji, no.
General Zhang's body is not yet cold. I'm afraid this is not very appropriate, is it?
There are some things you should hold back a bit.
Only the dead are right. Zhang Laofuren narrowed her eyes and replied, her mouth smiling but her words extremely stern.
Ji Shuai, I know my son was your assistant when he was alive.
But after all, the Zhang family's matter is not related to military affairs. The family affairs of an assistant shouldn't require you to worry, right?
Wei Jun secretly assessed.
I thought the Zhang family would evade responsibility, but I didn't expect the old lady's attitude to be so firm. She not only chose to be straightforward, but also gave an irrefutable reason.
Seeing the atmosphere was somewhat tense, Zhang Erye stepped forward with a smile and said, Ji Shuai, my mother is old, you can just talk to me about anything. Ji Shuai sneered and said, With you, this general has nothing to say to someone like you. Zhang Erye stroked his mustache and replied, That's right, Ji Shuai has made great contributions in the National Defense War, illustrious achievements. A superhero who saved the great Qian naturally looks down on insignificant nobodies like me.
Hearing his petty tone, Ji Shuai angrily cleared his throat. The common people work hard. This general respects all of them, but I despise all those petty people who want to freeload. Zhang Erye was not angry when he heard this, but burst out laughing. Haha, Ji Shuai says I'm a petty person? I'm afraid everyone in the Zhang family wouldn't agree. Does the Zhang family owe its success today to my elder brother? He then retorted grumpily. Wrong. It is because of my hard work in business that the Zhang family has the foundation it has today. I just want to get back what belongs to me. How can that be called freeloading? Kong Xiang heard this and was furious, unable to help but interject. What sophistry and rhetoric! That little man actually dared to remind him. Shangguan Chengxiang. You rule the world and save the country and its people, but please be careful with what you say. He began to utter accusations. You and my elder brother are the same, dedicated to the country. All your strength is devoted to commanding troops and fighting wars. What does he know about business? He can't even be filial to his parents. When father fell ill and died, he was fighting a war. When mother also fell ill, he was still fighting a war. Now that mother is old, my elder brother is still leading troops to fight, and finally died in battle on the battlefield. Maybe everyone thinks my elder brother is a hero, but I think my elder brother is just an unfilial son. Regardless of the angry faces of everyone, he continued to accuse. You always think about great things like saving the country and its people, but forget about serving tea and pouring water for your parents. Zhang Laofuren also praised with satisfaction, good son, it's lucky to have you. Unexpectedly, some of the officials sitting below were moved by these words, and there were countless sighs. Alas, it is true that we are always wholeheartedly for the country and its people, but we are indeed ashamed of our birth parents. Is this the reason why Zhang Laofuren loves Zhang Eryi more? Breaking this stalemate, Wei Jun immediately laughed loudly. Ha, flowery word. Zhang Erye heard this and indifferently asked for advice. Wei Darren, what's your brilliant idea? Wei Jun looked directly at Zhang Erye's face with contempt and rebuked. You use exaggerated reasons to cover up your pretense of morality. Unfortunately, a hero is always a hero, and a fly is always a fly. He used his words to dispel the miasma created by the little man's nonsense. When a hero dies in battle, flies are the first to discover the hero's flaws and wounds, clinging to them and buzzing triumphantly, thinking that they are more heroic than these dead heroes. It's a pity that the soldiers have now died in battle and cannot drive them away anymore. So the flies began to chirp, thinking that their voices were immortal, thinking that their perfection far surpassed the warriors. He mocked. The words were like arrows stuck straight into Zhang Erye's head, piercing through his hypocritical mask. It is true that no one discovers the flaws and wounds of flies. However, heroes are still heroes, even with flaws, while flies are still just flies, even if they are perfect. No matter how loudly they chirp, they only know how to chirp. They can only cling to the hero's body and suck blood to live. The fake mask was removed. Zhang Erye glared and gritted his teeth, looking directly at Wei Jun's face. He continued to rebuke. You say that people like Zhang Bin Jiangjun always think about great things like saving the country and its people, forgetting to serve tea and pour water for their parents. What you say may be true, but you forget one thing. When the motherland is in danger, if it weren't for these heroes saving the country and its people, you people wouldn't even have the opportunity to serve tea and pour water for your parents. The officials at this time heard Wei Jun's words and finally woke up. Wei Jun is right. A hero is not perfect, but is still a hero. The world always demands perfection from heroes, but is very tolerant of petty people. What a shame. Almost got fooled by Zhang Erjia's sweet talk. Seeing her son speechless, old Madame Zhang stepped in to help. Isn't it a bit much to call my son a fly? Wei Jun cursed straight at her. You dare to open your mouth. Shut up. You clearly have a son who's a hero, enjoying the glory and wealth earned with blood and sweat. Yet you dare complain that he doesn't serve you tea and water. If General Zhang served you tea and water every day, how could you enjoy the glory and wealth of a first-class official's wife with a son who only knows how to suck up to others? She angrily retorted. Don't you dare look down on my second son. His abilities might not be worse than the eldest. Wei Jun sneered and continued. If selling out the country counts as an ability, then I have to admit it. Selling out the country isn't a charge you can throw around. Wei Jun's words immediately stunned them both. Wei Jun didn't stop, continuing to berate them with the most contemptuous gaze. But you should be clear. The reason selling out the country can fetch such a high price isn't because you have the ability, but because this country has people like General Zhang Bin. If it weren't for heroes who save the country and its people, do you think the Cultivator Alliance would give you such high treatment? You guys are disgusting. Both trembled with anger. Zhang Erjia lost his initial composure and snapped, Wei Jun, how dare you insult me? This is the general's mansion. Even if you just got promoted to a 5th-rank official, you don't have the right to speak here. These words are even more laughable. Wei Jun couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. Even when threatening others, you're borrowing General Zhang Bin's authority. The Zhang family rose because of him. What a joke. Without General Zhang, what is the Zhang family?
If you don't borrow General Zhang's prestige, what could this second son of yours even accomplish?
Old Madame Zhang narrowed her eyes, displeased. Lord Wei, you're exaggerating.
Seeing her backing down, Wei Jun pressed his advantage. Well, too bad, I definitely won't let this go today.
Zhang Erjia, at a loss for words, shouted for people. Wei Jun, don't push it too far.
Someone, throw him out for me. Wei Jun didn't budge, grabbing a sword. If General Zhang were here, throwing me out in his capacity as a first-rank general wouldn't be a problem, but you're just a commoner with no official rank. While Zhang Erjia was still gaping at the origin of the sword, Wei Jun smashed it straight into his face.
Want to hit me? You don't deserve to have your mouth swollen. He covered his cheek, angrily yelling, You dare hit me. Someone. Is everyone dead? Throw this wicked brat out for me.
Old Madame Zhang also panicked.
My son, are you okay, you incorrigible thing, still spouting nonsense? Wei Jun smashed the other cheek to even it out, the petty man spitting blood this time.
The old woman was even more heartbroken.
Son, my son. She turned to the Prime Minister for help. Is there still law in this land?
Prime Minister Shangguan, Ji Shuai. My son's body is still cold. Are you going to heartlessly watch others bully our Zhang family like this? Is there still law in this court? I want to file an official complaint. The Prime Minister only coughed, closing his eyes as if he didn't see anything. Cough, cough, old madam. Even if you file a complaint, no one will care.
Old Madame Zhang gritted her teeth and cursed. You're officials protecting each other, right?
Only now did Chan Wan dare to step forward and say,
Grand Dowager, look carefully. What Lord Wei is holding is the Emperor's sword. The Emperor's sword is the embodiment of His Majesty. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. Only now did the two recognize the origin of the sword Wei Jun had taken out. Dumbfounded and speechless,
Wei Jun embraced the Emperor's sword, confidently provoking, Keep acting, I'm still waiting to watch.
That petty man Erjia continued to bluster. Wei Jun, you're so young, how can your heart be so cruel, so unworthy of repayment? Wei Jun calmly said. Zhang Erjia. Before coming to the Zhang family, I also learned some information about you. You used to be a Confucian scholar, and once had some heroic spirit. Let me see what your heroic spirit is like now. As Wei Jun spoke, he moved closer to this second master, his whole body bursting with righteous qi, provoking him. Zhang Erye trembled as he replied, Today you're using the Shangfang sword to oppress me. I have nothing to say. But this is still the Zhang family. You have no right to interfere in the Zhang family's affairs. If you insist on forcing your way in and blowing this up, you definitely won't be able to handle the consequences.
Wei Jun slammed the Shangfang sword into the ground, sneering at the foolish small fry.
To be honest, I have to thank you. Originally, I really didn't have the right to interfere in the Zhang family's affairs, but thanks to you, now I do. He began to announce clearly. After investigation, Zhang Jiwan is suspected of being involved in the cause of the war with Wei country. Before all the facts are brought to light, Zhang Jiwan is not allowed to leave the Zhang family, and must always be ready to receive my summons.
If there is any act of escape during this process, kill without mercy. The other officials and even the Zhang family members started murmuring when Wei Jun read the order. Involved in the war with Wei country. This crime is terrifying. Wei Jun wouldn't go so far as to pin such a big crime on Zhang Erye just to deal with him. Could it be that Zhang Erye is really involved in the cause of the war with Wei country? Being accused, the petty Jiwan stamped his feet and cursed.
Wei Jun, what nonsense are you talking about? Wei Jun remained calm and replied, Whether it's nonsense or not, we'll know after I investigate. If you are innocent, I will personally seek justice for you. You can rest assured. He looked at Qingxin and continued, speaking meaningfully. Lord Bai Qingxin will be responsible for this case. If you have any grievances, she will definitely not wrong you. Qingxin's eyes lit up as she said, Zhang Erye, rest assured, I will definitely investigate with all my heart.
Of course, Zhang Jiwan knew that Qingxin was Wei Jun's person, so he felt even more helpless and immediately roared, Wei Jun, what qualifications do you have to investigate me?
I am a Jinshi registered at the Guozijin. I don't need to be investigated by a fifth-rank official.
Wei Jun coldly replied, Zhang Jiwan, I received the order to investigate the Wei country war, seeing officials one rank higher. Everyone involved in the war with Wei country is within my scope of investigation. Ji Yuan gnashed his teeth and his face was full of veins as he cursed. It's too much. If the national teacher was still in power, would a small fry like you dare to be so arrogant?
Knowing that her son had spoken carelessly, Zhang old madam loudly reminded, Yuan, don't talk nonsense. What do the words national teacher mean? Xu Xiang stroked his beard and said, Regarding the national teacher, it seems that a thorough investigation is really necessary. Just confining him in the Zhang family is probably not enough.
Ji Shuai also agreed. To prevent accidents, it's better to take him back for investigation, with Lord Bai's help. In addition, there is another matter, he emphasized the last sentence. Investigate the 3 defeats of old Zhang in the past, and see if anyone was playing tricks behind the scenes.
If it has nothing to do with him, then so be it, but if it does, I will definitely pursue it to the end.
Qing Xian looked at Meng Jia and ordered, Understood. I will handle this matter, Lord Meng. Please take Zhang back to the 6 doors first. I will interrogate him today. Meng Jia then led 2 officers with handcuffs and asked, Zhang Ye, sorry for the offense. Will you tie yourself up or let me escort you back to the 6 doors? Zhang old madam stood in front of her son to protect him. What evidence do you have to prove that my son is related to the war with Wei country? I suspect you are deliberately framing my son, officials protecting each other, just to help the eldest son. Meng Jia narrowed his eyes and looked down on her. Zhang General is also your son, old madam. You are really biased, the old woman cried. The eldest son is already dead, now I only have the second son left. Now you are taking the second son away. How will this old woman live? You guys are forcing me to die? Then just die. A foul-mouthed person cut in. Of course it was Wei Jun. He smirked and said, if you really die under the pressure of public opinion and morality, we might have to compromise. This is also the only way for you to break the situation today. It's a pity that I bet you don't dare to die, otherwise you wouldn't have used so many pills to maintain your beauty and prolong your life, right? An hour later, cut to 6 doors. At this time, Zhang Xuan had been tortured for a whole morning, Meng Jia asked, shivering from the cold. Still not talking. He's determined not to talk. There's no way, Quan Jin asked. What about using torture? Meng Jia immediately replied. Using torture is definitely possible, but even if we use torture, it won't work. Meng Jia continued to say what she had investigated. I checked, and there's a seal in his head, placed by a high-level expert. Once he says certain words, he will immediately self-destruct. His problem is obviously huge, but we can't do anything at all, she continued. In fact, the information we have investigated so far is enough for him to spend the rest of his life in prison, or even be beheaded in the autumn. Wei Darin insists on investigating further. Wei Jun didn't take his eyes off Xiwan and continued to order, of course we have to investigate. He abused the power of the Zhang family to bully the people and cause chaos. This is not uncommon for the Hao clan, it's not a particularly big deal, and not within my scope of management. What I want to investigate is the connection between him and the war with Wei State, and the matter that Commander Jia wants Darren Bai to pursue. Hearing Wei Jun's order, Meng Jia was the most headache-stricken. Then we have to think carefully about how to break the seal in Zhang Xuan's head. Unexpectedly, he laughed loudly. Ha ha, don't even dream about it. He immediately laughed triumphantly. Do you know who set up the seal in me? It's Tianji Lauren. Just you guys dare to talk about breaking Tianji Lauren's seal. Go cultivate for another 300 years before you talk about the truth being revealed. After hearing this, the 3 people's expressions didn't ease up at all. Kuai Jin worried. This is really troublesome. I don't have a deep understanding of the cultivation system. Tianji Lauren's strength is even above mine. I can't break his seal. Wei Jun suggested, whispering to Kuai Jin. Actually, you can talk about playing with souls. If you dare to call yourself second, no one dares to call themselves first. Kuai Xin tried to understand Wei Jun's hidden meaning. So we'll interrogate him after I get a little stronger. Wei Jun waved his hand. No need to wait that long. I have another way. Kuai Jin was surprised. Huh. Meng Jia next to her was even more surprised. Wei Darren has a way to break his seal. Wei Jun nodded. Yeah, but I need Bai Darren's help, Bai Darren. Let's find a discreet space together. Unexpectedly, Wei Jun's suggestion was misunderstood by Kuai Jin. She stammered in confusion. Wei Darren, you don't mean you want to dual cultivate with me to increase your strength? Meng Jia next to her also became embarrassed. Wei Jun snapped. No, don't think nonsense. A moment later, the two found a private space. Wei Jun put his hand on Kuai Jin's forehead. From his hand, a shimmering spiritual power scattered on her body. Na Lai Zhu Yi, also known as Bai Zhao Divine Skill, is a technique created by the Heavenly Emperor himself. After using it, it can copy a skill from another living being. It is a powerful technique that even Daio Ancestor would have a headache over. With the increase in strength, Wei Jun has once again mastered Na Lai Zhu Yi. At this time, Kuai Jin was curious. Darren, you said you wanted to learn my soul control ability, break Tianji Lauren's seal, and control Zhang Xuan to reveal his true nature, but I haven't even mastered this skill yet. How can you learn it from me? Wei Jun replied cheerfully. Actually, you've already mastered it. You just haven't used it yourself. Everything that happens leaves a trace. Everything that exists can be learned. Accept it all. Everything in this world belongs to me. Instantly, sparkling spiritual energy from Na Lai Zhu Yi was a sign of the copying process. In an instant, among the sparkling particles surrounding Qing Xin's body, a ray of light gradually flew into Wei Jun's hand and settled there. Copy successful. A moment later, someone snapped their fingers right in front of Zhang Xuan, and he immediately started spilling all the secrets. Let me out. Let me out. I'm the Dark Department Elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. You can't touch me. Otherwise, the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion will definitely go to war with the court. Meng Jia rejoiced. He's really talking. How did you do that? Even Qing Xin was surprised. Was it that easy? So magical. Wei Jun put on a cold face and replied. Investigating and solving cases is your specialty. You guys interrogate him. Don't worry, Zhang Xuan will tell you everything he knows now. Back to business.
Meng Jie began to question Zhang Juan. Are you really the Dark Department elder of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? Juan answered honestly. That's right. And the Heavenly Secrets old man personally invited me to join the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Meng Jie continued to question. Why did the Heavenly Secrets old man invite you to join the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion? The guy continued to answer. There are 2 reasons. The first reason is that my older brother is a general commanding the soldiers of the court. The second reason is that I have in-depth research on barriers, so they want me to help. Qing Xin continued to ask another question. Opening the barrier involves great karma. Why don't you face karmic retribution? Yuan laughed. All hired. I'm just providing ideas. I'm not the one opening the barrier. How is it related to me? And the unlucky person who opened the barrier is now definitely in the 18 levels of hell, receiving his just desserts. Qing Xin angrily continued to question. So there's just one unlucky scapegoat, and the real mastermind can get away with it. Do you know the consequences of opening the barrier? Jiwan continued to laugh and said, Of course I know. The East and West will go to war, and the whole world will be plunged into war. These words made Qing Xin grit her teeth in anger. Knowing the consequences, you still helped the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion open the barrier. Jiwan continued to babble on. Once the war breaks out, the whole world will be plunged into fire, and the people will suffer. Qing Xin finally couldn't bear it anymore and cursed straight at Zhang Jiwan's face. Once the war breaks out, the whole world will be plunged into fire, and the people will suffer. Don't you feel any guilt? How could he dare to sell out the whole country like that? Being scolded like being splashed with water, Xuan finally had to shut up for a while. I certainly hesitated too, but unexpectedly he continued to yell, This is the will of God. Do you believe it? Moreover, the Cultivation Alliance is so strong, and they have immortals backing them. What does Da Qian have to fight them with? Why not cooperate with them? Maybe the Cultivation Alliance will rule Da Qian, and then Da Qian and the Cultivation Alliance will become one, coexisting and developing together. Everyone will become better and better. Qing Xin just felt that this guy was hopeless, and she continued to ask, You don't even believe these words yourself, do you? He's really beyond saving. Last question. Were General Zhang Bin's 3 defeats related to you? Jiwan nodded. Not related. My older brother originally had mediocre talent. I always advised him not to participate in the war. He didn't listen, and said that Da Qian would definitely win. He was so mad he was about to cry, and kept yelling, Win my ass! He lost all 3 battles in a row. What does Da Qian have to fight with? If he could win those 3 battles, maybe I'd reconsider my stance, but he lost. Pushing me towards Tianjigi, I'm not a coward, I just choose to stand with the winner. What's wrong with me? Am I supposed to die like him? These final words left even Wei Jun unsure of what else to ask. Not long after, everyone returned to Wei Jun's room to talk. Meng Jie hugged her head in frustration. Same parents, same circumstances, yet they made completely different choices. Now I realize, General Zhang Bin and they are even greater than I thought. As she sighed, tears streamed down her face. When they bravely stood up, the pressure and tragedy they faced were much more profound than I imagined. General Zhang Bin, when he decided to sacrifice himself, didn't even know if we were sure to win this battle, but he still resolutely sacrificed himself. They carried a burning passion, and full of faith, to trade for a future that they were not even sure. It's the first time I realized this. The first time I realized that many things are not as obvious as I thought. Qing Xin had an even tougher attitude. Meng Jia. After interrogating Zhang Jiwan, I understand why there are always people who want to be lackeys, who want to betray the country. Because these people don't believe we can win. So many people kneel before the enemy from the beginning. They accept the result of failure from the beginning. So many people are obviously also scholars, but they don't live uprightly and honestly, but have to be lackeys and traitors. Zhang Jiwan probably doesn't have the faith that we can win the war with Wei Guo. It turns out that what we take for granted today is not a necessary outcome of history. Wei Jun then offered his own opinion. Of course, it's not a necessary outcome. Nothing is ever a given. The traitors don't believe the war can be won, and people like General Zhang Bin are not sure that Da Qian can win, but they are still willing to sacrifice themselves. Even if they are not sure whether their sacrifice can be exchanged for the result they want or not, that is the difference between a hero and a coward, and it is also the reason why I want to write this piece of history. His words once again seemed to open the minds of the 2 girls. Wei Jun himself even had deeper thoughts. Let the history shine, and use the pen as a knife. I want to let future generations know that what they experienced is not something that will inevitably happen. I want to let heroes live forever in history books and in people's hearts, so that future generations can realize the greatness of heroes. I want future generations to remember that in that era of war and fire, some people surrendered and betrayed their country, some people survived. But there was also a group of people who bravely sacrificed themselves. This group of people used their sacrifices to exchange for the future of the country. These things need to be known, need to be recorded. This is the responsibility of the historian. Great record, pass on the flame to future generations. That's all for the story. Thank you for watching my video. Please like and subscribe to see new products on my channel. See you in the next videos. Bye bye. The video's over here. I wish you have a nice day. Remember to like and subscribe. to receive the earliest notifications of new episodes.